Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yan Chapter 873 to Chapter 947. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, there was already a whiff of white in the distant horizon. Raising his head to look at the sky, the stars in the night sky had already disappeared. There was only a crescent moon that was about to disappear in the distant western horizon. The night had passed and a new day had arrived. This also meant that Xiao Yan was one day closer to the start of the auction. There was not much time left for him to refine the spirit awakening pill. Xiao Yan involuntarily exhaled a long breath when he thought of this. After which, his gaze turned and landed on himself. A bright color involuntarily flashed across his dark black eyes. Although he still did not know what was going on with that stream of air, Xiao Yan could clearly feel that the vortex space in his body had expanded by quite a bit. This expansion was not an illusion that Xiao Yan had sensed. It was real. Xiao Yan carefully inspected every corner of his body with his mind. He realized that after the explosion of the flowing wind, it seemed to have disappeared from his body. No matter how he searched, he was unable to find even the slightest trace of it. Was it really like this? Xiao Yan clearly remembered that not long after the first sound of something exploding rang out, there was clearly another sound. That sound came from within his body and he could hear it clearly. However, now, he could not find any trace of it. This made Xiao Yan feel extremely puzzled. After searching for a long time without any results, Xiao Yan could only temporarily stop searching. He withdrew his spiritual energy and opened his eyes once again. He stood up from the top of the building and was about to fly down. However, in the next instant, just as Xiao Yan's feet moved and displayed the sky extinction steps, a gale suddenly descended from the empty space around Xiao Yan. His body instantly landed on the ground. Xiao Yan immediately felt all the hairs on his body stand. The moment he landed, an uncontrollable dizziness appeared in his mind. His legs swayed a few times and he sat down on the ground. The sudden display of astonishing speed caused Xiao Yan to be unable to react. It was a good while later that Xiao Yan gradually recovered from his shock. The dizziness in his mind gradually faded away. After a rough pondering in his heart, Xiao Yan suddenly seemed to have discovered something. An ecstatic smile immediately surfaced on his panicked face. His gaze continuously swept across his feet and felt the flow of air around him. The joy in his heart was difficult to control. This is the sky extinction steps, have I finally broken through again? The ecstasy in his heart caused Xiao Yan's body to involuntarily tremble. Finally, the sky extinction steps, which had not improved for a long time, had finally broken through again. Back when he was in the southern region, the sky extinction steps had already broken through to the advanced wind-stirring stage. However, after coming to the western region, the sky extinction steps did not improve for a long time. Today, however, after last night's training, he did not know whether it was a coincidence or the effect of the flowing wind, but the sky extinction steps had finally broken through the threshold of the advanced wind-stirring stage. Now, the sky extinction steps could be considered to have officially stepped into the Lingyan Great Realm. The Lingyan Great Realm. This was something that even the ancestor of the Lu clan, Lu Feng, had not been able to achieve. Of course, it could also be due to the factor of his strength. However, at the very least, the sky extinction steps, which had been gloomy for a while, was now finally able to shine in Xiao Yan's hands. Lingyan Great Realm. Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. The ecstasy in his heart could not be described with words. According to the description of the sky extinction steps, when the sky extinction steps was successfully practiced to the Lingyan Great Realm, not only would one's speed be raised to a shocking degree, but at the same time, the Lingyan Great Realm would also bring about an increase in all aspects of the practitioner. On this point, regardless of whether it was the circulation of dou qi, the speed of one's attacks, or other aspects, they would all be greatly raised. In this way, in addition to the fact that Xiao Yan's vortex space had been greatly expanded, his fighting strength would definitely be raised to another level. The increase in speed in all aspects, in addition to the frightening fighting strength that Xiao Yan originally possessed, at this moment, Xiao Yan no longer had any fear of a 7-star dou di. If he were to meet anyone from the 4 large sects the next time, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to kill them in a one-on-one fight. As for a 9-star dou di, Xiao Yan did not know how strong they were for the time being. However, the current sky extinction steps had already broken through to the Lingyun Great Realm. Even if he were to face a 9-star Dodi, regardless of whether he would have the ability to fight, at the very least, he would not be afraid of him. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan immediately felt an even greater joy in his heart. At the same time, he was also surprised by the lucky encounter last night. He did not expect that not only was this lucky encounter filled with twists and turns, the benefits that he had obtained from it caused him to be so excited. From the looks of it now, he did not know what kind of interesting expression the leaders of the 4 large sects would have on their faces when they met him again a couple of months later. Xiaoyan laughed coldly in his heart. Immediately, he withdrew his thoughts. His gaze turned around, only to see that the sun was slowly rising in the eastern sky. Xianxia City, which had been quiet for an entire night, had once again recovered its bustling like yesterday. Moreover, with the approach of the auction, the current Xianxia City would only become more and more bustling by the day. He did not know just what kind of shocking scene would appear in the city on the day of the auction. Of course, regardless of what the situation in the city was like, at the very least, Xiaoyan's thoughts were focused on preparing to refine the awakening pill. Although Xiaoyan had experienced a bumpy journey during the night's training, the final result was delightful. Moreover, even Xiaoyan's current condition was better than before. There was naturally no need to explain the reason behind this. Now, it was time for Xiaoyan to prepare to refine the awakening pill. The pavilion in front of him was not small. It was a full 5 stories tall. Moreover, this was the residence of Xiaoyan alone. It must be said that this auction house was really generous. After entering the dormitory, Xiaoyan casually closed the door and used his spiritual strength to cover the entire room. Only then did he summon the Northern King. The difficulty of refining a Tier 4 medicinal pill in Xianxia City this time around was not small. Adding the existence of those formation masters, it was inevitable that it would cause a commotion in the city when the pill was formed. Xiaoyan would definitely not have the time to care about it. Hence, he could only rely on the Northern King. With the Northern King's current strength, it was likely that as long as it was not a high-class Dodi, it would not cause any trouble. After making all the preparations, Xiaoyan waved his large hand. The storage ring on his finger immediately flashed and a crimson medicinal cauldron suddenly descended. Although Xiaoyan clearly understood in his heart that the pill he was refining this time around was a Tier 4 medicinal pill and that using the Luo Tian cauldron would increase the chances of success, he could only use the 10,000 beast cauldron in order to avoid more trouble. In his room, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on his bed. In front of him, a crimson medicinal cauldron stood tall. It was the 1,000 beast cauldron. At this moment, within the 1,000 beast cauldron, white flames were burning fiercely. The terrifying temperature within the medicinal cauldron rapidly rose. The white flames twisted and transformed, waves of fire colliding against the walls of the medicinal cauldron. The crisp sound of a bell reverberated within the medicinal cauldron. Xiaoyan's hand was spread out in front of his chest. In his palm, a purple medicinal pill was spinning and floating. This purple medicinal pill was the Rising Spirit Pill. With the help of the Rising Spirit Pill, Xiaoyan could forcibly raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 4 alchemist for a period of time. In this way, even though Xiaoyan was only a rank 3 alchemist, he naturally had the ability to refine rank 4 medicinal pills. But now, although the problem of spiritual strength had been resolved, Xiaoyan only had a short 2.5 months left. Refining a rank 4 medicinal pill in 2.5 months was simply impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. Even a portion of rank 4 alchemists might not have the ability to do so. But the current situation was like this. Time waited for no man. Xiaoyan had to refine a rank 4 medicinal pill in 2.5 months. Thinking back, in order to refine the icy spirit pill, Xiaoyan had spent half a year's time. Although Xiaoyan's cautiousness was a factor, this already showed that a rank 3 medicinal pill was not so easy to refine. Even now, refining a rank 3 medicinal pill would take Xiaoyan at least 2 months. Therefore, refining a rank 4 medicinal pill in 2.5 months was practically impossible. But the current Xiaoyan could no longer afford to hesitate. Refining the Spirit Awakening pill was imperative. Even if he had to give it his all, Xiaoyan had to successfully refine the Spirit Awakening pill within 2.5 months. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's expression suddenly flashed with a hint of determination. If during this period of time, Xiaoyan forcefully stimulated his own strength and borrowed the heavenly flame and the soul strength of a middle-rank 4 alchemist, then Xiaoyan believed that it was not impossible to successfully refine the spirit awakening pill within 2.5 months. As long as one possessed a powerful spiritual strength and dou qi, it would not be difficult to refine a medicinal pill within a short period of time. The difficult part was the difficulty of refining a rank 4 medicinal pill. Only when no mistakes were made during the process of refining the medicinal pill would there be a chance of successfully refining the spirit awakening pill. In other words, the key to all of this was not time. Instead, it was Xiaoyan's control over the rank 4 medicinal pill. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyan finally steeled his heart and swallowed the spirit-raising pill. As the medicinal pill entered his mouth, it instantly transformed into a surge of spiritual energy. It swiftly surged up and merged into the soul bead in Xiaoyan's mind. Buzz. In an instant, a powerful spiritual energy uncontrollably swept outwards with Xiaoyan as the epicenter, intending to destroy the entire building. Come back. At this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly let out an explosive cry in his heart. In an instant, the spiritual energy that was originally wildly sweeping outwards seemed to have received an order that could not be disobeyed as it swiftly withdrew. In the blink of an eye, it returned to Xiaoyan's body. Huff, feeling the surging spiritual energy in his body, Xiaoyan involuntarily let out a long breath. This kind of powerful feeling really caused one's mood to be carefree. Unfortunately, this kind of strength was only temporary. I don't know when I'll be able to truly possess this kind of power. Gently pulling his hands together, Xiaoyan could even feel that the surging spiritual energy seemed to be about to spew out from his palms, causing him to involuntarily have the impulse to howl towards the sky. Xiaoyan withdrew his thoughts. His eyes turned around and immediately landed on the 10,000 beast cauldron in front of him. Immediately, he waved his large sleeves. The storage ring on his finger immediately flickered. After which, numerous rays of light flew out from the storage ring and lingered in front of Xiaoyan. Bang! Xiaoyan slammed his palm on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Soon after, one could hear a muffled sound. The cover of the medicinal cauldron bounced up. The hundreds of medicinal ingredients all flew into the medicinal cauldron under the control of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. The moment the medicinal cauldron cover was closed, a bright light immediately flashed between Xiaoyan's brows. An ancient symbol also appeared. It was the clan tattoo of the Xiao clan. The moment the clan tattoo appeared, the bloodline strength within Xiaoyan's body was immediately activated. The aura of Xiaoyan's body also swiftly soared at this moment. The aura that originally belonged to an advanced 5-star Dou Di had already risen to that of an intermediate 6-star Dou Di in the blink of an eye. It even showed signs of approaching that of an advanced 6-star Dou Di. Following the release of the clan tattoo, a majestic dou qi wildly poured into the medicinal cauldron in front of him under the control of Xiaoyan's mind. The originally powerful aura of the bone-chilling flame that was burning within it became even more frightening at this moment. The high temperature caused one to feel a wave of heat even though they were separated by the medicinal cauldron. Under this flame, the medicinal ingredients within the medicinal cauldron swiftly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Numerous medicinal ingredients swiftly withered. The parts that could not be used were incinerated into nothingness by the heavenly flame. The energy within the remaining parts was also gradually refined by the heavenly flame. Refining hundreds of medicinal ingredients at the same time was an extremely great test on one's spiritual strength. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was currently comparable to a rank 4 middle-grade alchemist. Hence, he was completely confident that he could completely refine these medicinal ingredients within a short period of time. The process of refining the medicinal ingredients continued for half a month. During this period of time, Xiaoyan had made a couple of mistakes, causing a portion of the medicinal ingredients to be turned into nothingness within the heavenly flame. It was likely that he could only start over after refining the medicinal ingredients. While Xiaoyan was in a state of pill refinement, the Jinyao city in the outside world was also filled with experts. Various factions continued to swarm into the Jinyao city. After half a month, the number of elite Dou Di in the Jinyao city had reached over 20. Even at this moment, there were still countless factions that were continuously rushing over. Time flew by. 2 months swiftly passed. There was less than a week to the start of the auction. The number of experts from various factions in the city had reached an uncountable number. Among these experts, there was actually someone whom Xiaoyan had met not long ago at the Sand River shop. The deputy chairman of the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong. At this moment, a faint fragrance permeated the air within the room that Xiaoyan was in. The condensation of the medicinal pill had also reached the final stage of forming the pill. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. The sun rose from the east. It was another day. Seeing that there was still a week to the opening of the auction, the medicinal pill in Xiaoyan's dormitory had yet to be refined. At this moment, the enormous spiritual strength that Xiaoyan had obtained from swallowing the rising spirit pill was about to be exhausted. Adding this to the crazy exhaustion of his doqi over the past 2 months, the current Xiaoyan could be said to be completely exhausted. Even though this was the case, the medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron was still spinning under the crazy refinement of the heavenly flame. Xiaoyan did not seem to intend to stop here. He still had one last thing to do. Spirit Ascension. This was a special technique that Yao Lao had taught Xiaoyan. Back then, during the alchemist grand meeting organized by the Pill Tower on the Doqi continent, Xiaoyan had used this technique to raise the quality of the medicinal pill. Now, in order to maximize the medicinal effect of the awakening spirit pill, Xiaoyan had decided to use the Spirit Ascension technique once again. In order to achieve the conditions for the Spirit Ascension, Xiaoyan's current goal was not to complete the refinement of the medicinal pill. Instead, it was to continue refining after the medicinal pill had completed the pill incubation step. In just a moment, Xiaoyan would be able to officially begin the Awakening Spirit Ascension pill. At that time, the Awakening Spirit Ascension pill, which was originally a rank 4 low-grade medicinal pill, would once again be able to be raised. Once the Awakening Spirit Ascension pill was comparable to a rank 4 middle-grade medicinal pill, its value would instantly soar greatly regardless of whether it was a completed pill or a complete pill. This would once again increase the bargaining chip for Xiaoyan in the auction house to obtain the Fusang flower. Hum hum hum, the originally clear sky in Jingyao City suddenly changed. Dark black thunderclouds swiftly agglomerated together and covered Jingyao City in darkness. What happened? What happened? What is that? Could it be that someone is undergoing an emperor's tribulation? No, that's not right. This does not look like an emperor's tribulation. Instead, it looks more like pill lightning. This is Jingyao City, the territory of array masters. Alchemists are their biggest taboo. How could anyone be stupid enough to refine pills here? That's impossible. When the thunderclouds gathered, the people in the city below also became chaotic. Waves of chaotic discussion swiftly spread within the city. Many figures walked in the sky, and their eyes involuntarily looked towards the area directly below the thunderclouds. Behind the auction ground, there was an ancient-looking pavilion. That was where Xiaoyan was located. At the same time, in the Array Formation Master Association in the city, several Array Formation Masters walked out from the hall behind them with furrowed brows and looked in the direction of the auction. Other people might need to make a slight distinction. However, given their familiarity with alchemists, they only needed a glance to easily recognize that the thundercloud was indeed a pill lightning. Who dares to openly refine pills in my Jingyao City? Are you trying to provoke us? Among the few people, a white-haired old man stared in the direction of the pill lightning with a dark expression as he spoke in a low voice. Let's go and take a look. No matter who he is, since he dares to openly provoke our Array Formation Master Association, we must teach him a lesson. A golden-robed old man, who was the leader of the group, coldly snorted. After which, he waved his sleeves and took the lead to walk into the sky. A dozen upper echelons of the Array Formation Master Association followed closely behind him. All of them wore gloomy expressions. Within a short period of time, dozens of experts from different factions had gathered in the sky above Jingyao City above the pavilion that Xiaoyan was in. When they arrived, everyone immediately locked onto the pavilion that Xiaoyan was in. Even though there was no pill fragrance seeping out from it, everyone could clearly sense the powerful fire aura contained within it. Based on this point alone, it was not difficult to recognize that the alchemist who was refining pills was definitely in this pavilion. Rumble. It was also at this moment that the black thundercloud in the sky above Xianxia City suddenly began to churn. Thunder rumbled, shaking everyone's heartstrings. What a terrifying pill lightning. This kind of lightning is probably not something that can be caused by an ordinary pill. From the looks of this pill lightning, the pill that this person is refining is at least a high-grade Class 3 pill. Moreover, it's very likely to be a Class 4 pill. A Class 4 pill. That's a pill that even ordinary origin transformation experts would be interested in. Hee, there's going to be a good show to watch now. Discussions filled with surprise constantly rang out from the crowd. Of course, other than that, there was even more ridicule and greed. At the same time, within the room, Xiaoyan had taken out the completed medicinal pill from the medicinal cauldron in front of him. A fierce thick white flame wrapped around it to ensure that the medicinal pill within it would not be affected in any way, allowing it to remain in the state of being nurtured even though the process of nurturing the pill should have ended long ago. After doing all that, Xiaoyan's handsome face had become completely pale. Bean-sized beads of cold sweat constantly rolled down his forehead. The moment they dripped down, they were completely consumed by the heavenly flames, turning into nothingness. Even though his mental state was on the verge of collapse, Xiaoyan still clenched his teeth and endured. He was only waiting for the moment the pill was complete. Even if he lost all of his battle prowess, he would still be able to refine the spirit awakening pill. A pair of dark black eyes penetrated the dense white flame in front of him. His gaze stared intently at the round medicinal pill in the middle of the flame. The strength all over his body swiftly gathered at the tip of his right index finger. After which, he lifted his index finger and gathered his spiritual strength between his index finger and the medicinal pill. It appeared to have constructed a special bridge. After which, Xiaoyan pointed his index finger at the medicinal pill in the middle of the flame and pressed it. Buzz buzz buzz. In the outside world. The people from the Formation Master Association had arrived late, but their powerful deterrents allowed them to pass through the packed crowd without any obstructions. Wherever they went, the people around them would hastily make way for them, as if they were afraid of coming into contact with them. It was as if they had seen a god of plague. Qingzhihui, I didn't think that even he would come. Other than those three, this fellow is the person with the greatest authority in Xianxia City. It seems that this mysterious alchemist will not only fail to refine the pill, but will also pay a hefty price for it. Among the crowd, a wave of pitying sighs could be heard. Indeed, this mysterious alchemist had to choose Xianxia City of all places to refine pills. This was the territory of the Formation Masters. Refining pills here was a direct provocation. However, just as this group of people from the Formation Master Association arrived, the leader Qingzhihui's gloomy gaze landed on the pavilion that Xiaoyan was in. Suddenly, a resplendent and magnificent pillar of light shot out from the pavilion that Xiaoyan was in and rushed towards the thunderclouds in the sky. The resplendent light pillar suddenly soared into the sky. Under the shocked gazes of everyone in the city, it directly penetrated the enormous formation that covered the sky above Xianxia City and entered the thunder clouds. What is this? Immediately, everyone present was stunned. Their eyes suddenly looked at what was happening in the pavilion. This scene was really unbelievable. It was merely the refinement of a medicinal pill. Yet, it actually caused such a huge commotion. This was a little too exaggerated. While everyone in the air was secretly shocked, Xiaoyan was currently focusing all his attention on the medicinal pill in front of him. The little remaining spiritual strength between his brows crazily surged out and gathered around the awakening pill. Under Xiaoyan's control, the heavenly flame surged into the medicinal pill in front of him. Using a special method, the original quality of the medicinal pill was once again raised. The medicinal strength that had yet to be perfectly merged within the medicinal pill was once again merged. Xiaoyan maintained this state for nearly 10 minutes. At the same time, the strange and beautiful light pillar that appeared in front of everyone's eyes also lasted for 10 minutes. Finally, the moment Xiaoyan withdrew his finger, the light pillar that reached the sky also instantly scattered. With the help of the pill melting ring, Xiaoyan easily retrieved the medicinal pill. After which, he once again hurriedly sat down. With a flip of his hand, he swallowed a large amount of medicinal pills without any hesitation. With the help of the heavenly flame, he wildly refined them. At this moment, Xiaoyan was well aware of the situation in the outside world. All of this was within his expectations. Hence, recovering his original condition had become Xiaoyan's top priority. As for the Pill Lightning and those fellows outside, he would temporarily leave them to the Northern King to deal with. He would make a decision after he had recovered some of his strength. In the outside world, Qing Zhihui's expression was gloomy as he stared at the pavilion in front of him. He was just about to move when his ears emitted a rumbling sound of thunder. Rumble, Association Head Qing, should we attack now? Behind him, a person asked doubtfully. No, let's not attack now. Since the Pill Lightning has already formed, it means that this fellow has already finished refining the rank 4 medicinal pill. In that case, why don't we wait a little longer and wait for him to endure the Pill Lightning? At that time, this fellow will definitely be exhausted. When we attack, not only will we be able to finish him off, we will also be able to take back the medicinal pill. Although they did not have a good impression of an alchemist, the value of the medicinal pill caused them to be even more moved. This time around, Qing Zhihui's goal was not just to challenge the dignity of the array master in Xianxia City, but also to obtain the rank 4 medicinal pill. Upon hearing Qing Zhihui's words, a sinister smile appeared on the face of the person behind him. Immediately after, his gaze landed on the pavilion in the middle of the square. He was curious as to what kind of person would dare to refine pills in Xianxia City. Rumble. The rumbling sound of thunder resounded across the sky. Everyone in the sky stood at their original spots as though they had already agreed. Their eyes stared at the pavilion where Xiaoyan was located, as though they were waiting for the Pill Lightning to descend. Han Dong, who was wearing a black robe, was standing at a certain spot within the crowd. At this moment, the latter's eyebrows were tightly knitted as he stared at the pavilion. There seemed to be a faintly familiar aura at that spot. However, he was unable to truly identify it. There seemed to be a layer of gauze surrounding that aura that covered most of that person's aura. Even though he was a rank 5 alchemist, he was still unable to easily break through the obstruction of that barrier. Perhaps it was because of the owner of that aura, or perhaps it was because the other party was an alchemist, but at this moment, Han Dong's heart actually had an unknown worry for this person. With regards to this point, even Han Dong himself was unable to explain why. On the other side, a young man wearing a white embroidered robe and a tall old man behind him were also staring intently at the pavilion where Xiaoyan was located. These two people were naturally Qin Yun and Yan He, whom Xiaoyan had met once outside of Xianxia City. Given the former's character, he had naturally guessed the identity of this mysterious alchemist long ago. However, the thing that caused him to be surprised was that Xiaoyan was only a rank 3 alchemist, yet he was actually able to refine a rank 4 medicinal pill. This was somewhat unimaginable. However, just as everyone present had different thoughts in their hearts, the thunder clouds in the sky no longer waited. After a deafening rumbling sound of thunder, an enormous thunderbolt carried a terrifying aura that could destroy the world as it ruthlessly smashed towards the pavilion where Xiaoyan was located. At this moment, the hearts of everyone in the sky tightened. There was anticipation, cold laughter, greed, pity, and at the same time, worry. Seeing that the enormous thunderbolt was about to descend, Han Dong and Qin Yun in the crowd quietly circulated the dou qi within their bodies. They would immediately intervene should the situation not be within their expectations. However, just as the thunderbolt was about to descend and Han Dong and Qin Yun were prepared to intervene, the thunderbolt emitted a bang and heavily collided with the enormous formation in the sky above Xianxia City. The frightening strength suddenly poured down and the expressions of everyone present instantly became dull. Only then did they recover. They had been anticipating that something would happen to Xiaoyan, but they seemed to have forgotten that there was an enormous formation in the sky above Xianxia City that was constantly protecting it. At this moment, when the Pill Lightning descended, the formation naturally performed its duty and forcefully blocked the first attack of the Pill Lightning. Ugh, at this moment, regardless of whether it was the dozens of factions in the city or the members of the Array Master Association, the expressions on their faces were extremely interesting. This was especially the case for the members of the Array Master Association. Their faces were green. It was unexpected that the large formation that was originally used to protect Xianxia City would actually help this mysterious alchemist block the Pill Lightning. This caused the members of the Array Master Association, who had always viewed alchemists as enemies, to feel extremely embarrassed. However, following the scattering of the first pill lightning, the formation in the sky also gradually disappeared. It was not difficult to tell that someone had purposely scattered the formation to allow the pill lightning to descend. Qin Yun, who was in the crowd, narrowed his eyes when he saw the large formation disappear. A mocking smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he turned his eyes and once again looked at the thunder clouds in the sky. Although the formation had helped Xiaoyan break the first pill lightning, what followed next was only the beginning. Qin Yun coldly laughed in his heart. The instant his eyes fell, he suddenly saw the invisible space above the building where Xiaoyan was located slowly distort. A burly purple gold figure slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. From the looks of this figure, who else could it be other than the Northern King? The unexpected change that had suddenly appeared in the sky caused everyone present to immediately throw their gazes over. A purple gold tall human figure was standing at the spot where their eyes could see. He stood at the top of the pavilion where Xiaoyan was seated. A pair of empty eyes glanced over everyone present. Soon after, he raised his head and looked to the top of the sky. At that spot, the formation had been scattered and the first pill lightning had been broken. The black mass of thunder clouds temporarily did not move. However, the muffled thunder that was occasionally emitted caused one's heart to tremble. The thunder clouds churned and a cold wind whistled. Lightning glows continued to shoot out from the thunder clouds. The low, deep muffled thunder was like the roar of a beast. The aura that was suppressed within it caused one to feel terrified. This temporary calm did not appear like a clear sky after a storm. Instead, it appeared more like the pressure before a storm. Once the thunderbolt fell, it was likely that the color of this entire place would change because of it. However, all of this was unrelated to the people present. They were currently concerned about this purple gold strong human figure in front of them. What is that? He does not appear to have any aura. Is he a dead person? That's not right. It is impossible for a dead person to stand in the air. Looking at this body of his, it should be a puppet. Puppet? Hey, this is really funny. Even an elite Dodi would not dare to carelessly face a rank 4 pill lightning. With just this puppet, isn't this a joke? How can a puppet be a match for a pill lightning? This is likely a delaying tactic. He is afraid that he does not have the ability to block it. Therefore, he wants to use this puppet to exhaust a portion of the pill lightning's strength. However, this idea is really foolish. Unless one has absolute strength, how can a mere puppet easily block a pill lightning? It is really laughable. Mocking laughter was involuntarily emitted from the crowd when they saw the Northern King. On the other hand, those experts from various factions, especially those who were above the strength of a 4-star Dodi, involuntarily revealed a fear in their eyes when they looked at the Northern King. At this moment, the puppet in front of them was not as simple as the people around them thought it was. The puppet did not seem to have any aura and looked like an ordinary puppet without any combat power. However, these people could clearly sense the extremely strong murderous aura emanating from the North King's body. This kind of aura was not something that could be easily condensed through killing. This kind of aura was gradually accumulated through battles with countless experts, using the blood of experts to accumulate and pave the way. The strength that those so-called experts possessed would definitely not be inferior to these ordinary elite Dodi present. Even the ancestors of some of the factions present might not be able to compare with them. In other words, the strength of the Northern King in front of them was below an ordinary elite Dodi. At this moment, it was likely that only those experts with the strength of a 6-star Dodi and above could suppress him. What a frightening puppet. No wonder this fellow dares to refine medicinal pills in Xianxia City. It seems that he does have some capital. Some of the powerful elite Dodi in the crowd involuntarily stared at the Northern King with grave expressions. Their hearts were shocked by the latter's great strength. Some of the hidden thoughts in their hearts were quietly dispelled at this moment. On the other side, Han Dong and Qin Yun had also locked their gazes on the Northern King. Surprise involuntarily flashed across their eyes. Soon after, however, the corner of Qin Yun's mouth was lifted into a playful smile. A dark black glint flashed deep within his eyes. Looks like this game is gradually becoming more and more interesting. On the other hand, Han Dong frowned as he stared at the purple gold Northern King. His heart was filled with doubt. Don't tell me that this fellow is someone from the southern region? At the same time, Qing Zhihui's expression was gloomy as he stared at the northern king that had appeared in the sky. His heart was solemn. The powerful pressure from the northern king's body actually caused him to feel a little strained. Fortunately, there was the existence of the pill lightning. No matter how strong this puppet was, it would not be able to remain unharmed. At that time, it would be the turn of the Formation Master Association to act. Bang! At this moment, the pill lightning descended from the sky. The whistling sound of thunder was like the roar of a beast. The shocking thunderbolt mercilessly tore the empty space apart. It was as though it was expressing the fury in its heart. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt had already arrived above the northern king's head. It looked as though it was about to collide with the northern king. At this moment, everyone present looked at the northern king in shock. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that even at this point, this mysterious alchemist still did not intend to let his puppet take action? Wasn't this the same as courting death? Just as this thought appeared in everyone's minds, the northern king, who had been standing proudly in the sky, suddenly shot up. It was like a cannonball shooting into the sky as it charged into the thunderbolt. What? This shocking scene caused everyone present to feel extremely surprised. Quite a number of people involuntarily exclaimed. It was unexpected that this puppet would be so direct. It was likely that it had used such an extreme method because it knew that it was unable to resist the pill lightning. However, unlike everyone present, the northern king's body was crazily shuttling through the thunderbolt. The terrifying power of the thunderbolt violently rushed through the northern king's body. The destructive power of the thunderbolt constantly collided with the northern king's body in an attempt to completely destroy it. However, just as the northern king charged into the thunderbolt, a powerful suction force suddenly surged out from the depths of its body and sucked all the surrounding thunderbolt into its body. Under the tempering of the powerful thunderbolt, the purple-gold color on the surface of the northern king's body became even purer. Thick lightning snakes shuttled back and forth within the northern king's body. The northern king's strength increased crazily at this moment. In the end, the northern king opened its mouth and an even more terrifying suction force spread out from its mouth. The huge thunderbolt was forcefully torn apart, turning into countless bolts of lightning that were as thick as an arm. They were all sucked into the northern king's body. After the thunderbolt entered its body, the northern king's body immediately swelled uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the northern king, who was originally the size of a normal person, grew to a height of several dozen feet. Its entire body looked like a huge balloon that could explode at any moment. Instantly, everyone present was shocked by this. All of them were flabbergasted as if they'd seen something that shocked the world. In the next moment, before they could recover from their shock, the northern king's body suddenly emitted a dazzling purple-gold light. The light was dazzling and shocking. Soon after, a dark black light pillar suddenly shot out of its body toward the sky. It directly entered the thunderclouds in the sky. The vast and mighty thunderbolt came out of the northern king's body. It seemed to be controlled by some kind of strength as it agglomerated into an enormous, dark black lightning dragon. It coiled around the light pillar and emitted a deafening roar to the sky. The roar was shockingly a thunderous roar. However, the frightening might contained within it caused the majority of the half-martial emperors present to reveal terrified expressions. Their complexions instantly turned as pale as paper. There were even some who were not strong enough to withstand the thunderous roar and vomited blood repeatedly, causing their bodies to become seriously injured. Even those elite Dodi felt a roaring sound in their ears at this moment. Their hearts trembled because of this. However, the scene that appeared in front of them soon after caused them to feel even more disbelief. Or perhaps it was an even more unbelievable horror. The thunderclouds in the sky began to churn uncontrollably under this dragon roar. With the enormous dark black light pillar as the center, they wildly distorted. Finally, they turned into an enormous whirlpool. Numerous thunderbolts shot down uncontrollably and were swallowed by the lightning dragon. After undergoing a strange refinement, they merged into the northern king's body. Within the pillar of light, the north king's body seemed to be undergoing some kind of baptism. The purplish gold light on his body gradually deepened. The original pitch-black color was like specks of dirt at this moment. Gradually, it was peeled off and replaced with a brand new body of steel. At this moment, the strength of the Northern King had once again broken through. It had reached the level of a 5-star Dodi. However, no one knew just how much the Northern King's strength would increase after it completely swallowed this cluster of thunderclouds. What is going on? This puppet is very strange. Not only did the pill lightning not destroy it, but this thing is actually using the pill lightning to increase its own strength. No wonder this alchemist dares to refine medicine with such great fanfare. It turns out that he has such a strange puppet. If we don't stop it, wouldn't the strength of this puppet rise to a whole new level? Seeing this scene, the people from the Formation Master Association were unable to continue waiting. Their leader, Qing had an especially gloomy expression. Originally, he had wanted to take advantage of this situation However, it seemed that it would not work. Since this was the case, for the sake of the reputation of the Formation Master Association, he needed to act no matter what. Everyone, attack together and destroy that puppet. We must not allow it to continue. Qing coldly snorted. He waved his sleeve and immediately led the people from the Formation Master Association to charge forward. Each of them unleashed the powerful Do-Chi within their bodies. With a wave of their sleeves, they transformed into a large number of sharp Do-Chi pillars that ruthlessly shot toward the Northern King. Seeing this scene, Han Dong, who was among the crowd, immediately frowned. His body moved and he was about to appear and stop them. However, it was also at this moment that a black and a white figure appeared in front of the empty space where the Northern King was standing. The black-robed figure randomly waved his hand and a powerful force that was like a divine creation skill easily blocked the people from the Formation Master Association. The appearance of this scene not only caused the spectators to be shocked, but also the people from the Formation Master Association present. Qing Hui's heart was bursting with anger. As his body paused, he stared angrily at the two people who had appeared in front of him and angrily reprimanded, "Who are you? You actually dare to obstruct the Formation Master Association's business in Xianxia City." "It is me, Qin Yun." In the sky above Xianxia City, at this moment, the formation dissipated, and a black pillar of light towered into the sky. A large group of people gathered there, staring at the two figures who appeared in front of the black pillar of light. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Not far from the two of them, a group of people from the Array Master Association was staring at the two of them. The emotions in their hearts suddenly tensed up when the white-robed young man said his name. Qin Yun. This name might be unfamiliar to most people, but to the Array Formation Master Association, it was an illustrious name. It could be said that it contained a great amount of power. Hui didn't know it was young Master Qin. "If I have offended you, please forgive me." Seeing the white-robed young man in front of him, the anger in Qing Hui's heart was instantly extinguished. He hurriedly lowered his head and bowed to the two people in front of him. "It doesn't matter. As the saying goes, those who don't know are innocent. This young master is not a narrow-minded person. This matter will end here, but now, this young master will not allow you to take half a step closer to this place." Qin Yun raised his white and arrogant face and stared at Qing Hui and the group opposite him with a faint smile. His tone was flat. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Qing Hui could not help but frown. Refining pills was not allowed in Xianxia City. This was a rule set by the president of the Array Master Association. For so many years, no one had been able to break it. If Xiaoyan succeeded in refining pills today and they did not pursue the matter, then wouldn't the Array Master Association lose all face? Once the punishment was handed down, even if Qing Hui was the number 4 person in the Array Master Association, he would not be able to bear it. "Qi Ming, I have already sent Yan He to tell you that no one is allowed to touch this person. It seems like you don't take this young master's words to heart." When he saw the troubled expression on Qing Hui's face, Qin Yun knew in his heart that he could not make the decision on this matter. Hence, he turned his gaze towards the southwest direction. That was where the plaza in the middle of the city was located. At the same time, it was also where the black stone pillar stood. Others might not know, but Qin Yun was very clear in his heart. Below the stone pillar, below the ground, there was a huge hall. That was where the Array Master Association was located in Golden Glory City. "Young master, you're blaming me for this." Since you personally requested it, the Array Formation Master Association will naturally give you face. However, my subordinates don't know who the person who refined the medicine is. They're just following the rules. I hope young master won't make things difficult for them. Not long after Qin Yun's words sounded, the space in front of everyone became distorted. Soon after, a middle-aged man in a golden robe appeared in front of Qing Zhihui, blocking the people behind him. Following the appearance of this person, the gazes of the crowd also shifted to this middle-aged man at this moment. The middle-aged man was similar to most of the formation masters in the city. He was wearing a golden-colored long robe and had an ordinary build. His head was covered with black hair and he wore a golden-colored crown. His face was refined and he appeared just like a scholar. However, anyone who knew him knew that this person might appear ordinary, but he was a rank 4 formation master. Other than this, he was also an 8-star Do-D. This kind of cultivation and status was not inferior to Chen Zhen from the Western Wasteland region. If I don't make things difficult for them, shouldn't I make things difficult for you? Seeing this person, Qin Yun's eyes flickered. He once again let out a cold snort. However, the expression on his face had recovered. The person in front of him was after all the deputy chairman of the Array Master Association. Even Qin Yun could not be careless when facing the latter. At the very least, now was not the time. Seeing this, Qi Ming immediately bowed and apologized to Qin Yun. He cupped his hands together and said with a face full of smiles. Young Master Qin, I will apologize on their behalf. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes. It was not appropriate for him to continue pestering Qi Ming. Of course, this kind of result was what he wanted to see the most. When he saw that Qin Yun did not move, Qi Ming turned around and ordered the members of the Array Master Association behind him in a deep voice. Immediately, that group of people shrank their heads and hurriedly withdrew. However, in the blink of an eye, only Qin Yun, Qi Ming, who had just appeared, and the surrounding onlookers were left in the arena. In fact, even those who were related to the Array Master Association did not dare to stay a moment longer as they hurriedly left. Cuckoo, I am tied up with work. If young Master Qin does not mind, then, let's go. However, this young master hopes that such a thing will not happen a second time. That is only natural. Qi Ming smiled slightly. Soon after, he once again disappeared into the empty space. Only then did Qin Yun turn his eyes to the enormous light pillar behind him. A sharp glint flickered within his eyes. His eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at the Northern King within the light pillar. It was not that he had never seen a puppet before. However, he had never seen such a strange puppet that was able to swallow pill lightning and increase its strength. From the looks of it, the strength of the Northern King had already stepped into the middle stage of the 5-star Do-D class. Even though this was the case, the strength of the Northern King was still increasing. From the looks of it, it was likely that it would break through to the 6-star Do-D class. 6-star Do-D. Isn't that the same as me? Qin Yun's heart was slightly startled. It seemed that this Xiao Yan was not an ordinary person. Within the crowd, Han Dong also revealed a surprised expression as he stared at Qin Yun in the square. He felt a little suspicious in his heart. Although he was not familiar with the latter, he knew that this Qin Yun was definitely not what he appeared to be on the surface. He definitely had a motive for everything he did. However, his actions today were a little unexpected. Han Dong's heart involuntarily became even more curious when he thought of this. Just who was the person who was refining medicine within the building at this moment? He was actually able to get Qin Yun to appear for him. At the same time, 3 human figures were standing in the large underground hall of the Formation Master Association. How is it? Have you discovered anything? A colorful-robed old man in the large hall asked Qi Ming, who had just appeared. At the same time, a golden-robed, white-haired old man beside him also looked at Qi Ming. Qi Ming frowned when he saw the gazes of the two of them. He shook his head and said, I don't know. I don't know. That person's soul power is extremely tyrannical. It's not any weaker than yours or mine. Moreover, there seems to be something mixed with it. There's a special kind of power that completely blocked my soul power. I can't investigate the situation in the pavilion at all. What? When they heard that the alchemist's spiritual strength was not inferior to theirs, the expressions of the two people in the hall changed drastically. An alchemist whose spiritual strength was comparable to the three of them was no small matter. From Qin Yan's previous actions, it seems that he cares a lot about this person. In the western region, there are not many people that he cares about. Just who is he? The three of them looked at each other. At this moment, all the questions in their hearts were gathered on Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, a day passed by. Only when the sky turned hazy did the black light pillar in the sky disappear. The northern king, who was within it, was once again exposed to the air. Along with the black light pillar, the thunder clouds in the sky also disappeared. Only at this moment did the pale lightning officially disappear. Xiaoyan, who had been sitting in the building for an entire day, finally opened his eyes at this moment. Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan, I wonder if you can show yourself? Although everyone present had already left, Qin Yan persisted and waited. At this moment, the light pillar had scattered. Not only did it attract the gazes of quite a number of people in the city, but it also caused Qin Yan to sigh in relief within his heart. Seeing that the auction was approaching, it was impossible for him not to see Xiaoyan. Almost at the same time, in a pavilion not too far away, Han Dong, who was wearing a brocade robe, felt his heart jump violently. He could not help but feel astonished. Wasn't the name of the person that Qin Yan had called out Xiaoyan, whom he had met once at the Sand River shop 3 months ago? The latter's amazing alchemy talent and tyrannical cultivation caused Han Dong to remember him in his heart. Especially now that Xiaoyan had joined the Alchemist Alliance, he could be considered as a member of the alliance. With regards to the latter, Han Dong's memory was especially clear. However, he did not expect that the name of the person that Qin Yan was calling out was actually Xiaoyan. However, he did not know if this Xiaoyan and that Xiaoyan were the same person. The same tyrannical alchemy talent, Xiaoyan in Jingyao City, had spiritual strength that had already reached the level of a rank 4 alchemist. In that case, could it be that the two of them really had the same name, or could it be that in the short span of 3 months, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had actually jumped from a rank 3 alchemist to a rank 4 alchemist? Wasn't this a little too inconceivable? With doubts in his heart, Han Dong quickly moved closer to the auction house. In the dormitory, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly when he heard the voice that came from the roof. He did not expect that this guy could actually endure until now. It was really surprising. After musing for a moment in his heart, Xiaoyan's body shook slightly. He also got up from the bed. With a thought, he withdrew the spiritual strength on the walls of the house, opened the door and leaped into the sky. Xiaoyan first arrived in front of the Northern King. As he looked at the purple-gold Northern King, Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily glowed. A sharp doqi gathered at the tip of his finger and slashed across the Northern King's body like a sharp blade. However, not a single mark could be seen where the doqi passed. Hiss, Xiaoyan's eyes hardened when he saw this scene. He was pleasantly surprised. Soon after, he kept the Northern King into his storage ring. His eyes turned and looked at Qin Yan, who was standing nearby. Young Master Qin Yan, thank you for today. Haha, what is younger brother Xiaoyan saying? This is just a small matter. However, it is unexpected that younger brother Xiaoyan is actually able to remember my name even though we have only met once. I really feel lucky. Qin Yan stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan as he laughed heartily. His handsome face was filled with a kind smile. It was as though he did not care about what had happened during the day. Xiaoyan also smiled and said a few words in agreement when he heard this. A joyous laughter was immediately emitted between the two of them. At the same time, Han Dong stared at the two people in the sky from a building a short distance away. This was especially the case when he saw the black-robed young man. His eyes involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. It is actually him. Han Dong's turbid eyes swept over Xiaoyan. Soon after, he looked at Qin Yan. He was indeed surprised that Xiaoyan was here. However, this person's appearance was the most fatal. Why are the two of them together? This is going to be troublesome. Han Dong frowned. He couldn't help but feel a sense of heaviness in his heart because of Qin Yan's appearance. Haha, although I know that younger brother Xiaoyan is an alchemist, I never thought that you would actually be able to refine a tier 4 medicinal pill. This has truly broadened my horizons. Qin Yan's face was filled with sincerity as he looked at Xiaoyan. This smile caused one to feel comfortable when one looked at it. Additionally, the things that had happened during the day caused even Xiaoyan to have a good impression of the latter. The two of them laughed and chatted for a while, and their relationship seemed to have become much more harmonious. During this period of time, Qin Yan would occasionally ask Xiaoyan about the Tier 4 medicinal pills that he had refined, but Xiaoyan would not talk about them one by one, causing Qin Yan to laugh awkwardly. Seeing this, Han Dong, who was in the distance, felt slightly relieved. It was a long while later before Qin Yan left with Yan He. Xiaoyan watched the figures of the two of them disappear into the night. He could not help but feel a sense of suspicion in his heart. From the conversation between the two of them earlier, the latter did not seem to have any ill intentions toward him. Additionally, the two of them had only met by chance. According to Qin Yan's words, the reason why he had helped him was because he admired Xiaoyan's talent. However, it was also because of this that caused Xiaoyan to feel that something was not right. Helpless, Xiaoyan returned to the building not long after Qin Yan left. Although the Spirit Awakening pill had been refined, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength and Douqi had been greatly exhausted. After a day of training, Xiaoyan had only recovered his Douqi. As for spiritual strength, other than resting, it was not so easy to recover. Hence, in the following few days until the auction began, Xiaoyan could only peacefully recover his strength in his dormitory. Seeing Xiaoyan return to the building, Han Dong was just about to make a move when the latter quickly discovered that a black-robed human figure had suddenly appeared in another building close to Xiaoyan's building. It was quietly monitoring Xiaoyan's building in the dark night. That is Yan He. Han Dong's heart immediately sank when he saw this person. He did not expect that Qin Yan would actually have such a tactic. From the looks of it, he was also worried about whether Xiaoyan would really believe him. From the looks of it, it was likely that it would not work if he wanted to get close to Xiaoyan now. He could only wait for another opportunity. Thinking of this, Han Dong could only helplessly withdraw despite the unwillingness in his heart. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who had returned to his dormitory, simply lay down on the bed. His spiritual strength wrapped around the entire building. In just a short moment, Xiaoyan fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for 3 days. During the following 3 days, Xiaoyan remained in a deep sleep. The spiritual strength that he had wildly exhausted during these 2 months was also slowly recovering in this kind of deep sleep. Xiaoyan's originally pale face had already recovered its rosiness. The aura on his body had become even denser than 2 months ago. Indeed, the extreme exhaustion of Douqi was also a kind of different method of condensing one's strength. Only on the evening of the 3rd day did the groggy Xiaoyan gradually wake up from his deep sleep. At this moment, the aura on his body had also completely recovered. Xiaoyan had been asleep for 3 days. During this period of time, Qin Yan had visited him countless times. However, no one answered the door each time, giving him the cold shoulder. Even though he was unwilling to accept this, Qin Yan still calmed down and calmly waited for Xiaoyan to wake up. Xiaoyan had been guarding another building near Xiaoyan's building for 3 days. He had been paying attention to Xiaoyan's movements. This caused Han Dong to be unable to approach Xiaoyan. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan slowly wake up in the dormitory. His drowsy eyes trembled as he opened them. The scene in front of him turned from blurry to clear. Although it was a long time to sleep for 3 days, Xiaoyan's condition had recovered a lot. Moreover, it had been a long time since he had slept without any scruples like this. After stretching his body a little, Xiaoyan was just about to walk out of the room when he seemed to have recalled something. His eyes immediately shot out an excited glow. He hurriedly raised his hand. A thought passed through his mind and the storage ring on his finger immediately flashed. Soon after, a cluster of white energy the size of a wash basin appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. This cluster of light was Xiao Xian's remnant spirit. Ancestor? Seeing this cluster of light, Xiaoyan's heart, which was originally filled with excitement, swiftly withdrew. He frowned and stared at the milk-white energy cluster in front of him. His heart felt extremely surprised. Xiao Xian had clearly swallowed the spiritual origins of those 7 people, yet he was still unable to wake up. Although he had the support of the spiritual origins of those 7 Dodi, Xiao Xian still seemed unable to wake up. Those spiritual strengths were insufficient to make up for the injuries that Xiaoxian had suffered. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily sank when he thought of this. It seemed that Xiaoxian's condition was even more troublesome than he had imagined. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to store it back into his storage ring, Xiaoyan clearly saw a thin layer of weak light suddenly flash on the surface of the cluster of light. Huh? Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan immediately rejoiced in his heart. He was certain that he had not seen wrongly. Instead, Xiaoxian's spiritual origins had indeed sent him some kind of signal. Xiaoyan's gaze briefly sized up this cluster of spiritual origins with joy in his heart. Immediately, he extended a finger with a heart filled with hesitation and touched the cluster of spiritual origins in front of him. Bang! It was also at this instant that an extremely powerful spiritual fluctuation suddenly swept out from within the spiritual origins. It was like an invisible storm that instantly shattered the spiritual barrier that Xiaoyan had set up. A powerful spiritual soul storm rushed out of the pavilion, causing Yan He, who was constantly paying attention to the commotion, to take a few steps back. The instant he raised his head, his old face was filled with shock, and his complexion turned deathly pale. What a terrifying spiritual strength. Who is this person? Yan He's heart was filled with fear. He had only felt such tyrannical spiritual strength from those few people in the Array Formation Master Association. However, right now, another guy with such tyrannical spiritual strength had appeared. Who exactly was he? At the same time, Xiaoyan within the dormitory was shaken by the powerful spiritual strength that was being emitted from the spiritual essence in front of him. Such a powerful spiritual strength was something that even he could not compare with. However, why was it that Xiaoxian had yet to awaken? Although Xiaoyan felt extremely uncertain in his heart, the spiritual barrier surrounding the pavilion had already been broken. It no longer had any defenses. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a great pressure. He could only helplessly withdraw the spiritual essence, which was no longer moving, in front of him. He turned his body and appeared in front of the door. At this moment, in the distant sky, a young man in white robes was faintly flying over. It was Qin Yun. He came so quickly. Xiaoyan thought to himself. A smile quickly appeared on his face. He cupped his fists towards the latter from afar and said with a smile, "Brother Qin Yun, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your aura has become much stronger." Haha, Brother Xiaoyan is too polite. I've been looking for you every day for the past few days. Unfortunately, you didn't answer the door every time. I think it's because refining medicine is too hard and you're resting, so I didn't disturb you. Qin Yan also cupped his fists towards Xiaoyan from afar. His face was filled with a warm smile. At a glance, it gave people a good impression of him. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered. He smiled and shrugged, not commenting. I wonder why Brother Qin Yan has come here today? Xiaoyan smiled and said. Haha, Brother Xiaoyan, the reason why I have come today is not because of any big matter. The main reason is that I wish to have a chat with Brother. The other reason is to prevent that group of bastards from the Formation Master Association. They are not magnanimous people. Now that you have broken their rules, I'm afraid that they will harm you. With me around, at the very least, they will not dare to do anything openly. If that's the case, then thank you, Brother Qin Yun. Xiaoyan nodded with a grateful face. Since the latter had already said so, it was not appropriate for him to overthink. After which, Xiaoyan invited the latter into the building. In the living room, the two of them sat down. Then, Qin Yun raised his head to look at Xiaoyan and said, Brother Xiaoyan, the reason why you refined this rank 4 medicinal pill is likely because of the auction this time around, right? Could it be that the forces that came to this city are here to drink tea? Xiaoyan teasingly smiled. Hearing this, the latter's face immediately revealed an embarrassed smile. Immediately, he said, Don't worry. Putting it this way, Xiaoyan's younger brother should have already obtained the key to enter the auction house. You mean the ring? That's right. That's the key that the auction house gave out. Only with that ring can one enter the auction house. I'm afraid that if it wasn't for this reason, you wouldn't be staying here. Qin Yun smiled. This was the pavilion that the auction house used to receive important guests. If one wasn't participating in the auction, they definitely wouldn't have the opportunity to stay here. Up until today, there were no more than 10 forces that could stay in this pavilion area. This was because to be able to stay here, although it depended on whether one had an entry ticket. At the same time, strength was more important. After all, this world respected the strong. The strength of one's strength determined the way others treated them. For Xiaoyan to be able to stay here, this already proved that Xiaoyan's strength had already met the requirements of the auction house. This was something that even some of the old forces in the western region did not have the qualifications to do. A strong person could always easily obtain the respect and reverence of others. Now, Xiaoyan was just like that. A total of 500 of those rings have been distributed. In other words, we will be able to see some of the top forces in the western region in this auction. It can be said that the forces that have gathered in this auction are all super powerful forces that are famous in their own regions. The foundation that they possess is extremely shocking. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but tighten slightly. 500 rings. That meant the 500 truly powerful forces in the western region. These forces were all experts among experts. In order to obtain that ring, these forces would constantly compete with each other. The process was a struggle of blood and flesh. The forces that could obtain the ring in the end would naturally be incomparably tyrannical. The auction house's method could not be said to be not ruthless. It could be said that they had perfectly arranged the forces in the western region. The top 500 forces would definitely be completely displayed in this auction. Such a grand event would probably be unprecedentedly prosperous. Oh right, brother Xiaoyan, what do you think of the Fusong flower? Just as Xiaoyan was secretly shocked, Qin Yan's voice changed and landed on the Fusong flower that Xiaoyan was currently most concerned about. The Fusong flower was the main target that Xiaoyan had come to participate in this auction. It could be said that he was determined to obtain the Fusong flower. Once he obtained the Fusong flower, it was destined that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength would greatly increase and he would become a rank 4 alchemist in one fell swoop. This kind of matter was unable to calm Xiaoyan's heart. The Fusong flower is born with 5 petals. However, this Fusong flower has 6 petals. It is very strange. Before seeing it with my own eyes, I do not dare to jump to conclusions. I am only curious as to why this Fusong flower has 6 petals. Since ancient times, I have never heard of a Fusong flower with 6 petals. What Brother Xiaoyan has said is precisely what I am anxious about in my heart. The 6-petal hibiscus flower is the greatest selling point of this auction. It is also the greatest loophole in the auction. After all, no one dares to guarantee the quality of this hibiscus flower. Should it mutate and become strange, it will only harm us. This is likely the real reason why its owner randomly auctioned it off. Xiaoyan's expression changed. Even with Qin Yan's character, a worry involuntarily surged into his eyes when he heard Xiaoyan's words. Clearly, even his heart was filled with doubt about the hibiscus flower. However, this matter was ultimately related to the hibiscus ancient spirit tree. Regardless of whether the matter was true or false, he needed to come and take a look. After that, the two of them chatted for a long time in the pavilion. The topic of conversation revolved around the Fusong flower. Unfortunately, as the two of them did not know anything about it, they could only helplessly frown and sigh. Unknowingly, another day had passed. Only in the evening did Qin Yan reluctantly leave the pavilion where Xiaoyan was. Not long after he left under Xiaoyan's gaze, he turned around and came to another pavilion not far from the latter. Here, he had been waiting for a long time with a frown. Young master. As soon as he entered, he spoke respectfully. How is it? Has he reacted in the past 3 days? After entering the pavilion, Qin Yan walked past he and came to the main seat before sitting down. Young master, I was just about to tell you about this matter. He had a solemn expression. His old face still had a trace of paleness that could not be wiped away. Oh? What's the matter? What happened? Speak. Seeing the paleness on the latter's face, Qin Yan first frowned slightly before asking. Young master, this morning, he roughly told Qin Yan about the matter of him being injured by the soul force during the day. What did you say? Who is that person? To be able to force you back with just soul force? Could it be that the person who refined the pill was not Xiaoyan? This subordinate does not know. However, there is one thing that I am certain of. That soul force definitely does not belong to Xiaoyan. Qin Yan's hand that was on the armrest earlier immediately clenched tightly. Due to the great strength, it caused cracks to appear on the stone armrest. At that moment, the latter's face was heavy and he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He had truly never thought of what Yan he had said, although he had entered the building that Xiaoyan was staying in during the day, he did not discover anything. This was especially the case when Xiaoyan's dormitory was covered by Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. It was impossible for him to investigate. This had unknowingly increased the suspicion in Qin Yan's heart. Don't tell me that there is another rank 4 alchemist in his bedroom? Qin Yan's frown deepened when he thought of this. If this was really the case, it was likely that his plan would fail. However, this matter was already imminent. The auction was about to begin. If he was unable to find a candidate before then, it would be a waste of such a good opportunity. Continue investigating. Keep a close eye on him. Regardless of what relationship he has with that alchemist, he must not be allowed to disturb my plan. Yes, this subordinate understands. Yan He's heart was slightly startled as he hurriedly replied respectfully. After giving these instructions, Qin Yan finally left the pavilion and walked toward his own residence in the city. However, just as he was about to leave the pavilion, he did not discover that a black-robed human figure was standing high in the sky in the dark night, sending Qin Yan off with his eyes. When he saw the face that was covered under the black robe, who else could it be other than Xiaoyan? Qin Yan, although I do not know just who you are and what you intend to do by finding me, I do not mind killing another elite Dodi if you have any ill intentions. Although Qin Yan had Yan He guarding beside him, Xiaoyan, who had already successfully advanced his sky annihilation step to the Lingyun Great Stage, was no longer afraid of the latter in terms of speed. Adding the frightening increase in his fighting strength from the sky annihilation step, along with his various tactics, Xiaoyan would similarly have the ability to fight even if the other party was a 9-star Dodi. Hence, if this Qin Yan had any ill intentions toward him, Xiaoyan would not be stingy in killing him. Xiaoyan admitted that he had never been a merciful person. He would only see how the other party treated him. If the other party lied to him, just like how Qin Yan was currently doing one thing in the open while doing another in the dark, Xiaoyan felt the most shameless. Now, it all depended on how Qin Yan would treat him. This time around, after Qin Yan had left, he only met Xiaoyan again on the day of the auction. The latter rested in his dormitory for another 3 days until his condition had completely recovered to its peak. It was also the day when the auction would begin. Finally, after 2.5 months of waiting, it was time to reveal the doubts in everyone's hearts. Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened within the dormitory. His body flashed and he arrived in front of the door. He extended his hand and pulled the door inwards, welcoming the noise outside as well as the warm glaring sunlight. Fusang flower, I am here. After walking out of the room, Xiaoyan's gaze looked out. From a high vantage point, the entire city was filled with a black mass of human heads. The turbulent human flow was just like densely packed ants. At this moment, these people were continuously squeezing in the direction of the auction house. Xiaoyan shook his head and sighed softly as he eyed the black mass of people in the city. Although these people knew that the Fusang flower would appear in the auction, they did not seem to know that a person who did not possess that ring would not be accepted by the auction house. Although there were quite a number of people in the city at this moment, this could not change the decision of the auction house. They were merely a group of bandits. Under the prestige of a Dodi, these people would naturally obediently withdraw. In the face of absolute strength, numbers did not determine anything. With this thought in his heart, Xiaoyan turned around. He was just about to walk in the direction of the auction house when Wu Gang's figure flew over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. "Cuckoo, little brother Xiaoyan, the auction is about to begin. I have specially come to invite you to enter." Wu Gang smiled and cupped his hands together to Xiaoyan after arriving in front of him. The latter also cupped his hands together and replied when he heard this. "In that case, thank you very much, old brother Wu Gang." Although Xiaoyan was not very familiar with Wu Gang, he had quite a good impression of this person. Therefore, he was naturally much more courteous when speaking to him. Let's go. Wu Gang smiled and nodded. He extended his hand and made an inviting gesture to Xiaoyan. The two of them walked together, stepped into the empty air, and flew toward the auction house. Cuckoo, it is really unexpected that little brother Xiaoyan is actually a rank 4 alchemist. This is really surprising. Along the way, Wu Gang finally could not resist telling Xiaoyan about the scene that he had seen a few days ago. It must be said that even when he recalled it at this moment, Wu Gang's heart was filled with shock. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have thought that the young man beside him was actually a rank 4 alchemist. If one were to simply look at his cultivation, being able to reach the level of a 5-star Dodi at such a young age, this kind of training talent could indeed be described as frightening. However, this continent would never lack geniuses. Xiaoyan was definitely not the only person who could train to such a level. However, the thing that was shocking was that Xiaoyan was actually able to raise his spiritual strength to such a frightening level while raising his cultivation to the level of a 5-star Dodi. If the former was pardonable, then the latter was simply impossible. Haha, actually, I'm not some tier 4 alchemist. The reason why I'm able to refine tier 4 medicinal pills is only because I borrowed medicinal pills. Medicinal pills? The expression in Wu Gang's eyes involuntarily hardened when he heard these words. A chill involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. It was not that there were no medicinal pills in this world that could raise one's spiritual strength. However, from his impression, it seemed that only the blood soul pill was the most common type. The blood soul pill used the soul of a living person as a medicinal ingredient. Refining the blood soul pill required a human life as the price. It could be said to be extremely vicious and was the most shameless medicinal pill in the alchemist world. Moreover, the side effects of the blood soul pill were extremely great. Most people were not unwilling to use the blood soul pill. However, if Xiaoyan in front of him used the blood soul pill, it could only mean that he, Wu Gang, had misjudged Xiaoyan. Cuckoo, Chairman, there is no need to think too much. The medicinal pill that I have consumed is called the Rising Spirit Pill. It is a rank 4 medicinal pill that can raise one's spiritual strength for a period of time. Although this is considered a common method, it is a viable choice for an alchemist. Xiaoyan appeared to have seen the suspicion in Wu Gang's heart. He smiled slightly and spoke with a warm face. Wu Gang was involuntarily at a loss when he heard this. Immediately, he came to a sudden understanding in his heart. At the same time, an embarrassed smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. It is actually the Rising Spirit Pill, huh? TSK, I have heard that this thing is extremely rare. This is because it is mostly used by alchemists and almost never ends up in the outside world. It is unexpected that young friend Xiaoyan is actually able to obtain such a medicinal pill. It really causes one to be envious. After flattering with a smile, the two of them no longer procrastinated. A moment later, they had already arrived in front of the auction house. Unfortunately, this place was already surrounded by an endless stream of people. If they were to enter from the main entrance, it was destined that no one would be able to enter. However, being the deputy chairman, Wu Gang naturally had another method. Under Wu Gang's lead, Xiaoyan directly arrived at the special entrance that only the upper echelons of the auction house could pass through. There were also 2 guards at this place. However, the difference from other places was that the strength of these 2 guards had actually reached the level of a 2-star Dodi. Using 2-star Dodi class experts to guard the entrance. It was likely that even the Formation Master Association would not be able to do such a thing. Seeing this scene, even with Xiaoyan's character, he involuntarily felt a shock in his heart. This auction house was really unusual. Cuckoo, it is just to be safe. At the same time, we hope that we can use this opportunity to deter those unruly fellows. This is why we have invited 2 elite Dodi to guard this place. Wu Gang randomly laughed. The expression on his face revealed the current emotions in his heart. The 2 of them approached and the 2 elite Dodi in front of the entrance immediately cupped their hands and bowed to the 2 of them. Unlike other people, these 2 were genuine elite Dodi. Their hearts each had their own pride. In terms of etiquette, the auction house would naturally not have too many requirements. Xiaoyan smiled at the 2 of them. Then, he and Wu Gang directly walked into the auction house. Behind them, the two of them saw the backs of Xiaoyan and Wu Gang gradually disappear. Only then did they involuntarily face each other. Their faces revealed a surprised expression. Who is this brat? He is actually able to walk through this door together with the vice chairman? That's right. According to what I know, other than the two guild masters, there are only a total of 4 people who have entered this door. Moreover, those people are all great figures with great reputations in the western region. However, who is this brat? The two of them looked at each other. Surprise involuntarily surged out from their eyes. Their mouths were also speechless. No one knew who this mysterious black-robed young man was. They only knew that this door in front of them was something that even the young master of that family had never walked through. Yet, this mysterious black-robed young man of unknown origin was able to receive such treatment. From this, it could be seen that the latter was definitely not someone an ordinary person could compare with. At the same time, at a certain place outside the auction house, Qin Yun and Yan He, who was following behind him, also slowly shifted their gazes away from the door. Although the expression of the young man beside him appeared calm, Yan He could feel an extremely cold chill from his body. That kind of chill was something that even he could not endure. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. With Wu Gang leading the way in front, Xiaoyan easily entered the auction ground. Those who passed by him along the way all threw respectful and curious gazes at him. Their hearts were all shocked at Xiaoyan's appearance. Although Xiaoyan felt helpless in his heart, he could only shrug his shoulders and ignore them. Wu Gang by the side threw some praising gazes at Xiaoyan when he saw this. If it was an ordinary person, especially a young person like Xiaoyan, his face would definitely involuntarily reveal a proud smile under such respectful and curious gazes. However, looking at Xiaoyan, regardless of whether it was his face or his eyes, they were completely calm. From this, one could see that the latter's character was definitely not something that an ordinary person could compare with. Very quickly, Xiaoyan followed Wu Gang and arrived in front of a specially prepared private room. This place was the most luxurious auction ground in the entire auction ground. Naturally, it was also used by the auction ground to entertain VIP guests. Normally speaking, those who could enter this place were all extremely wealthy and powerful people. Moreover, the lowest standard was an 8-star Dodi. From this, one could see just how important Xiaoyan was to Wu Gang. This time around, even some of the elite Dodi in the passageway could not bear to throw shocked gazes at Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, they could only watch the latter enter the VIP room with their eyes wide open. Other than envy, there was nothing else in their eyes. Cuckoo, I wonder if this place will suit young friend Xiaoyan's taste. After entering the private room, one could see at a glance that this place was nearly 100 square meters in size. The decorations within it were dazzling. Even the chairs were made of top-quality jade. Numerous monster cores were embedded into the carpet on the stone chairs. With the existence of the monster cores, the carpet would always be at an extremely comfortable level. The stone chairs that one sat on were also made of special jade. The faint fragrance that was emitted from them actually possessed some special ability. If one were to use this kind of chair for a long period of time, it was likely that it would bring quite a lot of benefits to one's body. TSK, all of this can be considered luxurious. Especially that monster core. With Xiaoyan's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the monster core was obtained from a Do-D-class magical beast. There were at least over a dozen monster cores in this place. In other words, one would have to kill over a dozen Do-D-class magical beasts in order to obtain these monster cores. This kind of spending was really the most luxurious thing that Xiaoyan had ever seen. Cuckoo, if young friend Xiaoyan is satisfied, I will leave first. There are still quite a number of matters that require me to settle in the auction ground. Today, quite a number of factions' big shots have arrived. Wu Gang smiled when he saw the shocked expression that was revealed on Xiaoyan's face. Immediately, he turned around and exited the room. He gave some instructions to a female servant with a fiery hot figure outside the door before leaving by himself. After that, the maid entered the private room. Sir, the deputy chairman has asked a female servant to serve you. The female servant's face was timid as she walked to Xiaoyan's side. Her pretty face was so cute that it caused one to involuntarily want to pinch it. Her voluptuous lovely body was only covered by a piece of rag-like cloth. Over half of her snow-white body was exposed. If an ordinary person saw this, it was likely that he would not be able to control himself. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan's dark black eyes were currently filled with a bright glow. His gaze swept over those monster cores one by one. His heart was so excited that it pounded. Over a dozen D-class monster cores. If he were to take these monster cores out, it would be an enormous fortune. Xiaoyan was involuntarily moved when he thought until this point. He pursed his lips. Xiaoyan was just about to move when he sensed an unusual gaze. He was slightly surprised in his heart as he looked to the side. Only then did he notice the female servant with a fiery figure beside him. However, at this moment, the exquisite pretty face of this female servant carried a mocking smile. That smile seemed to be saying that he was at the very least someone invited by the deputy chairman. Yet, he was actually like a pauper, cough cough, sensing the strange smile on the face of the female servant. Xiaoyan's old face involuntarily reddened. He smiled awkwardly and hurriedly said, "You can leave. I don't need anyone to serve me." Hearing this, the female servant sized up Xiaoyan from head to toe. Her lovely body twisted, turned around, and left the private room. "I am a pauper to begin with." Seeing that the female servant had left, Xiaoyan finally could not resist rubbing his nose with his hand. He curled his lips and walked to the front of the chair. His gaze carried some reluctance as it swept over those monster cores. Finally, he could only helplessly shrug his shoulders and sit down. At this moment, the auction house and the outside world had already gathered together. As expected, anyone who wore a cream-white ring or a faction had successfully entered the auction house. Although only 5 times the number of rings had been given out, due to the number of people that each faction had brought, it resulted in the number of people in the auction house being close to 1,000. As for those people who did not have rings outside the auction house, despite feeling extremely unwilling in their hearts, they could only bitterly leave in the face of the powerful might of the auction house. Of course, before this, they had definitely learned a lesson in blood. Looking at the auction house, the interior of the private room that Xiaoyan was in was similar to what he had seen in the past. On the front wall of the private room, there was a projection that could display the entire situation in the auction house in front of Xiaoyan. At this moment, in the auction house, the huge auction stage slowly split apart. The floor shrunk, revealing 4 stairs that faced 4 directions. Soon after, female servants with hot figures walked out one after another. Each of them held a tray covered by a black cloth. As for the items placed on the tray, due to the special preparation, no one could guess. After this group of female servants walked out, everyone in the auction house naturally shifted their gazes. In the auction house, which was slightly noisy a moment ago, in the next moment, everyone's gaze fell on those trays. After a fruitless search, everyone's gaze fell on the dozen or so female servants with hot and fiery gazes wantonly swept over their sexy and delicate bodies. At this moment, on the huge auction stage, the empty space in the middle of the empty space suddenly distorted. Following that, a slender middle-aged man appeared at the center of the auction house. "Haha, everyone, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this auction in Xianxia City. I am the president of this auction house and also the chief auctioneer of this auction, Lu Zhongtian." In the large auction ground, everyone's gazes were already firmly locked onto the middle-aged man the moment he appeared. This was especially the case for those in the VIP private rooms. The gazes that those people threw toward Lu Zhongtian contained a deep fear. At this very moment, when the people present heard Lu Zhongtian's name, even some of the forces present who had never seen him before could not help but reveal expressions of fear on their faces. It was very clear that although Lu Zhongtian was not in the outside world, his name still resounded throughout the western region. Lu Zhongtian was a terrifying existence that could charge into the top 3 of the western region with just his strength. At this moment, even Xiaoyan, who was in the private room, could not help but reveal a shocked expression on his face when he heard the latter's name. Clearly, even he had heard of the latter's name. Although this man's strength had yet to break through to the origin transformation realm, his cultivation of a 9-star Do-D had already reached the peak. He was only a step away from the origin transformation realm. Cuckoo, everyone, I will not say any unnecessary pleasantries. I know that all of you have come here today for the auction. Since this is the case, as the chairman, I can only wish that everyone will be able to obtain the items that they are satisfied with. Additionally, I hope that everyone will abide by the rules of the auction ground. No one is allowed to fight within the auction ground. If anyone does, I will forcefully ask you to leave the auction ground. At the same time, you will lose the right to participate in the auction. No matter what item you have obtained before, we will take it all back. Although Lu Zhongtian was smiling as he spoke, his words caused the expressions of most of the people present to change. Even the people in the private rooms did not dare to easily brush past these words in their hearts. Lu Zhongtian smiled with satisfaction when he saw the expressions of fear on the faces of the people present. Immediately, he clapped his hands gently, emitting an extremely loud echo in the quiet auction ground. After which, a tall female servant respectfully stepped forward and handed the tray in her hands to Lu Zhongtian. The empty space once again distorted and a floating auction stage appeared. The female servant carefully placed the tray on it before consciously withdrawing. After which, Lu Zhongtian's gaze swept over the entire place. The corner of his mouth carried a slight smile, giving him a scholarly appearance. Anyone could tell that this was a great person who could shake the entire western region with just a stomp of his foot. Cuckoo, this first auction item is a dagger called Edgeless. It is made from blood dragon wood and is incomparably hard. At the same time, it is also extremely bloodthirsty. Due to it containing the monster core of a 4-star Do Di magical beast, it also has the ability to pierce through Do Qi. Additionally, it also possesses a certain level of poison. After a brief introduction, Lu Zhongtian took out a Tier 3 defensive array disc that he had prepared in advance and opened it. As everyone can see, this formation plate is a rank 3 low-grade formation plate. Normally speaking, it is able to block an all-out attack from a 2-star Do Di. Lu Zhongtian spoke in a casual manner. Immediately, he picked up the dagger in front of him. Soon after, without using any Do Qi, he heavily pierced it into the formation in front of him. Bang! However, this formation merely endured for less than an instant before it burst apart with a bang. Immediately, the entire place was in an uproar. A formation plate that could block the full force attack of a 2-star Do Di was actually so easily broken by this Edgeless. Moreover, this was under the premise that Do Qi had not been added. It was difficult to imagine just how sharp this dagger would be if it had the support of Do Qi. In an instant, everyone present threw fiery hot gazes toward that Edgeless. Although not everyone present was an expert dagger user, there would definitely be some kind of strong person within their respective factions. Anyone who could bring back this Edgeless would definitely be able to increase the strength of their faction. This was naturally something that they were interested in. Xiaoyan in the private room used a huge ruler as his weapon and was already used to the huge size of the huge ruler and its wide opening and closing moves. He was not interested in this kind of tricky and small weapon. Edgeless, the starting price is 80 low-grade spirit stones. Hua. Although the ability of Edgeless caused everyone present to be interested, this price caused quite a number of people to shrink back. Of course, there was naturally no lack of strong people who used daggers as their weapon among the people present. Not long later, a series of clapping sounds sounded in the auction. Finally, even a portion of the factions who had originally planned to give up on this auction actually joined in. In the end, this Edgeless was successfully auctioned off at a price of 470 spirit stones. This caused the smile on Lu Zhongtian's face to become even richer at the same time. Following this temporary craze, Lu Zhongtian struck while the iron was hot. In less than 4 hours, there were another couple of valuable items that were successfully auctioned off. The prices also caused Lu Zhongtian to be unable to stop smiling. At the same time, even Xiaoyan, who was currently in the private room, could not help but click his tongue. These factions were really as Qin Yun had said. They were all rich and overbearing. Within a short 4 hours, they had already obtained close to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. With such a foundation, it was no wonder that they were able to bully the top 500 factions in the western region. Now that he thought about it, the so-called 4 large sects were really nothing. A mere 4 8-star Do Di. At this moment, there were no less than 5 of them in the auction house. There were even a total of 4 9-star Do Di. A faction like this could easily leave the so-called 4 large sects in the dust. Sure enough, the real tigers that bit people were those that seemed to be lying quietly at the side, indifferent to you. If you really dared to underestimate them, then no one knew that they would suddenly launch a fatal blow at you at a certain moment. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan could not help but narrow his eyes as he quietly pondered in his heart. Time gradually flowed by in the lively auction. No one cared about it and no one measured it. However, they knew that they were welcoming wave after wave of climaxes in the auction. Each auction item was even more attractive than the previous one. Naturally, the auction prices were even more exaggerated. This continued until a certain moment when Lu Zhongtian once again opened a tray. This time around, what appeared in front of everyone was a completely blood-red colored fruit. The strangest thing was that the surface of this fruit was actually covered with a layer of mysterious scales. They appeared like snake scales but were somewhat different. However, the instant this fruit was reflected in Xiaoyan's eyes, the latter's pair of dark black eyes suddenly surged with joy. His hands involuntarily grabbed the armrest. The emotions in his heart had suddenly become excited at this moment. On the auction stage, Lu Zhongtian removed the black cloth that covered the tray in front of him. Immediately after, the first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a jade box that was a few inches in length and width. When Lu Zhongtian opened the jade box, a blood-red fruit appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The blood-red fruit appeared to be the size of a dragon fruit. Its entire body was suffused with a blood-red color. If one were to take a closer look, there seemed to be blood flowing on its red skin. Under that layer of strange blood-red light, the surface of the fruit was covered with a layer of strange snake-like scales. The scales were diamond-shaped and covered the surface of the fruit layer by layer, making the fruit look rather smooth. From afar, it looked like a bird's egg. At the same time that this fruit was exposed to the air, Xiaoyan, who was in the private room, also saw this bright red fruit through the screen in front of him. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan's pair of dark black eyes firmly locked onto this fruit. Within his heart, there was an agitated emotion that could not be suppressed as it surged out. His hands, which were originally lightly placed on the stone armrest, involuntarily tightened their grip. Blue veins popped out, and a terrifying force was released from his fingertips, easily crushing the armrest. Standing up, Xiaoyan stared at the fruit in front of him with a fiery gaze. His face involuntarily revealed a fanatical expression. This is dragon scale fruit. I'm sure there are many people here who know about it. Just when Xiaoyan was feeling excited, Lu Zhongtian, who was in the field, introduced the fruit to the crowd with a face full of smiles. The dragon scale fruit, just like its name, grows in a place where thousands of dragon scales gather. Only by gathering countless dragon scales will there be a certain chance of growing a dragon scale fruit. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. When they looked at the dragon scale fruit, their eyes could not help but surge with astonishment. Some of the people who did not know about the dragon scale fruit were also extremely surprised. Dragon scales were the symbol of the ancient Void Dragon clan, and the ancient Void Dragon clan was a supreme force on the continent. Their strength was even more frightening. Only by gathering countless dragon scales would there be a certain chance of growing a dragon scale fruit. Just from this point alone, the value of the dragon scale fruit was astonishing. To be able to be related to the ancient Void Dragon clan, even if it was just a little bit of it, was enough to make everyone present feel excited. Indeed, the dragon scale fruit is indeed related to the ancient Void Dragon clan. Of course, it is only in certain aspects. As if he saw the fiery thoughts in the hearts of the crowd, this time, Lu Zhongtian did not exaggerate and spoke the truth. The dragon scale fruit is unable to increase a practitioner's cultivation. At the same time, purely based on its nature, it is also unable to heal injuries. At this point, Lu Zhongtian intentionally paused. Most of the people present who did not know much about the dragon scale fruit frowned. It could neither increase a practitioner's cultivation nor heal injuries. Since that was the case, what was the use of keeping it? The true effect of the dragon scale fruit is increasing physical strength. Within the private room, Xiaoyan and Lu Zhongtian spoke at the same time. The former's expression was indifferent, but the latter's expression was filled with fanaticism. That's right, the effect of the dragon scale fruit was to increase the physical strength of the person who consumed it. From a certain point of view, the effect of consuming the dragon scale fruit was not inferior to consuming a transformation pill. It was just that the direction of development of the two were different. Increasing physical strength? These words entered the ears of most of the people present, but it did not cause much of a stir. After all, these people mainly focused on doqi cultivation. Physical strength was really too weak in their eyes. In a real battle, relying on the strength of doqi, one's physical strength was unable to effectively unleash one's strength. Auctioning off this dragon scale fruit did not benefit them at all. Of course, not everyone thought so. It was not as if there were no powerhouses who cultivated physical strength. Therefore, in just a short moment, fiery words came out one after another. Haha, not bad, not bad. It is actually the dragon scale fruit. Sir Chairman, quickly announce the price. I can't wait to get it. Hee, recently, I have been unable to break through a bottleneck in one of my physical do techniques. Now, it has actually taken the initiative to deliver itself to me. The old me will definitely get this dragon scale fruit. In the viewing gallery, a few factions spoke one after another. Their eyes contained a fiery expression when they looked at the dragon scale fruit. The dragon scale fruit was the greatest help to these experts who practiced physical strength. With the dragon scale fruit, they would be able to raise their strength by a large amount. This would save them a lot of training time. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Zhongtian, who was on the auction stage, smiled faintly. Although he had already predicted that there would not be many people interested in the dragon scale fruit, the fact that it was so popular had already exceeded his expectations. Haha, the starting price of this dragon scale fruit is 200 low-grade spirit stones. Everyone, please. Lu Zhongtian wore a smile on his face as he swept his gaze across the entire place. He raised his hand and made a pleased gesture to everyone present. After which, he did not say anything else and quietly waited for the change in the auction. Initially, the price of 200 low-grade spirit stones had indeed shocked many people present. Although they more or less had some faction standing behind them, this did not mean that they could treat 200 spirit stones as nothing. However, under the enormous temptation of the dragon scale fruit, there was finally someone who could no longer remain silent and made the first bid. With the first bid, there would naturally be a second and third. Hence, not long after, the price of the dragon scale fruit swiftly rose from the initial 200 spirit stones to 500 spirit stones. It even showed signs of continuing to rise. I bid 600 spirit stones. At this moment, a deep voice was suddenly emitted from one of the private rooms in the auction house. Immediately, everyone present couldn't help but look towards the source of the voice. The expressions on the faces of the people from the few factions who were shouting loudly earlier couldn't help but change slightly when they noticed that the voice came from within the private room. If it was an ordinary faction, they naturally would not have any scruples. However, if it was the people in the private rooms, they had no choice but to be careful. Those factions that were able to enter those private rooms were the true top-tier factions in the western region. Most of them were factions that only President Lu Zhongtian could afford to pay attention to. Therefore, the words that rang out from those private rooms possessed quite a bit of deterrence to these factions. Although they were fortunate enough to enter this auction, they knew in their hearts that the real competition was the Fusang flower at the end. At this moment in the auction house, the only factions who had the ability to bid for the Fusang flower were the people in the private rooms. At most, they could only bid for the first few items. With regards to this, they were very self-aware. In the auction house, as the deep voice from the private room rang out, the group of factions gradually calmed down. As for the other private rooms, although those factions also knew the value of the dragon scale fruit, it was not suitable for them. Hence, no one bid. The appearance of this scene caused Lu Zhongtian, who was on the auction stage, to frown slightly. The fact that the people in the box had started to bid now had undoubtedly broken his expectations. At the same time, he was afraid that it would cause a certain amount of difference in the profits of the auction. This was something that he did not expect. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that no one intended to bid anymore. Could it be that this dragon scale fruit could only be auctioned for 600 spirit stones? This dragon scale fruit is only effective for people who cultivate physical strength. There are very few people who can use it. Since no one else is bidding, I guess there won't be anyone else who will bid. In that case, Lord Lu, please make your decision. In the private room, a deep voice rang out once again. This time, many people in the auction house could only shrug their shoulders helplessly. Indeed, although the dragon scale fruit was expensive, it was only effective for people who cultivated physical strength. Even if an ordinary person consumed it, the effects would be minimal. It was because of this reason that the auction price of the dragon scale fruit was limited. Hence, there were very few people who actually bid for it in the auction house. Sigh, after a long while, Lu Zhongtian could only shake his head helplessly in his heart. He lifted his gaze, intending to judge the outcome of the auction for the dragon scale fruit. However, at this moment, in the private room, Xiaoyan, who had been hesitating, finally frowned and asked Lu Zhongtian. President Lu, may I ask if this dragon scale fruit can be auctioned with other items of equal value? As Xiaoyan intended to keep the spirit stones for his incarnation to raise its strength, he did not intend to use the spirit stones in his storage ring to auction off the dragon scale fruit. Therefore, he could only turn his gaze to the other valuable things in his storage ring. The words that Xiaoyan suddenly spat out caused everyone present to focus their attention. After which, they turned their gazes. This included the people in the other private rooms. All of them turned their gazes toward the private room that Xiaoyan was currently in. At the same time, Lu Zhongtian, who was on the auction stage, was also stunned by Xiaoyan's words. Then, he smiled and said, "Sir, if you can take out an item worth more than 600 spirit stones, then it can naturally be auctioned for the dragon scale fruit." When he said this, Lu Zhongtian's eyes were fixed on Xiaoyan's private room, and a smile appeared on his face again. Within the private room, Xiaoyan smiled and nodded when he heard these words. He said with a smile, "In that case, I wonder if 10 bottles of icy spirit liquid are worth this price?" In the auction house, Xiaoyan's words caused everyone present to be momentarily stunned. The words that Xiaoyan had spat out a moment ago repeatedly echoed in their minds. Everyone's hearts were in a state of shock. Although many people on the continent were familiar with the name icy spirit frozen liquid, there were very few people who could actually see or even obtain it. This was because of the environment in which it existed and the frightening energy that the icy spirit frozen liquid contained. That kind of energy was something that even a Dodi would not be able to resist. Of course, to be more specific, the icy spirit frozen liquid did not possess such a frightening energy. The reason for this was because of the icy spirit frozen fountain. The icy spirit frozen fountain was extremely rare on the continent. This caused the value of the icy spirit frozen liquid to become even more precious. Additionally, it had the ability to suppress a heavenly flame, causing the value of the icy spirit frozen liquid to soar. If one were to compare, the value of 10 bottles of icy spirit frozen liquid far exceeded 600 spirit stones. It could even be said that the value of the icy spirit frozen liquid was not something that could be estimated with spirit stones. At this moment, everyone present was shocked by the words that Xiaoyan had spat out. Of course, Xiaoyan himself did not feel much about this. After all, with the icy spirit in his hand, the extremely cold aura that it emitted was able to help Xiaoyan continuously agglomerate the icy spirit frozen liquid. Ever since he left the Shilin mountain range, Xiaoyan already had over 100 bottles of icy spirit frozen liquid in his storage ring. These 10 bottles of icy spirit frozen liquid were nothing to Xiaoyan. On the other side, in a private room, Qin Yun and Yan He, who was seated beside him, had the greatest change in their emotions. Others might not know the origin of this icy spirit frozen liquid, but he could imagine it. His icy spirit frozen liquid, could it be that he obtained it from there? Qin Yun's seated body trembled uncontrollably. The stone chair that he was sitting on had unknowingly been filled with dense cracks. However, under the powerful pressure from the latter's body, it was still squeezed until it maintained its original state. "Young master, the icy spirit frost liquid is of great importance. Don't jump to conclusions. Then tell me, where else in the Western domain can produce icy spirit frost liquid?" Qin Yan's voice sank as he bellowed sternly. When the latter heard this, his expression immediately changed. He subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to say anything. "I have to get to the bottom of this. When the auction is over, not only do I want him dead, I also want the icy spirit frost liquid." In his hands. Qin Yan's face revealed an ominous glint as killing intent filled his eyes. His ice-cold gaze stared intently at the jade cup in his hand. The instant he released his grip, the jade cup was covered by a layer of extremely cold ice. When it fell to the ground, it emitted a clear shattering sound before turning into fragments that scattered all over the ground. Yes. Hearing Qin Yan's order, He nodded expressionlessly. He could not help but feel a burst of pity for Xiaoyan in his heart. If one were to talk about it, Xiaoyan and them should have been passers-by who brushed past each other. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan was unlucky enough to be chosen by Qin Yan and become a sharp blade that they displayed to the outside world. On the other hand, their edge was temporarily hidden. All they needed to do was wait for the right time to unsheath it. At that time, Xiaoyan would become the main culprit in all of this while they would successfully complete their original plan. Outside the arena, after a short period of silence, everyone gradually regained their senses. However, their eyes involuntarily fell on the box where Xiaoyan was located. To be able to take out 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid, this was not something that an ordinary faction could take out. However, from the clear voice just now, this person should not be very old. However, the crowd did not know why they had never heard of such a person in the western region. Haha, this Mr. 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid are naturally more precious than 600 spirit stones. However, I wonder if this Mr. can take out the icy spirit frost liquid and let me appraise it. Although Xiaoyan's bid caused Lu Zhongtian's heart to be extremely shocked, he was not a fool. After doing business for so many years, he would not believe that the latter could really take out 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid just based on a single sentence from the latter without absolute confidence. After all, the icy spirit cold liquid was really too precious. For the benefit of the auction house, he had no choice but to pay more attention. Haha, please forgive me. I am only doing this for the benefit of both of us. As if to prevent Xiaoyan from misunderstanding, Lu Zhongtian hurriedly added another sentence. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan, who was in the box, smiled slightly. He could naturally understand Lu Zhongtian's thinking. After all, the item being auctioned was also a valuable dragon scale fruit. If Xiaoyan was unable to take out the icy spirit frost liquid, then the auction house would have no one to compensate for their losses. This method was reasonable. Immediately, Xiaoyan, who was in the box, flicked his finger. The space in front of him suddenly distorted slightly. Under Xiaoyan's control, the 10 jade bottles entered the space and appeared in the auction house outside the box. Although there were many people in the crowd who were tempted by this, they also understood that if they did not want to return empty-handed, they had to dispel the improper thoughts in their hearts. Or else, what Lu Zhongtian had said earlier would become their fate. After Lu Zhongtian held the 10 jade bottles in the empty space in front of him, he carefully opened one of them. Instantly, an extremely powerful icy aura gushed out from within. In the surrounding space, many fine ice shards immediately appeared. In fact, even the auction stage in front of Lu Zhongtian was gradually covered by a thin layer of ice. The terrifying icy power was completely revealed at this moment. Yes. It really is the icy spirit frost liquid. Such a rich icy aura was naturally not something that could be easily imitated by anything. Hence, after sensing the terrifying icy aura within the jade bottle, regardless of whether it was Lu Zhongtian on the auction stage or everyone in the crowd, they were certain that the jade bottle contained the icy spirit frost liquid without a doubt. Sir, there are indeed 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid. Wow. Although Lu Zhongtian had already confirmed this answer in his heart, it still caused quite a number of people in the viewing gallery to be in an uproar when he personally said it. At the same time, Lu Zhongtian also returned the 10 jade bottles in front of him to Xiaoyan without any changes. According to the rules, the auction items would be personally retrieved by the winner after the auction ended. Before that, the auction items and the auction chips would be safeguarded by both parties. This sir is willing to offer 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid. I wonder if there is anyone here who is willing to offer a higher price? Lu Zhongtian said with a smile. However, the entire auction hall was silent. 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid. The value of such an item was already inestimable. Even if they had something even more valuable in their hands, they would not be so foolish as to use it to auction off a dragon-scale fruit. As for Qin Yan, although the latter really wanted to know if Xiaoyan had any more icy spirit frost liquid, for the sake of his next plan, he still calmed himself down and waited impatiently. After a long while without any results, Lu Zhongtian and Xiaoyan, who was in the private room, revealed a satisfied smile on their faces. Then, Lu Zhongtian made his decision. The atmosphere in the auction hall was silent for a moment. Soon after, when Lu Zhongtian took out the next auction item, the atmosphere, which had become slightly silent due to the appearance of the dragon scale fruit, was quickly lifted again. Especially after Lu Zhongtian's seemingly enthusiastic introduction, the prices of the auction items rapidly soared. In just a moment, the atmosphere in the auction hall was once again heated up, so much so that it was even more intense than before. In the face of all these changes, Lu Zhongtian's heart was naturally incomparably happy. This was especially the case when he saw the crazy bidding from the open and covert struggles in the auction ground. The smile on his face became even more brilliant. While the auction was ongoing, he would occasionally throw his gaze toward the private room where Xiaoyan was located. After all, Xiaoyan had taken out 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid the moment he made his move. Such an act was the first time in so many years. How could he easily fall behind? Unfortunately, after the auction of the dragon scale fruit, although the atmosphere in the auction hall was extremely heated, the factions in the private rooms did not make any moves. This caused Lu Zhongtian to feel a little regretful in his heart. Of course, not making a move did not mean that these people were truly unmoved by any of the auction items. It was just that they were all waiting. The items that they wanted to auction were the truly high-grade items. Therefore, even if they encountered items that were enough to move them during the auction, these people still forcefully suppressed the throbbing in their hearts and waited patiently. Time quietly flowed by amidst this boring wait. As time passed, the atmosphere in the auction hall became increasingly heated. At this point in time, the auction items that appeared in the auction hall could already be considered high-grade items that were extremely valuable. Even though the auction prices were already astronomical to most people, the shouting of bids still rang out one after another. Under the attraction of the treasures, these people had already sunk into the climax of the auction, unable to extricate themselves. It was as if they would not stop until they had exhausted all their wealth. In the private room, after the auction of the dragon scale fruit, Xiaoyan almost no longer made any moves. Occasionally, he would make a move because he fancied a few more precious medicinal ingredients. Although the price was not cheap, basically no one would raise the price after Xiaoyan made a move. This saved Xiaoyan a lot of trouble. Therefore, when Xiaoyan's storage ring had an additional 5 baht of high-grade medicinal ingredients, he had spent less than 1,000 spirit stones. Logically speaking, this was already considered a huge profit for him. As the dazzling auction items appeared one by one in the auction hall, even Xiaoyan could not help but be tempted. During the process, there were even a few times when he was tempted and almost could not help but make a move. However, in the end, he was suppressed by his own willpower. Originally, Xiaoyan's aim for participating in this auction was merely to obtain the hibiscus flower in the end. However, he did not expect that there would be so many surprises in this auction. It must be said that his trip to Jingyao City this time around was really worth it. At the same time, after witnessing the grandeur of the auction, Xiaoyan could not help but think of the origin returning art in his storage ring. Wasn't that thing obtained at the auction? He did not know if he would be as lucky as last time. If he could find another fragment of the origin returning art, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. However, although Xiaoyan's idea was pretty good, the heavens were always unsatisfactory. Perhaps Xiaoyan was too greedy, so in the end, he did not see anything that resembled the origin returning art. In the end, Xiaoyan could only helplessly sigh in his heart. He also knew that the origin returning art was not something that could be found in a hurry. It had to be considered in the long run. If he had the opportunity, he would naturally be able to obtain it. If not, he could only resign himself to fate. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was not completely clueless about the origin returning art. Wasn't there a fragment of the origin returning art in the Heaven End ancient tomb? If he could obtain it, it would be of great help to him. As for the remaining origin returning art, the Yuanwu continent was vast and boundless. How could a fragment of the origin returning art only exist in this western region? After all, this was a powerful qi method that was once renowned. There were countless number of people on the continent who wanted to gather it. In order to find the remaining fragments of the origin returning art, one must leave the western region. Only by broadening one's horizons would one have a greater chance of gathering the origin returning art. Perhaps, it is time to leave the western region, Xiaoyan sighed softly in his heart. His fist was slowly clenched tightly. The vision of an expert could not be limited by anything. The western region was merely a stop on his path to becoming a true expert. The continent was very large and there were many places that he had yet to visit. There were also many secrets that he had yet to understand. Only the place where the true experts gathered would be the stage for him to grow. Moreover, Sun Er's whereabouts were currently unknown. The only thing that Xiaoyan was certain of was that this group of things that were neither human nor ghost were definitely members of the Han clan. Moreover, their aim was likely the same as Han Tiandi back then. They had come for the Tushi ancient god. Xiaoyan's tightly clenched fist under his sleeves involuntarily tightened when he thought of this. An endless amount of murderous intent crazily gathered deep within his heart. 980 spirit stones. Suddenly, a loud cry was transmitted from the auction stage. Xiaoyan finally recovered. He focused his eyes and looked over. The Ling class Do technique that had been auctioned earlier had been successfully auctioned off. Moreover, this price was also ridiculously high. However, Xiaoyan felt relieved when he thought about it again. Being an elite Do D, these people had already practiced Qi methods that were compatible with them. The two could be said to have blended together and were inseparable. Hence, it was impossible for an ordinary Qi method to catch their eye. Normally speaking, even if someone were to auction a Qi method, it was only for the sake of the younger generation. Do techniques, on the other hand, were different. During a fight, the attributes of the Do techniques were different. The strength that was displayed would naturally differ from one another. If one was able to obtain a scroll of a powerful Do technique that was suitable for oneself, its strength would naturally soar by many times when used together with the Qi method. This was also the reason why Do techniques were mostly auctioned in high-grade auctions while high-grade Qi methods were rarely auctioned. Immediately after the middle-level Spirit Do technique was successfully auctioned off by one of the people in the private room, Lu Zhongtian smiled and took out another scroll. Cuckoo, as everyone can see, the next auction item is called Desolation Finger. It is also a scroll of Do technique. Moreover, it is a scroll of high-level Spirit Do technique. However, the difference between this scroll and the previous one is that once one is able to master this scroll, the strength of this scroll will be comparable to a low-level Spirit Do technique. Moreover, this is under the precondition that it does not exhaust one's spiritual strength. Comparable to an E-class low-level Do technique. Just this sentence alone was enough to cause everyone present to be shocked. In an instant, even the people from the factions within the few private rooms could not help but be moved. Within the private rooms, numerous human figures suddenly stood up. Their gazes passed through the screen in front of them and stared intently at the ancient scroll that was floating in Lu Zhongtian's hand. A Ling-class Do technique that was comparable to an E-class low-level Do technique. It was likely that as long as the people present were not fools, they would definitely be moved by this kind of powerful Do technique. Immediately, everyone present gathered their gazes onto the auction stage. At this very moment, numerous gazes were like spotlights that stared intently at the scroll in the air above Lu Zhongtian's hand. If they had the ability, they would really wish that they could forcefully snatch it. If this Do technique could only be considered an ordinary Ling-class high-level Do technique, these people would not be so excited. Although a Ling-class Do technique could be considered rare, it did not reach the level where they would go all out to fight for it. However, the label behind it caused everyone present to be moved. Even Qin Yun was no exception to this point. It was not that he did not have an E-class Do technique. However, everyone knew that the use of an E-class Do technique not only required the support of an enormous amount of energy, it also had an extremely great demand on spiritual strength. Normally speaking, unless there was no other choice, no one would easily use an E-class Do technique. This would also reduce one's own fighting strength in an invisible manner. Hence, the appearance of this Desolate Finger scroll had undoubtedly made up for this enormous gap. The Desolate Finger was a Ling-class high-level Do technique. In terms of energy consumption, it could not be compared to an E-class Do technique. In terms of spiritual strength requirement, a Ling-class Do technique did not possess it. This was to preserve one's own strength to the greatest extent. When it was fully mastered, it would be comparable to an E-class Do technique. This was the point that caused people to be moved the most. Being able to use a Do technique with great strength while preserving one's own strength to the greatest extent was naturally a good thing that no one was willing to miss. Hence, wave after wave of noises sounded one after another in this enormous auction ground. The noisy roars charged to the sky, causing it to appear as though the entire auction ground was trembling slightly. Within the private room, Xiaoyan was completely isolated from the noise of the outside world. However, his gaze was similarly fiery hot as he stared at the scroll of Do technique. This time around, he would not be willing to miss it. Cuckoo, everyone, please don't be anxious. Due to the request of the owner of this Do technique, the value of this Do technique will not be calculated using spirit stones. Instead, everyone will take out a scroll of a water-type Do technique and use it as an exchange to take this scroll of the Desolate Finger. Of course, whoever takes out the highest level Do technique will naturally own the Desolate Finger. Therefore, now, please. Lu Zhongtian smiled faintly. His gaze calmly swept across the entire auction hall. In particular, when he swept his gaze across the private rooms, an unconcealable radiance appeared in his eyes. He believed that this time, it was their turn to make a move. This old man is willing to offer a high-level water attribute Do technique. On the spectator stand, an old man was the first to stand up. At the same time, he threw a scroll at Lu Zhongtian. In the blink of an eye, the latter received the scroll in his hand. After a simple inspection, he frowned slightly. After which, he apologized to the old man and returned the Do technique. Everyone should be aware of the value of this scroll of the Desolate Finger. Therefore, just a scroll of a water-type Ling-class Do technique is unable to exchange for the Desolate Finger. I hope that everyone will carefully consider when bidding. Hearing Lu Zhongtian's words, quite a number of people present frowned slightly. Soon after, someone made a bid. At the same time, he took out 2 scrolls of a high-level Ling-class Do technique from his storage ring and delivered them to Lu Zhongtian. I offer 3 scrolls. 4 scrolls. At this moment, the number of water-type Do techniques was like counting ducks. On the auction stage, Lu Zhongtian's face was filled with smiles. Among the people present, it was naturally not easy for them to take out so many Do skills by themselves. Most of them had borrowed the strength of their clans or sects in order to barely be able to fight. Unfortunately, they were still unable to snatch the Desolate Finger in their hands. Just as the people present were competing, Xiaoyan also called out his chips. A total of 8 high-level Ling-class Do techniques. This was already all of his wealth. Unfortunately, it was ultimately suppressed by the number of 10 high-level Ling-class Do techniques from another private room. Helpless, Xiaoyan could only withdraw. Since he was unable to obtain it, he could only place his target on the Fusang flower. The final bidder was Qin Yun. He took out a total of 15 water-type Do techniques. However, only 5 of them had reached the high-level Ling class. However, such a number was already sufficient for him to crush everyone present. Cuckoo, this mister has taken out 15 water-type Ling-class Do techniques. I wonder if there is anyone present who has a higher value than this. Lu Zhongtian was grinning from ear to ear. 15 scrolls of water-type Ling-rank Do techniques. This was a huge fortune. Just based on this, their auction house would be able to earn a huge profit. Regardless of whether there were more after this, their auction house had already made a huge profit. 15 Ling-class Do techniques. Who among those present can take them out? Within the private room, Qin Yun laughed coldly. Indeed, logically speaking, with the advantage of numbers, this Desolate Finger scroll should have landed in his hands. Unfortunately, at this moment, Shua. A ray of light suddenly shot out from one of the private rooms. It was like a shooting star as it shot toward Lu Zhongtian. The owner of the private room was the one whose dragon scale fruit had been snatched away by Xiaoyan earlier. The latter first frowned slightly as he faced the ray of light that shot over. After which, he easily caught it in his hand. What caused him to be slightly surprised was that this was merely a scroll. However, just as Lu Zhongtian opened this scroll, the expression on his face gradually froze. A moment later, it was once again filled with a rich surprise. At this very moment, the scroll that landed in his hand was actually a low-level E-class water-type Do technique. It was also because of this that this desolate finger scroll unsurprisingly landed in the hands of the strong person in this private room. The auction continued. Climax after climax, surprise after surprise unceasingly appeared. Time also swiftly flowed by in this continuous auction. Unknowingly, a week had already passed since the start of the auction. It was only on the evening of the 7th day that Lu Zhongtian gradually withdrew the smile on his face. The auction stage that was floating in front of him slowly rotated. Numerous golden pictures appeared on it. Those lines were some kind of formation. Under Lu Zhongtian's control, the formation was released as he wished. It swiftly agglomerated into a golden barrier that completely covered the auction stage that he was standing on. For the sake of safety, even though Lu Zhongtian's strength was great, he still needed to be fully prepared. The matter of the Fusang flower was extremely important. Even he needed to treat it seriously. After the formation was released, Lu Zhongtian extended a finger and gently flicked the storage ring on his finger. Immediately, a square crystal box the size of a basketball appeared in Lu Zhongtian's hand. Within the crystal box, there was a palm-sized snow-white flower that slowly stood. Fusang flower. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Fusang flower. Xiaoyan's eyes stared intently at the snow-white flower stored in the crystal box. Within the private room, Xiaoyan could not help but mutter softly. At the same time, everyone in the auction house, including the factions in the private rooms, were also staring at the snow-white Fusang flower at this moment. Deep excitement surged in their eyes. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air and gradually suppressed the fiery hot emotion in his heart. Between his eyebrows, a majestic spiritual strength involuntarily surged out and moved toward the crystal box in the auction ground. However, just as Xiaoyan's spiritual strength neared the auction stage, a strong resistance directly reflected his spiritual strength back. How vigilant! Helplessly withdrawing his spiritual strength, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice with a slightly surprised tone. Almost at the same time, in the other private rooms, the same scene was happening. Humph, it's actually another formation. In the private room, Qin Yin frowned as he felt his spiritual strength being rebounded back. A cold expression surfaced on his face, but in the end, he unwillingly snorted and withdrew his spiritual strength. Esteemed guests, this is the last highlight of our Jinyao City's auction. Of course, I believe that it is also the purpose of most of you coming here. It is. Lu Zhongtian stared at the snow-white, spotless six-petal flower within the crystal box in front of him. A fiery expression involuntarily flashed deep within his eyes. However, it was quickly suppressed by him. Immediately, he raised his head slightly. His gaze swept over everyone present as he spoke in a deep voice, one word at a time. Fusang flower. The low and deep voice was like a heavy bomb that directly set off a huge commotion in the auction house. The uproar rose one after another, as if the roof of the auction house was about to be blown off. Immediately, numerous greedy and fiery gazes shot over like sharp swords. Among them were the people from the various factions in the private rooms. Even though they already had some understanding of the item in the crystal box through the white rings in their hands, seeing it with their own eyes and hearing it from Lu Zhongtian's mouth caused them to be even more shocked. Sensing the sudden chaos and commotion in the auction house, Lu Zhongtian stood at the center of the stage. With a thought, a majestic aura and pressure suddenly surged out from his body. It was like a tsunami that wildly wreaked havoc in the large auction house. At the same time, Lu Zhongtian narrowed his eyes. His sharp and domineering gaze swept across the auction house once again. As his gaze swept past, the chaotic hall rapidly calmed down as if ice had been added to boiling water. Faced with the pressure of a half-step origin transformation expert, there was no one present who could easily ignore it. In other words, there was not a single faction that dared to underestimate him. Everyone, please follow the rules of my auction house. If anyone is interested in the Fusang flower, you can call out a price. There is no need to test it, or else, Lu Zhongtian indifferently said. His sharp gaze swept past the private rooms with more obscure presences. After which, he waved his hand and coldly cried out. Now, the auction of the Fusang flower begins. However, the auction house strangely fell into silence after Lu Zhongtian's words. Countless gazes were directed at Lu Zhongtian, who was currently standing in the middle of the auction stage. Their gazes were somewhat strange. Ugh, noticing those gazes, Lu Zhongtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Immediately after, he came back to his senses, coughed awkwardly, and said with a chuckle, "I'm sorry." Haha, sorry. That was my mistake. Everyone in the viewing platform looked at each other as flames gradually surged from the depths of their eyes. Haha, due to the Fusang flower being too valuable, the requirements for this auction are rather strict. At the same time, the auction method will be different as well. The original owner of the Fusang flower has requested that the auction method is to exchange items. I know that the items in everyone's hands are extremely valuable, but if you truly want to obtain the Fusang flower, it will depend on the will of the original owner. As long as any one of you can take out an item that can move the original owner, the Fusang flower will belong to that person. Lu Zhongtian smiled faintly. However, he felt a little helpless in his heart. If this was not the case, it was likely that he would have used the foundation of the auction house to obtain this hibiscus flower. Unfortunately, even after using everything in his auction house, he was unable to move the original owner of this hibiscus flower. Therefore, he had no choice but to take it out for auction. In order to ensure the safety of this auction, the auctioneers will each enter a stone room. The owner of the auction item will meet everyone alone. As long as the owner is satisfied, the Fusang flower will immediately fall into his hands. The auction will be considered complete and you can leave the auction house on the spot. As Lu Zhongtian's words fell, the sound of gears turning immediately resounded in the auction house. Many of the spectator seats split apart and hid in the darkness. Immediately, a pitch-black stone door appeared on the spot. Beside the stone door, there were circular corridors that surrounded the entire auction house. This scene was no different from what Xiaoyan had seen 2 months ago. As for Xiaoyan's side, the wall on one side of the room was slowly pulled open at this moment and a stone door also appeared. Everyone, time is precious. Only one person from each faction can participate. Once there are too many people, it may cause the auction to be interrupted. Therefore, I hope that everyone can grasp this opportunity. Now, please enter the stone room and prepare for the auction. Looking at the stone door in front of him, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. He was a little hesitant. Originally, he thought that since he had successfully refined the Spirit Awakening pill, he should have a 50% chance of competing for the Fusang flower. However, from the looks of it, the situation was very different. Even if he had a level 4 medicinal pill in his hand, it was still not easy to obtain the Fusang flower. There were 500 different factions present. In other words, there were at least 500 people participating in the auction. However, the person who could truly obtain the Fusang flower was only one of these 500 people. The probability was so small that it was difficult to estimate. At the same time, on Qin Yan's side, he was also frowning. In this way, no one could be certain just whose hands the hibiscus flower would end up in. This was especially the case for Xiaoyan. Once Xiaoyan left his sight, it was likely that it would affect his future plans. No matter what, he needed to first intercept Xiaoyan outside the auction ground before he left. Yanhe, go outside the auction house and keep an eye on him. Once he comes out before me, call him to the reserved place. Before I come out, you must stabilize him. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Yanhe nodded his head heavily. His body twisted slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the room. Humph, Fusang flower, icy spirit cold liquid, and I want all of them. After Yanhe left, Qin Yan narrowed his eyes. Under his sleeves, his palms slowly clenched together. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. A black-robed human figure stood quietly in the dimly lit stone room. From the looks of it, it was Xiaoyan. The stone room was not large. The square space could only accommodate over 10 people. The walls on all 4 sides were bare. There was only a stone table in the middle of the stone room. There were 2 stone chairs on both sides of the stone table. Xiaoyan's gaze observed the stone room. For safety's sake, he released his spiritual strength and filled the entire stone room. This included the 4 walls. Everything was carefully probed by Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the wall in front of Xiaoyan shook violently. At the same time, it emitted a crack-crack sound that sounded like gears turning. A stone door suddenly appeared on the flat wall. Soon after, it slowly opened. The person standing behind the door was a female servant. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little surprised in his heart. Everyone, the stone room that you are currently in is the place where you will be exchanging your items. Since our auction house will not be handling the auction this time around, I will first warn everyone here. Our auction house will not interfere with the process and result of your exchange. Therefore, the choice is in everyone's hands. If you regret it at that time, you cannot blame our auction house. I hope that everyone can understand this point. It was also at this moment that Lu Zhongtian's voice that was filled with warning was suddenly transmitted from outside the stone room. Upon hearing these words, other than a small number of factions, most people snorted disdainfully in their hearts. Their stomachs were filled with cold laughter. What a joke! The item to be exchanged was the Fusang flower. These people could not be more happy if they were able to obtain it. How could there be something like going back on their words unless that person was extremely stupid? As for those people from the large factions, they could not help but frown slightly after hearing Lu Zhongtian's words. In this way, they would lose their most beneficial protection during the process of exchanging the Fusang flower. If the auction house did not interfere in this matter, regardless of whether the Fusang flower they obtained was real or fake, it would have nothing to do with the latter. They could only suffer in silence, unable to voice out their bitterness. Humph, if you dare to trick this young master, I will definitely shatter your bones. A trace of killing intent rose in his heart. At the same time, the doqi within the vortex in his body was also swiftly raised at this moment. At the same time, in the other stone chambers, almost the same scene was playing out. After which, the door to the stone room once again closed. The next time it opened, it would be when their exchange process was completed. Within the stone room, Xiaoyan watched the stone door completely close after emitting a heavy collision sound. His heart repeatedly pondered the words that Lu Zhongtian had said earlier. Lu Zhongtian's words as words. It seemed that he was intentionally avoiding something. And it was. Am I really thinking too much? Xiaoyan softly muttered in his heart. However, he helplessly shook his head. Things had yet to reach that stage. It was pointless for him to overthink things. It was better to wait quietly for a moment and wait until he met with the original owner of the mysterious hibiscus flower. Ka-ka-ka, suddenly, the opposite wall once again emitted a ka-ka-ka sound. In the stone room, the indifferent Qin Yun raised his gaze and looked toward the stone door. Soon after, a human figure covered in a large black robe slowly stepped into the stone room. As the human figure stepped in, a strange fragrance immediately pounced toward Qin Yun. Qin Yun could not resist blinking his eyes. Immediately, his expression swiftly recovered its indifference. The doqi in his body was quietly raised. His gaze stared intently at the person in front of him as though he was waiting for something. It was also at this moment that the black-robed human figure extended a shriveled hand from under his sleeve. The instant he raised his hand, a crystal box appeared in the black-robed human figure's palm. Looking at the crystal box, a six-petaled flower was standing leisurely. It was the Fusang flower. Fusang flower. Qin Yan's body trembled slightly. Seeing the Fusang flower at such a close distance had already caused him to be unable to control the emotions in his heart. The doqi in his body suddenly rose. A terrifying cold air was immediately emitted from Qin Yan's body. The temperature within the stone room also suddenly dropped. Seeing this, the corner of the human figure's mouth involuntarily lifted into a cold smile. Mister, your cold air is too strong. Be careful not to freeze my flower. A strange laugh that caused one's hair to stand was emitted from under the black robe. Hearing these words, Qin Yan's expression involuntarily changed. He clenched his teeth and forcefully suppressed the turbulent doqi in his body. Speak. What do you want? As long as you hand the Fusang flower to me, you can choose whatever you want from the things here. Qin Yan waved his hand and the storage ring on his finger immediately flashed. A few scrolls and jade bottles immediately appeared on the stone table in front of Qin Yun. These things were the collection within his storage ring. Usually, even he took great care of them. However, for the sake of the Fusang flower, he had no choice but to pay the price. Seeing the few things in front of him, a pair of tiny eyes under the black robe immediately shot out a greedy glint. A bright red tongue gently licked his lips. The human figure hurriedly said in a somewhat impatient manner, "How about this? I will hand the Fusang flower to you now. I want all of these things." A strange laugh was emitted. The human figure extended a pair of shriveled hands and hugged all the things in front of him. "Wait, these things, I'll give them to you." At this moment, the human figure appeared to be impatient as he threw the crystal box in his hand to Qin Yun. Seeing this, Qin Yun did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly hugged it into his embrace and could not be bothered with the latter as he impatiently began to inspect it. The instant the crystal box entered Qin Yun's embrace, a thick strange fragrance suddenly attacked him. The fragrance assailed his nostrils, causing Qin Yun to involuntarily take a deep breath. His mood immediately became much better. However, what followed was an endless heat. The Fusang flower. I have finally obtained it. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yun's eyes involuntarily turned bright red. The smile on his face was crazy. All of this was seen by the black-robed person. The appearance that the latter revealed caused him to be surprised. However, it quickly turned into a cold laugh. The black-robed person kept the things on the table and hurriedly left the stone room. He mocked in his heart before quickly entering another stone room. The same scene repeated itself. When the human figure extended his hand from under the black robe, a crystal box appeared. Time flowed by. Within the quiet stone room, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The flame art chi method within his body was slowly circulating. Threads of energy gradually surged out from the surrounding air. Following the breathing from Xiaoyan's nose, they flowed into the latter's body. After being refined by the heavenly flame, they were finally absorbed into the vortex space and became a part of Xiaoyan's body. Following the slow training of Xiaoyan, 2 hours had passed without him noticing. Only at a certain moment did the stone door in front of Xiaoyan begin to move amidst a series of ka-ka sounds. Ka-ka-ka. Following the appearance of the sound, Xiaoyan, who was training with his eyes closed, immediately withdrew his mind. At the same time, the doqi within his body rose. A fire gathered deep within his eyes as his gaze looked directly at the stone door opposite him. Soon after, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, quickly stepped into the stone room. Following the entrance of the human figure, a rich strange fragrance also followed and poured in at this moment just like before. It was like a flow of wind that pounced toward Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. A fire danced deep within his eyes. His gaze was like an invisible arrow that broke the strange fragrance that was heading toward him without him noticing. At the same time, a chill also surged into Xiaoyan's heart. With regards to all of this, the black-robed person was completely unaware. Just like before, he took out a crystal box from under his large black robe. Within it was a flower that stood leisurely. However, in Xiaoyan's eyes at this moment, this flower was not snow-white in color. Instead, it was scarlet red. At the same time, waves of scarlet fog spread out from within the crystal box. In the blink of an eye, it had already filled the entire stone room. Nightmare flower. So this is how it is. Seeing the scarlet flower in front of him, Xiaoyan's heart became increasingly cold. However, his face was indifferent. This calm manner caused the black-robed person to feel a surprise in his heart. From before until now, he had already entered over a dozen stone rooms. The eyes of those people were filled with a fanatical expression when they looked at the Fusang flower. In the face of his gift, those people did not hesitate to use the chips in their hands to exchange for it. Some of them would even raise the price for themselves. However, they did not know that in the eyes of this black-robed person, they were just like stupid pigs. The nightmare flower was one of the few unique flowers on the continent that could create illusions. Usually, they would emit the unique fragrance that they possessed and agglomerate into a fog around their bodies. The fragrance was incomparably unique. Any living creature that inhaled it would create illusions and transform into various powerful magical beasts to protect themselves. The strength of the illusionary effect of this kind of nightmare flower was completely determined by the age of its existence. For example, the flower in front of Xiaoyan at this moment, which could be used to hallucinate a dodi, was likely over 1,000 years old. Moreover, looking at the appearance of this fellow in front of him, it was likely that he had used this move quite a number of times. If it was not because Xiaoyan possessed the heavenly flame that allowed him to easily break through the fog, it was likely that even he would have carelessly fallen for it. Although the illusionary effect of the nightmare flower was frightening, at the same time, the nightmare flower was also an extremely valuable medicinal ingredient. Many high-tier medicinal pills would use the nightmare flower. However, Xiaoyan did not expect that this fellow would actually waste a natural treasure in such a reckless manner. He had actually used such a precious item to deceive others. This was really intolerable. Cuckoo, this little brother, the Fusang flower is here. Why, are you not planning to exchange it with me? Although the young man in front of him caused the black-robed person to feel surprised in his heart, he firmly believed that his nightmare flower would be effective in front of any expert below an 8-star Dodi. Hence, he was not worried at all. After all, no matter how strong this young brat in front of him was, how could he reach the level of an 8-star Dodi? Indeed, Xiaoyan's cultivation was not comparable to an 8-star Dodi. However, his body possessed the most frightening destructive strength in the world, the heavenly flame. In front of the heavenly flame, what waves could a mere nightmare flower stir? Xiaoyan raised his eyes when he heard the words of the black-robed person. Both of his eyes looked directly at the black-robed person in front of him. At the same time, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he said, "Advanced 7-star Dodi. You actually dare to go around deceiving others with this kind of strength. I don't know if I should say that your courage is commendable or that you are extremely foolish. What do you mean by this?" The heart of the black-robed person was suddenly startled. Could it be that this black-robed, young man in front of him was actually an old demon that had not appeared in the world? Cuckoo, since you have not come to your senses, I shall personally take it. Xiaoyan laughed coldly. His seated body suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of the black-robed person. His white hand grabbed at the head of the black-robed person. In front of Xiaoyan's powerful spiritual strength, this black robe was completely useless. What are you planning to do? This is the Fusang flower. Fool. Do you think that you can deceive everyone just because you can deceive a portion of the people? Nightmare flower, it will be fine if you hand over the Fusang flower today. Otherwise, you will definitely be defeated here. The instant the cold cry from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, the large black robe on the body of the black-robed person instantly burst apart, revealing a shifty-eyed skinny old man. At this moment, a deep horror surged onto the latter's face. His body pulled back explosively in an attempt to pull some distance away from Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, how could he dodge Xiaoyan's attack within this narrow space? You are an 8-star Dodi? The old man involuntarily exclaimed. At the same time, Xiaoyan's palm landed in front of the old man's chest. Although the latter tried his best to block, he was also forced back in a miserable manner. After which, he heavily collided with the wall behind him. The old man involuntarily felt a shock in his heart when he sensed the strength contained in Xiaoyan's palm. He immediately raised his head, looked at the black-robed young man in front of him, and involuntarily exclaimed. 6-star Dodi? When did I say that I am an 8-star Dodi? Xiaoyan merely laughed coldly in the face of this. His body moved and once again attacked. Damn brat. You actually dare to scare the old me. A mere 6-star Dodi actually dares to show off in front of the old me. You are really seeking death. It was no wonder that the skinny old man would mistake Xiaoyan for a 6-star Dodi. This was because Xiaoyan's overall strength was not weaker than an ordinary 6-star Dodi. Every aspect of his body was comparable to a genuine 6-star Dodi. Hence, this caused the skinny old man to mistake the person in front of him for a 6-star Dodi the moment they touched. It was unknown just what kind of interesting expression would be revealed on his face if he was aware of Xiaoyan's true cultivation. Xiaoyan's hands were clenched into fists within the narrow stone room. A frightening force swiftly agglomerated in his palms. Although he had yet to truly use his Do Qi, this powerful physical strength was enough to cause the space around Xiaoyan to emit waves of vibrating sounds. The skinny old man in front of him was completely unaware of this at this moment. He, who was completely furious, only felt that it was an insult that he, a 7-star Dodi, was being played by a 6-star Dodi. Brat, although I don't know how you are able to see through my nightmare flower, you cannot blame the old me since you have delivered yourself to me. The skinny old man coldly laughed. His face was ferocious. His shriveled hand was bent into a claw. Sharp Dochi immediately climbed to the tip of his finger, agglomerating into numerous sharp claws that viciously tore at Xiaoyan like a hot knife through butter. Xiaoyan was completely fearless in the face of the old man's attack. A thought passed through his mind and the Force Elephant skill was unleashed. He raised both of his fists and met the old man's sharp claws head-on. Clang 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 clang, beautiful sparks immediately shot in all directions when the two collided. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Immediately, a cold smile appeared on his face. A great shock surged into the old man's heart at this moment. This brat, what frightening physical strength. No wonder he dares to attack me. He actually does have some skill, however, if this is all you have, you should get lost. The skinny old man coldly laughed at Xiaoyan in his heart. Soon after, his shriveled body bent. He extended two sharp claws and waved them in front of him like weapons. His legs repeatedly jumped on the ground and his entire body dodged back and forth like a spring. Chi, the sound of rushing wind was transmitted over. One of the old man's claws was aimed at Xiaoyan's neck. From the looks of it, it seemed that he wanted to forcefully tear the latter into two. However, under the cover of Xiaoyan's powerful spiritual strength, the old man's hand finally narrowly brushed past Xiaoyan's ear, carrying a wave of piercing wind sound. Huh? Seeing that Xiaoyan had actually dodged his attack, the skinny old man could not help but feel astonished in his heart. Soon after, he raised both of his hands and once again attacked Xiaoyan with an even more ferocious attack. The chaotic claw shadows were like ghosts as they danced in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. Almost every attack was aimed at Xiaoyan's vital points. This old man did not seem to have the slightest intention of playing around. He wanted to end the fight in the shortest amount of time. He could not allow the person in front of him to ruin his plan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, however, each time the skinny old man attacked, each time his sharp hand claw was about to land on Xiaoyan's body, the latter's body would twist strangely. A careless action would actually easily break the old man's ghost-like hand claw. Damn it, I have underestimated this fellow. Sensing this point, the skinny old man's heart immediately tightened. He knew that he could not continue to drag this out. Once this dragged on for too long, it would be a destructive blow to him. Currently, he could no longer continue to stay in the auction ground. Once he exited this stone door, he needed to make the best use of his time to leave this place. If the person in front of him had not appeared, he might have really been able to earn a large sum of money. Unfortunately, they were clearly in a narrow space that could only accommodate over 10 people. However, the skinny old man's attack did not even touch Xiaoyan's clothes. This involuntarily caused one to feel astonished. At the same time, a deep seriousness gradually surged into the skinny old man's heart. Even with his strength of an advanced 7-star Dodi, he was actually unable to touch the clothes of this black-robed young man under such an attack. At this moment, regardless of how stubborn he was, he would eventually understand in his heart that this black-robed young man in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. He might have really kicked a metal plate this time around. Damn it. I cannot drag this out any longer. I must leave now. The old man thought unwillingly in his heart. Soon after, the skinny old man's body suddenly shook. Surging Dochi immediately surged out. The powerful Dochi wave violently collided with the surrounding walls. Xiaoyan's body was also forced back by 2 steps. Soon after, just as Xiaoyan raised his head, the skinny old man suddenly turned around. He was about to open the stone door behind him and leave the stone room. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? Seeing that the skinny old man was about to escape, a cold smile surfaced on Xiaoyan's face. A thought passed through his mind and his body immediately appeared behind the old man. At the same time, his hand was already placed on the latter's shoulder. Just as the old man was about to open the stone door, Xiaoyan pulled him aside. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyan raised his right leg. It carried a powerful force and easily caused the space to collapse. After which, his leg heavily smashed into the old man's abdomen. Bang! Even with the douqi blocking, under Xiaoyan's powerful attack, the douqi that had just surged out from the old man's body was instantly shattered before it could condense. The skinny old man's body heavily crashed into the wall behind him. His old face instantly swelled red. Soon after, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! Who exactly are you? Xiaoyan. Without hiding anything, Xiaoyan said with a cold expression. However, just as the skinny old man heard the name that Xiaoyan said, his old face instantly became terrified. A few months ago, he had heard of this name in the Shilin region. This name was a name that shook the four major sects. At this moment, the old man finally understood in his heart why the seemingly ordinary young man in front of him had such terrifying strength. It turned out that he had transformed into the young man whose name shook the entire Shilin region. Xiaoyan. You are Xiaoyan? The old man was extremely terrified. The trace of resistance that originally existed in the bottom of his heart instantly vanished. What a joke. Even 4 8-star Do Emperors could not do anything to him. What could he, a 7-star Do Emperor, do? Moreover, the person in front of him had a terrifying battle record of killing a Do Emperor with the strength of a half-emperor. Now that his strength had increased by another level, his fighting strength had probably become even more terrifying. You recognize me? Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. He could not help but feel a little astonished. Who in the Shilin region does not know of Sir Xiaoyan's name? Today, I failed to recognize you and have offended Sir Xiaoyan. I do not dare to ask for you to leave unscathed, but I beg you to spare my life. The skinny old man was filled with fear as he prostrated himself. The battle intent in his heart had completely disappeared. Hand over the Fusang flower and I can spare your life. Xiaoyan coldly said. The skinny old man could only mourn bitterly in his heart when he heard Xiaoyan's words. However, he did not dare to stop moving. He hurriedly removed a storage ring from his finger. The items that he had obtained from the various factions were all stored within it. At the same time, it also stored the Fusang flower. At this moment, the skinny old man did not dare to be greedy for his own life. He could only hand over all the items and hope that the person in front of him would let him off. Xiaoyan swiftly checked the storage ring after receiving it from the skinny old man. After confirming that there was no mistake with the Fusang flower, he coldly nodded and spoke sternly. I can spare your life. However, you are not allowed to leave this stone room for the next 2 hours. Otherwise, Sir Xiaoyan, you can be rest assured that I will definitely not leave this stone room for the next 2 hours. The skinny old man hurriedly cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan when he heard Xiaoyan's words. The latter's heart moved and an avatar was left behind. After which, he swiftly opened the stone door and left the stone room. By the time Xiaoyan exited the stone room, the female servant standing at the entrance had already brought the items that he had auctioned to this place. Due to Lu Zhongtian being in the auction ground, they were not worried that these things would be snatched away. Of course, in addition to this, it was also because the items they bought were placed in a special formation. If they wanted to take the items out, they had to leave their chips behind. 1 item for 1 item, this was a rule that these auctioneers reluctantly followed. After taking back the things that he had obtained from the auction, Xiaoyan carefully inspected them. After confirming that there were no mistakes in any of the items, he quickly walked out of the auction house. After experiencing the matter with the old man earlier, Xiaoyan appeared to have begun to doubt everything that he saw in front of him. Unless these things were still able to remain intact under the influence of his spiritual strength and the heavenly flame, only then would it cause the latter to believe in his heart. After getting the Fusang flower, Xiaoyan should leave Jingyao City and set off in the direction of Tianjua ancient tomb again. Now that he got the Fusang flower, there was naturally no need to stay in Jingyao City any longer. If he delayed for too long, it would bring endless trouble to Xiaoyan. On one hand, it was to hurry, and on the other hand, it was to avoid trouble. Therefore, Xiaoyan had to choose to leave here as soon as possible. Soon, Xiaoyan came out of the main entrance of the auction house. Although there were many people on the street outside the auction house, no one paid attention to this place. It had been a week since the start of the auction, and the enthusiasm in everyone's hearts had gradually calmed down. With most people leaving, the flow of people in Jingyao City had obviously become much sparser, which was not necessarily a bad thing. Looking up at the sky, the huge golden light shield was still enveloping the entire city. After seeing the power of this formation last time, Xiaoyan was a little interested in it. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes back then, he had clearly sensed that this formation had blocked the first pill lightning for a couple of breaths before it slowly scattered. In other words, the reason the formation had scattered was not because of the pill lightning. Instead, someone had purposely removed the formation. Their aim was to destroy Xiaoyan's medicinal pill under the pill lightning. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the North King. However, even so, Xiaoyan had truly witnessed the might of the array formation. Xiaoyan even suspected in his heart that if the formation was completely opened, it would likely be able to completely block the pill lightning from the last time. Of course, this was merely a guess in Xiaoyan's heart until now. He did not have any evidence to back it up. Even so, it was enough to prove how terrifying this formation was. Just as Xiaoyan's front foot stepped out of the main door of the auction house, two human figures were standing at a high spot in a certain pavilion outside of the auction house. Two pairs of eyes were firmly fixed on Xiaoyan's body the moment Xiaoyan's figure appeared within their sight. Feeling the two gazes, Xiaoyan couldn't help but frown. Without thinking, he immediately guessed the identity of the two people. Xiaoyan looked over. Sure enough, two figures, one black and one white, appeared in his line of sight. It was Jin Yun and Yan He. Their gazes met for a moment, and then, the two figures quickly flew towards Xiaoyan with smiles on their faces. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the latter. Hee, I wonder if brother Xiaoyan has succeeded in the exchange? The moment he arrived in front of him, Qin Yan teased him as if he already knew the answer. Seeing the smile on the latter's face that did not seem to be fake, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows in doubt. Then, his bright eyes turned and he immediately understood. From the looks of it, the person in front of him should have successfully exchanged for the hibiscus flower. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. However, he shrugged helplessly on the surface, revealing a look of disappointment, causing the person in front of him to feel even happier. Haha, it's fine. If I can't obtain it, so be it. It is merely a worldly possession. There is no need to think too much about it. However, although little brother Xiaoyan did not obtain the hibiscus flower, I have another thing here. I wonder if little brother Xiaoyan is interested to know about it. As he said that, an obscure light flashed in the depths of Qin Yan's eyes. Oh, I wonder what it is. Can you let me take a look? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows, but in his heart, he was curious as to what the fellow in front of him was up to. Haha, brother Xiaoyan is really anxious, but I don't have that thing with me. Why don't you come with me to take a look? Where is it? Xiaoyan revealed a puzzled expression as he asked hesitantly. His original plan was to immediately leave Jingyao City after leaving the auction house, but from the looks of it, Qin Yan did not seem to want to give him this chance. At the same time, Xiaoyan was also curious as to what this fellow wanted to do to him, so he was not in a hurry to leave. It's not far, we'll be there soon. Qin Yan turned around and pointed the way as he led Xiaoyan and flew in the predetermined direction. By the way, not long ago, I saw someone offer 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid at the auction house. Although I didn't see the face, from the voice, it should be brother Xiaoyan, right? Even though he was well aware of the situation, Qin Yan still pretended to ask. Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled noncommittally. Haha, actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that my cultivation method happens to be of the ice attribute, so if I can get a few bottles of icy spirit cold liquid, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit to my cultivation. So, brother Xiaoyan, you. I'm sorry, I only obtained those 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid by chance. After the previous auction, all 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid were used as chips. So, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Without waiting for Qin Yan to finish speaking, Xiaoyan said indifferently with a smile on his face. Hearing this, the latter's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then, it was perfectly concealed. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, since that is the case, I can only blame my bad luck. However, I believe that the thing that I am going to let Brother Xiaoyan see next will definitely give you a great shock. Qin Yan's face was full of smiles, and his gaze intertwined with Yan He's for a moment. The latter's heart trembled slightly, and then his figure gradually slowed down. Unknowingly, he had fallen behind Xiaoyan. In his current position, if Xiaoyan wanted to escape, he could stop him at any time. Sensing this, the smile on Xiaoyan's face did not change, but his heart was ice-cold. A short while later, Xiaoyan arrived in the sky above the square in the middle of Jingyao City under Qin Yan's lead. At a glance, the flow of people in this square was no longer the same as it was a week ago. At this moment, there was a huge black stone pillar in the middle of the square that appeared even more conspicuous in the eyes of many. At this moment, Qin Yan's group was standing directly above the stone pillar. Perhaps it was because of the auction, but the few of them did not see anyone from the Formation Master Association in this square. This caused the smile on the corner of Qin Yan's mouth to widen. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw Qin Yan stop. His gaze looked all around him and immediately noticed a dark black stone pillar that was covered with talismans directly below where they were at this moment. Brother Qin Yan, this place is, Xiaoyan frowned tightly. His expression was somewhat gloomy. Haha, Brother Xiaoyan, this is the thing that I was talking about. Qin Yan's face revealed an inexplicable strange smile. He extended his hand and pointed at the black stone pillar directly below the three of them. This does not seem to be something that belongs to you. Xiaoyan's expression sank. His eyes narrowed as he faintly sensed that the situation was not good. Yes, this ancient city protecting formation is indeed not something that belongs to me. However, I still wish to give this big gift to Brother Xiaoyan. At this moment, Qin Yan did not bother concealing it. The smile on his face became increasingly ferocious and a sharp killing intent surged in his eyes. At the same time, Yan He, who was behind Xiaoyan, also trembled slightly. Majestic Doqi immediately surged out from within his body. What exactly are you planning to do? Xiaoyan's expression was gloomy. The Doqi in his body had already been circulated. He glanced at Yan He behind him from the corner of his eyes. After which, he suddenly turned around and locked onto Qin Yan. Although Qin Yan's strength was that of a 6-star Do-Di, Xiaoyan was 80% confident that he could kill him at this distance. Therefore, if the person behind him dared to make any movements, Xiaoyan would immediately launch an attack at the person in front of him. Before I tell you, I still have one last question to ask you. Did you obtain your icy spirit frost liquid from the Shilin mountain range? Huh? Xiaoyan was shocked by Qin Yan's words. How did this guy know that there was icy spirit frost liquid in Shilin? Who was this Qin Yan? It seems that I guessed correctly. Since you were able to get the icy spirit frozen liquid from there, it means that Ling Bingshuang, that bitch, is already dying. Otherwise, she would never let a human get close to that place. But I am more curious, how did you enter the hinterland of Shilin? Qin Yan's gaze was constantly sizing up Xiaoyan. That gaze was as if he was looking at a person who was about to die. At the same time, Xiaoyan heard Qin Yan say Ling Bingshuang's name and his heart jumped. His heart was filled with shock. Who would have thought that Ling Bingshuang, a person from the Shilin region, would actually be known by someone from the Western Wilderness region? Moreover, he seemed to know about Ling Bingshuang's injuries. If that was the case, could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Xiaoyan immediately felt a deep sense of seriousness in his heart. The person who was able to injure Ling Bingshuang was definitely an expert of the origin transformation realm. And this Qin Yan in front of him had a 9-star Do-Di protector by his side. It was not hard to imagine that there were definitely experts of the origin transformation realm in the faction behind him. In addition, Qin Yan knew about Ling Bingshuang. It was not hard to imagine that the person who injured Ling Bingshuang was definitely the person behind Qin Yan. Thinking of this, a nameless flame immediately rose in Xiaoyan's heart. Killing intent also rose because of this. At this moment, the Qin Yan in front of him had already been added to Xiaoyan's blacklist of people who must be killed. Attack! Suddenly, Qin Yan let out a low cry. Almost at the same time, Yan He, who was behind Xiaoyan, suddenly moved. A palm violently smashed towards Xiaoyan's back. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan instantly used the sky extinction steps. At the same time that he dodged, Xiaoyan's figure had already arrived in front of Qin Yun. Under the latter's shocked gaze, Xiaoyan grabbed at Qin Yun's neck. At this moment, even Yan He, who was behind him, was shocked. He had never imagined that the Xiaoyan in front of him would actually possess such a terrifying speed. Was he really only a 5-star Dodi? Although his heart was shocked by Xiaoyan's speed, it was merely this. He did not appear to be worried about Qin Yun's safety after his attack missed. Instead, a cold smile surfaced on his old face the instant he raised his head. The next moment, swoosh. Circles of intense spatial ripples suddenly appeared in the originally calm space on both sides of Qin Yun. Soon after, the space in the middle of the ripples collapsed with a bang. Two shriveled hands were extended from within and each landed on Xiaoyan's shoulders. In an instant, a powerful strength actually forcefully froze Xiaoyan's body on the spot. Even the hand that was about to land on Qin Yun's neck was stopped in midair. Qin Yun also used this short moment to swiftly retreat backwards. What? Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly shrunk. He felt incomparably shocked at the sudden appearance of the two people beside him. These two people were actually able to avoid his spiritual detection. Brat, is my family's young master someone that you can touch? At this moment, an old voice that was filled with might and overbearingness was suddenly transmitted from the side. At the same time, Xiaoyan felt the pressure on his shoulders suddenly soar. His body involuntarily sank downwards. Soon after, a powerful aura heavily landed on Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan's expression also abruptly changed drastically. He did not dare to hesitate any longer. A thought passed through his mind and a clan tattoo immediately appeared between his brows. The aura within his body also suddenly soared at this moment. With a thought, the heavenly flame within his body suddenly surged. It surged out from the pores all over Xiaoyan's body. The dense white flame emitted a terrifying destructive flame. The powerful strength that suddenly rose caused the two old men to involuntarily be startled. Both of their hands involuntarily lifted. Xiaoyan's figure also hurriedly retreated. However, Xiaoyan, who was behind him, attacked once again. Astral winds whistled. Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless. There was a tiger in front of him and a wolf behind him. In such a situation, Xiaoyan was helpless and could only fly downwards. At this moment, while everyone's gazes below were focused on Xiaoyan and the three old men, Qin Yun's figure quietly descended and arrived in front of the stone pillar. Facing three elite 9-star Dodi at the same time, even the current Xiaoyan did not dare to fight head-on in such a situation. Forget about the three of them, Xiaoyan did not dare to say that he had the ability to fight with any one of the three. Following the sound of rushing wind, an old man in a black robe swiftly descended from above Xiaoyan's head. His shriveled hand landed heavily on Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily shivered as he sensed the frightening aura descending from above his head. The footsteps of his feet changed as he continuously used the sky extinction steps. Only then did he manage to cause the old man's palm to brush past Xiaoyan's body. This brat, what a strange speed. Seeing that his attack had actually been dodged by Xiaoyan, the old man involuntarily felt surprised in his heart. Just as he was muttering softly in his heart, Yan He's body once again attacked from beside Xiaoyan. The distance between the two of them was extremely close. This caused Xiaoyan to have no time to dodge. Hence, he could only face the attack head-on. Bang! The instant Xiaoyan turned around, his fist heavily collided with Yan He's attack. An intense collision sound that caused one's eardrums to ring suddenly sounded. Xiaoyan's body trembled uncontrollably. He borrowed the force between the two of them and hurriedly pulled back. But soon after, brat, where do you think you are going? Stay behind for the old me. The other 9-star Dodi arrived behind Xiaoyan as he was pulling back. He faced Xiaoyan's back and threw a palm strike. Damn it. With Xiaoyan's current condition, it was impossible for him to completely dodge this attack. It was indeed impossible for him to face three 9-star Dodi alone. At the very least, the current him was far from having that strength. Ha! Xiaoyan let out a stern cry in his heart. The muscles all over his body immediately tensed up. His calm face suddenly became ferocious. Blood surged up, causing his entire face to be flushed red. His veins popped out as the dragon phoenix ancient armor covered his entire body in the blink of an eye, emitting a purplish gold glow. He could only block this attack with all his might. Force Elephant Formula, rise. A roar was emitted from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. A frightening force spread outwards. The invisible space around Xiaoyan suddenly became distorted under this frightening force. It was about to collapse. Almost at the same time, the palm of the old man behind Xiaoyan also landed on Xiaoyan's back with an imposing manner. Boom! A dull sound of collision suddenly rang out. Xiaoyan's body shook violently. He clenched his teeth and forcibly resisted the powerful force. There was a sweetness in his throat as blood surged up. Xiaoyan forcefully swallowed back the fresh blood that was forced to his throat. Soon after, the doqi in his body suddenly swept out. With the help of the heavenly flame, it forced the three people around him back. Humph, so what if it is a heavenly flame? Attack together and keep him here. The expressions of the three people changed slightly. Soon after, they let out a cold snort. The three of them moved together and once again surrounded Xiaoyan. However, with the heavenly flame in front of them this time around, even with their strength, they still took the initiative to keep a small distance from Xiaoyan. The four human figures exchanged blows in the empty space. The three of them continued to brush past Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan also relied on his spiritual strength and the sky extinction step to do his best to deal with the three of them, hoping to find an opportunity to leave this place. Xiaoyan believed that he was definitely not a match for 3 9-star Do-Di by himself. If this continued for a long time, it would not benefit him at all. Moreover, the people from the Formation Master Association were also eyeing him covetously. Once they left the auction house, Xiaoyan would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. With this thought in his mind, Xiaoyan's agility became much sharper. However, these 3 9-star Do-Di were not ordinary people. With the three of them joining hands, they were able to block Xiaoyan within this area for a moment, causing the latter to be unable to advance or retreat. After a long while, even though the three people around Xiaoyan were unable to easily hurt him due to the protection of the heavenly flame, they still managed to leave quite a number of wounds on his body. The moment bright red fresh blood surged out, it turned into dried blood scabs under the heavenly flame. Time passed bit by bit. The number of wounds on Xiaoyan's body continued to increase. The fresh blood also gradually turned into a layer of armor that covered Xiaoyan's entire body. Numerous human figures gradually walked out from within the auction ground. The auction had already reached the true end. However, the trouble on Xiaoyan's side was like maggots in one's bones that could not be shaken off. In the blink of an eye, the amplification effect of the clan tattoo had already disappeared. Xiaoyan's strength had also decreased by quite a lot at this moment. For Xiaoyan's current situation, this undoubtedly caused his mood to become even heavier. However, it was also at this moment that an unusual change occurred in the large open space. Crack! Following a clear cracking sound, a dark black stone pillar appeared just a few meters below Xiaoyan. At this moment, following the cracking sound, it was as clear as porcelain shattering. However, it appeared exceptionally clear in this open space. Immediately, everyone present could not help but be slightly startled. This included the 3 9-star Do-Di who were currently standing in the empty space and Xiaoyan who was currently closest to the black stone pillar. The expressions on their faces were clearly a little stunned at this moment. Soon after, everyone turned their gazes to look at the source of the sound. Only then did they see numerous clear crack lines swiftly spreading across the entire stone pillar. Streaks of golden light gushed out from the dense cracks like a blazing sun, dazzling the area. At this moment, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed drastically. At this moment, he finally knew the true reason why Qin Yun had brought him here. Even the reason why Qin Yun had approached him was also incomparably clear at this moment. Qin Yun had come for this strange formation. His goal from the very beginning when he entered Jinyao City was to destroy this stone pillar. In that case, the reason why Qin Yun had approached him had also become clear. At almost the same time, a group of people wearing golden robes gradually walked out from the entrance of the auction ground. At first glance, this group of people passed through the crowd and saw the dark black stone pillar in the middle of the open space. It was filled with densely packed crack lines. Immediately, the dark black stone pillar collapsed with a bang in front of their shocked eyes, turning into numerous fragments. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful energy surged out from the bottom of the stone pillar that had shattered. It turned into an enormous cream-white light pillar that shot into the sky. At almost the same time, the originally unhappy faces of the group from the Array Master Association instantly turned gloomy. Numerous pairs of eyes were also locked onto the human figure who was closest to the original position of the stone pillar at this moment. It was Xiaoyan. The Great Formation has been destroyed. At the entrance of the auction ground, a group of people wearing golden robes were staring intently at the young man in black robes who was hovering in the air above the arena. Among the crowd, there was an old man wearing a brocade robe. At this moment, his face was filled with both shock and anger. His fury surged and his entire body involuntarily trembled intensely. The aura in his body spread out almost uncontrollably, and the space around him distorted violently before exploding with a bang, turning into a pitch-black endless space. Just a moment ago, when Xiaoyan approached the dark black stone pillar, in front of everyone's gazes, the stone pillar had also collapsed. They saw with their own eyes that the most powerful formation that their Array Formation Master Association had always relied on was being ruthlessly destroyed right in front of their eyes at this moment. There was no need to mention the person who had destroyed the Great Formation. It was naturally the black-robed young man in front of him. Association head, it's him. The person who refined the Tier 4 medicinal pill earlier is this brat. The last time, it was Xianxia who had stepped forward to protect him. I even personally saw him walking side by side with Xianxia. Beside the old man in brocade robes, Qingzhi stepped forward with a gloomy face and whispered into the ear of the old man in brocade robes. Hearing Qingzhi's words, a biting cold expression surfaced on the gloomy face of the old man in brocade robes. Xianxia, the hands of the old man in brocade robes were tightly clenched into fists under his sleeves. His gaze followed and looked over, only to see that Xianxia was currently standing high in the sky. His eyes contained an icy coldness as he stared at Xiaoyan below. The 3 9-star Dodi around Xiaoyan were also unwilling to be outdone. Although the stone pillar had been destroyed, the target of the 3 of them was Xiaoyan. They were completely indifferent to the former. Perhaps it could be said that they were not worried at all. Follow me. The old man in brocade robes waved his hand violently. The group of people behind him immediately followed and aggressively flew toward Xiaoyan's group. Behind him, outside the auction house, Han Dong had also just left the auction house. However, he did not expect the following scene to be so shocking. This was especially the case when he saw that Xiaoyan was coincidentally beside the stone pillar. His heart suddenly sank and he immediately understood the reason why Xianxia was approaching Xiaoyan. Framing others and having ulterior motives. Although he already understood this point, Han Dong did not choose to step forward immediately. Instead, he observed from the side. He wanted to see if this group of people from the Array Formation Master Association would be so foolish as to be deceived by someone else. If Xiaoyan was unharmed, then so be it. But if there was a change in this situation, he would immediately step in. With his spiritual strength, he had some confidence in blocking these people. Moreover, with the name of the Alchemist Alliance, it was likely that these people would not dare to act rashly. Xianxia, our 2 clans have always minded our own business. What is your motive for doing this today? The moment he stepped forward, the old man in brocade robes coldly reprimanded Xianxia with furrowed brows. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura rushed toward Xianxia. Xianxia was greatly shocked when he saw that this old man had actually attacked him without any hesitation. This was outside of his expectations. He did not expect that this fellow would attack before he had even opened his mouth. Humph, Chairman Fan, don't tell me that you don't want to hear the truth of this matter? My family's young master cannot afford to be wronged like this. If you hurt him for no reason today, you should know what kind of outcome you will face. Just as the aura arrived in front of Xianxia, a 9-star Dodi who was originally standing beside Xiaoyan suddenly flashed over. A powerful aura spread out like an iron wall, blocking the aura of the old man with the surname Fan. The old man's originally gloomy expression became even more gloomy when he heard the threatening words spat out from the mouth of the black-robed man in front of him. The destruction of the Great Array was undoubtedly the heaviest blow to the Array Master Association. If it were not for the fact that this fellow had managed to push that person out, even if Qin Yun had a heavenly reason, he would have made him pay the price for this. Humph, Yan Hua, are you intentionally threatening this old man? You can naturally think of it this way if you are not afraid. The black-robed old man who was called Yan Hua coldly looked at the old man in brocade robes opposite him. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. From this, it seemed that his words earlier had already obtained the desired effect. Chairman Fan, may I know if Chairman Fan can listen to me on this matter? You told me to listen to you. Olive. This happened because of you. You are the one who single-handedly planned this. Now you want me to listen to you? The old man in the brocade robe was instantly enraged. His usual calm demeanor was long gone. The fury in his heart made him want to roar. However, for the sake of the Array Formation Master Association's reputation, he finally suppressed it. Of course, there was more or less some fear towards that person. Does the chairman really think that this matter was caused by me? You said that all of this was done by me. Then, may I ask the chairman, can you give me a reason? Why would I do this? What good would it do me? Hearing the words of the old man in brocade robes, Qin Yun sneered coldly in his heart. This was exactly the result he wanted. When the old man heard this, the expression on his old face could not help but be slightly startled. Then, he could not help but laugh out of anger. He sneered, Qin Yun, you are really good. What, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Didn't you bring that kid in? You've been protecting him from the very beginning, and your purpose was to create an opportunity for him to destroy the formation. This old man saw it with his own eyes, and now you actually dare to make irresponsible remarks here, speaking eloquently and speaking the truth in such a dignified manner. What, do you really think this old man is muddle-headed? They are my guards. Without my orders, they will definitely not attack anyone. Just now, I had come here under Xiaoyan's invitation. It is really unexpected that he actually wanted to destroy the formation and even shifted the blame onto me. If Yanhua had not intervened just now, I'm afraid that I would have really become a scapegoat. Xiaoyan frowned and said, that's because I have a good impression of him. It is really unexpected that he actually wanted to destroy the formation and even shifted the blame onto me. If Yanhua had not intervened just now, I'm afraid that I would have really become a scapegoat. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly when he heard Yanhua's words, that's because I have a good impression of him. Just now, I came here because of Xiaoyan's invitation. It is really unexpected that he actually wanted to destroy the formation and even shifted the blame onto me. If Yanhua had not intervened just now, it is likely that I would have really become a scapegoat. Qin Yun stared angrily at Chairman Fan opposite him. His handsome face could not help but reveal a trace of fear. It was as if the terror of the aura just now was still causing him to be unable to escape from the fog. Seeing the latter reveal such an expression, President Fan's expression was once again stunned. After muttering to himself for a moment, he exchanged glances with the two vice presidents beside him. After pondering for a while, he could not help but feel astonished. Qin Yun's words were not wrong. A few days ago, he had indeed been unusually close to Xiaoyan. This was something that everyone in Golden Glory City had seen. As for the three guards beside him, they were indeed as he had said. Without his orders, they would definitely not leave him even half a step. However, looking at the current situation, the three of them had surrounded Xiaoyan. Furthermore, from their appearance, it was clear that they had just gone through a struggle. Furthermore, looking at their positions, it seemed that they had the intention of stopping Xiaoyan. What were they trying to stop? Could it really be that this brat called Xiaoyan was the one who did it? Even Qin Yun has been used to protect him. Xiaoyan, who exactly are you? A series of questions rose in President Fan's heart. The two vice presidents beside him also frowned, especially Qi Ming. In his heart, he felt that they had missed something. However, Qin Yun's words were something that he could not bring himself to say. After all, Xiaoyan had indeed destroyed the formation. This was something that they had witnessed with their own eyes. It was truly difficult for others to shift the blame onto him. However, it was also because of this that Qin Yun's words made Qi Ming even more suspicious. Hiss, suddenly, President Fan abruptly raised his head as if he had thought of something. Almost at the same time, the two vice presidents behind him also abruptly raised their heads. Their gazes instantly landed on Xiaoyan's body. If this brat is an alchemist, then everything would make sense if he is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. President Fan's face was gloomy as killing intent surged in his eyes. At the same time, the two vice presidents behind him also had the same thought. The Alchemist Alliance and their Array Master Association could be said to be like fire and water. Both parties treated each other as sand in their eyes and wished that they could get rid of the other party as soon as possible. Today, Xiaoyan had taken advantage of their unguarded moment to destroy the formation. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war by the Alchemist Alliance. Damn it! I never imagined that the Alchemist Alliance's methods would actually be so despicable. For the sake of dealing with us, they actually did such a thing. Boss, what should we do now? Let's go and capture that brat. He destroyed our great defensive array. Today, we must make him pay the price. If such a young alchemist dies, I believe it will be a painful blow to them. Behind him, Hui and the other vice president also spoke out one after another. One could hear the killing intent in their words. However, I am currently still very curious. The 3 guards by your side are all elite 9-star Dodi. If they were to attack together, would they not be able to finish off a 5-star Dodi brat? Don't tell me you did it on purpose? However, at this moment, Qi Ming, who had been silent all this while, suddenly frowned. His eyes narrowed as his gaze locked onto Qin Yun. In a deep voice, he voiced out the doubts in his heart. These words had really hit the nail on the head. The few people beside him appeared to have come to a sudden understanding the moment these words left his mouth. They immediately turned their gazes back to Xiaoyan. At a glance, they could tell that he was indeed only a 5-star Dodi from the turbulent Doqi that had appeared on the surface of his body. 5-star Dodi. This brat is actually only a 5-star Dodi. The face of Hui, who had seen Xiaoyan reveal his aura for the first time, immediately became shocked. His face involuntarily revealed an expression of disbelief. It was no wonder that such a young 5-star Dodi would receive Qin Yun's favor. Unfortunately, Qin Yun seemed to have judged the wrong person. Qin Yun, you should give the old me a reasonable explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I am still unable to believe that he is purposely trying to harm you. Chairman Fan's face sank. His voice still contained a rich doubt. Indeed, under normal circumstances, how could a 5-star Dodi be a match for a 9-star Dodi? Even if he were to face them alone, he would not have any ability to resist, much less face 3 of them at the same time. Just from this point alone, what Qin Yun had said earlier was a lie. Hence, how could Chairman Fan believe that a 5-star Dodi would actually be able to destroy the great city protecting formation under the combined efforts of 3 9-star Dodi? It was likely that no one would believe that they had not purposely gone easy on Qin Yun. Once these words were spoken, the gazes of the 2 people behind him immediately landed on Qin Yun. At this moment, Qin Yun's expression was completely indifferent. The current situation was completely within his expectations. If Chairman Fan is unwilling to believe it, you can ask the other people in this open ground. They are all witnesses to this matter. Qin Yun coldly smiled. It seemed that he was quite dissatisfied with Chairman Fan's doubt. Chairman Fan coldly snorted when he heard this. His gaze swept over the people in the open ground below. The result was as he had expected. Everyone who made contact with his gaze swiftly turned their heads away and acted as though they did not know anything. Regardless of whether it was the Formation Master Association or Qin Yun, these 2 factions were enormous existences to them. These people present could not afford to offend them. They would naturally consciously act as though they had not seen anything earlier. Qin Yun, there is no need for you to say such useless words. If you still do not have a sufficient reason to convince the old me, you must stay behind today even if the 3 of them protect you. Chairman Fan coldly cried out. His body trembled slightly and the surging Doqi within his body immediately surged out. It was like waves of ripples that rippled around his body. The old face of Yan Hua in front of Qin Yun sank when he saw this. His feet took half a step forward and the aura and pressure that belonged to a 9-star Dodi spread out at this moment. At the same time, the expressions of Yan He and the other black-robed old man on the other side also changed slightly. they were about to step forward. Wait. At this moment, Xianxia once again spoke and stabilized these few people. The three of you need not bother about me. All you need to do is block Xiaoyan. You must not let him take the opportunity to escape. Xianxia coldly cried out, causing He and the other two to be extremely surprised in their hearts. Seeing that Yanhua did not move, Xianxia cried out an order. Only then did the latter withdraw and once again surrounded Xiaoyan with the other two. After which, Xianxia once again turned his gaze around and looked at Chairman Fan. As for Chairman Fan, I know that you do not believe what I have just said. However, if you think that Xiaoyan is really an ordinary 5-star Dodi, you are very wrong. What do you mean by this? Chairman Fan frowned. He could not help but feel a little suspicious in his heart. If Xiaoyan is only an ordinary 5-star Dodi, why would I need to dispatch Yanhua and Yanlai? He is a 9-star Dodi. Don't tell me that he does not have confidence in dealing with a 5-star Dodi. Moreover, I, Xianxia, am also a 6-star Dodi. Does Chairman Fan think that I am unable to deal with an ordinary 5-star Dodi with my strength? Xianxia's face carried a cold smile. His words were filled with criticism and ridicule. Chairman Fan, you keep saying that I am doing this on purpose. Even if I am doing this on purpose, would I be so stupid as to send all my guards out and expose my intentions? You are just trying to silence him by killing him. This brat saw that you wanted to kill him, so he stubbornly resisted. Coincidentally, we came out of the auction house and encountered this scene. Chairman Fan curled his lips. Although his mouth was not humble, his heart had already formed a bias towards his own guess. However, it is also what you have said. Xiaoyan is merely a 5-star Dodi. Even a 9-star Dodi would not be a match for him, much less 3 of them. Before you came out, Xiaoyan had already exchanged over 100 blows with the 3 of them. According to what you have said, is this possible? Chairman Fan is unwilling to believe what I have said, but you also do not believe that Xiaoyan's strength is not as it appears on the surface. From the way I see it, you are trying to accuse him. Xianxia was not stingy. Every word and action of his forced Chairman Fan to the bottom of the valley. For a moment, Chairman Fan was speechless. Even the people behind him also lowered their heads in dissatisfaction. Then tell me, even if his fighting strength is not weak, how strong can a 5-star Dodi be? It was a long while later before Chairman Fan once again spoke. Since President Fan doesn't believe it, why don't you try it yourself? Coincidentally, He and the other two can't capture Xiaoyan in a short time. If President Fan helps us, we will definitely be able to capture him. But before that, I hope President Fan can understand that I have participated in many auctions in Jingyao City. If I wanted to do something, I would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Xianxia let out a cold cry. Immediately, he turned around with a furious face and looked at the current Xiaoyan. His heart, however, was laughing coldly. Everything was proceeding in the direction that he had expected. Although there was an interlude earlier, everything was within his control. In today's battle, not only did he want Xiaoyan to die, but he also wanted to obtain everything on Xiaoyan's body. The thing that caused him the most excitement was that his plan this time around had been completed without any flaws. Not only had he obtained the Fusang flower, he had also successfully destroyed the great city protecting formation of Jingyao City. Not long later, his plan would be able to take another step forward. Cuckoo, Fancy Yuan, even if you think until your head breaks, you will not be able to figure out that every word you have said today is within this young master's expectations. I already understand you too well. He, while Xianxia was secretly laughing in his heart, as the guardian of Jingyao City and the president of the Formation Master Association, he was still kept in the dark. Although Qiming had doubts in his heart, Xianxia's repeated words had caused him to have some doubts about his own judgment. Perhaps everything was really as Xianxia had said. It was all done by Xiaoyan. Now, the only person who could prove what Xianxia had said was naturally Xiaoyan. However, as luck would have it, he was the one who had destroyed the great formation. Now, no one would believe his words, much less listen to his explanation. They would only believe that Xiaoyan and Xianxia were in cahoots. They would not believe that even Xiaoyan was a pawn of theirs. Soon after, Fancy Yuan wanted to step forward. This matter concerned the reputation of his Formation Master Association. As the president, he needed to personally step forward. President, let me go. A mere 5-star Dodi. There is no need for the president to take action. Last time, Xianxia had stopped me. However, today, let me properly teach this nameless brat who destroyed my great city protecting formation a lesson. Qing Zhihui cried out in a deep voice. He took the initiative to ask for a fight. After some consideration in his heart, Fan Siyuan still chose to let Qing Zhihui take action. He was a 9-star Dodi. If he were to personally take action in order to prove himself, he would lose face. If he were to test the strength of the other party, Qing Zhihui, being a 7-star Dodi, was undoubtedly qualified for this task. At that time, as long as Qing Zhihui captured Xiaoyan, Xianxia's words would naturally be broken. At that time, not only would Xiaoyan have to die, even Xianxia would also have to pay the price for this matter. The great city protecting formation of Jinyao City was a rank 5 formation. Although it was only a low-level formation, its strength was still extremely strong. If it were to use its full strength, even an origin transformation expert would be able to block it. For hundreds of years, the Formation Master Association of Jinyao City had relied on this formation to be able to survive in Jinyao City without being disturbed by people from the outside world. However, now that the Great Formation had been broken, the position of the Formation Master Association in Jinyao City would definitely be affected. In the outside world, the overbearing actions of the Formation Master Association during these years had already created quite a number of enemies for them. Once they learned that the Great Formation had been destroyed, many factions would gather here. Even if the 3 great heads of the Formation Master Association were 9-star Dodi, they would not be able to protect the people behind them at the same time. At that time, the Formation Master Association could be considered finished. This was the result that Fan Siyuan could not accept in his heart. He had painstakingly managed the Formation Master Association for so many years. Now, it had been defeated in the hands of a young man. This was really something that he could not accept. Hence, no matter what the result was, this black-robed young man called Xiaoyan in front of him must die. Following the sharp sound of rushing wind, Qing Zhihui's body was like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan, who was currently surrounded by the 3 people. Brat, I allowed you to refine a medicinal pill the last time. This time around, I will definitely not let you off so easily. Qing Zhihui's ghost-like figure appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Turbulent Douqi covered the surface of Qing Zhihui's body. His powerful aura attracted the attention of quite a number of people outside the arena. Even Han Dong, who had been quietly observing, could not help but secretly break out in cold sweat for Xiaoyan. However, compared to them, Yan He and the other 2, who had already come into contact with Xiaoyan for hundreds of rounds, sneered with disdain in their hearts. Although Xiaoyan's strength appeared to be far inferior to theirs, the fighting strength that the latter had displayed was not inferior to a village chief, an 8-star Dodi. This was especially so for his frightening speed, which caused Yan He and the other 2 to be left in the dust. How could Qing Zhihui, who only had the strength of a 7-star Dodi, be a match for Xiaoyan? Sure enough, in the next moment, Xiaoyan, who had been taking the opportunity to quietly recover his Douqi, suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with a fiery glow, when Qing Zhihui's fist was thrown toward him. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. In midair, Qing Zhihui's fist, which was filled with strength, violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's face. From the looks of it, it seemed that he had the intention of taking Xiaoyan's life with one blow. Qing Zhihui wanted to use this opportunity to settle the matter between him and Xiaoyan. Of course, under the suppression of his cultivation, he was not worried that this black-robed, young man in front of him would have any ability to resist. A mere 5-star Dodi was nothing in his eyes. However, just as everyone below saw that Qing Zhihui's fist was about to land on Xiaoyan's face, the latter's slightly shut eyes suddenly opened in the next instant. At the same time, an overbearing force that looked down on the world suddenly swept out from within Xiaoyan's body. It was like an invisible wave. Even though there was no support from Douqi, that invisible deterrent force was extremely shocking and forcefully forced Qing Zhihui, who was already in front of him, back. Hua! Immediately, the passers-by on the open ground involuntarily emitted an uproar. At the same time, a shocked expression surged into their eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan. Trash, he has yet to use his douqi. Fancy Yuan's old face instantly turned green. He could not resist cursing in a soft voice. This was an exchange for even more mocking laughter from the people below. At this moment, the expression on Qingzhi Hui's face was also extremely ugly. Yan He and the other two laughed coldly in their hearts. Being scared back by just one gaze from the other party, he actually dared to call himself an elite Dodi. He even had the nerve to mention that his cultivation was higher than the other party by 2 stars. This really threw away the face of an elite Dodi. Bastard, you actually dare to threaten the old me. Die. Sensing the many mocking gazes, the expression on Qingzhi Hui's old face became increasingly ugly. He roared furiously from his mouth and displayed an even more turbulent douqi. It was like a cluster of fire that wrapped around his entire body. His body moved and once again launched an attack toward Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, the latter's figure had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, his hands violently clenched in front of him. Following a flash of light between his hands, a golden long spear appeared in Qingzhi Hui's hands. The long spear suddenly swung. The sharp tip of the spear was immediately wrapped in ferocious douqi as it violently pierced toward Xiaoyan. The tip of the spear emitted a sharp sound of wind breaking as it passed through the empty air. In the next moment, it was only a few inches away from Xiaoyan's throat. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan appear to have just reacted. He instantly lifted his gaze and stared at Qingzhi Hui, who was already very close to him. His right leg exerted strength and a frightening strength was swiftly gathering. Kaka, stinking brat, go to hell. The cold smile on Qingzhi Hui's face became even denser when he saw Xiaoyan's actions appear to be a couple of beats slower. A 5-star Dodi was ultimately a 5-star Dodi. He was unable to contend with a 7-star Dodi class expert. Xiaoyan was destined to lose this battle, the price of this loss was his life. At this moment, Han Dong, who was hidden in the crowd, finally could not endure it any longer. The douqi in his body was swiftly circulating. Once Xiaoyan was no match for him, he would immediately attack. Xiaoyan was someone he had invited to join the Alchemist Alliance. His talent in alchemy was something he had never seen before. No matter what, he could not let anything happen to Xiaoyan. However, in the next moment, when the long spear was about to pierce Xiaoyan's throat, the indifferent Xiaoyan suddenly turned his body sideways. The frightening speed of his movement caused everyone who saw it to feel shocked. Qingzhi Hui, who was the closest to Xiaoyan, had an even more indescribable shock in his heart. How is this guy's speed, Qi? The long spear flew close to Xiaoyan's chest, emitting a chi-chi sound as it broke through the air. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyan abruptly lifted his right leg. His calf exerted strength and his body stood to the side. At the same time, a heavy whip leg was abruptly lifted high and mercilessly smashed into Qingzhi Hui's chest. In an instant, Qingzhi Hui's eyes shrunk until they were the size of a needle. After which, his body was like a soccer ball in front of the gazes of the large group of people in the open ground. He was heavily kicked, flying with a muffled collision sound. Soon after, Qingzhi Hui's body, which had flown backwards, destroyed a large number of houses under that frightening strength. Finally, he heavily collided with an enormous rock. Soon after, a chi-chi sound was emitted. Qingzhi Hui's expression swiftly turned pale. What a frightening physical strength. Everyone looked at Qingzhi Hui, who had flown backwards. After which, they turned their gazes toward Xiaoyan. Soon after, waves of saliva swallowing sounds sounded in the open ground. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock stared intently at Xiaoyan in the open ground. The shock in everyone's hearts was incomparable. They had never expected that Qingzhi Hui, a 7-star Dodi, would actually be sent flying by a 5-star Dodi. Moreover, from the looks of Qingzhi Hui's current condition, even though he was not dead, Xiaoyan's attack earlier had caused him quite a great injury. A 7-star Dodi is merely SOSO. Xiaoyan's expression was ice cold as he scoffed. Cough cough, brat, you should not be too pleased. I was merely careless earlier and underestimated you. However, you will not be so lucky next time. Qingzhi Hui stood up in a miserable manner. He wiped off the blood that seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He beckoned with his large hand and the golden spear that was inserted into the ground in the distance swiftly returned to his hand. Soon after, his body moved and once again charged toward Xiaoyan. Low spirit class Do technique, flying shadow. A loud cry was emitted from Qing Zhihui's mouth. Immediately, the golden spear in his hand trembled intensely. A large area of spear shadows immediately fell wildly toward Xiaoyan like dense raindrops. Swoosh 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 swoosh, the densely packed spear shadows fell toward the top of Xiaoyan's head. Each spear shadow would leave behind a distorted vacuum area when it rushed through the empty space. After this large area of spear shadows rushed past, the invisible empty space was almost distorted and shattered. Soon after, Qing Zhihui's body once again arrived in front of Xiaoyan. The tip of his spear was pointed at Xiaoyan as it violently pierced toward the latter's head. However, the expression on Xiaoyan's face was still incomparably calm in the face of Qing Zhihui's attack. Both of his eyes focused on the large area of chaotic spear shadows that were swiftly shooting toward him. An enormous spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his brows. Everything in this world had become clear in his eyes. At the same time, the chaotic spear shadows' movements also slowed. Swoosh, Xiaoyan's body moved slightly to the side. A spear shadow brushed past Xiaoyan's body as it flew out. After which, Xiaoyan once again turned his body. His feet were either to the left or to the right. His body leaned forward or leaned forward. He was able to perfectly dodge the spear shadows that were about to land on his body. Even if there were some that he could not dodge, they were similarly broken by Xiaoyan using the simplest overbearing method with a punch. This kind of agility was really like a ghost. Even those high-class Dodi who were watching the fight outside of the arena felt extremely shocked when they saw it. Was this really something that a 5-star Dodi could do? Such a strange agility was something that even some of them did not have the confidence to successfully capture. At this moment, even Fan Siyuan and the others felt their hearts involuntarily sink when they saw it. Just from this agility, one could tell that Qing Zhihui was no match for Xiaoyan. Now, the only thing that they could hope for was that Qing Zhihui's following attack would be able to suppress Xiaoyan. After dealing with the countless number of spear shadows, Xiaoyan immediately had to face Qing Zhihui himself. Seeing that Xiaoyan had actually dodged his Do technique so easily, Qing Zhihui was both shocked and furious. Cold sweat continued to emerge from his forehead. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. At this moment, he could only brace himself and place his hopes on his following attack. Both of his hands waved the long spear with all his strength. The body of the spear swayed, and a sharp aura pierced towards the vital points on Xiaoyan's body. The tip of the spear was like a venomous snake, revealing its sharpness. Sea dragon emerges from the sea. The long spear danced. Powerful doqi swiftly agglomerated on the surface of the long spear, turning into the illusory image of a 1,000-feet-long serpent. Following the pouring of doqi, it quickly solidified. Soon after, the serpent twisted its huge body. It was accompanied by an earth-shaking roar as it shot towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's eyes were calm as he watched the huge serpent rushing towards him. He did not have any intention of dodging. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. His hand curled into a claw. With a thought, the dragon phoenix ancient armor immediately covered his entire hand. A thick white flame also lingered on it at the same time. Immediately, just as the serpent was in front of him, Xiaoyan extended his hand. His action was as quick as lightning as he forcefully restrained the serpent that had arrived in front of him. Soon after, under Qing Zhihui's shocked eyes, Xiaoyan's hand suddenly exerted force and actually forcefully crushed the serpent in front of him. A mere serpent is merely an earthworm in front of a huge dragon. After destroying the serpent, the long spear under it was firmly held in Xiaoyan's hand. A cold smile surfaced on Xiaoyan's face. His aura was not weak. However, under the premise of his strength elephant skill, dragon phoenix ancient armor, and heavenly flame, it was basically useless. Qing Zhihui's expression finally changed drastically after the serpent was destroyed. He wanted to withdraw his golden spear, but he realized that the weapon in his hand was actually firmly held in Xiaoyan's hand. He was unable to withdraw it. Damn it! Qing Zhihui cursed viciously in his heart. He simply gave up on the long spear in his hand and his body instantly retreated. While he was retreating, both of his hands were swiftly lifted. His 10 fingers moved together and formed hand seals in a lightning-like manner. The familiar and complicated hand seals were continuously formed. In the blink of an eye, they agglomerated into a huge energy hand seal in front of him. Hell King Seal! Qing Zhihui cried out explosively after the seal was formed. The surging do-qi in his body was wildly poured into the energy hand seal in front of him, causing the light on it to shake greatly. It was like a bright sun that emitted a glaring white light. It was about to blast toward Xiaoyan. Crack! In the next moment, a clear cracking sound was suddenly emitted from the energy hand seal. Soon after, numerous clear crack lines swiftly climbed onto the entire energy hand seal. Bang! Qing Zhihui's eyes were dull as he looked at the energy handprint in front of him that had suddenly collapsed in midair. His originally pale face had become completely bloodless in an instant. The aura of his entire body had also suddenly fallen to rock bottom. The main king seal that he had just formed had suddenly disappeared. The sudden backlash from the energy caused him to instantly descend into a seriously injured state. Why? Qing Zhihui's body fell weakly to the ground. He raised his head with great difficulty. Only then did he see Xiaoyan's figure slowly appear in his sight after the energy handprint disappeared. At this moment, the latter's figure was still the same as before. He was still in the same state as when he punched out. However, the Hell King's seal in front of him had already been forcibly shattered. Qing Zhihui's heart was incomparably terrified when he saw this scene. Although the Ming King seal could not be considered a powerful Do technique, it was one of the few trump cards that he possessed. Even so, it was unable to endure even one strike from this black-robed, young man in front of him. The most unbelievable thing was that the other party was merely a 5-star Do. How is this possible? At this moment, a great storm was involuntarily lifted within Qing Zhihui's heart. The change in his emotions caused the originally serious injuries within his body to become even more serious. At the same time, Xiaoyan withdrew his fist that had been thrown forward. When his hand was covered by his sleeve, one could clearly see traces of blood gradually appearing. After all, he was a 7-star Do. Xiaoyan had paid quite a great price for that punch earlier in order to achieve a deterrent effect. At this moment, Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked over. As expected, quite a number of people present were immersed in the memory of the powerful punch that Xiaoyan had thrown out earlier. Of course, there were also a couple of people who were exceptions. One example was the few 9-star Do. Although this was the case, they were still a little absent-minded at this moment. Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart when he saw this. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? At this moment, Fancy Yuan's turbid eyes were also staring at Xiaoyan in a daze. Deep within his eyes, there was also an indelible shock. At the same time, he was somewhat certain of what Qin Yun had said. This little fellow, what frightening fighting strength. That attack earlier is likely not inferior to an ordinary 8-star Do. Based on Xiaoyan's attack just now, he was certain that Xiaoyan's battle prowess far exceeded his cultivation. Fancy Yuan squinted his old eyes. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. The current Xiaoyan was merely a 5-star Do. Yet, he already possessed such a frightening fighting strength. It was difficult to imagine that if he continued to maintain this state, when his cultivation advanced in the future, even origin transformation experts would not be a match for him. Thinking in this way, a desire to kill Xiaoyan rose in Fancy Yuan's heart. Today, regardless of whether it was Xiaoyan or their actions, they were destined to be enemies. Hence, for the future of their Formation Master Association, he must kill Xiaoyan today and eliminate all future troubles. Swoosh! However, the moment Fancy Yuan raised his eyes, Xiaoyan's body turned into a breeze and swiftly flew out of Jinyao City with a lightning-like speed. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? Stay behind. A low cry was emitted from Fancy Yuan's mouth. The group of people behind him immediately recovered. Their bodies moved and they led the two people beside them as they swiftly gave chase in the direction that Xiaoyan had left. At the same time, Xiaoyan and the other two also hurriedly gave chase under Qin Yun's signal. No matter what, Xiaoyan must die here today. The black robe covered Xiaoyan's entire body, completely wrapping around his aura. His body was carried by the flowing wind as he swiftly flew forward. His entire body was hidden within the flowing wind. One could neither see his body nor sense his aura. One could only feel a hurricane whistling past the empty space. If it was any other time, no one would be curious about this. However, at this moment, Fan Siyuan and the others clearly understood in their hearts that Xiaoyan's body was definitely within that cluster of flowing wind. What they needed to do now was to surround that cluster of flowing wind. Qi Ming, Hulia, activate the formation and stop him for me. Fan Siyuan let out a stern cry. At the same time, Qi Ming and Hulia, who were behind him, nodded heavily after hearing the order. The two of them looked at each other and their bodies rapidly rushed forward. Between their hands, numerous complicated seals were rapidly formed. At the same time, the golden runes on the city walls of Jingyao City suddenly emitted a bright light. Immediately, a huge golden light screen rose again and surrounded the entire city. The sudden appearance of this scene caused everyone in the city to be shocked, especially Qin Yun. He had prepared so much in order to destroy this formation. Why was this thing still here? Could it be that the formation was not destroyed at all? Could it be that the stone pillar was fake? Qin Yan's heart trembled. He could not believe that these three old fellows had guarded the stone pillar for so many years. Could it be that they had done it on purpose, that stone pillar was not the center of this formation at all? Young master, that's not right. This doesn't seem to be the formation. This thing is strange. Just as Qin Yan was shocked, he seemed to have sensed something. He frowned and stepped forward, whispering to Qin Yun. Strange? Speak clearly. Although this formation doesn't seem to have changed, if you examine it carefully, you'll discover that the power of this formation has clearly decreased by more than half. From the looks of it, this doesn't seem to be a Tier 5 formation. They should have added it themselves. Their goal should be to guard against a situation like this. As Yan He's words fell, Qin Yan quickly discovered the strangeness of this formation. Immediately, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. On the other side, following the activation of the formation, Xiao Yan, who was originally about to leave the area of Jingyao City, was forced to slow down. Fan Siyuan and the rest chased closely behind, followed by Qin Yun's group. A group of people surrounded the empty space in front of him. Their gazes were cautious. Fan Siyuan released a huge amount of spiritual strength and swept it across the empty space in front of him. Sure enough, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, was exposed. In front of a rank 4 formation master, Xiao Yan really found it difficult to continue hiding. The Great Void Tao could only ensure that his aura would not be discovered by others, but he could not maintain the concealment of his body. Xiao Yan was not too surprised by the current situation. What he was concerned about was the formation that had risen once again. Fortunately, under his investigation, he quickly discovered that this was only a rank 4 defensive formation. If that was the case, perhaps he still had a chance. In the sky above Jingyao City, a bright golden light rose high up and agglomerated into a huge energy barrier. It wrapped around the entire Jingyao City, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. In the sky above the city, 7 figures each took one side and formed an encirclement, surrounding Xiao Yan in the middle. Xiao Yan, although our Formation Master Association and your Alchemist Alliance are like fire and water, we have been minding our own business recently. By doing this, are you trying to declare war on our Formation Master Association? Fan Siyuan's turbid old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as he cried out in a deep voice. If it was possible, he did not wish to fall out with the Alchemist Alliance. After all, the Alchemist Alliance was a branch of the Pill Tower and was directly managed by the Pill Tower. Once they started a war, it would be going against the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower was publicly recognized as the strongest faction in the entire continent, although their Formation Master Association and the Alchemist Alliance had never been on good terms, they had never reached such a state. However, today, Xiao Yan had destroyed the great city protecting formation of Jingyao City. That was a rank 5 formation. Just this point alone had caused the relationship between the two parties to worsen in an instant. Chairman Fan, why is there a need to speak so much with such a person? I originally thought that this fellow had great talent and was someone who could be befriended. However, I never expected that it was I, Qin Yun, who had misjudged and caused you to do such a disgraceful thing. Today, no matter what, I will definitely take your life to repay the sins you have committed. However, without waiting for Xiaoyan to open his mouth, Qin Yun, who was beside Yan He, stared at Xiaoyan with an ice-cold gaze as he cried out with sharp words. The moment these words were said, Fan Siyuan and the others frowned slightly. Although Qin Yun's words were impassioned, they felt a trace of discomfort in their ears. It was as though a bloodthirsty wolf had suddenly become docile, causing one to involuntarily feel a chill in one's heart. However, before they could think any further, Qin Yun waved his large hand and ordered Yan He and the other two beside him to attack Xiaoyan. As for Qin Yun himself, he remained where he was. Under the precondition of ensuring his own safety, he coldly observed from the side. At the same time, the doqi in his body was prepared at all times. Should there be an opportunity, he would not be stingy in giving Xiaoyan a fatal blow. Chi. 3 human figures shot explosively toward Xiaoyan from 3 different directions. The whistling sound of rushing wind lingered in one's ears. 3 powerful auras intertwined around Xiaoyan's body and turned into one, causing his originally powerful aura to become even more frightening. In the face of such a lineup, Xiaoyan could not help but frown as a grave expression appeared on his face. In order to deal with Qing Zhihui. Earlier, he had already exhausted quite a lot of his physical strength. The reason why he did not use his doqi was because he wanted to face such a situation. However, he did not expect that the result would be much more troublesome than he had expected. From the looks of it, the 3 of them had not used their full strength earlier. Their goal is to delay until Fan Siyuan sees that scene, huh? In order to let Fan Siyuan see with his own eyes that the city protecting formation was destroyed in front of Xiaoyan, Qin Yun had deliberately allowed Yan He and the other 2 to hold back. Now that Qin Yun's goal had been achieved, the 3 of them naturally did not need to continue holding back. As long as they killed Xiaoyan here, they really did not need to worry about Fan Siyuan doing anything to them. Although the Array Formation Master Association was not weak, in front of the power behind Qin Yun, it was nothing but a small fry in the presence of a great magician. Xiaoyan, we were unable to finish you off earlier. Now that we have 6 9-star Do-di, the old me does not believe that you alone can do anything. Haha, you should obediently surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will suffer physical pain. The 3 of them coldly laughed. Turbulent and surging doqi swept out from the bodies of the 3 of them like waves, charging explosively toward Xiaoyan from all directions. Xiaoyan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in this regard. He let out a loud cry in his heart and his body suddenly shook at the same time. A ferocious thick white flame immediately lingered within the vortex and swiftly covered Xiaoyan's entire body. Yan He and the other 2 arrived in front of Xiaoyan at almost the same time. The 3 of them each slammed their palms heavily onto Xiaoyan's body. Surging doqi covered their entire palms. The powerful strength emitted a sharp piercing sound as it cut through the air. Soon after, it was about to land. Swoosh! It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan's footsteps changed. He used the sky extinction step and did his best to dodge the combined attacks of the 3 of them. The 3 human figures surrounded Xiaoyan's body. This time around, they did not easily withdraw even with the obstruction of the heavenly flame. Therefore, at such a close distance, even if Xiaoyan used the sky extinction step, he was still unable to completely dodge the attacks of the 3 of them. Hence, even though Xiaoyan managed to dodge a couple of vital points on his body, his left shoulder and back had also received a palm each. Even with the protection of the heavenly flame, the attacks of the 2 9-star Do-di still caused Xiaoyan's expression to instantly turn pale. A muffled snort was involuntarily emitted from Xiaoyan's nose. He flipped his hand and forced Yan He, who was in close proximity, back. Soon after, his body swiftly withdrew. His throat rolled and a trace of blood involuntarily flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this is their true strength. Xiaoyan unwillingly cursed in his heart. However, before he could catch his breath, Qi Ming and Hua Lai from the Formation Master Association suddenly charged over. They were like sharp arrows. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Brat, die! Hua Lai's mouth emitted a ferocious cry. His entire body emitted a dense flame aura as he violently charged at Xiaoyan. Qi Ming's body by the side was even faster. As he flew, a gust of wind swiftly swept past him. Numerous tornadoes involuntarily agglomerated around Qi Ming's body. From this point, it was not difficult to see that the latter was a wind affinity expert. Blazing palm. Whirlwind scattered clouds. Following the appearance of the two loud cries, Qi Ming and Hualai's bodies had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Each of them displayed a powerful dou skill that heavily smashed toward Xiaoyan. Ha! Once again emitting a loud cry in his heart. This time, Xiaoyan's body retreated as he frantically agglomerated the enormous spiritual strength between his eyebrows. In this kind of battle, even spiritual strength was one of Xiaoyan's main methods of fighting. Even if the results were not great, it was one of the few forces that Xiaoyan could mobilize. Of course, at the same time that he was mobilizing his spiritual strength, the dou-qi within the vortex within his body was also frantically agglomerating. Xiaoyan clearly knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to rely on a single spiritual dou skill to block the combined attacks of the two in front of him. Only a sufficiently powerful dou skill would be able to temporarily block them. If he wanted to temporarily resolve all of this trouble, it was likely that he would need an even more powerful dou skill. Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. Unfortunately, the current situation caused Xiaoyan to be helpless. He had to fight for a way to agglomerate the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame at the same time as he forced the people in front of him to retreat. At that time, the appearance of the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame would definitely be able to force this group of people to retreat temporarily. At the same time, this was also the only way for Xiaoyan to break the rank 4 formation behind him. However, just as Xiaoyan was thinking of how to resolve the situation in front of him, Fan Ziyuan, who was behind Xiaoyan, slightly curled his hand under his sleeves. A powerful dou-qi quietly agglomerated in his palm. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Bang. Following a thunder-like roar, Xiaoyan, Qi Ming, and Hualai each flew back by 100 steps in the sky above Jingyao City. Powerful energy ripples swiftly swept out in all directions with the three of them at the center, transforming into a storm that randomly wreaked havoc in the city. Humph! The instant Xiaoyan stabilized his body, his face swiftly turned bright red. Soon after, a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his bright red face swiftly turned pale. Fighting 1 against 2, facing 2 9-star dou-di at the same time, was really too difficult. Moreover, the strength of these two could be considered among the top even among the 9-star dou-di. At the same time, Qi Ming and Hualai, who were facing Xiaoyan, also appeared unusually shocked at this moment. The seriousness in their hearts could not be any greater. This brat's fighting strength is really strong. Although he is indeed a 5-star dou-di, regardless of whether it is the thickness of the dou-qi within his body, his control over the dou-qi, or the quantity, they are not inferior to a 6-star dou-di. There is also that heavenly flame. That damn thing is the most troublesome to deal with. Even we have to be wary of its overbearing destructive strength. If it was not because of that thing, this fellow would not be able to unleash such a powerful strength. Their hearts were filled with all sorts of shock. At the same time, Xiaoyan also caused them to be uncertain. Although his fighting strength was frightening, the latter's defensive strength seemed to have far exceeded their expectations. Even if their attacks were to face a 9-star dou-di of the same level, they might not be able to seriously injure the latter, but they would definitely cause the latter to suffer. However, Xiaoyan in front of them was merely a 5-star dou-di. Although he had barely blocked their attacks, the injuries that he had received were not what the two of them had expected. The latter's physical strength could be said to be frightening. This was especially so when they saw the layer of scales that covered Xiaoyan's hand. Their hearts felt even more terrified. Was the person in front of them a human or a magical beast? Such an abnormality was something that they had never seen or heard of in their entire lives. While the three of them were gasping for breath, Fan Ziyuan, who was in the distance, disappeared into the void in an instant. Almost at the same time, Han Dong's face also revealed a solemn expression as he flashed his body from the crowd outside of the battleground. With a lightning-like speed, he flew toward Xiaoyan, who was currently being attacked from all sides within the battleground. Swish! The next moment, just as Xiaoyan was preparing to maneuver the dou-qi in his body and once again face Yen, he and the other two who were charging toward him, Fan Ziyuan's figure suddenly appeared in the empty space behind him. A claw viciously slashed at Xiaoyan's back. What? Feeling the dangerous and sharp qi behind him, Xiaoyan's heart was greatly shocked. He did not expect that this old man would actually suddenly attack him at such a critical moment. Did he want to use this kind of sneak attack to end this battle? Brat, don't blame me for being vicious. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for actually daring to destroy the great city protecting formation of my Jingyao city. Today, even if the association head of your alchemist alliance were to come, he would still be unable to save you. Fancy Yuan's old face was gloomy. As the words from his mouth sounded, the movements of his hands became even sharper. Such a powerful and overbearing attack was something that even the current Xiaoyan did not have the ability to resist. Oh, is that so? However, at the next moment, a deep and old voice was suddenly transmitted from the sky. It was like the sound of a bell that reverberated unceasingly in the sky. At the same time, behind Xiaoyan, an extremely large spiritual strength suddenly agglomerated in front of Fancy Yuan. The enormous spiritual strength seemed to have substance as it condensed into a tangible entity behind Xiaoyan. It was like a tall wall that blocked Fancy Yuan's extremely tyrannical claw attack. Following a beautiful spark, a sharp and ear-piercing creaking sound exploded in the air. A belly wave swept out once again, stopping Yan He and the other two who were originally rushing towards Xiaoyan. Immediately after, when the spiritual wall dissipated, Fancy Yuan hurriedly retreated with a serious face. At the same time, a pair of sharp eyes constantly swept across the space in front of him. Who is it? Hee, President Fan, we haven't seen each other for so many years, yet you don't even recognize this old man? Immediately after, behind Xiaoyan, an old man dressed in a brocade robe slowly appeared. It was the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong. You are Han Dong. The moment he saw this person, the muscles on Fancy Yuan's old face couldn't help but twitch violently. In an instant, a storm was set off in his heart. He never thought that this fellow would actually appear here. In that case, the ones who destroyed the Great City Barrier Array were really them. Looks like President Fan still remembers this old man. Han Dong gently stroked his beard with one hand and smiled. Xiaoyan's expression was slightly startled as he turned around from behind. His gaze immediately landed on Han Dong in front of him. President Han. Little friend Xiaoyan, don't worry. Let this old man settle this matter today. Han Dong extended his hand with a gentle smile and patted Xiaoyan's shoulder. He didn't look worried at all. Han Dong, the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong. I never thought that he would actually appear here. But that's good as well. This way, it can even more prove Xiaoyan's sins. Seeing Han Dong's appearance, Qin Yan's face first revealed an astonished expression. Following which, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Although there were many surprises, it was fortunate that everything was still within his control. Han Dong, you sent people to destroy the rank 5 Great Array of the Array Master Association. Now, you still want to save him? Do you really think that my Golden Glory City is a place where you can come and go as you please? Seeing Han Dong's calm appearance, Fancy Yuan's heart was filled with endless rage. His body shook and surging dou qi immediately surged out of his body. It was like a raging flame that rose unceasingly. At the same time, Qi Ming and Hualai moved together. The three of them each took a side and surrounded Xiaoyan and Han Dong. Behind them was another group of experts from the Array Master Association. They formed a special formation with each other. Each of them released a large amount of spiritual strength and merged with each other. Then let's give it a try. Han Dong said in a deep voice. At the same time, his old face involuntarily revealed a serious expression. It was obvious that even though he was a rank 5 alchemist, he did not have much confidence in facing 3 9-star Dou Di and over 10 powerful array masters at the same time. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan grabbed Han Dong's wrist. Using a voice that only the two of them could barely hear, he softly said, Han Dong, can you help me for a while? Guild leader Han, can you help me stall for a moment? 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, we'll leave this place. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Han Dong could not help but raise his eyebrows. He felt astonished in his heart. Where did Xiaoyan get his confidence from? They were facing Dou Di, Although this was the case, Han Dong did not know why, but he had a special kind of confidence in this black-robed young man in front of him. It seemed that his words were not false. Even though this was only the second time they had met, he felt an indescribable attraction from Xiaoyan's body. Finally, Han Dong nodded heavily and said, "All right. 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I guarantee that none of them will be able to get close to you." And on Qin Yan's side, he quietly laughed in his heart when he saw that the Array Master Association and the Alchemist Alliance were in a state of mutual hostility. "Haha, let's fight. Fight. Fight fiercely. If they all die, it will save us some trouble." "Ha ha ha ha, young master, do we still need to participate now?" Beside Qin Yan were Yan He and the other two. At this moment, the three of them tactfully withdrew when they saw the situation in the arena. They would only listen to Qin Yan's arrangements. "Participate. We will naturally participate. However, now is not the time. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Since they want to fight now, let them fight. Let them fight to their heart's content. It will be best if both sides are seriously injured. We will then be able to benefit from it. Wouldn't that be great?" Qin Yan's face revealed a ferocious smile. The three people beside him also laughed awkwardly. After which, they turned their gazes toward the battleground in unison. "Han Dong, although you are a rank 5 alchemist, you are ultimately only a 7-star Do D. Do you think that it is possible for you to face the three of us by yourself? Moreover, we have the most elite array masters of our Array Master Association behind us. You are destined to have no chance of winning this battle." Fancy Yuan coldly smiled as he stared at Han Dong opposite him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Humph, big brother, why do you need to speak nonsense with them? They have already committed a capital offense by destroying the city-protecting formation of our Jingyao city. It is fine if this Han Dong has a special identity. However, Xiaoyan, who is behind you, must die here today." Huolai stared at Xiaoyan with a murderous expression. His powerful Douqi was like a wave crashing against a reef. Following a thought from Huolai, the Douqi swept out and turned into a sharp arrow. It pierced through the air and shot toward Xiaoyan. Ding! However, in the next moment, a huge and invisible soul power suddenly condensed in the void and easily blocked the arrow. "If you want to touch him, you will have to get past me first." Han Dong took a step forward. A powerful aura immediately leaked out. An invisible spiritual strength was released from between his eyebrows and covered the entire battleground. "Attack!" Fancy Yuan let out a cold cry. The three human figures immediately rushed forward. Powerful Douqi mercilessly tore through the empty space. The three of them flipped their hands and numerous powerful Douqi pillars shot forward, violently smashing toward Han Dong. Han Dong also controlled his enormous spiritual strength to meet the attacks of these three people head-on. At the same time, the group of powerful formation masters from the Formation Master Association also relied on their enormous soul power to form numerous complicated talismans in the void. These talismans emitted an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. Puff! At the same time as the two parties collided, Xiaoyan's mind moved and several balls of ferocious heavenly flames of different colors rose from the void in front of him. Qin Yan, who was outside the battle circle, immediately noticed Xiaoyan's side the instant these few clusters of flames rose. This was especially so when his gaze landed on the few clusters of ferocious flames that rose in front of the former. Even with his mental fortitude, he could not help but be startled in his heart. That is, how can there be so many heavenly flames on this fellow's body at the same time? The muscles at the corner of Qin Yan's eyes could not help but twitch intensely. His heart felt a sense of shock because of this. However, he quickly realized that other than the bone-chilling flame, the rest of the flames were only some seed flames. So it's only seed flames, huh? Only after realizing this point did Qin Yan's heart relax. Due to him being of the ice attribute, he would feel repulsed by any kind of flame. This was especially so for this heavenly flame. It could be said that he feared it. As the king of flames, the heavenly flame's suppression of the ice attribute was absolute. Until now, the only natural treasure that Qin Yan knew that could suppress a heavenly flame was the ice spirit cold liquid. Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes stared at the few clusters of flames in front of him. A raging fire light was reflected in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he raised both of his hands and fiercely slapped the flames in front of him together. With a crisp paw sound, the few clusters of flames were heavily kneaded together between Xiaoyan's hands. Sparks flew in all directions. The powerful energy within the flames turned into a circular flame wave that uncontrollably spread outwards. The entire cluster of flames violently trembled between Xiaoyan's hands, as if it wanted to break free from Xiaoyan's control. The raging flames continued to struggle. However, with regards to this, Xiaoyan's heart was especially calm. Xiaoyan's expression did not change. He was the creator of the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. No one was more familiar with the characteristics of the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame than him. If it was in the past, before the bone-freezing flame was swallowed and refined by Xiaoyan, perhaps this process would be incomparably difficult. However, the bone-freezing flame had already accepted Xiaoyan as its master. This little rebellion was just like a child's play in Xiaoyan's eyes. With a thought, a huge amount of spiritual strength immediately surged outwards and rapidly poured into the brilliant cluster of flames between his hands. Very quickly, the cluster of flames calmed down. The few clusters of flames within also rapidly merged together at this moment. This fellow, is he crazy? What exactly is he doing? As he watched the transformation of the cluster of flames between Xiaoyan's hands, Qin Yun, who was outside the battle circle, could not help but feel agitated in his originally calm heart. Xiaoyan had forcefully merged the few clusters of flames together in front of his own eyes. Originally, he thought that Xiaoyan would fail. However, from the looks of the current situation, the rebellion of the cluster of flames seemed to be completely under Xiaoyan's control. Moreover, the energy that was occasionally emitted from the cluster of flames actually caused his heart to palpitate. The thing that caused him to be most alarmed was that the energy within the cluster of flames was actually still soaring at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, it quickly exceeded the limits of what he could endure. It was hard to imagine that if he waited for Xiaoyan to stop, the energy that would be released when the cluster of flames erupted would cause even him to have difficulty escaping death. No, I must stop him. Qin Yun's expression became grave. When his gaze looked at the three people beside him, the gazes of the three brothers had already been fixed on Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, even their hearts were similarly grave. It was hard to imagine that such a frightening Do skill was something that a 5-star half-emperor could easily unleash. The three of you attacked together. We must stop him. Qin Yun cried out loudly from his mouth. His feet involuntarily withdrew as he handed all the threats in front of him to the three people beside him. Hearing Qin Yun's words, the faces of the three of them twitched intensely. Their hearts were extremely unreconciled. However, in the end, their bodies flashed and they used their fastest speed to charge explosively towards Xiaoyan. Although Han Dong's appearance caused the experts from both sides to feel a wave of shock, it was only when they noticed the cluster of raging flames between Xiaoyan's hands that they understood that the most troublesome one among the two was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. Even Han Dong, who was a rank 5 alchemist, did not have a Do skill that could truly threaten them. However, Xiaoyan in front of them was different. Earlier, they had already seen the latter's powerful fighting strength that far exceeded his own cultivation. At this moment, the cluster of seemingly calm flame in his hand caused their hearts to tremble. Swoosh, a sharp sound of rushing wind that caused one's eardrums to ache sounded. The bodies of Yan He and the other two had already swiftly approached Xiaoyan. At the same time, Han Dong on the other side had naturally sensed the intentions of the three of them. If you want to touch him, you should first ask this old man. Han Dong's body swiftly approached Xiaoyan. At the same time, his spiritual strength crazily surged outwards, agglomerating into 3 long spears that shot towards Yan He and the other two. Bang bang bang. Faced with Han Dong's attack, even with the strength of Yan He and the other two, they did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in their hearts. Helpless, they could only stop their bodies and forcefully block the long spears that were flying over. Ha ha ha, Han Dong, what you should be concerned about now should be yourself. You still dare to be distracted when facing the three of us. You are really seeking death. However, it was also at this moment that Fan Siyuan and the other two suddenly approached Han Dong. Each of their hands displayed a powerful Do skill that was quite powerful and forcefully held Han Dong back. Yan He and the other two also took the opportunity to once again charge explosively towards Xiaoyan. Bastard, you are seeking death. Seeing the three of them once again charging towards Xiaoyan, Han Dong's mouth emitted an earth-shaking explosive cry. His heart was filled with killing intent as he once again flashed his body in an attempt to block the three of them. However, he was helpless as Fan Siyuan and the other two in front of him also used all of their strength to display their tactics and block him. Both parties continued to be in a stalemate. At this moment, Yan He and the other two had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Their faces revealed a fierce expression as each of them displayed their Do skills and were about to land on Xiaoyan's body. However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan, who was originally completely focused on agglomerating the fire lotus in his hand, suddenly raised his head. His expression was cold as it swept over the three people in front of him. At the same time, his footsteps changed and the sky extinction steps was displayed. Only then did he narrowly dodge the attacks of the three of them. Although this was the case, Yan He and the other two were like maggots in the bones as they relentlessly chased after him. Even though Xiaoyan's speed was unusually fast, the distance between the two was also becoming increasingly smaller under the repeated pursuit of the three 9-star Dodi. On the other side, although Han Dong had the intention to help Xiaoyan, he was helpless as the three people in front of him firmly held him back. Regardless of what methods he used, he was unable to escape. On the other hand, the current Xiaoyan's heart was much calmer. When his dark black eyes swept over the three people in front of him, a glint flashed deep within them. He involuntarily let out a cold laugh in his heart. The storage ring on his finger flickered under the cover of the fire. As time passed by minute, the flame between Xiaoyan's hands had already completely transformed into a beautiful fire lotus. Within it, only the final thread of energy was left to perfectly merge. After which, the angry Buddha lotus flame could be considered to have been successfully agglomerated. However, it was also at this moment that Qin Yan's figure had unknowingly appeared behind Xiaoyan, who was surrounded by Yan He and the other two. Xiaoyan's body flickered in the air as he repeatedly pulled back. At the same time, he appeared to have successfully dodged Yan Hua's attack in a dangerous manner. Immediately, he flew back in front of the latter's eyes, which were about to spit fire. Immediately after, Yan He continued to charge forward. The three of them were like a wheel battle, constantly forcing Xiaoyan to retreat. Until a certain moment, Xiaoyan, die. A ferocious smile emerged on Yan He's old face. His body rapidly rushed forward as he brandished the short sword in his hands and slashed at Xiaoyan's throat. In this regard, Xiaoyan's eyes were calm. His pair of pitch-black eyes stared at the short sword that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils. When it quickly approached his throat, Xiaoyan tilted his head slightly and dodged it. Soon after, another short sword came slashing from the left. This time around, the short sword stuck close to the scale armor on the surface of Xiaoyan's body and dangerously swung past. It seems that you don't have the ability to kill me. After dodging Yan He's two attacks, Xiaoyan said in an indifferent tone. He immediately raised his head and turned his gaze to the latter again, only to see a ferocious smile emerging on Yan He's old face. Yes, I can't kill you, but someone can. Immediately after, the moment Xiaoyan's mocking laughter fell, an extremely cold killing intent suddenly approached Xiaoyan from behind. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared behind Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the person behind him from the corner of his eye. It was Qin Yan. At this moment, there was a sharp dagger that was agglomerated from cold ice in Qin Yan's hand. It was emitting a coldness that caused one's heart to tremble. The sharp ice blade was aimed at Xiaoyan's heart and ruthlessly pierced it. Wherever it passed, ice fragments would appear in the empty space. Die. As long as you die, everything that happened today will be over. Clang. However, just as the dagger in Qin Yan's hand was about to pierce through Xiaoyan's heart from his back, a purple gold hand suddenly grabbed the dagger without any reason. Gotcha. Soon after, a clear sound of a horn continuously rang out. Qin Yan felt the dagger in his hand tremble violently. Under the pain, the latter had no choice but to release his grip. Soon after, he clearly saw that as his hand released his grip, the ice dagger in his hand had completely turned into a pile of ice shards. What? Qin Yan's pupils abruptly shrunk when he saw this scene. He was astonished in his heart. He never imagined that Xiaoyan actually had an expert by his side. However, soon after, a purple gold figure suddenly appeared behind Xiaoyan. The tall and sturdy figure was like a purple gold metal tower. His body was half a body taller than Qin Yun. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than the Northern King? At the same time the Northern King appeared, his other hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. It carried an extremely powerful force as it violently smashed toward Qin Yun's chest. Damn it! I actually forgot that there was such a thing. Qin Yun was greatly alarmed when he recognized the Northern King in front of him. He hurriedly controlled his douqi to form a washbasin-sized douqi shield in front of him. He wanted to use this to block the Northern King's punch. Bang! Soon after, the Northern King's punch landed on the douqi shield. An explosive force instantly poured out. In an instant, numerous clear crack lines swiftly spread across the douqi shield. Qin Yun's eyes focused. He only felt that the energy that had gathered in front of his chest was rapidly scattering at this moment. The enormous douqi was uncontrollably compressed back into the vortex. Soon after, his body appeared to have received a heavy blow as it flew backwards with a bang. After which, it heavily smashed into the city below. In an instant, it destroyed a large number of buildings. Pooh! When Qin Yun recovered, he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. He raised his eyes. They were like sharp swords as they instantly locked onto the Northern King. He involuntarily cried out. 6-star Dodi. It's a late 6-star Dodi. In the sky, Xiaoyan slowly turned around. He faintly smiled as he looked at Qin Yun, who was half propping himself up in the ruins below. A cold smile surfaced in his eyes. You discovered me long ago? Qin Yun's eyes once again focused as he spoke in a deep voice. You have underestimated the spiritual strength of a rank 3 alchemist. My spiritual strength fills every corner of this battlefield. Unless your speed or spiritual strength far exceeds mine, it is impossible for you to appear behind me when I am unprepared. Xiaoyan coldly smiled. After which, he withdrew his gaze. At the same time, he slowly raised his right hand. A dazzling fire lotus slowly floated above his palm. It was the angry Buddha lotus flame. The fire lotus slowly floated and rotated in the empty space. The flame seedlings on the lotus petals appeared to be alive as they danced briskly. Following the rotation of the fire lotus, the surrounding empty space was torn apart by the flame seedlings and formed numerous clear crack lines. This kind of crack line could only be created when the Do techniques in the hands of these elite Dodi were completely unleashed. Gulp! Qin Yun's heart suddenly sank when he saw the fire lotus. The terrifying destructive aura that was emitted from it caused even him to involuntarily feel fear in his heart. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would still be able to complete the agglomeration of the fire lotus. The muscles on Qin Yun's face involuntarily twitched intensely when he thought of this. His heart trembled because of this. He did not doubt that the energy contained in this beautiful fire lotus, which looked like a piece of art, was definitely incomparably terrifying. Even among these people present, it was likely that there were not many who could block it. Moreover, even if they could, they would definitely have to pay a great price for it. He did not expect that the plan that he had designed would ultimately be destroyed by this Xiaoyan in front of him. In the end, Xiaoyan still did not die. This was quite a big problem for him. On the other side, after Han Dong sensed the situation on Xiaoyan's side, he also forcefully forced the 3 people in front of him to withdraw. This time around, they did not continue to be entangled. Instead, at the same time, they threw their solemn gazes toward where Xiaoyan was at. When they saw the dazzling fire lotus that was suspended in Xiaoyan's hand, the expressions of the 3 of them immediately became serious. Han Dong swiftly came to Xiaoyan's side. When he saw the fire lotus that was suspended in Xiaoyan's hand, even with his mental state, a shock involuntarily surfaced in his pair of turbid old eyes. It was difficult to imagine that this seemingly young black-robed young man before him was actually able to create such a frightening Do skill. In the square, the few 9-star half-emperors surrounded Xiaoyan from afar. Their gazes were firmly locked onto the washbasin-sized fire lotus in his hand. Everyone's hearts were filled with seriousness. If they had known that this would happen, they would have spared no expense to kill Xiaoyan first. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Xiaoyan's strength. The situation that was originally in their favor was about to be turned around due to the appearance of the angry Buddha fire lotus. Set up the formation. Take out all of your formation plates. The muscles on Fan Siyuan's old face twitched. His mouth was filled with a grave expression as he shouted out explosively. Immediately, the surrounding people from the Array Master Association began to move at this moment. Many rays of light flew out from their respective storage rings. Soon after, waves of spiritual strength were wildly poured into the formation plates that were shot out. Unfortunately, they did not have the strength to do so. Even though they were rank 3 formation masters, it was impossible for them to control so many formation plates at the same time. In addition to Fan Siyuan and the others at the front, there were nearly 300 formations that were activated in a short moment. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan shook his head and coldly laughed. If this group of people had been prepared earlier, they might have been able to create trouble for him. However, the angry Buddha fire lotus had already been formed. Even if they were to create formations now, it was already too late. As the dozens of powerful formation masters on the opposite side activated their formations one after another, Xiaoyan threw the fire lotus in his hand forward. The beautiful fire lotus, which was like a piece of art, seemed to slowly draw across the empty space. However, it was pressuring their hearts every second. It was like an invisible mountain that passed through their bodies and directly collided with the bottom of their hearts, causing their hearts to tremble in fear. The flame flickered as if it was connected to the hearts of everyone present. Every time the flame flickered, the breathing of everyone present would also tremble. Their hearts were already in their throats as they were afraid that it would really burst out of their chests. When the fire lotus drew across the empty space, the thin line of fire was like a ray of sunlight that remained in the empty space. Everywhere it passed, there was an endless darkness. 1 inch, 2 inches, 10 feet, 20 feet, the empty space began to collapse. All the buildings in the city below were also implicated. The space around the fire lotus seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss in an instant, swallowing everything within. The endless darkness seemed to be about to swallow the entire Xianxia city. Damn it, just what kind of Do technique is this? Fan Siyuan's heart was extremely anxious. The threat that this fire lotus brought to him had far exceeded the pressure of an expert of the same level. He really did not dare to imagine that this kind of destructive strength was something that a 5-star Do D could achieve. It's too late. Attack and stop this damn thing. On the ground, Qin Yin involuntarily cried out. His heart was filled with fear. He did not wish to die in this place before his great undertaking was completed. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan in the sky laughed coldly. He grabbed Han Dong beside him and swiftly flew toward the rank 4 formation that covered the entire Xianxia city. The instant he turned around, a simple and icy word was spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. Explode. A frightening energy storm suddenly swept across Xianxia city the moment these words were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. The earth-shattering explosion resounded in the minds of everyone in the city like a thunderclap. The invisible sound wave turned into a storm and instantly destroyed the formation that the sorcerers had yet to completely condense. The sound wave directly attacked one's soul and also caused great damage to one's physical body. In the blink of an eye, everyone who was nearby fell into various degrees of pain. Their bodies convulsed and the intense pain of their souls being torn apart continuously transmitted. Their painful screams were mercilessly drowned out by the sound wave. Their eardrums exploded and blood dyed the sky. Even elite Do D were in extreme pain under the sound wave. Clang! The storm that was condensed from the sound of the explosion heavily collided with the formation that enveloped the entire Xianxia city. In an instant, the sound of a bell rang once again. The entire Xianxia city trembled violently under the violent bombardment and all the buildings in the city were destroyed. Countless half-emperors were killed or injured in an instant. Elite Do D wailed at the sky and the doqi in their bodies crazily surged out. Only then did they barely manage to resist the sound wave. However, the eruption of the angry Buddha lotus flame had officially begun. As the sound wave dissipated, an even more terrifying flame storm suddenly swept across the city. A terrifying high temperature that wanted to incinerate everything swept across every corner of the city. Under this terrifying high temperature, the vegetation instantly turned into nothingness. Everything in the city was rapidly melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Above the empty space, with the angry Buddha lotus flame as the center, the endless dark space continued to crack and collapse in all directions. Everything was silent in the darkness. At this moment, only those high-level Dodi could barely control the situation. Damn it, what a terrifying power. If you don't want to die, attack with this old man and suppress this damn thing. After all, Fan Siyuan was the president of the Formation Master Association and Jinyao City was his headquarters. Fan Siyuan's rallying power was undoubtedly extremely shocking. With a shout, everyone in the city immediately turned their heads. Of course, the real reason behind this might be the gorgeous fire lotus that was currently suspended in the sky. Now, everyone gather your dochi and attack that fire lotus. Remember, if you want to live, it's best not to hold back. Fan Siyuan's expression was solemn. His turbid old eyes stared intently at the flame wave that was rapidly spreading in the air not far away. The dochi in his body began to circulate wildly at this moment. At this moment, it was already too late to set up a formation. Hence, the only thing that could be used to block the fire lotus was the powerful Do techniques in their hands. He formed a seal with both of his hands, and a series of mysterious seals flew out from his hands. Vigorous dochi gushed out of his body, and condensed into a golden palm in front of him. The moment the golden palm was formed, it flew forward with a majestic aura and violently smashed towards the fire lotus. Gold glorious seal. Fan Siyuan let out an explosive cry. The dochi in his body was continuously poured into the golden palm until it came into contact with the fire wave. At the same time that this golden palm flew out, numerous majestic Do techniques from all over the city also shot toward the sky at this moment. It was just like the gathering of stars. These people clearly only had one target, Buddha's fiery lotus. Bang! Suddenly, the powerful flame wave violently collided with those Do techniques. It was just like raindrops smashing into the surface of a lake. An earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded. Wave after wave of frightening energy ripples immediately swept across the sky. Its strength was even more frightening than before. In an instant, other than a portion of the Do techniques that were unleashed by a high-class Do-D, most of the Do techniques were turned into ashes by the flame wave. After the hundreds of powerful Do techniques were completely destroyed, the remaining 10+ Do techniques were the strongest remaining ones. Soon after, the remaining 10+ powerful Do techniques also arrived in front of the fire lotus in the air following the destruction of the huge flame wave. In an instant, they had already collided. However, the earth-shaking explosion that everyone had imagined did not appear. Instead, there was a deathly silence in that endless empty space. The 10+ Do techniques surrounded the beautiful fire lotus in the middle. The fire lotus was still slowly rotating. The flames on the lotus petals danced like little spirits that were still active under those powerful Do techniques. Soon after, the remaining 5 petals of the fire lotus began to fall one by one, starting from the outermost layer. Layer by layer, the petals stacked together. After which, they merged and emitted a glaring fire light. What is that? In the empty space below, Fan Siyuan's eyes stared intently at the cluster of glaring fire light. However, even with his eyesight, he did not discover anything. Damn it! What exactly is this thing? Buzz buzz buzz, the glaring light became increasingly prosperous. Finally, a light pillar that connected the heavens and the earth suddenly rose and directly entered the empty space above. Soon after, the owners of the 10+ Do techniques, including Fan Siyuan, clearly felt that the Do techniques that they had unleashed were trembling slightly at this moment. What? It was also at this moment, bang! Following a wave of fire light, the entire Jinyao city was filled with fire light. The light was so bright that it was even brighter than the sun. The fire light penetrated the formation that covered the entire Jinyao city. Numerous enormous crack lines swiftly filled it, bang! At a certain moment, there was a crisp sound that sounded like glass shattering. The entire world fell silent at this moment. An instant later, an enormous energy storm suddenly swept in all directions with the angry Buddha lotus flame as the center. The frightening energy storm tore the invisible space apart layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, half of Jinyao city was covered in darkness. This was also because the few high-class Do-D did their best to block it. The spreading of the energy storm continued for 15 minutes. At this moment, there were countless deaths and injuries in the enormous Xianxia city. The enormous city had been completely turned into ruins. There was even an enormous depression. Below it was an endless empty space that one could not see the bottom of. The storm that swept through the city was extremely frightening. A large group of people had also gathered outside the city because of this. However, there were very few people among these people who knew the truth of this matter. At this moment, on a mountain peak outside of Xianxia city that was completely far away from the battleground, an old man wearing a yellow robe was watching the events that were happening in Xianxia city. His pair of turbid old eyes were similarly filled with a deep solemnness. Additionally, there was a hesitation. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Under the frightening energy storm within Xianxia city, even Xiaoyan, who was the owner of the city, had difficulty escaping from it. After the energy storm scattered, a painful groan was transmitted from the outer area of Xianxia city near the city gate. Two human figures, one old and one young, were standing at the foot of the city gate in a miserable manner. They were Xiaoyan and Han Dong. After being mercilessly attacked by the angry Buddha lotus flame, even the current Xiaoyan and Han Dong's condition was extremely bad. Han Dong was seriously injured within the terrifying storm. Although he was a rank 5 alchemist and had managed to block most of the attack by relying on his powerful spiritual strength, he was ultimately only a 7-star Dodi. Under the remnant force of the energy storm, Han Dong was ultimately injured by it. Han Dong was seriously injured, but Xiaoyan was in an even more dangerous situation at this moment. After forming the angry Buddha lotus flame, the Doqi within the latter's body had been completely exhausted. All of his strength had been exhausted the moment the fire lotus exploded. If it were not for the little remaining connection between himself and the angry Buddha lotus flame and the heavenly flame within his body protecting him, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have difficulty surviving. At the same time, a couple of human figures flew out from the dark bottomless pit in the middle of the city on the other side. Most of these people were high-class Dodi. The weakest among them was not inferior to Han Dong. However, the condition of this group of people did not appear to be good. Like Han Dong, these people had all suffered varying degrees of injuries from the energy storm earlier. Among these people, the ones who had preserved the most strength were naturally the 6-star Dodi and 9-star Dodi from the Formation Master Association and Qin Yun's side. Of course, a large group of elite Dodi were gathered on the other side of Xianxia city outside of the battleground. These people were completely unrelated to this big battle. They had already withdrawn from the battleground when the big battle began. Even though this was the case, the frightening energy ripple that was created when the angry Buddha lotus flame exploded caused these experts to be quietly shocked in their hearts. The two leaders among these people were the chairman of the auction house, Lu Zhongtian, and the deputy chairman, Wu Gang. Over half of the energy ripple that was created when the angry Buddha lotus flame exploded was blocked by these two people. Is he really just a 5-star Dodi? Lu Zhongtian's expression was serious. His bright eyes stared at the spot where the Buddha's fiery lotus had exploded. His heart could not calm down for a long time. Wu Gang by the side also had a solemn expression. They had never seen a 5-star Dodi with such a frightening fighting strength. Although Lu Zhongtian was also able to agglomerate a Do technique of this level, the thing that caused them to be shocked was not just how frightening this Do technique was. What was even more frightening was the person who had created this Do technique. A 5-star Dodi. This point was something that even someone as strong as Lu Zhongtian would not dare to exaggerate. Would he be able to compare with this black-robed, young man when he was a 5-star Dodi? Lu Zhongtian did not dare to imagine. This was the first time he had seen such a proud son of heaven after so many years of fame. He could even imagine that in a few more years, Xiaoyan's combat strength would far surpass his. When that time came, the entire western region would be shaken. There was an enormous being in the western region that was rapidly growing in an invisible manner. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to see this day. The baby eagle had already grown up and was dancing in the sky. The western region would definitely become the stage where Xiaoyan would ascend to the peak. Bang! A muffled loud sound was suddenly emitted from a pile of rubble in the city near the battleground. The remains of the building were forcefully sent flying by a barbaric strength. Soon after, a human figure flew out from within. After which, it heavily smashed onto the ground. If one were to look at it, this person was the fourth person in charge of the Formation Master Association, Qingzhi. However, from the looks of the latter's current appearance, he had already become a dead person. Trash, cough cough cough. A string of curses was emitted from the rubble that the human figure flew out from. Soon after, a miserable figure covered in blood crawled out from the rubble with great difficulty. When he lifted his head, the sunlight scattered down. The blood-stained face coupled with the ferocious expression looked extremely frightening. However, one could still recognize at a glance that this person was Qin Yun, who had failed to launch a sneak attack and was sent flying by the Northern King's punch. Qin Yun had relied on the already seriously injured Qingzhi to luckily survive the energy storm. This had caused Qingzhi's death and Qin Yun himself to fall into a seriously injured state. If Qingzhi was not seriously injured, Qin Yun might not have ended up in such a state. A cool breeze swept across the land and scattered the dust. Everything in the city had become clear. After the angry Buddha lotus flame, at least half of the people in Xianxia city had died. The price of this battle could not be said to be not terrible. However, this was the price of war. There would never be a victor. The so-called winners were only those who continuously fled from war and luckily survived in the end. A coward in battle, a hero in the aftermath, Fan Siyuan's old face was pale as he stood in the air. His gaze swiftly swept over the city below. He did not believe that Xiaoyan would be unharmed in the energy storm from earlier. Even if he could do so, it was impossible for Han Dong, a 7-star Dodi, to escape unscathed. Even he, a 9-star Dodi, had been injured because of it. How could Xiaoyan be unharmed? Soon, Fan Siyuan's gaze locked onto Xiaoyan and Hualai, who were currently at the foot of the city gate. At this moment, the two of them were staggering toward the city gate. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? Fan Siyuan forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. A thought passed through his mind and he maneuvered the enormous doqi within his veins. He swiftly flew forward, planning to stop the two of them. Qi Ming and Hualai once again followed behind him. After this battle, their impression of Xiaoyan in their hearts was no longer as simple as a 5-star Dodi. Who had ever seen a 5-star Dodi erupt with such a terrifying strength? It was also because of this that if Xiaoyan did not die today, the latter would definitely become a great threat to their Formation Master Association in the future. Additionally, there was the Alchemist Alliance behind him. From the relationship between them, they were destined to be opponents and enemies from the very beginning. As for Yan He and the other two, they quickly returned to Qin Yun's side after their gazes surveyed the surroundings. Young master, we subordinates have failed to protect our master. Please punish us. Yan He and the other two were filled with fear as they knelt on the ground toward Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun's cultivation was inferior to theirs, the latter's methods caused them to feel fear. Today, they had failed to protect Qin Yun. Tomorrow, they might not be able to protect their heads. Forget it, this cannot be blamed on you. Now, the most important thing is to kill Xiaoyan for me. You must do it quickly, no matter what method you use. Otherwise, I will settle the old and new debts together. Qin Yun's pale face revealed an uncaring appearance. As he spoke, an extremely obscure killing intent flashed across the depths of his eyes. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. At this moment, a couple of human figures were gathered at the city gate of Xianxia city. Fan Siyuan and the two others once again stood in front of Xiaoyan and Han Dong. In the distance, Yan He and the two others were flying over. The expression on Han Dong's old face was grave. Xiaoyan's face was also pale. Although he had already swallowed the medicinal pill, the condition of his body did not improve much. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that there was still some doqi left in the vortex within his body. This was the last bit of strength that Xiaoyan had purposely preserved. Under the effect of the medicinal pill, the doqi within Xiaoyan's body was also slowly recovering. Xiaoyan clearly understood that although his angry Buddha lotus flame was powerful, it was unrealistic to think that it could face so many strong people at the same time. Hence, he did not think that the angry Buddha lotus flame would be able to resolve the problem this time around. He only wanted to use it to exhaust the strength of Fan Siyuan and the others. From the looks of this result, Xiaoyan had indeed succeeded. However, he had underestimated the strength that a 9-star Dodi contained. The angry Buddha lotus flame had indeed caused them to suffer serious injuries. However, this was unable to completely affect the condition of a 9-star Dodi. From the looks of the current situation, Xiaoyan and Han Dong seemed to have yet to withdraw from the earlier situation. They were currently facing 6 elite 9-star Dodi. Damn it, I have underestimated them. Xiaoyan viciously cursed in his heart. His face was grave. It was unexpected that they had still ended up in this situation. By the side, Han Dong moved his feet and blocked Xiaoyan behind him. His gaze was piercingly cold as he looked at the 3 people on the opposite side. Behind him, Yan He and the 2 others quickly approached. Xiaoyan, I will act to stop them later. You should quickly take the opportunity to leave this place. Remember, do not turn back. Suddenly, Han Dong's voice that was filled with a grave intent was transmitted into Xiaoyan's ears. The latter's expression immediately changed. He was just about to open his mouth when Fan Siyuan and the others on the opposite side opened their mouths first. Xiaoyan, you have nowhere else to go. I advise you to allow yourself to be captured. Otherwise, once we make a move, not even your bones will remain. Hualai coldly sneered at Xiaoyan with a ferocious expression on his face. Killing intent was present in his words. Clearly, at this moment, the hearts of everyone present were filled with dread towards Xiaoyan. At this moment, the only way to calm their hearts was for Xiaoyan to die. As long as Xiaoyan did not die, they would not be able to rest easy. Cough, cough, Xiaoyan couldn't help but cough twice. Ignoring Han Dong's attempt to stop him, the pale-faced Xiaoyan took a step forward with a smile. His eyes were filled with a cold sneer as he swept his gaze across the people in front of him. I'm sorry, but my bones are naturally tough and I won't be threatened by anything. So, if you really want my life, I advise you to do it yourself. You're still so sharp-tongued even when you're about to die. You're really courting death. After cursing, Hualai did not hesitate at all. His body moved and he charged explosively towards Xiaoyan. If you want to hurt him, you'll have to get past me. Han Dong let out an explosive cry from his mouth. His expression was solemn as he flew forward. Soon after, he collided heavily with Hualai. Bang! The two collided. This time around, a cold smile surfaced on Hualai's face. His body shook and a frightening strength poured out, forcing Han Dong back with a single strike. Humph, Han Dong, a 7-star Dodi is indeed a 7-star Dodi. With just your Do Chi, you won't even be able to block a single attack from the old me. You want to protect this person who's about to die? What a fool's dream. Hualai laughed out loud. His body once again charged explosively forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. His large hand grabbed forward and violently landed on Xiaoyan's head. The old me has already said that if you want to hurt him, you'll have to get past me. However, right at this moment, the complexion of Han Dong, who had been forced back by Hualai's attack, suddenly turned red. At the same time, a burst of powerful energy abruptly surged out from within his body. Like a flame, it rose up and lit up his entire body, making him appear like a star. Han Dong's body instantly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Hualai. His hand was as swift as lightning as he firmly grabbed Hualai's wrist. Ha! With an explosive cry, Han Dong suddenly exerted some strength with the hand that he had grabbed Hualai's wrist, forcefully flinging the latter's body away. Hualai's body miserably retreated dozens of steps in the air before stabilizing his body. He raised his head and looked over. His eyes were filled with fierceness. Secret technique, huh? Insignificant skill. Let's see how long you can endure. At this moment, Yan He and the others had also arrived in front of Han Dong. The 6 9-star Dodi simultaneously looked at Han Dong. Waves of ferocious Do Chi rose from the bodies of the 6 of them. Immediately, the atmosphere in the arena became unusually tense. Xiaoyan, I will delay them now. You should leave quickly. Taking advantage of this short gap, Han Dong once again transmitted his voice to Xiaoyan. No, facing 6 9-star Dodi at the same time is really too dangerous. I cannot abandon you. I cannot. Leave. Even if I want to leave, we must leave together. Otherwise, little fellow, there is no need for you to say so much nonsense. As the deputy chairman of the Alchemist Alliance, they do not dare to really kill me. However, if you continue to stay here, they will definitely use all sorts of methods to kill you. Moreover, you are currently seriously injured. If you do not leave, you will only become a burden to me. I will not be able to endure this condition for long. If you want to leave, you can only do so now. Leave. Before Xiaoyan could say anything, Han Dong hurriedly interrupted him. It was also at this moment that Fan Siyuan and the others on the opposite side suddenly attacked. They planned to finish off the two people in front of them in one fell swoop. Damn it! Xiaoyan unwillingly cursed in his heart. Although he was extremely dissatisfied in his heart, he also understood in his heart that the current situation did not allow him to hesitate even a little. Hence, he made a ruthless decision in his heart. When Fan Siyuan and the others attacked, Xiaoyan dragged his weak body and hurriedly flew out of the city. You want to leave? Stop him. Fan Siyuan emitted an earth-shaking explosive cry. The bodies of the two people behind him shook. Their speed suddenly increased as they charged forward. Ha! Just as Qi Ming and Hua Lai were about to step forward, Han Dong suddenly rushed forward and used all his strength to block the two of them. On the other side, Yan He and the other two planned to bypass Fan Siyuan and the others and chase after Xiaoyan. The expression on Han Dong's face changed when he sensed the actions of Yan He and the others. Just as he was about to flash and explosively withdraw, Fan Siyuan appeared in front of him in a ghost-like manner. He threw out a palm in an attempt to block Han Dong. However, bang! Han Dong did not dodge at all. He used his body to forcefully block this attack. At the same time, with the help of this force, Han Dong's bloody body swiftly arrived in front of Yan He and the other two. He used his flesh and blood to forcefully block them. In this way, these 6 9-star Dodi were forcefully blocked in front of the city gate by Han Dong using his own body as the price. At this moment, Xiaoyan also gradually disappeared into the distance. Very quickly, Xiaoyan was far away from the boundary of Jingyao City. From time to time, a muffled rumbling sound could be heard from behind him, causing Xiaoyan's heart to tremble. It was not difficult to imagine what kind of price Han Dong had paid for Xiaoyan. Using his 7-star Dodi cultivation, secret technique, and physical body, Han Dong had given Xiaoyan enough time to leave. Xiaoyan could only hope that it was just as Han Dong had said. They did not dare to kill him. Otherwise, once Han Dong died, Xiaoyan would go all out. Regardless of the price, he would definitely make those 6 9-star Dodi pay with their lives for what they had done today. Xiaoyan had never been a narrow-minded person. However, he would definitely not be stingy when it came to revenge. However, Xiaoyan's most important task now was to leave this place. Otherwise, once Fan Siyuan and the others caught up, Han Dong's hard work would be wasted. Very quickly, Xiaoyan's figure appeared in the sky above a mountain forest. Even though he could no longer see Jingyao City behind him, Xiaoyan did not plan to stop here. He needed to ensure his own safety. Otherwise, he would not be able to hide under the detection of a 9-star Dodi. Moreover, Fan Siyuan was a rank 4 formation master whose spiritual strength far surpassed his. Xiaoyan's figure slowly flew forward without stopping. The medicinal pills in his body were still healing the injuries in his body. At the same time, threads of Douqi were slowly being poured into the vortex. This kind of feeling of not being able to make ends meet really caused Xiaoyan to feel strained. Xiaoyan, who was in a hurry to leave this place, did not realize that in the empty space far behind him, there was a human figure wearing a yellow robe quietly following him. The hand under the sleeve was tightly holding an ancient-looking scroll. The old man's hand slowly rubbed it. His scarlet tongue licked his lips. A pair of snake-like icy cold eyes looked in the direction that Xiaoyan had left in. A greedy expression involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Although he had personally witnessed the frightening scene that caused fear to rise in one's heart, under the influence of his greedy heart, this old man still quietly followed Xiaoyan, who had safely left. Brat, you're already heavily injured. I don't believe that you can create another fire lotus like that. Ha 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 ha, 2 hours passed very quickly. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who was slowly flying forward, finally landed in the forest below. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on the trunk of a huge tree. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the Northern King. Immediately after, Xiaoyan quickly took out 2 Class 4 medicinal pills from his storage ring and swallowed them without hesitation. Immediately, the enormous medicinal effect of a Tier 4 medicinal pill was displayed. The damaged qi paths and bones in Xiaoyan's body were swiftly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye under this enormous medicinal strength. Of course, it was easy to recover from minor injuries. However, those injured internal organs required time to be worn in before they could slowly recover. In just a short 15 minutes, Xiaoyan's injuries had gradually stabilized. Waves of dou qi quickly flowed through his meridians and gathered in the vortex. Xiaoyan's pale face recovered slightly. His originally weak aura also began to fill up. However, it would take a very long time for him to return to his peak. However, while Xiaoyan was focusing on recovering from the injuries within his body, a yellow-robed human figure suddenly appeared in the empty space a short distance away in a ghost-like manner. Under the yellow robe, a pair of sinister eyes covered in shadows instantly stared at Xiaoyan. Like 2 invisible arrows, they pierced through the air and appeared in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. Buzz, the Northern King, who was originally standing quietly beside Xiaoyan, suddenly took a step forward and used its body to block Xiaoyan. The 2 invisible arrows collided with the Northern King's chest, which was filled with a metallic texture. The invisible arrows left 2 shallow dents on the Northern King's chest, which quickly recovered. At the same time, the Northern King's cold and empty gaze landed on the yellow-robed man. What a strange puppet. Under the yellow robe, the sinister old eyes stared intently at the Northern King. He could not help but feel astonished. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who was behind the Northern King, had already exited from his training state. He continued to refine the pills in his body as his pitch-black eyes looked at the yellow-robed figure in the sky. "May I know who you are? I don't think we have met before." Xiaoyan's gaze swept over the yellow-robed figure. He was immediately certain that this person was not from the Array Master Association. "Haha, indeed. It is as you have said. We have never met before." Under the yellow robe, a slightly hoarse old voice slowly spat out. There was even a trace of mockery in his voice. "Since we have never met before, why have you appeared now?" Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. A trace of seriousness surged in his heart. It could be said that he had just escaped the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. He did not expect that there would be someone who would target him. With a thought, the dou qi that had barely recovered from the vortex in his body began to circulate. Even though he was seriously injured, Xiaoyan could still determine the cultivation of the person in front of him by relying on his remaining spiritual strength. An advanced 8-star dou di. With such strength, he was not inferior to Wu Jitian of the battle martial sect. From the looks of it, this person's cultivation was not that of a 9-star dou di. However, when placed among the high-class dou di, he could be considered an extremely troublesome existence. "Mister, do you still remember that you had won a dragon scale fruit in the auction house?" Under the yellow robe, the old man's somewhat deep voice was transmitted over. Once these words were spoken, Xiaoyan immediately frowned. The scene from back then surfaced in his mind. Indeed, Xiaoyan had successfully won the dragon scale fruit with 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid. However, because of this, he had offended the faction in the private room. It turned out that it was this yellow-robed old man in front of him. "You are here for the dragon scale fruit?" "I was before, but not now," the yellow-robed old man sneered and said, "or rather, it is not just for the dragon scale fruit." The moment his words sounded, the old man's pair of shady old eyes instantly lifted. His gaze was like a sharp arrow as it stared at Xiaoyan. The greed in his eyes was not concealed at all. "Dragon scale fruit? You mean this?" After hesitating for a while, Xiaoyan still took out a jade box. After opening it, an oval-shaped fruit was exposed to the air. It was the dragon scale fruit. The moment he saw the dragon scale fruit, the expression on the yellow-robed old man's face could not help but change. He quickly extended his shriveled hand and greedily stared at the fruit in Xiaoyan's hand. His tone was dense as he ordered, "Kid, hand it over and I will let you die a quick death." "Who said I was going to hand it over to you?" Xiaoyan sneered. He took out the dragon scale fruit, but he did not intend to hand it over to the yellow-robed old man. "Kid, I saw the previous battle. The combat power that you possess is something that I have never seen in my life. I have to say, if you were at your peak, I would not dare to attack you. However, it is better for you to see clearly now. With your severely injured body, do you think that you have the ability to defend it? The yellow-robed old man first praised with a solemn expression, but then he sneered sarcastically. Or do you intend to use it to threaten me? You can try. I guarantee that you will die miserably. The yellow-robed old man slowly clenched his outstretched hand. The invisible space between his palms constantly distorted. Then, with a bang, it collapsed and turned into an endless darkness. Hearing the old man's words, Xiaoyan sneered. His gaze returned to the dragon scale fruit in front of him, and his heart was filled with determination. Seeing that you want this dragon scale fruit so much, I think that you should also be a physical body cultivator, right? So what? The yellow-robed old man frowned. He could not help but feel that something was wrong. Since that is the case, let me see which one of us has the better physical strength. A cold cry was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. Soon after, Xiaoyan grabbed the dragon scale fruit in front of the yellow-robed old man's disbelieving eyes. He widened his mouth and forcefully swallowed it. The instant the dragon scale fruit entered his mouth, it turned into an enormous fiery energy that followed Xiaoyan's throat and surged into the latter's body in one go. Bang! On the tree branch, Xiaoyan's body shook uncontrollably. In an instant, a frightening heat wave attacked. The mountain forest within 1,000 feet radius was flattened in an instant. At the same time, a painful roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. The roar was just like thunder that shook the sky and earth, causing the magical beasts in the mountain forest to scatter in all directions in fear. At this moment, even with the strength of the yellow-robed old man, his expression involuntarily changed. The doqi in his body surged out and blocked the frightening heat wave. After which, he threw his solemn gaze toward the latter. His eyes contained a deep disbelief. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect Xiaoyan in front of him to crazily swallow the dragon scale fruit. It should be known that the dragon scale fruit contained the strength of an ancient dragon. Even at his peak, he could only rely on external strength to slowly refine it. The result of swallowing it in one go was unimaginable. This lunatic. What is the difference between this method and self-destruction? Damn it, I should not have given him the chance to speak. At this moment, the heart of the yellow-robed old man was filled with regret. If he could turn back time, he would definitely kill Xiaoyan at the first possible moment. Unfortunately, it was already too late to think about this now. The frightening energy moved in all directions within Xiaoyan's body. The enormous energy seemed to have a purpose as it surged into every cell in Xiaoyan's body. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's body swelled by more than a couple of times. His entire body appeared to be scarlet red in color, as though it had been burned. His swollen body appeared to be transparent. One could even see the unceasingly flowing blood under his skin. However, at this moment, even the blood appeared to be boiling. Xiaoyan's face revealed a painful expression. His body was bright red and the expression on his face appeared to be crazy. The roars that were emitted from his mouth were almost hoarse in the end. His originally dark black eyes had become scarlet red at this moment. Both of his eyes were extremely wide and his perfectly round eyeballs appeared to be about to fall out of their sockets, causing a chill to rise in one's heart upon seeing them. The enormous energy moved wildly within his body, passing through his flesh, organs, and bones, completely occupying every inch of Xiaoyan's body. Even so, Xiaoyan's body continued to swell, as though it could explode at any moment. Roar. Until a certain moment, Xiaoyan's throat once again emitted a beast-like roar. His swollen palms suddenly clenched tightly and his mind forcefully controlled his body. His enormous body suddenly shook and behind him, a slightly illusory figure suddenly rose from the ground, reaching a height of 100 feet. It was the Force Elephant's skill. When the illusory figure was formed, the enormous energy within Xiaoyan's body seemed to have found a place to return to. It violently poured out and entered the illusory figure behind Xiaoyan. In an instant, the originally illusory figure rapidly solidified. A fiery red color filled his entire body and the enormous energy continued to pour in. The figure that was formed by the Force Elephant's skill once again swelled under this enormous energy. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was filled with horror as he realized that even the Force Elephant skill was unable to withstand this enormous energy. Even the Force Elephant skill was about to explode from this energy. At that time, once the Force Elephant skill exploded, the damage would be directly reflected on Xiaoyan's body. Then, one could imagine the outcome. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was filled with fear. He did not expect that the dragon scale fruit would actually possess such a terrifying energy. Now, it seemed that he would inevitably die under this enormous energy. Damn it, how could this be? Xiaoyan's heart was filled with unwillingness as he roared furiously. However, the situation had already reached an irreversible state. Even if he tried his best, he would still be unable to control this energy. As for the yellow-robed elder, he had hidden far away. In the face of such an enormous energy, even he did not dare to casually face it. Hence, he could only observe Xiaoyan's situation from afar. He hoped that after the latter exploded, there would still be some valuable things left behind. However, it was a pity that his wish was destined to not be fulfilled. Just when Xiaoyan felt that he was no longer able to endure this strength, the dragon phoenix bloodline that belonged to the ancient void dragon tribe within his body was suddenly awakened at this moment. Ha! In an instant, Xiaoyan let out an earth-shattering dragon roar towards the sky, causing all the magical beasts in the forest to submit to him. In this roar, these magical beasts could clearly feel a pressure from the bloodline. This kind of pressure caused them to be unable to have the slightest intention to resist. It was as if with a single thought, he could control their life and death. This was an absolute power, an absolute deterrence, and a symbol of status. At the same time, in the sky, the yellow-robed elder's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan. He could not help but feel shocked. At this moment, on Xiaoyan's body, purple gold dragon scales rapidly covered the latter's body. His hands turned into dragon claws, and the purple gold dragon scales covered Xiaoyan's earlobes. The dragon scales all over Xiaoyan's body emitted a special purple light, and the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body seemed to have come alive at this moment. It turned into purple gold blood dragons and rapidly flowed in the blood vessels in Xiaoyan's body. An enormous suction force surged out of the bodies of these blood dragons. In an instant, the remaining portion of the frightening strength that the dragon scale fruit had given Xiaoyan was completely absorbed by them. After absorbing the power of the dragon scale fruit, the dragon phoenix bloodline seemed to have become even more powerful. The dragon roars became even more majestic and domineering. Xiaoyan's huge body, which had swelled up because of the energy, also returned to its original size in an instant. The dragon scales that covered Xiaoyan's entire body were hidden. When one looked at the wounds on Xiaoyan's body, they had completely recovered. Although the injuries within his body were still present, for some unknown reason, the recovery speed of his body had clearly increased significantly after he swallowed the dragon scale fruit in this manner. Although his injuries still appeared serious, the current Xiaoyan was no longer the least bit worried. Other than that, there was another thing that made Xiaoyan feel pleasantly surprised. Under the scouring of the terrifying power earlier, the Force Elephant skill had condensed into a physical body in an instant. This also meant that Xiaoyan's Force Elephant skill had now reached the advanced stage. Although the Douqi in Xiaoyan's body was weak, the advanced stage of the Force Elephant skill allowed Xiaoyan to feel a kind of strength that did not rely on Douqi. He only felt that his entire body was filled with power at this moment. This kind of power made him overly excited, so he urgently needed to vent it. In the void, Xiaoyan stood upright. His pale face was filled with a confident smile. His gaze fell and stared at the yellow-robed elder. His heart was filled with ridicule. Previously, this fellow had repeatedly said that he wanted to kill him. Now, Xiaoyan felt curious. If the two of them were to fight, how many rounds could this yellow-robed elder in front of him last? Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart. Immediately, his feet suddenly stepped on empty air. His seemingly weak body was like a cannonball as it charged toward the yellow-robed, old man, whose face was filled with disbelief, with a lightning-like speed. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. In the sky above the dilapidated mountain forest, a lightning-like human figure was charging toward a yellow-robed old man in the sky. The invisible space became distorted wherever the human figure passed. After which, it was unable to withstand the pressure and collapsed with a muffled bang sound. Under the precondition that he did not use any Douqi, the strength that erupted from his body was actually this frightening. This kind of power was truly shocking. At this moment, even the yellow-robed old man felt shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. The expression on his old face was extremely solemn. Threads of cold sweat were uncontrollably being emitted from all over his body. The heart of the yellow-robed old man involuntarily trembled when Xiaoyan emitted that earth-shaking dragon roar from his mouth. His heart was involuntarily terrified. Was the person in front of him really a human? How could a human's body endure such a frightening strength? How could he emit a dragon roar? That was the symbol of the dragon race. Just who was this black-robed young man? Although there were many questions in his heart, the yellow-robed old man did not have the time to care about them at this moment. Xiaoyan had already attacked. If he did not retaliate, he would become a laughingstock. Why would an advanced 8-star Dodi be afraid of a seriously injured 5-star Dodi? Even if Xiaoyan had the increase in strength from swallowing the dragon scale fruit, the yellow-robed old man did not think that he would lose in the face of the strength of an 8-star Dodi. Moreover, other than being an 8-star Dodi, the yellow-robed old man was also a physical body practitioner. In terms of physical strength, even if it could not be compared to the current Xiaoyan, he would not be afraid of the former. Brat, let the old me see just how much strength this strange body of yours can unleash after swallowing the dragon scale fruit. The yellow-robed old man's face was arrogant as he watched Xiaoyan charge over explosively. The do-chi within his body crazily surged out at the same time as the explosive cry sounded from his mouth. It agglomerated into a reddish-yellow do-chi armor. After doing all this, the old man swiftly raised his hands to his chest. His 10 fingers moved together and formed a seal. Soon after, he let out a long roar toward the sky. Ha! Half-step savage beast formula. Along with this long howl, a formless and terrifying force rapidly condensed on the surface of the old man's body. The formless energy continued to converge, as if it was material. At a glance, it looked like a barbaric bear. However, the barbaric bear could only cover the left half of the old man's body. Perhaps, this was what he meant by half-step. Roar. As the barbarian beast. Skill was displayed, the half-a-barbarian bear on the surface of the old man's body also emitted a beast roar that was filled with a murderous aura. Immediately, the old man's body suddenly moved as the black-colored human figure in front of him grew increasingly closer. His feet heavily stepped on empty air. Soon after, he abruptly charged forward explosively and heavily collided with the black figure that was heading towards him. Boom! Terrifying energy ripples spread out from the center of the two of them, instantly washing away the wind and clouds in this area. The two of them did not give way to each other. Their imposing auras were surging. Their powerful do-chi and physical strength were actually equally matched against Xiaoyan's pure violence. Both sides were actually equally matched in this strike. This fellow's physical strength has actually already reached such a powerful stage. The yellow-robed old man's eyebrows were tightly knit together. A solemn expression involuntarily appeared on his old face. Such a powerful physical strength was really unbelievable. Brat, is this all you have? Although his heart was solemn, the yellow-robed old man's mouth did not give way. At the same time, the strength on his hands that were thrown forward became even more ferocious, as if he wanted to force Xiaoyan back. It is still uncertain how much strength I have. However, your strength should only be this much. Xiaoyan coldly laughed when he heard this. The expression on his face instantly became stern. The moment the strength in the yellow-robed old man's hands soared, his tightly clenched fists suddenly shook. 2 enormous forces immediately surged into his palms. A frightening force poured out and easily destroyed the strength that the yellow-robed old man had just agglomerated in his palms with an unstoppable force. Bang! Soon after, a muffled bang sound was once again emitted between the two of them. The yellow-robed old man's body flew back uncontrollably until he was 1,000 feet away. Only then did he miserably stop his body. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. The old man raised his head. Both of his eyes were filled with horror. It was difficult to imagine that this Xiaoyan in front of him was actually this powerful in front of his advanced 8-star Dodi. He was actually no match for such a fighting strength. How is this possible? On the other side, Xiaoyan was currently standing proudly in the empty air. His entire body was overflowing with fighting intent. The turbulent and surging force within his body continued to spread outwards, attacking the originally calm empty space around him. Circular spatial ripples spread around Xiaoyan's body one after another. His powerful physical strength caused this unmoving, invisible empty space to tremble. After swallowing the dragon scale fruit, the strength of the current Xiaoyan's physical body had already greatly increased. Under the cleansing of the dragon scale fruit, the strength of Xiaoyan's physical body had already reached the limit that he could endure. Adding this to his complete mastery of the strength elephant skill, the combination of the two caused Xiaoyan's physical body to reach a frightening level that was difficult to imagine. Such a physical body was already not inferior to an ordinary 9-star Do. Even in the entire western region, there were very few people who could match the strength that this seemingly frail body possessed. An 8-star Do is only SOSO. Xiaoyan coldly laughed. The amplification effect that the strength elephant skill had given him was much greater than he had imagined. Originally, he had thought that even if he mastered the strength elephant skill, it would at the very most raise his fighting strength to an advanced 8-star Do. However, he did not expect that it would actually forcefully reach the initial 9-star Do level. Perhaps, this was all thanks to the effect of the dragon scale fruit. Under the impact of the powerful strength of the dragon scale fruit, the force elephant skill had once again soared to its greatest extent. Perhaps it was because of this that Xiaoyan's fighting strength had soared to such an extent. Brat, don't be too arrogant. So what if you have swallowed the dragon scale fruit? If you continue to endure for such a long time with your seriously injured body, the injuries in your body will only pile up. You are digging your own grave. Haha, you know that I have swallowed the dragon scale fruit. Don't tell me that you don't know what kind of changes have occurred to my body? Xiaoyan parted his mouth and laughed coldly in the face of the yellow-robed old man's furious cry. His words were filled with disdain. Such a lowly method was really unsightly. Ugh, the yellow-robed old man's eyes immediately hardened when the words from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded. The expression on his face was clearly startled. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something and the muscles on the corner of his eyes twitched intensely. Damn it. So what if this is the case? A 5-star Do is a 5-star Do. In front of an 8-star Do, he is merely an ant. The yellow-robed old man emitted an unwilling roar. He did not believe that with his 8-star Do's cultivation, he would not be able to finish off a seriously injured 5-star Do. If news of this were to spread, how would he have the face to mingle in the western region in the future? Brat, the old me does not believe that without Do Qi, you will be able to withstand the old me's Do technique with just this physical body of yours. The old man's heart was furious. The Do Qi in his body surged out without any restraint. His hand swiftly formed a seal. Immediately, his body flashed a couple of times and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Both of his hands flipped and turned into palms. They violently landed on Xiaoyan's chest from the left and right. Faced with such a sharp attack from the yellow-robed old man, Xiaoyan did not withdraw. Instead, he advanced. Both of his hands clenched into fists and his body suddenly shook. An invisible force agglomerated on the surface of his body and formed a somewhat illusionary barrier. At the same time, both of his fists were waved and collided head-on with the yellow-robed old man's Do technique. Clang 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 clang. The sound of an intense collision repeatedly reverberated through the empty space. Xiaoyan and the yellow-robed old man exchanged blows. Fist against fist, palm against palm. Earth-shaking explosions repeatedly reverberated through the empty space, causing the invisible space to crack and collapse time and time again. However, the battle between the two of them did not reveal a victor even after a long time had passed. Until a certain moment, bang. Xiaoyan and the yellow-robed old man each threw a punch at each other's chest. The powerful Do technique shattered the invisible barrier on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. After which, it landed on Xiaoyan's chest without any reduction in power. At the same time, Xiaoyan's punch that was filled with power also violently attacked the Do technique armor on the surface of the old man's body. The same scene then appeared. The yellow-robed old man's eyes were filled with anger. The fist that landed on Xiaoyan's chest suddenly shook. Surging Do Qi immediately gushed out from his palm, wanting to force Xiaoyan back with one blow. However, buzz buzz buzz, after the surging Do Qi energy bombarded Xiaoyan's body, it only set off an intense do-qi ripple on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. The yellow-robed old man's do-qi was actually forcefully dissolved by Xiaoyan using the force elephant tactic. What? This brat's physical body is actually... Seeing this scene, the yellow-robed old man's heart violently trembled. The shock that Xiaoyan gave him was too much. Hee, let me do it. Xiaoyan coldly smiled. The arm that he had thrown out suddenly shook. A terrifying huge force suddenly poured out from his arm. It was like the Yellow River bursting a dam as it violently bombarded the yellow-robed old man's chest. Bang! Following a low and deep explosive bang sound, the clothes in front of the yellow-robed old man's chest instantly turned into fragments. His pupils abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. His old face turned completely red as fresh blood involuntarily spat out from his mouth. His body also bent backwards in an instant. Soon after, he flew backwards like a cannonball with a bang sound. On the spot, Xiaoyan withdrew his fist with a cold smile on his face. He gently twisted his wrist with one hand with a satisfied expression on his face. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. This place was a mountain forest that had been destroyed by the powerful energy. At a glance, gullies were everywhere and the ground was full of scars. One could even clearly see the huge impact of the energy attack from the traces on the ground. It was simply shocking. At this moment, in the ruins, an old man who was covered in blood and had an extremely unstable aura was lying in a huge pit. From his position, this pit seemed to have been caused by the powerful energy that had spread from his body after he had fallen. After being hit by such a shocking power, this old man was actually able to survive. Just this point alone was shocking. Cough cough cough, how is this possible? No matter how strong one's physical body is, it is impossible to be so strong. This old man has bitterly trained his physical body for 100 years and has never reached such a level. How is it possible for a young brat like you? The old man climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at the blurry black figure in the sky. His voice was trembling and hoarse as he spoke. High up in the sky, under the sunlight, it was impossible to see the expression on the man's face. However, one could hear some ridicule in his voice. It seems that you've truly lived a dog's life for the past 100 years. The strength of the physical body is not something that can be proven by mere time. Even if it's only been 100 years, if you don't train and rely on external items, it's simply impossible for you to become truly powerful. Soon after, a cold laugh was heard. The figure in the sky tilted his body slightly. Under the sunlight, a young face was reflected. It was Xiaoyan. Bastard. You are just a young brat. What qualifications do you have to judge this old man? Bang. This is my qualification, Yi Futian said. Just as the old man's words sounded, Xiaoyan's right hand suddenly clenched in the air. A terrifying force immediately poured out. Almost at the same time, the invisible space within a few feet of his hand suddenly collapsed. A powerful strength possessed the right to speak at any time. Xiaoyan was clearly aware of this point. At this moment, this move of his had instantly suppressed the old man below, who had originally wanted to retort. Cold sweat involuntarily surged out from the old man's forehead. He panted intensely as he once again looked at Xiaoyan with eyes that were filled with fury. Brat, the old me admits that you are indeed the strongest do-di that the old me has ever seen in my life. If you are allowed to continue growing like this, I believe that in less than 3 years, even that old thief Lu Zhongtian will be trampled under your feet. The muscles at the corner of the old man's eyes twitched slightly. His 2 hands, which were exposed, were slowly clenched tightly. It was as though he was suppressing the pain in his body. At the same time, the do-qi in his body also swiftly surged. However, no matter what, you will definitely die in my hands today. The moment the words left his mouth, the expression on the old man's face suddenly became awe-inspiring. He quickly raised his 2 withered palms to his chest, and his 10 fingers moved together, changing seals. As the old man's fingertips formed the seals, numerous unfamiliar and complicated seals were swiftly formed from his hands. At the same time, an enormous do-qi energy swiftly agglomerated in the empty space above the old man's head. It faintly formed a somewhat illusionary finger. "Brat, since you have swallowed the dragon scale fruit, you should also give it a try." This dough technique that the old me had similarly obtained from this auction. Let's see just who is stronger between the two of us. The originally invisible finger gradually became angular and clear. The outline of an enormous finger also became increasingly clear. At the same time, an extremely ancient and enormous pressure was emitted from it, causing people to feel an enormous pressure assaulting them head-on. Spirit Class High-Level Dough Technique, Desolation Finger. The old man's mouth once again emitted an explosive cry. Almost at the same time as the cry from his mouth sounded, the enormous finger that was suspended above his head emitted an extremely dazzling green glow. A frightening force spread out like floodwater. The atmosphere between the sky and the earth once again became solemn in an instant. Such an enormous strength was something that even the current Xiaoyan could not help but feel moved when he saw it. Desolation Finger. So the person who had obtained it is you. Seeing this enormous green finger, Xiaoyan immediately recalled the mysterious strong person who had obtained it in the auction back then. At that time, he had taken out an E-class dough technique. The appearance of that thing had caused everyone present to be shocked. However, this fellow clearly understood in his heart that it was useless for him to keep a water affinity dough technique. Thus, he might as well use it to auction off something that he needed. This desolation finger was exactly what he wanted. After using a week's time, although he did not dare to say that he completely understood it, he was able to display 30% of its strength with his ability. Xiaoyan's gaze focused on this enormous green finger. As he sensed the powerful force that spread out from it, a solemn expression finally appeared on his face. Although this old fellow had yet to comprehend the essence of the desolation finger, this was after all a spirit class high-level dough technique. Its body was extremely extraordinary. Just this point alone was sufficient for Xiaoyan to pay attention to it. Currently, the dough qi in his body had not recovered by much. It was still insufficient for him to use the 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. Moreover, the dough technique that he could use with his physical strength was merely the octane blast. It was far from enough to block this desolation finger. From the looks of it, he could only rely on brute force to forcefully resist. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily moved slightly. However, it was also at this moment that the enormous finger suddenly charged toward Xiaoyan. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air and allowed his heart to completely calm down. Both of his hands were slowly raised. After which, as his thoughts moved, numerous complicated seals were formed at lightning speed. At the same time, the vast and frightening force in his body also appeared to have received a command at this moment as it swiftly agglomerated. A cool breeze blew over and caused the black robe that Xiaoyan was wearing to flutter, revealing his skinny yet muscular body. At this moment, as the frightening force in Xiaoyan's body began to agglomerate, a thin layer of golden light gradually agglomerated on Xiaoyan's chest. That thin layer of light was like a thin veil that covered the surface of Xiaoyan's body. At the same time, one could clearly see that every piece of skin and every piece of muscle on Xiaoyan's body had become tense at this moment. Following the cover of the thin veil, a metallic luster was reflected. Without relying on dough qi, Xiaoyan relied on the enormous force in his body to agglomerate a layer of substance like thin veil. This was also the only defense that he was currently using to face the desolation finger. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. In the distant sky, one could see a huge green finger charging up into the sky. Intense spatial ripples continued to spread from the green finger's body. It was like the surface of a lake where a huge rock had been thrown in, causing circular ripples to form. A shocking aura spread out from the finger. That kind of terrifying strength was like a volcanic eruption, filled with a destructive power. It seemed that it would only stop when everything in front of it was destroyed. Hurricanes swept across the sky and surrounded this huge green finger. At this moment, a human figure wearing a golden veil was standing in front of this huge finger. If one were to look carefully, it turned out that this human figure was not wearing a golden veil. Instead, there was a layer of faint golden light covering the surface of his body. The golden light dyed his entire body a golden color. Looking from a distance, he looked like a man made of gold, giving off an indestructible feeling. However, at this moment, there was no doubt that the target of this huge green finger was the human figure in front of him. On the ground below, the old man could not help but feel surprised when he saw Xiaoyan in the sky reveal such an appearance. With just this layer of faint golden light, could it be that Xiaoyan wanted to rely on it to block his Mi-Huang finger? Although he did not dare to believe it in his heart, the old man also understood that from the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed, the latter was not the kind of person who would put on a brave front. Since he was able to rely on such a thin layer of golden veil to block his attack, it meant that this golden veil, which seemed to be easily shattered with one strike, was not as simple as it appeared to be on the surface. Thinking of this point in his heart, the old man immediately calmed down. With a thought, all of his remaining doqi was poured into the huge green finger in the sky. A dazzling green light was immediately emitted, illuminating the entire place with a green color. At this moment, this green finger already contained all of the doqi in his body. After this attack, regardless of whether it was a success or failure, he would definitely enter a state where his doqi was exhausted. The Mi-Huang finger would decide who would stand in the end between him and Xiaoyan. In the sky, the huge green finger was getting closer and closer to Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the latter. At this moment, the distance between the two was less than 1 meter. Xiaoyan and the old man's nerves were also extremely tense at this moment. Finally, when the huge green finger was about to arrive, Xiaoyan suddenly raised both of his arms and crossed them in front of his chest. The force in his body crazily gathered. Following this, the two collided. Bang! An earth-shattering sound suddenly resounded. A terrifying energy storm instantly swept out. The forest collapsed and burned to the ground. Close to 1,000 li of forest was razed to the ground. One could see the big picture through a narrow window. The terror of a Ling-class Do technique was displayed at this moment. In the sky, a dense green doqi wave covered a large area of the sky. The energy within it continued to explode. A thunder-like explosion sounded repeatedly in this area. Only after a long while did this area once again return to silence. Cough cough, is it over? On the ground, the pale-faced old man climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. His mouth panted intensely as he hurriedly raised his head. His gaze searched the heavy green cloud. After he confirmed that there was no aura fluctuation there, he finally sighed in relief in his heart. His old face involuntarily revealed a smile as though he had just survived a calamity after a bitter victory. In this way, the final result was still, buzz. Suddenly, an intense trembling sound appeared in the sky. On the ground, the old man's eyes suddenly hardened. The smile that had just surfaced on his face gradually froze at this moment. It was as though something had exploded deep within his heart. The expression on his pale old face gradually turned gray. High up in the sky, the green energy mist was swept away by a powerful gust of wind. The energy that had yet to disperse was completely dissolved, disappearing into the world. Subsequently, a human figure covered in a purple-gold color was exposed in the air. Looking at his face, he was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. The purple-gold light that covered Xiaoyan's body was the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor. However, from the looks of it at this moment, even with the protection of the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor, the Mi-Huang finger had still left quite a number of injuries on Xiaoyan's body. A large piece of the scale armor in front of his chest had been forcefully torn off. The flesh under it was also exposed to the air. At a glance, he appeared extremely miserable. However, upon thinking about it, Xiaoyan had merely suffered some superficial wounds under the attack of a high-level spirit Do technique. Just this point alone was sufficient to make Xiaoyan feel proud. However, under the recovery of the heavenly flame and the frightening recovery ability that he had obtained after swallowing the dragon scale fruit, the wounds on Xiaoyan's chest were swiftly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at Xiaoyan's slightly pale face, it was also gradually recovering. Of course, the only thing that did not change was that the muscles on the corner of his mouth were still twitching involuntarily. Although his recovery ability had become much stronger, the intense pain that was transmitted from his wounds was still unbearable. After recovering, Xiaoyan's eyes lowered and looked at the old man whose aura was currently extremely weak. Why? This time around, the expression on the old man's face did not fluctuate much. All the hope and begging in his heart had also disappeared at this moment. Being an 8-star Do-D, the peak expert of the western region, he had already lost everything today. Moreover, all of this had been caused by him. From the very beginning, he should not have come to look for this black-robed, young man who appeared to be seriously injured. After descending, Xiaoyan walked step by step toward the old man. When he arrived in front of him, the injuries on his chest had already completely recovered. A thought passed through his heart and the purple gold scale armor all over his body disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soon after, a golden illusory figure suddenly rose behind him. The golden-colored illusory figure was a huge god standing behind Xiaoyan. A layer of faint golden light was emitted from it. It was the same as the thin golden veil that had covered Xiaoyan's body earlier. However, the golden light on this illusory figure was much dimmer. Perhaps it was due to the difference in size, but the golden light on this illusory figure was much dimmer. So, it is actually like this. The old man's aura was weak as he nodded. Immediately, he fell to the ground with a loud bang. After which, Xiaoyan smiled indifferently. He turned his head to look at the golden illusory figure behind him. A thought passed through his heart and he withdrew it. This golden illusory figure was one of the 4 Saint Manifestation skill, which was known for its defense, Golden Elephant skill. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. In a mountain range that was rarely visited by humans, a human figure swiftly fell from the sky in front of a huge cave. After which, he landed heavily on the ground. Although his figure appeared a little miserable, his strength was also terrifyingly powerful. The ground where he landed formed a huge pit. At the bottom of the pit, a human figure wearing a black robe was half kneeling. Only after the frightening force on his body was removed did the human figure stand up while panting. Roar. Human, leave this place. Just as the human figure stood up, a huge beast roar that was filled with enmity was transmitted from deep within the cave in front of him. The roar was like thunder as it rolled over. It blew up a thick cloud of dust that swept toward the human figure in the pit. Just as the cloud of dust was about to attack, a cool breeze suddenly rose around the human figure. It swept the cloud of dust into the air and agglomerated into the shape of a long dragon that suddenly exploded in the distance. The human figure lifted his face. A pair of dark black eyes looked toward the deepest part of the cave. His gaze was calm. Xiaoyan's pale face carried an exhausted expression. After the repeated big battles, his body's recovery ability had increased significantly. However, the great exhaustion of his douqi and physical strength had caused Xiaoyan to descend into a weak state. Now, he urgently needed to find a quiet place to recover. However, before this, he needed to retrieve something. His footsteps did not pause as Xiaoyan walked directly toward the interior of the cave. Within it, the magical beast that had let out a furious roar was also angered by Xiaoyan's actions. Insignificant human, you actually dare to be presumptuous here. You are seeking death. A rough and heavy beast roar was transmitted from deep within the cave. Soon after, a fierce douqi wave surged out from deep within the cave. Xiaoyan directly ignored it. His black robe did not move and his footsteps were as steady as usual. Soon after, an enormous beast appeared in front of Xiaoyan with heavy footsteps. Swoosh! However, without waiting for the enormous beast to do anything, Xiaoyan flicked his finger. A purple gold figure immediately shot out. It was as steady as a cannonball as it forced the enormous beast back. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain above Xiaoyan's head suddenly shook violently. The huge body of the giant beast was actually deeply smashed into the mountain. Bang, 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 immediately after, a few more explosive sounds rang out. It sounded like fists hitting flesh, and the dull sound of collision made people feel a burst of pain. Amidst the muffled collisions, miserable roars could be heard. From this, one could tell how much pain the giant beast was in. With a thought, the sounds of collisions in the depths of the cave finally stopped. Then, there was the sound of rushing wind, and the Northern King quickly returned to Xiaoyan's side. Xiaoyan's footsteps did not stop. Only when he arrived at the side of the huge beast did he stop. He turned his head to take a look. At this moment, the huge beast was embedded into the mountain with its body covered in wounds. Soft painful cries repeatedly sounded. It's just a superficial wound. He won't die, right? Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent as he spoke in a flat tone. Hearing this, the giant beast's body couldn't help but tremble. Although the voice sounded harmless, after seeing how powerful the Northern King was, it was terrified. The giant beast's body gradually shrank. Then, it turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man. However, the man's face was bruised and swollen. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the person in front of him. My lord, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please, alright, I don't want to waste my breath with you. If you want to live, then go out and stand guard. Don't let anyone come near. Also, I'll borrow your muscle cleansing powder. After quickly instructing, Xiaoyan entered the depths of the cave without any hesitation. When the middle-aged man heard Xiaoyan's words, he stood there in a daze for a long while. His heart instantly sank. However, in the end, under Xiaoyan's powerful pressure, he left the cave with a heart full of grievances. However, he didn't dare to escape alone, so he could only obediently stand guard at the entrance. He was helpless. First, someone had barged into his cave, then he was beaten up for no reason. Now, he was even asking for his things. Who could accept such a thing? If it weren't for the fact that the other party's strength was suppressing him, he would have fought with his life on the line. However, for the sake of survival, he endured it in the end. Life was like this. Painful blows would always appear in front of you at the most unexpected moment. You wouldn't be able to make any preparations. However, this was the price of survival. In the depths of the cave, Xiaoyan directly came to a seemingly inconspicuous giant rock in the cave. He ordered the Northern King to move the giant rock away. Immediately, a giant stone pool appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Within the stone pool, there was a pile of white powder that looked like lime. As the giant rock was moved away, a strange smell wafted out from within. Smelling the strange smell in the air, Xiaoyan's face didn't reveal any strange expression. Instead, a tinge of surprise flashed across the depths of his eyes. This muscle cleansing powder was much more than what he had expected. As such, it was sufficient for his needs. After the repeated big battles, Xiaoyan's fighting strength might have risen quite a lot during this process, but the injuries all over his body were extremely shocking. Forget about the external injuries, but the damage to his internal organs required a period of time to recover. Other than this, the chi paths in Xiaoyan's body had also suffered quite a great amount of damage during the big battle earlier. This was not something that could be easily recovered by relying on his body's recovery ability alone. Xiaoyan might have some medicinal pills that could repair his chi paths, but due to the tier being too low, they could not be of any use. Hence, he had come all the way to this place. Just like its name, the muscle cleansing powder had the miraculous effect of cleansing one's meridians and marrow. The medicinal properties contained within could be integrated into one's meridians and bones, strengthening one's physique and increasing one's overall toughness. Many elixirs that were used to expand one's meridians would often use the muscle cleansing powder as the main ingredient. Of course, that effect could only be achieved after Xiaoyan refined it into an elixir. Before that, its effects were limited to repairing and increasing the toughness of one's meridians. However, with Xiaoyan's current situation, it was obviously impossible to refine it into an elixir. Therefore, he could only choose to directly swallow it and refine it. With no other choice, Xiaoyan did not hesitate at all. He opened his mouth and a suction force immediately gushed out. A large clump of powder was sucked into Xiaoyan's mouth. Immediately after, it was like a large clump of sand as Xiaoyan swallowed it with great difficulty. The instant the muscle cleansing powder entered Xiaoyan's body, the powder rapidly transformed into a strange yellow-brown energy. It began to flow in all directions within Xiaoyan's body. As the enormous energy continued to flow, it even affected the injuries in Xiaoyan's body that had yet to recover. This caused the latter's face to involuntarily twitch violently. Tightly clenching his teeth, Xiaoyan forcefully endured the waves of pain that were transmitted from his body. He began to mobilize the heavenly flame within the vortex, driving the milky white energy to the various meridians in his body. Only then did he use the heavenly flame to slowly refine it. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Under Xiaoyan's slow refinement, the powder of the muscle washing powder actually started to burn within the heavenly flame. The impurities within it were continuously removed under the refinement of the heavenly flame, little by little turning into a milky white viscous liquid that covered the chi paths all over Xiaoyan's body. When the viscous liquid covered the chi paths, it was different from the heavenly flame. It actually emitted a temperature that Xiaoyan found unbearable. It was as if it was grilling Xiaoyan's entire body, causing the latter's face to involuntarily contort. His flushed red face appeared to be in quite a lot of pain. His teeth repeatedly emitted a chi-chi-chi-chi sound of grinding teeth, which sounded quite ear-piercing. However, as time slowly passed, the chi paths in Xiaoyan's body also slowly recovered under the medicinal strength of the viscous liquid. Not only did his chi paths completely recover, their toughness was even greater than before. In this way, regardless of whether it was for Xiaoyan's future battles or the mobilization of his dou qi, there was no doubt that it would be of great benefit. Indeed, it was bitter before sweet. If one did not experience pain and suffering, how could one possess strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary person? Every matter that Xiaoyan did seemed to repeatedly prove this principle. As for Xiaoyan himself, he was also repeatedly cleansed by this kind of pain time and time again. Only by experiencing the most bitter of hardships would one be able to rise above others. This was the unchanging way of the strong since ancient times. This process continued for a total of 2 days. During these 2 days, Xiaoyan continuously challenged the limits of his endurance, repeatedly swallowing and refining the muscle-washing powder. In the blink of an eye, the originally huge rock pool actually gradually reached the bottom under Xiaoyan's crazy swallowing and refining. It could be said that it was shocking. After a long period of swallowing and refining, Xiaoyan seemed to have developed a certain level of resistance to the pain brought about by the muscle-cleansing powder. Unknowingly, the power of the muscle-cleansing powder seemed to have become less terrifying. Even Xiaoyan's originally flushed face gradually turned dull. Only when the last bit of muscle-cleansing powder had been used up did Xiaoyan wake up from a dream. He didn't expect that the muscle-cleansing powder had been used up by him. He had used up all the muscle-cleansing powder that the fellow outside had stored up for God knows how many years. In the depths of the cave that was filled with fluorescent light, Xiaoyan curled his lips awkwardly. He didn't expect that the ending would turn out like this. After all, this was a place that had been painstakingly managed for who knows how many years. Now that he had turned it into such a state, even with Xiaoyan's thick skin, he couldn't help but feel slightly hot. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, Xiaoyan stood up and easily placed the huge rock back to its original position. Soon after, he walked out with a thick face. When he reached the entrance of the cave, Xiaoyan discovered that the middle-aged man was absent-mindedly sitting on the edge of the hole that he had created. His eyes were staring blankly at the empty space before him. Only when Xiaoyan arrived behind him did the latter suddenly wake up. His figure hurriedly retreated. After discovering that the person who had arrived was Xiaoyan, he hurriedly stopped his actions and bowed. "Sir, you're done?" Yes," his eyes flashed as he replied. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with awkwardness. Seeing that the man seemed to want to return to the cave, his face changed greatly as he hurriedly called out to him. Under the latter's pleasantly surprised gaze, Xiaoyan smiled and gifted him a few bottles of medicinal pills and medicinal ingredients that could increase his cultivation. After that, under the middle-aged man's gaze that was filled with gratitude, Xiaoyan quickly left the place as if he was fleeing. Seeing that Xiaoyan had left quickly, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also filled with joy as he returned to the cave. He did not expect that in a short few days, he would actually be able to obtain so many good things. However, when he moved the huge rock away and discovered the empty stone pool below, the smile on his face gradually froze. In the distant mountain forest, Xiaoyan could clearly hear the mournful screams coming from behind him. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to speed up and leave this place, the bloodline power in his body suddenly trembled. Buzz! In an instant, Xiaoyan's entire body froze in the air. All the hair on his body stood up. An aura that made him feel incomparably dangerous was slowly flying over his head. Swoosh! Even though his heart felt incomparably terrified, Xiaoyan still forcefully endured the bloodline power that was about to erupt within his body. He lifted his head with great difficulty. Looking from a distance, there was an enormous shadow that blotted out the sun slowly flying over the 9 heavens. It was as though the sky had suddenly changed. At this moment, the entire mountain range that he was in had become dark. However, when Xiaoyan carefully saw the enormous figure that was flying in the 9 heavens, his body trembled intensely. His body was instantly covered by cold sweat. This is, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. His heart trembled as he spat out these words. Immediately, the bloodline power within his body, which was being suppressed with all his might, actually struggled even more intensely. It had almost erupted. This bloodline power was the Dragon Phoenix bloodline that belonged to the Dragon tribe. Once the Dragon Phoenix bloodline erupted, Xiaoyan had difficulty imagining just what kind of consequences it would create. Moreover, it would have a great impact on him. While Xiaoyan was doing his best to suppress the Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body in the mountain forest below, there were a couple of human figures seated on the back of the enormous bird beast in the sky. A golden-haired young man among them suddenly frowned. Just a moment ago, the bloodline power within his body seemed to have trembled slightly. That kind of trembling did not mean that it wanted to erupt. Instead, it was a strange feeling of being suppressed. What is it? Beside the golden-haired young man, a young and beautiful woman, who also had golden hair, seemed to have discovered the change in the young man's emotions. She smiled and asked. Just now, I seem to have sensed another bloodline power. The golden-haired man spoke in a solemn tone. Hearing this, the woman smiled and said, Don't forget, this is their territory. Don't forget, this is their territory now. It's normal for us to be able to sense the power of the bloodline. There's nothing to worry about. I hope so. I hope that it is just my imagination. Hearing this, the golden-haired man frowned and pondered for a moment. Only then did he withdraw his thoughts. His gaze once again looked straight ahead. Under the slow flight of the enormous bird, they flew towards the depths of the western wasteland region. Only a long time after these people had completely left did Xiaoyan, who was in the mountain forest, finally recover from the frightening pressure earlier. His mouth panted intensely as he sat down on the ground. His entire body was exhausted as though it had lost all its strength. The shock in his heart did not disappear for a long time. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan was only left with 8 months from the 1-year deadline. 8 months was neither long nor short. In 8 months, nothing could be changed. At the same time, it was possible that everything could be overturned. The desolate desert was filled with mountains and rivers. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. The deeper one ventured into the western wastelands region, the less lush greenery one could see. The green mountains that one had seen earlier were no longer there. Even in the entire western wastelands region, such a scene was extremely rare. Strange rocks stood in great numbers within the desert, forming a huge stone forest. Although this place appeared to be desolate, due to the stone forest, it was able to withstand the evil aura within the wild wind. This caused this place to become a refuge for living creatures. At the same time, it was also a chaotic place that was filled with slaughter. At a certain spot within this stone forest, there was a relatively spacious open space. At a glance, there were a few huge magical beast corpses. Their blood had already dried up. Their huge bodies had swiftly dried up in this dry environment. The dense bloody aura that was emitted from them caused the other magical beasts within this stone forest to be terrified. Even some of the stronger magical beasts did not dare to approach this place. At this moment, a human figure wearing a black robe was seated in the middle of the open space. Beside him, a purple gold metal body was shockingly standing. The evil aura that spread out from it caused one to tremble in fear. On the ground, the seated human figure had both of his eyes tightly shut. His breathing was coordinated as both of his hands formed a training seal. His chi method was rapidly circulating within his body, wildly absorbing the mottled energy in the world. The mottled energy in the world gathered under the tearing of the strange suction force. It agglomerated into a huge energy vortex above the human figure's head. Like a storm, it poured an endless amount of natural energy into the body of the black-robed human figure. After being refined by the heavenly flame, it transformed into threads of pure energy liquid droplets. With a flash, they entered the vortex space. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan finally slowly exited his training mode. His eyes trembled slightly, revealing a pair of dark black bright eyes under them. Feeling that his body was once again filled with energy, Xiaoyan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He stood up and swept his gaze across the huge corpses in front of him. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. These demonic beasts were not supposed to die at his hands, but they seemed to be dissatisfied with the visit of a stranger like Xiaoyan. They actually attacked Xiaoyan together, but they all died tragically under the iron fists of the North King. A group of initial class Dodi was nothing in front of the current Northern King's strength. They were basically all defeated with a single punch. This further proved the strength of the strong. An ordinary elite Dodi was just like a child in front of a high-class Dodi. This principle was even more so in the eyes of an even stronger expert. After stretching his body a little, Xiaoyan once again sat cross-legged. With a flip of his palm, a transparent crystal box appeared between Xiaoyan's hands. Inside the crystal box, there was a snow-white flower with a thumb-sized circle of light purple at its core, standing there leisurely. It was the Fusang flower. Looking at the Fusang flower in his arms, Xiaoyan's calm state of mind couldn't help but become nervous. A 6-petal Fusang flower. This was the first time Xiaoyan had seen such a strange situation. He had never heard of a 6-petal Fusang flower. If this thing in front of him was a mutated species and he swallowed it, it would bring great harm to Xiaoyan's body. In serious cases, it might even endanger his life. This was also the reason why its original owner didn't dare to swallow it and instead put it up for auction. There were countless living things on the continent, and there was no lack of mutated species. These things were often infected by external things, which caused them to change. Take Heimu for example. He was originally a great genius of the spirit ginseng tribe, but in the end, he became bloodthirsty after being infected by external things. His goal was to devour his own kind in order to pursue his own strength. This kind of mentality was simply crazy. Xiaoyan didn't want to become like that for any reason. It was because of this that Xiaoyan was unable to make a decision as he looked at the exquisite 6-petal flower in the crystal box at this moment. He clearly understood in his heart that every decision he made now was not only related to himself. Holding the crystal box in his arms, Xiaoyan temporarily descended into deep thought. His heart was hesitant. If he was able to successfully swallow and refine this Fusang flower, it would undoubtedly bring him endless benefits. By relying on the Fusang flower, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength would greatly soar. If nothing unexpected happened, it was extremely possible for him to reach the intermediate level of a rank 4 alchemist. At that time, if he were to meet the few 9-star Dodi from the Formation Master Association, Xiaoyan would not need to be afraid by relying on his various tactics. However, the problem that Xiaoyan was currently worried about was that if any unusual changes were to occur during the process of refining the Fusang flower, not only would he not be able to obtain any strength, it was extremely likely that he would lose his nature under the attack of the powerful spiritual strength of the Fusang flower. From then on, he would transform into a killing machine. In that case, everything that he had would vanish into thin air. If he succeeded, his spiritual strength would soar and his fighting strength would soar. He would be one step closer to being a true expert. However, if he failed, even if he did not die, Xiaoyan's heart would fall into darkness and he would no longer be a human. When Xiaoyan was lost in the chaotic darkness, who would rescue Sun Air? The person that Xiaoyan was most worried about was still Sun Air. Sun Air, Xiaoyan's mouth softly muttered. When he thought of the latter, his mood immediately became gloomy. The atmosphere in the space had become inexplicably oppressive. Xiaoyan's eyes were tightly shut. His originally rosy face gradually became flushed red. The emotions in his heart had also become completely gloomy. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiaoyan's sadness, anger, and hatred were like a volcano erupting angrily from the bottom of his heart. His body, which was seated cross-legged, began to tremble intensely at this moment. A wild killing intent surged out from his heart. The majestic energy within his body instantly spilled out uncontrollably. Bang! A frightening energy storm swept out in all directions with Xiaoyan at the center. In an instant, it shattered the large stone forest within 1,000 feet of Xiaoyan into a pile of rocks. The powerful energy continued to pour out. It was a long while later when Xiaoyan, whose body could not stop trembling, suddenly woke up. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. The wild killing intent that had gathered in the depths of his eyes also swiftly retreated like the tide. The frightening energy that was gushing out also instantly disappeared. Xiaoyan's forehead was once again covered with cold sweat. Both of his eyes were scarlet red and tears of anger were swirling in his eyes. His mouth continued to pant coarsely, as though he was enduring some kind of great pain. His appearance was quite shocking. Only after half an hour did Xiaoyan's trembling body gradually stabilize. The violent emotions in his heart slowly calmed down as if they had been vented. Xiaoyan's expression also returned to normal. However, there was an additional determined expression in his eyes. Soon ere, even if I really fall into the dark abyss, I will definitely bring you back. Come. Wonderful bookhouse. The moment these words sounded in Xiaoyan's heart, the crystal box in his chest burst apart with a bang at the same time. The fusang flower within it was exposed to the air. Buzz buzz buzz, immediately, a gentle fragrance that was like a gentle breeze immediately pounced on his face. Although the fragrance was rich, it was not pungent. Instead, after Xiaoyan inhaled this fragrance, his mind immediately shook. The soul bead between his brows, which had not swelled for a long time, actually trembled gently at this moment. Feeling the throbbing of the soul bead, Xiaoyan's heart immediately surged with joy. Just from this point alone, this fusang flower did not seem to have any bad effects on the human body. Since he had already made up his mind, Xiaoyan did not hesitate any longer. He opened his mouth and a dense white flame immediately spat out, wrapping around the fusang flower in front of him. After which, it turned into a fist-sized flame. Light cluster. After flashing slightly above Xiaoyan's head, it actually entered Xiaoyan's mind. Buzz buzz buzz. After entering Xiaoyan's mind, the flame light cluster stopped a short distance away from the soul bead. Soon after, waves of enormous spiritual strength surged out from the fusang flower within the light cluster, forming many invisible energy streams. Under the encirclement of the heavenly flame, they were like small snakes that surrounded the fusang flower. Huh? Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan, who was observing the fusang flower, raised his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart. The spiritual strength that surged out from the many spiritual streams was clearly extremely pure and enormous. Xiaoyan did not doubt that he could easily refine and absorb such a level of spiritual strength. The world was actually able to give birth to such pure spiritual strength. Everything that happened here was extremely shocking. The mystery of this world was really unpredictable. Not only was it able to give birth to thousands of mysterious creatures, but even this spiritual strength, which was impossible in the eyes of ordinary people, was actually able to give birth to such a pure and enormous spiritual strength. Perhaps only the soul origin that Xiaoyan had refined in the past could compare to the purity of the soul origin. Unfortunately, although it was pure, its gentleness was far inferior to the soul origin. Hence, Xiaoxian's remnant soul was unable to devour it. The soul pearl trembled slightly and spiritual strength was separated from it. It turned into Xiaoyan's figure by the side. Immediately, with a thought, the bone-chilling flame that surrounded the hibiscus flower quietly retreated, revealing the snow-white flower below. There were also a few substantial spiritual streams that circled around the hibiscus flower. The moment the bone-chilling fire dissipated, those spirit streams seemed to have broken free from their shackles. They carefully probed and gradually extended outwards, slowly drawing closer to the soul bead. As the stream of souls extended, Xiaoyan could clearly see that the faint layer of milky white light shining on the surface of the fusang flower had actually dimmed slightly, as if the power within had been sucked away. Puff! The heavenly flame rose and completely wrapped around the soul bead. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily became anxious when he saw the numerous tentacle-like spiritual streams approaching the soul bead. Both of his hands were slowly clenched. His mind controlled the bone-chilling flame as he prepared himself to deal with any situation in the battleground. The moment those spirit streams made contact with the soul bead, an enormous and pure spiritual strength immediately poured into Xiaoyan's soul bead. Bang! In an instant, Xiaoyan sensed an extremely enormous spiritual strength suddenly surging from deep within his soul. It was just like a river entering the sea. The dark black spiritual bead suddenly trembled intensely. Soon after, an extremely powerful spiritual strength suddenly swept out from within the spiritual bead in an uncontrollable manner. In the outside world, Xiaoyan's seated body suddenly shook. An invisible energy fluctuation carried a frightening spatial ripple as it swept out in all directions from all directions. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, all the magical beasts within the stone forest where Xiaoyan was located were heavily pressed to the ground by this frightening spiritual pressure. It was as though they were carrying an enormous mountain on their backs. Their enormous bodies were deeply embedded into the ground and they were unable to move. Even the enormous doqi energy within their bodies could not be mobilized even a little at this moment. A deep fear lingered within the hearts of all the magical beasts within the stone forest. Being able to reach this level, their intelligence was naturally not lower than a human. Hence, they immediately understood the origin of the spiritual pressure. Unfortunately, the only thing they could do now was to use all their strength to prevent their bodies from exploding and dying under this frightening spiritual pressure. Time passed bit by bit. The spiritual pressure that covered the sky above the stone forest gradually became increasingly powerful and frightening. Under this frightening pressure, the doqi within the bodies of the few magical beasts that were closer to Xiaoyan were forcefully compressed, to the point that they were on the verge of exploding. Under Xiaoyan's frightening spiritual pressure, the doqi within the bodies of these magical beasts was compressed to the extreme. The originally obedient doqi had become violent at this moment. If it continued to be compressed in this manner, they would definitely explode and die. Mournful cries sounded within this vast stone forest. The frightening spiritual pressure that covered the sky continued to strengthen. At a certain moment, when the enormous spiritual pressure was about to crush these magical beasts, an unusual change occurred in Xiaoyan's mind deep within the stone forest. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, the soul bead, which was continuously absorbing spiritual strength, suddenly emitted a sizzling sound. In an instant, Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically. A thought passed through his mind and the bone-chilling flame immediately revolved around it, wrapping the entire soul bead. At the same time, the spiritual stream that connected the soul bead and the hibiscus flower was also forcefully cut off by Xiaoyan at this moment. Damn it, there is indeed a problem. Xiaoyan's heart was greatly shaken. He focused his eyes and looked over. His heart suddenly trembled. An extremely bad premonition suddenly surged out from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the surface of the soul bead, which was originally pitch black, had actually gradually become transparent. Through the outer layer of the soul bead, Xiaoyan could faintly see that in the depths of his soul bead, there was a flower bud that was like a stamen. It was a bud that was waiting to bloom. At the same time, Xiaoyan also clearly felt that within his soul bead, the enormous spiritual strength that he had just swallowed, had suddenly lost control over it. Moreover, what shocked Xiaoyan even more was that he realized that his spiritual origin was actually being rapidly swallowed by the flower bud. The hibiscus flower, which should have been swallowed by Xiaoyan, had actually started to swallow Xiaoyan's spiritual strength at this moment. It seemed that Xiaoyan was not the only one who wanted to swallow the hibiscus flower. The latter also seemed to have the same intention towards him. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Deep within the stone forest, a black-robed Xiaoyan was seated with his legs crossed. Both of his eyes were tightly shut and his face was completely pale. From his tightly knitted eyebrows, one could tell that the latter was currently enduring an enormous pain. Within his mind, Xiaoyan was currently staring at the soul bead in front of him with a grave expression. His face was filled with a grave expression. The originally pitch-black soul bead was currently revealing a soft white color. However, that white color was not the color that a soul bead should have. Instead, it was being emitted from within the soul bead. The soft white light was as gentle as a pearl and did not cause one to feel the slightest bit of threat. In fact, one would even have the impulse to hold it in one's arms and admire it carefully. However, all of this was extremely frightening in Xiaoyan's eyes. Under this seemingly pure and soft white light, the flower bud that was rapidly taking root in the depths of Xiaoyan's soul had already begun to bloom at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a huge suction force was released from the flower bud. It was like an invisible ghost hand that tore the enormous spiritual energy contained within the soul bead into itself. Hiss. The intense pain that was transmitted from the depths of his soul caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily grit his teeth and suck in a breath of cold air. The muscles all over his body instantly tensed up. His veins bulged and twisted as if they were about to jump out from under his skin. The pain that originated from the depths of his soul was something that Xiaoyan could not avoid. The spiritual source that was contained within the soul bead was currently being crazily bitten by the strange flower bud like a jackal. Even the spiritual shadow that Xiaoyan had formed outside the soul bead gradually dimmed. In the end, it could not be controlled and suddenly disappeared. Damn it. Don't tell me that I can only watch helplessly. A painful hiss was emitted from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. Xiaoyan was shocked to discover that as his spiritual source was being forcefully devoured by the strange flower, his bodily functions were rapidly decreasing. The rhythm of his breathing became slower and slower. The life that belonged to a living person was also rapidly dissipating. This body had already broken away from Xiaoyan's control and was just like a corpse. Xiaoyan's soul was also being rapidly devoured by the strange flower. Following the gradual weakening of his spiritual source, Xiaoyan's consciousness also became blurry. Once Xiaoyan's consciousness completely dissipated, he would officially be declared dead. Seeing that his spiritual source was about to be completely devoured, Xiaoyan did not have any means to stop all of this. The soul bead was where one's spirit resided. Doqi was unable to enter it. If one were to forcefully barge in, not only would it be useless, but it would also cause irreparable damage to the essence of one's spirit. Hence, Xiaoyan needed to reconsider before the final moment arrived. At the same time, in the Array Formation Association of Jingyao City. Qin Yun, what is the meaning of this? In the large hall, Fan Siyuan and the other upper echelons of the Array Master Association were seated opposite Qin Yun. Fan Siyuan's gaze slowly swept across the 5 people standing behind Qin Yun. His expression was solemn. These 5 people were all genuine 9-star Dodi. Other than the 2 elite Dodi who had been guarding by Qin Yun's side that day, there were 2 more people. This was especially so when his gaze landed on the person behind Qin Yun who was covered in a black robe and whose face could be vaguely seen wearing a mask. Fan Siyuan's heart sank. With just one glance, he could tell that this person's strength was above his. Haha, Chairman Fan, I wonder if you are interested in the matter I mentioned that day? Hearing this, Qin Yun smiled faintly. He raised the teacup with one hand and placed it by his mouth to take a sip. He glanced at Fan Siyuan and asked with a smile. Are you talking about joining forces with you? Or should I say, joining us? Just as Fan Siyuan finished speaking, Qin Yun unceremoniously opened his mouth. His words were filled with arrogance. Dream on. How is it possible for my Formation Master Association to join you? Hualai, who was beside Qi Ming, immediately let out a furious snort when he heard Qin Yun's words. He slammed his palm heavily on the table beside him. The frightening strength instantly shook the table until it burst apart. The few standing human figures behind Qin Yun immediately took half a step forward. A powerful aura suddenly swept out and instantly suppressed the fury in Hualai's heart. Third brother. Fan Siyuan frowned and reprimanded in a deep voice. Fan Siyuan withdrew his gaze with a trembling face. Young Master Qin, your Qin wasteland Maze Valley has dominated the western region for many years. He is merely a 5-star Dodi. If you really wish to deal with him, wouldn't it be an easy task? Moreover, your father is, Chairman Fan, the reason I have come to look for you this time around is to ask you what you have thought about the matter that I have mentioned. If you are willing to join us, it will bring endless benefits to both of us. If you are unwilling, I will naturally not force you. Hence, I only wish to know the answer that I want to obtain. An obscure glint involuntarily flashed across Qin Yun's eyes when Fan Siyuan mentioned his father. Both of his eyes stared intently at Fan Siyuan. His gaze was like a torch, causing Fan Siyuan's heart to tremble slightly. Fan Siyuan and the others from the Formation Master Association became quiet after Qin Yun's words sounded. The 3 of them faced each other. Their gazes converged as they quietly deliberated in their hearts. Although Qin Yun's words appeared to be quite free and easy, it was clear that he did not come with good intentions based on the lineup today. However, Fan Siyuan still shook his head in the end. He raised his eyes to look at Qin Yun and spoke in a serious tone. From the old me's point of view, there is no need. Although that brat's fighting strength is extraordinary, our Formation Master Association is not a soft persimmon. With his strength alone, it is impossible for him to truly do anything to us. We are extremely grateful for young Master Qin's sincere invitation. However, I also believe that we have the ability to deal with him. Fan Siyuan's gaze involuntarily glanced at the black-robed person behind Qin Yun when he spoke these words. A solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Hearing these words, Xianxia's eyes slightly narrowed. An undetectable glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. Soon after, he smiled slightly, put down the teacup in his hand and stood up. Since President Fan has said so, this young master shall not disturb you any further. I only hope that the Formation Master Association will be safe and sound. After speaking, Xianxia did not hesitate any longer. His figure turned around, and with the 5 people behind him, he walked out of the large hall. Behind him, Fan Ziyuan and the rest also welcomed him with smiles on their faces. After sending off the 6 people, Fan Ziyuan's expression darkened. He turned his gaze and exchanged glances with Qi Ming, who was standing to the side. His brows were tightly knitted together as he faintly felt a sense of unease in his heart. Notify the entire city to seal off Jingyao City. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. As Xiaoyan's spiritual origin was gradually devoured, the snow-white flower bud within the soul bead had already completely bloomed. The snow-white flower had 5 petals, just like the Fusang flower that Xiaoyan knew of. Its size almost filled the entire interior of the soul bead. At this moment, the exterior of the soul bead looked like a thin layer of glass, as though it could shatter at any time. However, if one were to look carefully through the outer layer of the soul bead, one would be able to discover that on the 5 petals of this Fusang flower, between the tiny veins, there were numerous black lines that covered the 5 petals like a network. A faint fluorescent light slowly flowed from it. Finally, it transformed into threads of energy that surged out from the 5 petals. At the core of this hibiscus flower, a palm-sized black-colored bead was rotating. Around it, there was a small wave of strange black-colored energy that agglomerated into the shape of a serpent. It occupied this dark black bead and at the same time, emitted a ferocious suction force that tore off the little remaining energy on the black-colored bead a little at a time. Immediately, it was mercilessly swallowed by it. At the same time, the threads of energy that surged out from the 5 petals of the flower were also devoured. This black bead was naturally the remaining cluster of spiritual origin energy that Xiaoyan had at this moment. As for the serpent that was surrounding him, it was the main culprit that caused Xiaoyan to fall into such a state. More than half of Xiaoyan's spiritual origin had already been devoured by this strange thing. Even the remaining spiritual origin of the latter was about to be completely devoured. Moreover, it was not only Xiaoyan. Even the spiritual strength of the Fusang flower itself seemed to be continuously being devoured. From the looks of it, not only was Xiaoyan harmed, even the Fusang flower had been corroded by this strange serpent. It was not easy for such a dense black network to take root to such an extent. Clearly, this Fusang flower had been corroded by this serpent for a long time. However, from the looks of this Fusang flower, it did not seem to have been completely corroded. The spiritual strength within the Fusang flower was still extremely large. At the very least, before the Fusang flower was forced to invade Xiaoyan's soul bead, there was definitely more than 80% of the spiritual strength within it. However, after it entered Xiaoyan's soul bead, all of this changed. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan did not have the time to care about all of this. What he was worried about was that his spiritual strength could no longer hold on. If he did not take any action, it would not be long before the last trace of his spiritual origin would be completely devoured by this strange serpent. Ha! Bone-chilling flame, refine it! Suddenly, Xiaoyan's roar came from the depths of his soul. Forcefully controlling the little spiritual strength that was left, Xiaoyan mobilized the heavenly flame in his body and rushed it to his mind. The ferocious flame enveloped the soul bead and a terrifyingly high temperature was suddenly released. He was actually planning to refine the soul bead. This was also the only way that Xiaoyan could think of to change the situation and save himself. More than half of his spiritual origin had been devoured by this strange serpent. The soul bead that originally belonged to Xiaoyan had also lost control of it. Now, in the soul bead, other than the little spiritual origin that Xiaoyan had, the rest of the spiritual strength was under the control of the serpent. This also meant that this soul bead did not belong to Xiaoyan at this moment. Since the soul bead did not belong to him for the time being, Xiaoyan naturally did not have any misgivings. As long as he was able to completely refine the enormous spiritual strength in this soul bead, Xiaoyan believed that not only would he be able to restore the soul bead, but his spiritual strength would also definitely be able to recover to its peak. It might even be able to rise to another level. As for the soul bead, as long as it was not destroyed by Do Qi, the high temperature of the heavenly flame could completely permeate it. While ensuring that he could refine the spiritual strength, he could also not destroy the soul bead. This was undoubtedly the result that Xiaoyan was most willing to see. Now, what Xiaoyan needed to do was to use the heavenly flame to refine this soul bead that almost did not belong to him. Even the Fusang flower within it would be refined by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Previously, he did not have this process. Now, Xiaoyan had picked it up and returned all that he should have paid. The remaining was naturally what he could possess. Of course, this process would inevitably exhaust a portion of the spiritual strength in the soul bead. However, compared to being swallowed by this damn thing, Xiaoyan would undoubtedly choose the former. Moreover, the Fusang flower was still present. As long as he was able to refine the Fusang flower, Xiaoyan believed that he would similarly be able to advance to a rank 4 alchemist. However, before this, he was destined to experience some trouble. The raging flame wrapped around the soul bead and a frighteningly high temperature was released. The refining process had also officially begun at this moment. Indeed, at the moment when the bone-chilling flame released its high temperature, the soul bead in front of him suddenly trembled intensely. The approach of the heavenly flame seemed to have caused this strange spiritual strength to feel a threat that it should not have felt. Buzz buzz buzz, after a series of buzzing and trembling, boundless spiritual strength suddenly surged out from within the soul bead and rapidly condensed. It condensed into a seemingly solid defensive barrier outside the soul bead, wanting to use it to block the invasion of the heavenly flame. At the same time, the devouring power within the soul bead also became even more ferocious at this moment. The devouring of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength became even more ferocious. This thing seemed to be aware that Xiaoyan was controlling the heavenly flame and wanted to increase its speed in wiping out Xiaoyan's consciousness. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little surprised. However, the refining speed of the heavenly flame far exceeded the former. The instant the frighteningly high temperature came into contact with the defensive barrier, an intense chi-chi sound rang out from the defensive barrier. Under the refinement of the heavenly flame, the aura within the defensive barrier that was formed from spiritual strength rapidly dissipated. A few hours later, this defensive barrier was broken and the spiritual strength that it contained had all become Xiaoyan's nourishment. After absorbing this pure spiritual strength, Xiaoyan's weak spiritual strength within the soul bead was temporarily comforted. Seeing that his spiritual strength that was about to dissipate had become stronger under the injection of this spiritual strength, it also caused the devouring speed of the strange snake to slow down. At the same time, the bone-chilling flame outside the soul bead also began to emit an even hotter temperature towards the interior of the soul bead. Just as Xiaoyan had expected, the soul bead itself was not affected by temperature. Hence, after the flame penetrated the soul bead, it immediately began to refine the enormous spiritual strength that it contained. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. As time passed in the stone forest, Xiaoyan's refinement of the spiritual energy in the soul bead in. His mind was gradually on the right track. In the depths of the soul bead, Xiaoyan's weak spiritual origin gradually became stronger under the continuous infusion of spiritual energy. The coiled serpent around his body was no longer peaceful. As if it had sensed the approaching threat, this strange thing became even more eager to devour Xiaoyan's spiritual origin. However, compared to the refining speed of the heavenly flame, this strange serpent was much slower. Xiaoyan was not anxious in this situation. No matter how much the serpent devoured, with the continuous infusion of spiritual energy, the power that he lost would be completely recovered in a very short period of time. In fact, under this cycle of devouring and refining, Xiaoyan unexpectedly discovered that the spiritual energy he obtained had become denser. At the same time, his control over every strand of his spiritual energy had become more precise. Just as Xiaoyan was still slowly refining the enormous spiritual energy in the soul bead, a huge storm was rapidly brewing in Jingyao City. Jingyao City. High up in the sky, a huge golden light barrier enveloped the entire city. In the city square, a huge energy light pillar shot up into the sky from the large underground hall. A huge amount of energy was continuously poured into the golden light barrier, protecting the entire Jingyao City. High up in the sky, Fan Siyuan and the other higher-ups of the Array Master Association stood there. Their gazes passed through the golden light barrier, and their expressions were extremely grave as they looked outside the city. There, a group of 6 people stood in the void, looking at the huge formation in front of them with different expressions. The appearance of this scene in the sky also caused a commotion in the city below. Numerous gazes swept back and forth, feeling extremely doubtful in their hearts. Other than that, their eyes involuntarily revealed a joyous expression. That appearance was as though they had seen their savior. For nearly half a month, Xianxia City was in a state of complete lockdown. No one was allowed to enter or leave. This made everyone in the city dissatisfied. They even joined forces to find the Array Master Association several times, hoping that they could open the formation. However, in the end, they returned helplessly. Just as they were hoping to seek Lu Zhongtian's help, they learned that the latter had already left with Wu Gang. Currently, other than the members of the Formation Master Association, the strongest person remaining in Xianxia City was only a 4-star Dodi. However, even with their strength, they were unable to leave this place. Thus, when they saw Qin Yun and the others outside the city, it was as if they had seen their saviors who could help them leave this place. Qin Yun, what are you trying to do? In the sky, Fan Siyuan's gaze pierced through the formation and focused on Qin Yun, who was among the 6 people, as he shouted angrily in a low voice. Just a moment ago, this group of people had used a violent method to forcefully break through their great city protecting formation. If they had not used the spirit stone stored in the association to stabilize the formation, it was likely that this large formation that covered the entire Xianxia City would have already been broken. Haha, it seems that President Fan has a very deep grudge against us. We merely wanted to enter the city, but our path was blocked by your spirit formation. With no other choice, we attacked. However, from the looks of it, you don't seem to welcome our arrival. Outside the city, Qin Yun wore a cold smile as he spoke through the formation. I have already made the matter very clear the last time. My Formation Master Association has no intention of joining you. Please leave. Forgive me for not sending you off. Cuckoo, Chairman Fan, why are you in such a hurry to send us off? The purpose of our trip this time around is not to discuss the matter from the last time. Instead, we want to borrow something from you. Qin Yun coldly smiled as he glanced at the strange black figure wrapped in a black robe. His gaze looked at Fan Siyuan's group as he spoke with a deeper meaning. Borrow what? Fan Siyuan frowned and could not help but subconsciously ask in doubt. Among the 6 people, the figure wrapped in a black robe beside Qin Yun took a step forward at this moment. With a leap, his body floated forward like a ghost and quickly arrived in front of the large formation. Oh? Answer my question. Fan Siyuan frowned and cried out in a deep voice. The doqi in his body involuntarily began to circulate. Outside the city, the black-robed person stood in front of the formation. He raised his head slightly and revealed a strange mask that covered half of his face. Under the mask, a cold smile appeared on his shriveled old face. Immediately, he raised his hand and a dark glow flickered in his palm. He pressed it against the large formation in front of him. At the same time, a dry and ear-piercing voice was faintly emitted. Borrow my life. Buzz. Soon after, the large formation that covered the entire Xianxia City suddenly trembled intensely. A circle of strange, dark black energy climbed onto the formation in front of them and swiftly spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, the light in the world was swallowed by this layer of strange energy. An enormous shadow swiftly covered the entire Xianxia City like a dark cloud. The weather changed and the sunlight disappeared. The world became dark. Even the shining golden light on the formation was mercilessly swallowed by the originally black energy. What is this? Countless people in the city revealed horrified expressions as they watched this scene. The expressions of Fan Siyuan and the rest were especially solemn. A moment ago, they were horrified to discover that even with their spiritual strength, they were unable to pass through that layer of strange, black energy. Qin Yun, you want to kill us? Fan Siyuan cried out angrily. He believed that Qin Yun would definitely be able to hear his words. Haha, Fan Siyuan, I gave you a chance. However, you rejected it yourself. Since you don't obey me, I can only forcefully swallow you. Qin Yun's cold laughter resounded throughout the entire Xianxia City. It was not only in the sky. Even the ground below seemed to emit the latter's voice. That's strange, black energy not only swallowed the entire Xianxia city, it even swallowed the ground below the Xianxia city. Humph, if you want to swallow my Array Master Association, we will have to see if you have the ability to do so. Fan Ziyuan cried out explosively. Immediately, hundreds of human figures rushed into the sky from the city below. Their bodies shook and the doqi within their bodies suddenly surged out, transforming into numerous energy light pillars that shot into the sky. Powerful doqi pressure swiftly filled the entire Xianxia city. Sharp gazes repeatedly swept over the city, hoping to use this opportunity to find Qin Yun and the rest. It was also at this moment that numerous human figures began to appear at the edge of the black energy that covered the entire city in a ghost-like manner. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the entire city. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. An enormous city sat within the dark and mysterious space. The sky and ground were completely dark. A strange black energy wrapped around the entire city. Numerous human figures continued to rush out from the empty space. In the blink of an eye, they had already occupied the entire sky. Hundreds of human figures stood in the sky above Xianxia city. Powerful doqi pressure spread out and suppressed everyone within the city. Fan Ziyuan and the other members of the Formation Master Association had grave expressions at a certain spot in the sky. Their gazes swept over those people one by one and their hearts swiftly sank. At this moment, these black-robed people who were repeatedly appearing were actually all elite Do-D, hundreds of elite Do-D. This kind of lineup could be said to be a kind of suppression to them. It was a long while later that the unusual situation in the empty space gradually came to a stop. At this moment, the number of black-robed people who had appeared in the sky was nearly 500 elite Do-D. Even in the entire western region, it was likely that one would not be able to gather so many strong people. Qin Yun. What exactly are you trying to do? There is no enmity between us. Why are you doing this? Fan Ziyuan's expression was extremely grave. The majestic doqi within his body wildly surged out of his body without leaving any leeway. His spiritual strength was manically maneuvered at this moment and agglomerated into an enormous formation in the sky around him. A golden light flickered and illuminated this dark space. At the same time, Qi Ming and Hu Lai beside him also poured their spiritual strength and doqi into this enormous formation. The three of them stood back to back and assumed a defensive posture. The members of the Formation Master Association around them also had grave expressions as they maneuvered the spiritual strength and doqi within their bodies and crazily poured them into the enormous formation under their feet. A powerful aura spread out from the array formation, and halos rose from the array formation, turning into light curtains that protected all the array formation masters in the array formation. With the protection of these light curtains, even a 9-star Do-D would not be able to easily hurt them. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The atmosphere appeared exceptionally pressuring. Needless to say, one would know that a big battle was swiftly brewing. After half a month of settling down, the storm had arrived. Only at this moment did the solemn crowd understand why Fan Ziyuan and the others had sealed the entire Xianxia city. It turned out that half a month ago, they had already smelled the scent of danger. But what they couldn't figure out was why the Array Master Association didn't allow them to enter. Wasn't this intentionally keeping them here and forcing them to drag them down with them in order to help them get through this crisis? Thinking of this, quite a number of people in the city threw hateful gazes at the Formation Masters in the sky. Fan Ziyuan felt helpless in the face of these gazes. How? After today's battle, it would be difficult for his Formation Master Association to gain a foothold. As he thought of this, Fan Ziyuan's gaze involuntarily came into contact with Qi Ming and Hu Lai. In the instant that he did so, he could see the deep despair in the other party's eyes. It was very obvious that they were having the same thoughts as him at this moment. Why? Ha. It is naturally to obtain strength. At this moment, Qin Yun's arrogant laughter was transmitted from within the space. His voice was filled with arrogance and overbearingness. It was also filled with a rich bloodthirsty and greedy feeling. Your Qin Wasteland Maze Valley is already the strongest faction in the western region. The training resources within the sect are innumerable. Why do you need to spend so much effort to deal with us? Aren't you afraid that you will die here today? There is no point in saying more. Attack! Qin Yun let out a cold cry. The hundreds of elite Dodi in the sky moved in unison. They charged downwards in an aggressive manner. Their target was not only the members of the Formation Master Association. It also included everyone in the city at this moment. In the blink of an eye, intense fighting sounds were transmitted from the city below. The fighting sounds were earth-shaking and were just like waves of thunder. Powerful dochis came and went. They were so dense that they were like raindrops. An intense battle had completely begun at this moment. The 5 9-star Dodi in the sky had turned their gazes toward Fan Siyuan's group at this moment. Faced with the large formation under their feet, the strange masked black-robed person among the 5 once again stepped forward. He flipped his hand and the strange black-colored energy once again appeared in his palm. The expressions of Fan Siyuan's group in the formation suddenly changed when they saw the strange palm-sized black energy. They had already clearly experienced the strength of this strange thing earlier. Their formation had been broken after being completely wrapped by this black light. If this strange black-colored energy was allowed to wantonly spread, the large formation under their feet would once again disappear. Stop him. We must not allow the thing in his hand to touch the large formation. Fan Siyuan's mouth emitted an earth-shaking cry. At the same time, he hurriedly raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers moved and the large formation under his feet also underwent a change. The golden-colored large formation swiftly rotated while the seals in Fan Siyuan's hands changed. The enormous energy within it swiftly surged out from the bodies of everyone within the formation. It moved along the large formation and poured into Fan Siyuan's body. Fan Siyuan's aura immediately became stronger after receiving the pouring in of this enormous energy. Immediately, Fan Siyuan did not hesitate as he pointed his finger. His target was the black-robed person. Bang! An enormous dochi energy suddenly erupted from the tip of Fan Siyuan's finger the moment he pointed. It was just like a volcano erupting, transforming into an enormous energy light pillar that shot toward the black-robed person. The invisible space was easily shattered by the energy wherever it passed. Waves of buzzing sounds caused one's heart to tremble. However, just as the enormous energy light pillar was about to collide with the body of the black-robed person, the 4 9-star Dodi behind him suddenly stepped forward. Each of them unleashed a powerful dochi. The 4 of them worked together and agglomerated a solid energy barrier in the empty space in front of them, forcefully blocking the enormous dochi energy. Bang! An intense collision sound was emitted. The energy barrier and the enormous energy light pillar trembled intensely at this moment. An intense wave-like vibrating sound was emitted from the surrounding empty space. Powerful energy ripples continued to spread, shaking the heavens and the earth. Very quickly, the enormous energy light pillar exhausted all of its strength. At the same time it scattered, the energy barrier that the 4 9-star Dodi had created together also scattered, revealing the 4 people behind it. Soon after, the 2 enormous energies cancelled each other out. The black energy in the palm of the black-robed person had unknowingly landed on the large formation under the feet of the people from the Formation Master Association. Hum hum hum, immediately, an intense vibration sounded from the enormous formation. Hearing this sound, the faces of Fan Siyuan and the others within the formation immediately revealed shocked expressions. Very quickly, the backlash caused by the destruction of the formation swiftly appeared on their faces. A corner of the formation had been swallowed by the strange black-colored energy. Without the support of this portion of energy, the entire formation lost its balance. The expressions of everyone within the formation instantly turned flushed red. Immediately, their faces turned pale. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from their mouths. Fan Siyuan and the other 2 upper echelons of the Formation Master Association were still fine. However, the auras of the other members of the Formation Master Association who had formed the formation had become chaotic at this moment. Their blood was churning and they were temporarily unable to maneuver their dochi. This is bad. Retreat quickly. Seeing the unforeseen change in the situation, Fan Siyuan's expression changed drastically. As he cried out, he waved his hand and led the 2 people around him as they hurriedly charged forward. The large formation had been destroyed. Currently, these subordinates of his were completely exposed in front of the few people. Once something happened to these people, they would no longer have the ability to retaliate in this battle. The formation masters were their last remaining strength. With just the three of them, it was impossible for them to contend with the 5 people in front of them. If they wanted to deal with them, this group of formation masters would be an essential help. Even though the formation had been destroyed, one should not forget that there were still quite a number of formation discs in their storage rings. Other than the high-grade formation discs, most of the low-grade formation discs were activated by spirit stones. Hence, as long as they could protect these formation masters, they would still have the ability to retaliate. Even if they were to die in the end, they would definitely make these people in front of them pay the price, just as the intense battle in this space continued to spread. In the outside world, in the sky above the mountain forest outside of Xianxia City, 2 human figures slowly flew over from the horizon. However, judging from their direction, it was obvious that Xianxia City was not their target. They were just passing by this place. As the 2 gradually flew closer, one could clearly see that the 2 of them, one old and one young, were standing side by side. Their target was the west. Everything that happened in Xianxia City did not seem to have affected these 2 people. Or rather, they did not discover the location of Xianxia City. This was because at this moment, there was a huge deep pit where Xianxia City was originally located. The size of the deep pit was the size of the entire Xianxia City. Xianxia City seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Other than the few sparse roads, it was impossible to tell that there was a bustling city here not long ago. From the appearance of this huge pit, rather than calling it a deep pit, it was more appropriate to call it a huge basin. With regards to this strange terrain, ordinary people would not find it strange. It was normal to see such a scene in the western region. The vast desert was unpredictable. Not to mention this huge deep pit, even strange scenes were very common in the western region. However, just as the 2 of them were about to cross this place, the old man suddenly frowned with hesitation. He seemed to have felt something. It was an energy fluctuation that came from the void. Wait. The old man called out to the young man beside him. The latter was slightly stunned and frowned as he looked at the old man. What's wrong? There's something wrong. I seem to have sensed the aura of those fellows. The old man's voice had become slightly deep. From the old man's tone, the young man seemed to have thought of something. His eyes immediately hardened. His eyes swiftly swept over this place. A thought passed through his mind and a huge spiritual strength spread outwards, carefully probing this place. It's useless. That aura doesn't belong to this land. It should be, the old man muttered to himself for a moment. His turbid eyes slowly moved. When he saw the huge pit, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. He raised his arm and extended a finger. He pointed at the huge pit. There. As soon as the old man said that, the young man's gaze immediately followed the direction of the old man's finger. However, in the next moment, he could not help but frown slightly. Other than the huge pit in front of him, there seemed to be no other decorations. There was also no place to hide in the pit. Under the sunlight, everything could be seen clearly. There was not even a shadow to be seen. I've already said that the aura doesn't belong to this land. It's in the endless void. As the old man spoke, he extended his finger and simply moved it a couple of times in the void. His finger was like a brush and ink as it left behind numerous strange golden symbols in the void. This was actually a simple formation. The most shocking thing was that such a strange formation was actually so easy and casual in the hands of the old man. After the formation was completely formed, the invisible void slowly became distorted. Soon after, it turned into a dark darkness. It was like a huge square light screen that stopped in front of the 2 of them. The light screen was completely dark and nothing could be seen. However, light gradually agglomerated within the darkness and a group of scenes appeared. The first thing that was reflected in one's eyes was a huge city. Within it, there were countless numbers of people fighting intensely. The number of deaths and injuries were increasing at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, from the looks of the situation, it was clearly one-sided. Among them, a large group of black-robed fellows with strange masks on their faces held an absolute advantage. In the outside world, when the young man saw those people wearing black robes and the strange masks on their faces, his eyes immediately revealed a shocked expression. Dodi? These people are all Dodi. How is this possible? When did they? Now is not the time to think about this. Their target, those people, are they formation masters? They all possess powerful spiritual strength. The young man's heart was slightly startled. He seemed to already know the target of those people. Let's go. At this time, it is still not suitable for us to reveal ourselves. Once they know of our existence, it will not be good for us. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. 1 month later. Within the stone forest, Xiaoyan's body, which was standing still like a statue, finally trembled slightly. His joints emitted a stiff cracking sound. Soon after, both of his eyes slowly opened. The enormous spiritual strength within his mind had already been completely absorbed by Xiaoyan after a long refinement period of 1.5 months. Currently, the spiritual strength within the soul bead had already returned to Xiaoyan's body. Even the strange energy serpent had completely disappeared after being refined by the heavenly flame. The transparent soul bead once again turned into a dark black color. At a glance, it appeared steady and deep, as though it contained the entire universe. His entire body had basically returned to normal. 1.5 months did not bring any negative effects to Xiaoyan, who had been sitting cross-legged in training all year round. However, the only difference was that other than the 5-petaled hibiscus flower that had already been refined by Xiaoyan, the 6-petaled hibiscus flower was still standing steadily in his mind. With his current spiritual strength, Xiaoyan could clearly sense that this hibiscus flower contained an extremely frightening spiritual strength. The terror of this spiritual strength far exceeded that of the 5-petaled hibiscus flower. After resting for a moment, Xiaoyan once again focused his mind. His mind looked inside and looked at the 6-petaled hibiscus flower in his mind. However, his heart did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. With the previous example, the current Xiaoyan was extremely cautious about this thing. When the strange energy entered Xiaoyan's body, Xiaoyan did not sense it at all. Even during the process of refining the spiritual strength, Xiaoyan did not sense much of the energy within the hibiscus flower. Only when he refined the serpent did Xiaoyan discover that the latter was different. Perhaps it was because it had been absorbing the hibiscus flower's spiritual strength all year round, but this thing actually had some intention of merging with the hibiscus flower. This time around, if it had not been separated from the hibiscus flower in order to absorb Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, it was likely that even if Xiaoyan was able to refine the spiritual strength, the strange energy serpent would definitely have completely transferred into Xiaoyan's body. In that case, once the latter merged with Xiaoyan's spiritual origin, even if Xiaoyan had a heavenly flame, it was likely that he would be unable to save the situation. Looking back, in Xiaoyan's mind, the 6-petaled hibiscus flower was still standing there. Looking at the hibiscus flower in front of him, Xiaoyan once again carefully examined the spiritual strength within his soul pearl. Compared to the past, it was undoubtedly much stronger. Now, his spiritual strength had officially entered rank 4, and he could be considered a true rank 4 alchemist. Although it was not as exaggerated as he had imagined, he was still a beginner rank 4 alchemist. Coupled with Xiaoyan's current age, he could already be considered one of the best among the younger generation of alchemists on the continent. Therefore, from the soaring degree of his spiritual strength, there was no need to doubt that Xiaoyan had already refined and swallowed a hibiscus flower. However, the thing that caused him to feel surprised in his heart was that there was another hibiscus flower in his mind. This meant that he had not only obtained one hibiscus flower, but he had obtained 2 hibiscus flowers at the same time. This was just like a piece of jade. One piece of jade could bring about a fatal disaster, let alone 2 pieces. This was simply unimaginable. After hesitating for a long time, Xiaoyan finally made a decision. With a thought, the white flame rose again and wrapped around the 6-petaled hibiscus flower. Although there were many troubles, since he had already refined the strange dragon snake, Xiaoyan was naturally prepared in his heart if he encountered the previous incident again. If he could refine it, it would undoubtedly be for the best. However, even if he could not, Xiaoyan was confident that he could prevent it from hurting him. No matter which one it was, there was no harm to Xiaoyan. Since that was the case, why not be bold and give it a try? In the face of power, Xiaoyan's blood would never calm down. It was like boiling lava, rolling and boiling. However, this time around, under the burning of the heavenly flame, a scene that shocked Xiaoyan appeared in front of the latter's eyes. Under the crazy refinement of the bone-chilling flame, the 6-petaled flower actually did not have any reaction. The temperature of the heavenly flame was actually ignored by the hibiscus flower. Moreover, following the rise of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan could clearly see a layer of substance-like cuticle gradually appear on the six-petal flower. It was just like a thin layer of jade that wrapped around the six petals. The roots turned into ashes in the flame. Some of the spiritual strength that it contained was also unceremoniously swallowed by Xiaoyan. Only the six petals did not change at all as they slowly floated within the heavenly flame. What is going on? Following the refinement of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan was able to clearly sense the enormous spiritual strength contained within the six petals. However, no matter how he tried to absorb and refine it, he was unable to extract even the slightest bit of it. This kind of strange scene caused Xiaoyan to want to cry, but have no tears. Seeing such an enormous spiritual strength exist in front of his eyes, yet being unable to absorb and refine it, it was really like keeping one in suspense. If this were to continue, an ordinary person would definitely be forced to go crazy. However, just as Xiaoyan was anxiously thinking about how to extract the spiritual strength, he suddenly discovered that there was a faint suction force being emitted from the six petals. That kind of suction force was not strong, but it was attracting Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. Xiaoyan was unable to sense any enmity from such a gentle suction force. Instead, his spiritual strength involuntarily approached the six petals. When the two approached each other, the petals emitted a gentle glow. Soon after, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength involuntarily poured into them. Buzz! In the next instant, the six petals simultaneously flickered with a resplendent glow. The six petals rapidly rotated. Traces of a persevering expression surfaced on Xiaoyan's face. It looked as though he was in discomfort, but also as though he was gradually adapting to something. After the glow dimmed, the six petals seemed to be controlled and automatically flew around Xiaoyan's spiritual bead. The six petals surrounded the entire spiritual bead from six different directions. A gentle glow was emitted, forming a milky white energy barrier around it. From the looks of it, the six petals were actually protecting Xiaoyan's spiritual bead. A soft hum was emitted from the bottom of his heart. Xiaoyan's thoughts suddenly became chaotic. Soon after, an unknown energy appeared in his mind and connected with his spiritual strength. It was the six petals. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyan involuntarily curled his lips with a strange expression. Just now, he seemed to have unwillingly left his spiritual imprint on the six petals. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan could not help but be stunned. A spiritual soul brand was something that one had to personally leave behind. Since when was it possible to use force? However, at this moment, Xiaoyan was not in the mood to care about all this. What he was curious about was that when the six petals left behind his spiritual soul brand, not only did they hand over control to him, they even brought some strange images into Xiaoyan's mind. Xiaoyan frowned as he carefully pondered over the images that had flashed past in his heart. Firstly, it was an enormous ancient tree. The size of the ancient tree was simply unimaginable. That kind of size made even a human feel as tiny as an ant under its feet. The ancient tree was so big that it reached from the dome to the underworld. Even the floating clouds in the sky could only accompany its ankles. However, it was just like this that above the ancient tree, in the even more distant horizon, an enormous distorted black shadow covered the entire world. Only within that narrow crack, one could barely see traces of sunlight that secretly seeped out. It was as though even the rising sun in the sky was afraid of something. The strangest thing was that one could actually clearly see the edges of that sunlight, merely these were the only images. However, when Xiaoyan recalled this scene, his heart and even his soul could not help but tremble abruptly. That kind of vast world was something that he was currently unable to come into contact with. Even looking at it from afar was impossible. Just recalling that scene in his mind caused his heart to tremble. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifying it would be if such a scene was placed in front of him, covering the sky and covering the sun. This was likely the only way to describe it. After recovering, Xiaoyan's deathly pale face gradually recovered. After which, a thought passed through his mind. His mind looked within itself and once again looked at the six petals that surrounded the soul bead. Xiaoyan was able to clearly feel the connection between himself and them. As long as he willed it, these six petals would move accordingly. This kind of control was complete. Of course, this was merely limited to the actions of these 6 petals. Xiaoyan was unable to devour the enormous spiritual strength contained within them. Otherwise, he was confident that he could use this to attack rank 5 alchemist. Of course, based on the current situation, Xiaoyan also knew that this was merely his imagination. However, being able to obtain such an outcome was already considered extremely lucky. Xiaoyan did not have any extravagant hopes of being able to devour the spiritual strength within these 6 petals. Everything was as bad as nothing. If he really devoured these spiritual strengths, it would instead bring trouble to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was very clear about this logic. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to withdraw his mind, threads of spiritual strength suddenly gushed out from the 6 petals. They were like thin threads that were connected to Xiaoyan's soul bead. When he sensed this, Xiaoyan was slightly stunned in his heart. Soon after, he became serious. After all, he had experienced this previously. When he saw this scene again, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless in his heart. After using both his spiritual strength and the heavenly flame to investigate, he finally confirmed that there was no mistake. These spiritual strengths did not bring any negative effects to him. Even under the refinement of the heavenly flame, the threads of spiritual strength did not undergo any changes. This also meant that the purity of these spiritual strengths had completely reached the level where they could be directly devoured. When Xiaoyan used the heavenly flame to refine them, he would only exhaust these spiritual strengths. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan hurriedly withdrew the heavenly flame. At the same time, an indescribable feeling of excitement rose in his heart. Since these spiritual strengths were not harmful to him, this also meant that as long as he continued to absorb them, his soul would also be able to grow even if he did not deliberately cultivate his spiritual strength. Threads of spiritual strength were injected into the soul bead. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength also gradually grew under this extremely slow increase. According to the spiritual strength contained within these 6 petals, it was completely enough for Xiaoyan to absorb for a very long time. Even though this speed was extremely slow, to the point that it was undetectable, as the saying went, many little drops make an ocean. This continuous injection of spiritual strength would ultimately bring about endless benefits to Xiaoyan's body. In the long run, the benefits within would naturally manifest themselves. After a long while, Xiaoyan's stiff body finally crawled up from the ground. His body twisted slightly and immediately, the sound of bones colliding could be heard from all over his body. Feeling the surging aura in his body, Xiaoyan's heart moved. Doqi swiftly surged and flowed into his meridians, spreading to his limbs and bones. A powerful energy immediately filled his entire body. After a long while, Xiaoyan finally lifted his head to look at the sky. After identifying the direction, he leaped and swiftly flew towards the west. Now, the matter of the fusong flower had come to an end. Next, it was time for him to prepare for the promise of a year. At the same time, in the Shilin region. Shilin mountain range, the hinterland. What did you say? Why would they come here? They have always viewed us as non-essential existences. Now, they have actually come to look for us. Humph, what a joke. Lung Bingshuang's pretty face was icy cold. Other than Xiaoyan, she seemed to have never shown a good expression to anyone. If there was a difference, it would be an even deeper iciness or seriousness. As for her gentle smile, she had only shown it to Murong Qianxian. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood in front of Lung Bingshuang with a serious expression. He helplessly looked at Lung Bingshuang in front of him. Although he was aware of the latter's temper, this matter was of great importance and he had no choice but to speak again. Miss Lung, I know that you do not have a good impression of the clan. However, this time, they have personally come to invite you. They have even specially sent some representatives with high status in the clan. They have even specifically asked to see you. If you do not go now, won't you be slapping their faces? It is already good that I did not kill them. Is their face very precious? Lung Bingshuang's tone was indifferent. Usually, she could be a little more friendly to the person in front of her. However, the latter's motive for today's matter had caused her to be quite dissatisfied. But, go back. Directly tell them that I do not wish to see them, and it is best that they do not come to find me. Or else, I will not take into account any feelings of being from the same clan. When we treated them as our clan, they have never treated us as their own. Right now, they want us to go back? It is too late. After interrupting the middle-aged man, Lin Bingshuang waved her big sleeve. A wave of chilliness abruptly pounced towards the middle-aged man, and she had already disappeared. Go back and tell Morong Sun that if he dares to agree, I will tear down his bird's nest. The cold shout was like thunder as it rang out in the ice-cold world. At the same time, the middle-aged man's body, enveloped by a cold wind, was sent out of Shilin region. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. The desolate cliff. The desolate cliff was a barren area in the depths of the western desolate region. Due to its unique topography, this area was divided into two levels. The higher level was in the west, while the lower level was in the east. The cliff stretched for thousands of miles, and one could not see the end of it. The word cliff in the desolate cliff was derived from this place. At this moment, a young man in black robes was seated on a tall rock at the edge of the cliff. His eyes were slightly shut, and his breathing was orderly. The energy in the world flowed into his body as he breathed, and after some refinement, it became a part of him. After a long time, Xiaoyan slowly opened his eyes. A lightning-like light flashed in the depths of his pitch-black eyes, as he looked straight towards the east. In half a year's time, it would be the date he had agreed to meet with the four great sections. At that time, the grudge between him and the four great sects would be settled. I wonder how that fellow Luo Jin is doing. He is also training in the western region, but I have never heard any news about him. I wonder if he will also come to the opening of the Heaven End Ancient Tomb this time. When the four large sects were mentioned, Xiaoyan naturally recalled Luo Jin. Back then, that fellow had faced the four large sects with him. This time around, Xiaoyan's heart would feel that something was missing if the latter was not present when he met the four large sects once again. With his current strength, he no longer feared the sect leaders of the four great sections. Of course, Yi Luo Tian was an exception. Even he could not see through the latter's strength. Moreover, Yi Luo Tian's strange methods were truly troublesome. Amongst the four of them, he was the one who hid his strength the best. Even so, if Luo Jin was not present, even if he could deal with the four great sects alone, he would still feel that it was meaningless. On the contrary, if Luo Jin was present, the two of them would take action together, and the grudge from back then would be completely settled. As for the Tianju Ancient Tomb, the place where this desolate cliff was located was the entrance to the Tianju Ancient Tomb. There was still half a year until the agreed time. Xiaoyan was coincidentally bored and had nothing to do. Hence, he already had a plan in his heart. Just like his original objective for coming to the western desolate region, would he be able to open the Heaven End Ancient Tomb with the Heaven End steps alone? Whether he could succeed or not, he would know with a try. Xiaoyan did as he thought. His body moved and he leaped down from the cliff. The whistling wind blew past Xiaoyan's ears. In the blink of an eye, they had already landed on the ground. Then, Xiaoyan turned around and looked behind him. There was a row of cliffs that were as straight as a wall. The steep cliffs spanned thousands of miles, and the steep slopes were impossible to climb. The sky was filled with rugged rocks and yellow sand. There was not the slightest bit of life in the world. The desolation here was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. What was even more unimaginable was that in this barren land, there was actually a great opportunity. From where Xiaoyan was standing, he could clearly see that between the cliff and the land below his feet, there was a huge gully that was as deep as an abyss. Rocks fell, and one could not even hear the sound of them hitting the ground. Xiaoyan directly ignored this. He lifted his gaze and looked directly at the cliff opposite him. There was a small piece of strange rock that was spat out from the cliff. It was less than a meter long and several feet wide. It looked like the entrance of a huge door, except that one could not see the entrance of the so-called huge door. This was the result of Xiaoyan's search for a few days. At this place, the sky and ground were the same. There were no extra signs between the cliffs on both sides. Not to mention that he had never been here before. Even if an acquaintance came here, they might not be able to distinguish the direction. His figure moved and arrived in front of the protruding strange rock. A trace of caution rose in Xiaoyan's heart. Soon after, the soles of his feet gently landed on the strange rock. Buzz! The instant Xiaoyan landed on the strange rock, the cliff in front of him suddenly flashed with light. The cliff trembled, and at the same time, Xiaoyan was surprised. As his expression changed, he subconsciously used the sky extinction steps and hurriedly retreated. After all, this was a cave left behind by an origin transformation expert. Even though it had been almost 1,000 years, Xiaoyan still did not dare to be careless. The instant Xiaoyan used the sky extinction steps, the cliff above the strange rock suddenly trembled. A loud rumbling sound shook the world. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes, but a smile rose from the corners of his mouth. The door to the ancient tomb of Tianju had finally opened. The stone door was opened and the originally complete cliff split apart from the middle. It entered the deep parts of the cliff. After which, a substance-like energy curtain appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. This is the entrance to the ancient tomb of Tianju. Xiaoyan's heart trembled. He could not help but be emotionally moved. The ancient tomb of Tianju was something he had heard about in the southern region. He had wanted to see it for himself since a long time ago. Now that he had seen it, he could not help but be excited. However, although the entrance had already appeared before Xiaoyan's eyes, he first needed to break through the light screen if he wanted to enter the tomb. Not long after the light screen rose, Xiaoyan clearly saw that the originally powerful light screen flickered slightly. The power on it had decreased by quite a bit. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan did not need to think to know that it was impossible for this to be caused by the erosion of time. The reason why the strength on the light curtain had weakened was likely because he had used the Sky Absolute steps. As for the remaining strength, it was likely that it would require the other two Do techniques of Tianju to remove it. Sky Extinction Palm and Sky Extinction Finger. Although these two Do skills are both human-rank Do skills, since the Sky Extinction steps can bring about such a shocking amplification effect, I'm afraid that the other two Do skills will not be much inferior. At that time I will have to be careful when facing Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian. A thought flashed across his mind. Soon after, Xiaoyan picked up his gaze and looked at the light screen in front of him. He could talk about the future in the future. However, right now, Xiaoyan could not help but want to try and see if he had the chance to break the light screen with his own strength. Even if it was just a small gap, it would be enough for Xiaoyan to do a lot of things. As soon as he thought of doing it, the Doqi in his body rose. At the same time, Xiaoyan suddenly clenched his fists tightly. Powerful energy rapidly gathered in his palms. Soon after, his footsteps changed and his body instantly turned into a bolt of lightning. In just an instant, he had already appeared in front of the light screen. He clenched his fists tightly and violently swung them at the light screen in front of him. Ha! With a loud roar, powerful energy immediately erupted from Xiaoyan's fists and violently bombarded the light screen. However, the final result caused Xiaoyan to be a little stunned. Such an enormous strength was something that even a 7-star Do-D would not dare to easily face. However, even though this was the case, not even the slightest ripple was formed after it struck the light curtain. Instead, the surrounding empty space was instantly shattered by this frightening strength. Xiaoyan was stunned. Soon after, he clenched his teeth tightly. The Doqi in his body once again surged. This time around, he had also used the Strength Elephant skill that he had already mastered. Strength Elephant skill, break for me. Clang! The powerful force violently bombarded the light screen. Even though this attack was not Xiaoyan's full strength, it was enough to cause an 8-star Do-D to pay attention to it. However, the final result was still unsatisfactory. Compared to the previous time, a layer of shallow energy ripple appeared on the light screen this time around. However, it disappeared in an instant. Soon after, just as Xiaoyan clenched his teeth and was about to attack again, a powerful force was transmitted from his fist without any warning. With just one attack, it sent him flying. Clang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, a powerful energy storm also swept across the short continent in the desolate horizon. In an instant, the flying sand and the desolate flowing wind that flew between the sky and the earth disappeared in an instant. The sky regained its silence for a short period of time. Soon after, a black figure suddenly flew past during this short period of silence. Only when it was 1,000 feet away did it stop in a somewhat miserable manner. It was Xiaoyan. 3 days had passed since the opening of the old tomb. On the day that the old tomb was opened, Xiaoyan had already used all his strength in an attempt to open the old tomb. However, the final result was that other than leaving a circle of faint ripples on the energy light curtain, nothing else was left behind. Instead, when his Do technique was broken by the light curtain, the rebound force would send Xiaoyan flying. Fortunately, although the force was strong, Xiaoyan was not injured. However, after continuously trying for tens of times, Xiaoyan finally understood that it was impossible to open the old tomb before he gathered the 3 famous Do techniques of Tianju. Therefore, Xiaoyan simply gave up on the idea of opening the old tomb. Instead, he used the light curtain to begin practicing the newly obtained Do technique, the Desolation Finger. As a high-level spirit Do technique, the Desolation Finger was not easy to practice. Most of these Do techniques had a common characteristic, which was that they were easy to learn but difficult to master. Even if one could use the experience left behind in the scroll to use it, one would still need a large amount of time and the accumulation of actual combat experience in order to truly understand the essence of the Do technique. There was still half a year until the 1-year agreement. Xiaoyan naturally did not lack time. As for actual combat, it merely referred to the accumulation of experience from the collision of energy. From an objective point of view, one would have a clearer understanding of one's control of the Do technique. Therefore, this light curtain had undoubtedly become Xiaoyan's best training stone. Of course, other than practicing the Desolation Finger, Xiaoyan did not easily neglect the Golden Elephant skill. The Golden Elephant skill was a defensive Do technique of the Force Saint Elephant display skill. Its requirement on one's physical strength was also ridiculously high. The Force Elephant formula emphasized on converging the energy in one's body into a single point, condensing it within one's body, and accumulating it before unleashing it. There was no doubt that it was immensely beneficial to battle. As for the Golden Elephant mantra, it was different from condensing. The latter was to disperse the energy in one's body. Of course, this kind of dispersion was not without order. Instead, it was to disperse the energy in one's body to every part of one's body. There was a special connection between the different parts of one's body, thus achieving the effect of protecting one's body in all aspects. Other than this, the Golden Elephant skill was able to unleash the greatest amount of force. It was just like when he had fought against the 8-star Do Di back then. He had unleashed his force and agglomerated a layer of nearly substance-like defensive barrier on the surface of his body. His control over his force was so high that it was frightening. Last time, Xiaoyan had also used all of his strength in order to successfully agglomerate it. Even so, its defensive strength was extremely powerful. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening its defensive strength would be if Xiaoyan was able to master the Golden Elephant skill one day. Although it was beautiful to imagine, Xiaoyan still needed to train bitterly regardless of what the future was like. Only by blooming in the hellfire would he be able to be unafraid of the fireworks of the human world. As the Do techniques in his hands were released time and time again, the Do Qi within Xiaoyan's body was also repeatedly recovering. Under this repeated cycle of exhaustion, an unknown strange feeling rose from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. Time passed in a flash and 1 month passed. After a month of continuous training, Xiaoyan's control over the Desolate Finger and the Golden Elephant skill had become increasingly proficient. This was especially the case for the Desolate Finger. Although it was a high-level spirit Do technique, it was still a Do technique that mainly used up Do Qi. After repeated training, his progress was naturally incomparably fast. On the other hand, the Golden Elephant skill had harsh requirements on one's physical body. With Xiaoyan's current physical strength, he could only barely agglomerate a layer of pale yellow light barrier on the surface of his body. This was the result of a month of hard work. Although the process was difficult, Xiaoyan was able to clearly sense the powerful defense that the Golden Elephant skill gave him. That kind of strength was difficult to break even with Do Qi. As expected, after experiencing an intense collision with the energy light barrier, Xiaoyan's body was actually forcefully stabilized on the spot this time around. He was not even the slightest bit pushed back by the rebounding force. Even though this had already caused Xiaoyan to perspire profusely and exhaust a lot of his physical strength, the result of this was likely something that even an ordinary 9-star Do Di would be unable to help but be amazed by. Currently, Xiaoyan was able to unleash 70% of the Desolate Finger's strength under his full strength. To be able to train to such an extent within a month was already extremely shocking. Moreover, Xiaoyan was training 2 Do techniques at the same time. 70% of the Desolate Finger and 40% of the Golden Elephant skill. Even though it was not much, it was still able to unleash 40% of the Desolate Finger. Compared to the former, the achievement of the Golden Elephant skill seemed to surprise Xiaoyan even more. Desolate Finger. In the air, Xiaoyan's 10 fingers formed a seal. The majestic Do-Chi in his body immediately surged out and swiftly poured into the enormous bright red energy finger above his head. At the same time, a powerful energy pressure continuously spread out from it. Soon after, when the energy within the finger had reached its peak, Xiaoyan let out an explosive cry from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, the enormous finger above his head suddenly charged forward. Soon after, it violently smashed into the energy light barrier of the ancient tomb. Bang! Soon after, the instant the enormous energy finger exploded, a frightening energy was released. The powerful energy stirred up circular energy ripples on the light barrier. However, those ripples quickly disappeared. At the same time, a powerful energy storm was also emitted from the light barrier. It carried the powerful energy that was brought about by the explosion of the energy finger and swept outwards. Ha! Golden Elephant skill, activate. Xiaoyan let out an explosive cry in his heart. Almost at the same time, a powerful force swiftly agglomerated all over his body. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a thin layer of yellow light barrier on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Soon after, the powerful energy storm came attacking. Crack! The instant this energy collided with Xiaoyan's body, a cracking sound that only he could hear was emitted from deep within Xiaoyan's body even though the Golden Elephant skill had not been broken. In an instant, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly hardened. His breathing also involuntarily became sluggish. That mysterious cracking sound was the result of the barrier between him and a 6-star Do-Di suddenly breaking at this moment. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. On the broken cliff, Xiaoyan's head was covered by the strong wind as he sat cross-legged. The extremely hot summer and the sand that was blowing against his body were carelessly ignored by him. Sensing the rising aura within his body, a joy involuntarily surfaced in Xiaoyan's eyes. After the countless number of battles, his cultivation had finally followed suit and gradually rose. Now, it was time for success. A 6-star Do-Di. Once he advanced to the rank of a 6-star Do-Di, it meant that his fighting strength would once again soar. This would also allow him to obtain an even greater reward when he opened the Tianju ancient tomb 5 months later. He might even be able to obtain the Gui Yuan skill scroll in the hands of Tianju. Of course, other than this, there was also the inheritance of Tianju. That thing was also an extremely alluring existence. With joy in his heart, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged. He swept away all the messy thoughts in his mind. His breathing gradually became calm and orderly. The great waves in his heart also gradually recovered its calmness. His pair of dark black eyes were as black as a deep pool. The bottomless depth caused people to feel that they were even more mysterious. This wasteland was located in an extremely desolate area. Its environment was even harsher and more dangerous than other places. Hence, Xiaoyan was not worried that someone would come here and disturb him. Hence, he did not find another place to hide during his advancement this time around. Additionally, although the environment of this wasteland was harsh, it had the advantage of being extremely rich in fire affinity energy. Training in this place would undoubtedly have a certain amplification effect on Xiaoyan. Regardless of whether it was his training speed or the degree of condensation of his Do-Chi, it would all increase. Hence, Xiaoyan no longer procrastinated. Borrowing the rising aura within his body, his hand swiftly formed the training seal. A thought passed through his mind and the flame art chi method within his body immediately began to circulate. Immediately, all the fire affinity energy in this area suddenly became violent at this moment. It was as though they had been attracted by something as they wildly gathered toward Xiaoyan at the edge of the broken cliff. Following the circulation of the chi method, the heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body also swelled. It moved along the various chi paths in his body and swiftly surged upward. Finally, it directly charged out from the top of Xiaoyan's head. The dense white flame twisted and spiraled before transforming into a white-colored long fire dragon that coiled around Xiaoyan. It lifted its head to the sky and opened its large mouth. A long soundless roar was emitted from its mouth. The powerful fire affinity energy in this area began to wildly gather. After which, it was swallowed by the large fire dragon. After some refinement, it finally flowed into Xiaoyan's body. Under this unceasing influx of energy, Xiaoyan's aura also swiftly soared. The vortex space within his body also gradually expanded under the unceasing influx of enormous dou qi. At the same time, in the northern region. At this very moment, on a certain desolate small island in the endless northern sea, there was a pretty lady wearing a white dress. Her long hair reached her waist, and her entire body emitted a fairy-like aura. Her eyebrows were knitted together as she looked at the endless sea region in front of her. Her heart was solemn. Just what kind of place is this? Why is the sea region so big that even I am unable to cross it with my strength? During this 1 year, the lady had already tried various methods. However, she was ultimately unable to cross this endless sea region. This small island seemed to have cast a curse on her. Regardless of how hard she tried, she could only helplessly withdraw in the end. After 1 year, regardless of how unwilling she was in her heart, she needed to clearly recognize her current situation. She clearly understood that the reason she was unable to cross this sea region was ultimately due to the problem of her strength. If she really wanted to cross the sea region, the best method was to work hard and train. Only by raising her strength would she have the opportunity to leave this place. At that time, she would also be able to search for the person in her heart. However, the only thing that the lady could do now was to temporarily peacefully stay on this island and train wholeheartedly. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan, who had been immersed in his training, gradually wake up. At this moment, the aura within his body had already stepped onto a new level. 6-star Dou D, there was an enormous gap between each star in the Dou D class. As the saying went, the slightest mistake could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. This was fully reflected in the realm of an expert. Normally speaking, given Xiaoyan's current strength, an initial 6-star Dou D, an ordinary person would not have the slightest chance of victory when facing an intermediate 6-star Dou D like Qin Yun. However, Xiaoyan was different. Regardless of whether it was his physical constitution or the thickness of his strength, his fighting strength far exceeded that of an expert of the same class. When he was an advanced 5-star Dou D, he was able to kill an advanced 8-star Dou D. His strength was comparable to a quasi 9-star Dou D. Currently, Xiaoyan had broken through to a 6-star Dou D. Every aspect of his body had been strengthened from inside out. The great strength of his fighting strength had caused him to be comparable to an ordinary 9-star Dou D. Such strength would definitely be considered top tier when placed among the experts in the heaven-grade ancient tomb this time around. Xiaoyan slowly opened his eyes beside the broken cliff. He sensed the surging Dou qi within his body. His hands were opened slightly before they were slowly closed. Although there was nothing in his palm, Xiaoyan could still sense a strength that seemed to be there and not there. The empty space between his palms was slightly distorted. Although it did not cause much of a change, it still caused others to feel shocked. Under the situation where he did not use Dou qi and relied on his physical body to create such a scene, how could it not cause others to feel shocked? With such a powerful physical body, coupled with Xiaoyan's own Dou qi, Xiaoyan was completely confident in his heart that if he were to face an 8-star Dou D again, he would definitely be able to kill the other party with one strike. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily revealed a cold smile when he thought of this. During this trip to the heaven-grade ancient tomb, he would completely end the grudge between him and the 4 large sects. After recovering, Xiaoyan did not hurry to get up. Instead, a thought passed through his mind and a powerful spiritual strength spread out. It covered the entire sky, appearing to be attracting something. A short moment later, threads of dark black energy agglomerated from the empty space between the sky and the earth. They swiftly gathered toward Xiaoyan. This dark black energy was the Great Way energy. Following the increase in his strength, Xiaoyan also wanted to see how much his Great Way energy had increased. A thought passed through his mind and the Great Way energy that was agglomerated in front of him swiftly split apart and agglomerated into 9/10. At this moment, the Great Way energy that was repeatedly attracted also slowly agglomerated. Finally, it successfully agglomerated into the 10th tent. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Xiaoyan's gaze focused on the 10th tent in front of him. However, there was not much emotion in his eyes. Moreover, he did not feel very satisfied with the scene in front of him. The Great Way energy was the most mysterious energy in the world. Even Doqi could not be compared with it. If it was not for the fact that Doqi could not be absorbed, it was likely that the Great Way energy would have become the main force on this continent. However, even if this was the case, Xiaoyan still did not believe in his heart. As the most difficult energy to control in this world, could it only be used to escape or chase people? This was clearly not the case. Hence, Xiaoyan was even more curious about how he could better control and use the Great Way energy. Since it was his own energy, it must be under his control. Otherwise, if he could not even do this, there would be no point in keeping the Great Way energy. With this thought in his mind, Xiaoyan extended his hand and beckoned. The 10 tents automatically flew in front of him and merged together, turning into a black energy ball the size of a wash basin. It floated above Xiaoyan's palm. At this moment, Xiaoyan was only able to control the great Tao strength. However, this was not his own will. He wanted to allow the great Tao strength to unleash the strength it should possess in his hands. With a thought, an enormous amount of spiritual strength swiftly agglomerated in front of him, turning into an invisible large hand. Following the change in his mind, it grabbed at the energy ball in front of him. The dark black energy ball gradually changed shape under the wrapping of the spiritual strength. At times, it became oval. At other times, it became long and thin. It was like a football and also like a long black stick. It was constantly changing. However, just as Xiaoyan thought that it would be so easy to agglomerate it, the ball of Great Way energy in front of him once again returned to its original state the moment his spiritual strength scattered. Xiaoyan couldn't help but be astounded when he saw the scene. Only now did he understand that the control of the energy of the Grand Tao wasn't as simple and easy as it seemed on the surface. However, it only took form on the surface, and it couldn't be fixed internally. Moreover, the energy within it couldn't be completely condensed. Even if such a loose energy of the Grand Tao could be condensed into the 10 taboos, it wouldn't be of much help to Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan also understood that the beginning of everything was the hardest. The profoundness of the Grand Tao was something that most people did not understand. Otherwise, there would not be so few people on the continent who could comprehend the Grand Tao. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan smiled and felt relieved. Then, he tried to control the power of the Great Way again. He believed that after countless attempts, there would be a way that would allow him to control the power of the Great Way perfectly. When that time came, the Void Great Way would definitely become his other trump card. Controlling the power of the Great Way in front of him, Xiaoyan poured his spiritual strength into it without caring about the consumption. He tried again and again, learning from his failures, and reinvigorating himself in the midst of disappointment. While he was constantly trying with such concentration, another month passed. At this moment, there was only 1 month left before the 1-year agreement with the people of the 4 great sections. As for Xiaoyan, he forgot himself and was immersed in the power of the Great Way in front of him. He repeatedly tried, and in a cycle of failure, he tried to find the exit of the lost path. On the other side, in the western region, the matter of the agreement between Xiaoyan and the 4 great sects had spread like a gust of wind throughout the western region. In the blink of an eye, almost everyone in the western region knew about it. Tianju Ancient Tomb. That was a great treasure land that everyone in the western region knew about. Unfortunately, it was sealed off from the outside world. The only way to open it was to gather all 3 of Tianju's famous Do skills and combine the power of the 3 Do skills to open it. Now that the 3 fighting skills had surfaced, it was time to open the Tianjue Ancient Tomb. As the news spread, countless experts from various factions set off towards the desolate cliff. Although there was only 1 month left, these people who had long coveted the Tianjue Ancient Tomb could no longer hold back their thoughts. They could not wait to enter the Tianjue Ancient Tomb. Even though there was still 1 month left, it still made them feel excited. On Xiaoyan's side, after countless attempts, he finally grasped an opportunity. The power of the Great Way in front of him finally condensed. Even though it eventually returned to its original state, the form that was agglomerated from the Great Way lasted for nearly a minute this time around. Just this point alone was enough to cause Xiaoyan to be extremely excited. Since he had already taken the first step, he wouldn't be too far away from the moment of true success. After repeated attempts to condense the power of the Great Way for another 10 days, when Xiaoyan had exhausted more than half of the spiritual strength within his soul bead, the large cluster of pitch-black power of the Great Way in front of him actually completely condensed. It transformed into 10 black steel needles that were as long as a person's forearm and as thick as a pinky finger. The reason why they were called steel needles was because these 10 needles looked no different from ordinary metals on the surface. They looked as if they were made of steel. This was the result of the power of the Great Way being extremely condensed. Controlling the 10 steel needles, Xiaoyan lowered his body with curiosity in his heart. His gaze once again looked at the energy screen on the cliff. His face revealed an eager expression. He did not know what kind of result he would get if he used these 10 steel needles to deal with the light screen. Carrying the curiosity in his heart, Xiaoyan arrived in front of the light screen. He raised his hand and the 10 steel needles floated above his palm, faintly floating up and down. Go. Soon after, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's heart. He lifted his hand and gently waved it forward. 10 steel needles immediately shot forward. After emitting a sharp sound of rushing air, they pierced into the energy light curtain in an orderly manner. Chi. 10 steel needles pierced into the light screen at the same time, each one penetrating an inch or so into the light screen. Hiss, seeing this scene, even as the master, Xiaoyan could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. The person who had set up this light screen was once an origin transformation expert. However, he did not expect that his 10 steel needles would be able to pierce into the light screen. It was hard to imagine just how frightening the power of these 10 steel needles was. If this kind of power landed on the body of a Dodi, it would immediately leave behind bloody holes. Soon after, while Xiaoyan's heart was feeling shocked because of this, numerous auras were swiftly hurrying over from a distance behind him. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Following the swift approach of the many Qis in the distance, over 10 blurry light spots gradually became clear in Xiaoyan's sight. After which, they transformed into numerous clear human figures. Each of them took a different direction. There were also people who formed groups that flew in this direction. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. He was curious about the purpose of these people coming here. As the human figures swiftly approached, those people had long since discovered Xiaoyan's figure. Immediately, quite a number of people threw hostile gazes at Xiaoyan. Of course, these people were constantly on guard against each other. The time of the opening of the ancient tomb of Heaven's End was getting closer and closer. Everyone present had become competitors. Everyone here had the possibility of snatching away the opportunity that originally belonged to them. As the saying goes, where there is competition, there will be fighting. In the process of fighting, it was unavoidable that there would be deaths and injuries. If possible, they would definitely not be stingy in attacking the people beside them. With each additional person, they would be a little more of a threat. Therefore, these people had long since unknowingly become enemies. Arriving in front of them, everyone's gazes were icy cold as they looked at Xiaoyan. Soon after, they looked at the energy light curtain on the cliff. Earlier, if they had not sensed the energy ripple here, they might not have been able to find this place so quickly. Numerous gazes looked at the energy light curtain on the cliff. Through it, one could vaguely see darkness. Immediately, a fiery expression involuntarily surged into the numerous gazes. The doqi in their bodies slowly circulated. There were people who wanted to go forward and try to break this energy light curtain. However, in the end, they stopped. This ancient tomb had existed for nearly 1,000 years. The number of people who had tried to open it was uncountable. However, no one had ever succeeded in doing so. Even the attack of a 9-star Dodi would similarly be blocked by that thin energy light curtain. A light curtain that even a 9-star Dodi could not open. How could they do it? Xiaoyan smiled as he watched the few elite Dodi obediently withdraw. His gaze turned around and swept over those people behind him. Within a short moment, nearly 50 elite Dodi had gathered in this place. The strength of each of them was different. The weakest had reached the intermediate level of a 1-star Dodi while the strongest were 2 8-star Dodi. Such a strength could be considered a peak existence within the western region. Xiaoyan's dark black eyes swept over these people. His heart involuntarily became speechless. This western region was really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It was unexpected that nearly 50 elite Dodi, who were usually rarely seen, would actually appear together at this moment. Such a large group was definitely in existence that could do whatever they wanted in this western region. At the same time that Xiaoyan's gaze swept over these people, quite a number of people in the crowd also shifted their gazes to the former. Immediately, quite a number of gazes revealed surprise. Such a young elite Dodi was extremely rare even in the entire continent. Usually, such a strong person would definitely possess quite a large faction behind him. However, this black-robed, young man in front of them appeared to be just one person. Thus, some of the people present involuntarily began to coldly laugh in their hearts. Various thoughts rose in their hearts. There were nearly 50 elite Dodi present. They would more or less have some dissatisfaction with each other. Once some small matters were to create friction, it would not be beneficial to them. Hence, it was undoubtedly the best if they could do something to deter the people present at this moment. As the saying goes, one must pick the soft persimmon to pinch. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who appeared to be the youngest among them, had naturally become their target. Being young meant that one's training time was short. At the same time, it also meant that one's strength was weak. Additionally, the latter was currently their opponent. If they could suppress him, they would be able to reduce one of their competitors. Secondly, they would be able to deter everyone present. This was no different from killing two birds with one stone. In their eyes, dealing with the latter was like an adult bullying a child. They did not feel any pressure. Of course, in view of the fact that the latter was also a Dodi, only some 7-star Dodi among those present would intervene. As for the two 8-star Dodi, just their auras alone were sufficient to cause others to fear them. Naturally, there was nothing much for them to display. At the same time, Xiaoyan also sensed the unfriendly gazes that the few 7-star Dodi around him threw over. He thought for a moment in his heart and immediately understood. He involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart. There would be people willing to do such a thing no matter where they were. However, Xiaoyan was not an ordinary Dodi. Cuckoo, since all of you have delivered yourselves to my doorstep, I shall unceremoniously accept all of you. Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart. When he raised his eyes, he discovered that there was a 7-star Dodi middle-level expert walking toward him. There was even a mocking expression on his face. Xiaoyan smiled playfully when he saw this. Soon after, that expert also arrived in front of Xiaoyan. His gaze was dense as he looked at Xiaoyan and coldly laughed. Brat, you also wish to enter the Sky and Ancient Tomb? The rough laughter contained a disdain. The person who came face to face with him was a middle-aged man with a strong appearance. His bronze-colored muscles appeared to be filled with an overbearing aura. Coupled with his rough voice, it caused the hearts of those who heard it to involuntarily tremble. On the other hand, Xiaoyan appeared skinny, forming a clear contrast with him. Can't I? Xiaoyan was indifferent as he smiled and asked. Ha ha ha, of course you can, however, if you want to enter, you must first ask if my fist agrees. With a cold cry, the strong man immediately maneuvered the enormous doqi within his body and agglomerated it in his palm. His enormous palm was suddenly clenched into a fist. His arm danced, carrying a hoo-hoo wind as it violently smashed toward Xiaoyan. Seeing the strong man attack with just one sentence, the surrounding crowd involuntarily emitted a hissing sound as they inhaled cold air. Soon after, that enormous fist that was wrapped in doqi instantly arrived in front of Xiaoyan and violently smashed toward the latter's face. The hoo-hoo wind whistled beside Xiaoyan's ear. The air in front of him swiftly became thin. Xiaoyan's breathing involuntarily became sluggish. However, Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent in the face of this. His unperturbed manner caused people to involuntarily be shocked when they saw it. It was also in the next instant that the enormous fist was about to smash onto Xiaoyan's face. Only then did Xiaoyan raise his hand. His movements were continuous and as fast as lightning. Under the disbelieving gaze of the middle-aged strong man in front of him, Xiaoyan opened his 5 fingers. Without using any doqi, he firmly locked the man's fist between his 5 fingers. Even the charging force and doqi was instantly broken. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. This scene that had suddenly appeared in the arena caused the expressions on the faces of all the elite Dodi present to instantly solidify. Numerous gazes were stunned as they stared at the black-robed human figure in the arena. The expression on their faces gradually turned into one of disbelief. This was really unbelievable. The attack of a 7-star Dodi was actually blocked by a black-robed, young man in a situation where he had not even used his Do-Chi. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was actually able to do it in such a relaxed manner. This was something that was impossible. At this moment, even the 2 8-star Dodi involuntarily threw surprised gazes at Xiaoyan. Even the heart of the 7-star Dodi, who was the person involved at this moment, was filled with shock. He was unable to control his entire body in the face of great fear. Soon after, Xiaoyan's wrist shook gently. His palm landed on the latter's fist. A powerful force immediately spluttered outwards. With just one strike, this strong man was forced back. Only after dozens of steps did his swaying body come to a halt. "Do you still want to continue?" Xiaoyan was unconcerned as he smiled and asked. "No, no, no, don't. That strong man's heart was suddenly startled when he heard Xiaoyan's words. He hurriedly waved his hand as a greeting and continued to pull back. However, no one mocked him at this moment. This was because just the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier was something that no one present, other than the 2 8-star Dodi, dared to say that they could block. Immediately, everyone present involuntarily threw grave gazes at Xiaoyan. The faces of the 2 8-star Dodi were even more solemn. This black-robed, young man who appeared very young, likely possessed a strength that was not inferior to theirs. Fortunately, the person who had attacked was not them. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they were to fight with him. Xiaoyan's gaze was cold as it swept over those elite Dodi around him. This time around, anyone who met his gaze involuntarily shrank back. Only the 2 8-star Dodi did not avoid him as they walked out from the crowd. They cupped their hands to Xiaoyan and laughed. "The old me is Lu Hao. My name is Qi Rui." Then, the two old men looked at each other with cold gazes. Only then did they smile at Xiaoyan and say, "May I know your name?" Hearing this, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and looked at the two old men. After hesitating for a while, he smiled and said in a calm tone, "What are you talking about?" "I am Xiaoyan." "Xiaoyan?" "He's Xiaoyan, he's the Xiaoyan who made a 1-year agreement with the 4 great sects." "Then doesn't that mean he holds the key to opening the ancient tomb of Heaven's End?" "I didn't expect him to be here so early. Moreover, looking at his strength, no wonder he dares to challenge the 4 great sects." The instant Xiaoyan said his name, a wave of surprised private discussions was immediately emitted from the crowd. At the same time, those gazes that were looking at Xiaoyan contained an additional surprise. Hearing the words that were emitted from the crowd, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly. Immediately, he calmed down. Although he was surprised that these people were actually aware of the agreement between him and the 4 great sects, things had already developed to this point. Even if he went to clarify things, there was no longer any meaning. The only thing that Xiaoyan was a little worried about was that he did not know just what kind of storm this matter would stir up. Originally, he thought that if it was only him and the people from the 4 great sects, his chances of finding the origin skill would definitely be much higher. However, from the looks of it, this matter was likely to be more troublesome than he had imagined. After randomly exchanging 2 sentences with the 2 8-star Dodi, Xiaoyan immediately moved his body and landed at the edge of the cliff. He sat down cross-legged and raised his hand. 10 steel needles were agglomerated in his palm. Controlling the 10 steel needles with his mind, Xiaoyan carefully observed them. The scene from earlier repeatedly replayed in his mind. The 10 steel needles shot out and entered in unison. They actually entered the energy light curtain at the same time. Such a powerful strength was something that Xiaoyan admitted that he would not be able to achieve even if he used the 7-layered skybreaking ruler. Among all the Do skills that he possessed, it was likely that only the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame's strength could surpass it. However, the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame greatly exhausted one's Do-Chi. Once it was used, Xiaoyan would definitely descend into a weakened state. He must not use it unless it was a critical moment. Compared to the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame, the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame might be a little weaker. However, the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame only exhausted the Great Tao strength. Moreover, the steel needles were divided into 10. The number that was exhausted was completely up to Xiaoyan. Once the situation changed, he could completely transform them into a great Dao barrier and use it to dodge. Hence, in comparison, the effect that these 10 steel needles brought to Xiaoyan was undoubtedly greater. With the strength of these steel needles, even a 9-star Do D would be left with an injury that was difficult to recover from once they were hit. As long as he caught them off guard, Xiaoyan had a certain degree of confidence that he would be able to hold them back the next time they met. At the same time, in the western Lin region, Green Hunchback Mountain. Damn it. Who was it that leaked the news? Now, the entire western region knows that we are about to enter the Tianju ancient tomb. Humph, with the habits of those hungry wolves in the western wastelands, I'm afraid that they are already waiting for us at the desolate cliff. Wu Jitian cursed with a ferocious expression in the large hall. The tea table beside his hand had been turned into dust by his palm. Even the chair that he was sitting on had already swayed. One could see just how furious his heart was at this moment. Cuckoo, sect leader Wu, there is no need for you to be angry. When we made the agreement with Xiaoyan 1 year ago, everyone in Shahe City clearly heard it. It is only reasonable that they would be aware of it. Now, the most important thing is the Tianju ancient tomb and those few factions. There is no need to worry about the others. Qin Zhen, who was wearing a golden robe, had an unconcerned face as he sat on the leader's seat. The other 2 people in the large hall also nodded slightly when they heard these words from his mouth. That's right. What Chief Qinzhen said is true. The real trouble that we need to face is those few factions. That Xiaoyan is merely a bug that is detestable. Back then, we made the agreement that we would not touch him within the Tianju ancient tomb. However, that is merely within the Tianju ancient tomb. At the very most, we can just finish him off before we enter to avoid any more trouble. Jianming's strength had actually once again advanced during this 1 year. He had already stepped into the peak of the advanced 8-star Do D class. He was only a step away from the 9-star Do D class. Cuckoo, it is unexpected that Chief Jian has already stepped into the peak of the advanced 8-star Do D class after not seeing him for a year. It is likely that he will break through to the 9th star in a couple of years. Qinzhen smiled as he looked at Jianming and spoke with a fake smile. Chief Qinzhen really praises me too much. However, I am still far inferior when compared to you. After all, you and Chief Wu have both stepped into the 9-star Do D class. Oh, that's right. I have forgotten that there are 4 of us here. Chief Ye's strength should have also improved after not seeing me for a year, right? Jianming's tone changed as he mocked Yi Luotian. Cuckoo, the old me was lucky and broke through to the intermediate star Do D class not long ago. I can be considered to have fallen behind the 3 of you. I have embarrassed myself in front of the 3 of you. Ha 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 ha, this is a small matter. The way of training is all about progressing step by step. It is a good thing to be able to break through. Ha 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 ha, Qin Zhen, who was seated in the leader's seat, laughed out loud. The smile on his face contained some ridicule. That's right. It is rumored that quite a number of disciples within your sect have taken the initiative to withdraw from the sect not long ago. May I know if this is true? Qin Zhen's face carried a playful smile as he continued to look at the latter after laughing out loud. Wu Jitian and Jianming threw their gazes toward the latter after these words were spoken. The corner of their mouths carried a slight smile. The cold smile in their eyes was not hidden at all. Ugh, cuckoo, since they are willing to withdraw, even if I am the chief, I cannot control their wills. I am merely following the will of the heavens. Yi Luotian waved his sleeves and smiled. His old face revealed an amiable smile. It was as though he was unconcerned. However, who knew where those disciples who had disappeared from the sect had gone to? Time flew by. The remaining 1 month slowly passed while Xiaoyan's group waited in boredom. The human flow that had gathered at the desolate cliff had also become increasingly large. At this moment, there were over 100 elite Do D gathered at this place. There were also an uncountable number of Ban D experts. These people had all come for the Tianju ancient tomb. Today was the final day that Xiaoyan and the 4 large sects had agreed upon. Today, the 4 sect leaders of the 4 large sects would lead their respective factions and arrive at this place. At this moment, the entrance of the ancient tomb was already filled with densely packed human heads. These people each took a side and guarded the factions behind them. They also maintained a certain distance from each other. At a glance, there were some people among these factions whom Xiaoyan had met in Jingyao City half a year ago. However, compared to back then, the eyes of these people today contained enmity when they looked at Xiaoyan, who was seated on the cliff. Two human figures wearing black robes were seated cross-legged at a certain spot in the crowd. The two pairs of eyes under the black robes revealed an additional playful expression when they looked at Xiaoyan. The corner of the mouth under the black robes was lifted into a smile. The two of them quietly exchanged glances and smiled. Immediately, they calmed their hearts and sat cross-legged, no longer making any movements. The hot sun shone high in the sky. The searing high temperature grilled the entire land. The surface of the land was like a piece of metal that had been heated until it was red. Although most people were able to endure such terrible weather, a portion of the Bandi experts were unable to endure it. Some of them even fainted because of the high temperature. Those who were still bitterly enduring could only hope that the people from the four large sects would quickly arrive. While everyone present was bitterly waiting, another person finally hurried over from the distant horizon. Immediately, quite a number of people present threw their gazes that were filled with anticipation. However, as the distance became increasingly closer, they saw that the person leading the group was actually a young man in white robes. Despite being extremely far away, Xiaoyan was still able to recognize the young man at a glance with his eyesight. Immediately, the expression on his face became gloomy. This person was none other than Qin Yun, who had nearly caused his death in Jingyao City half a year ago. At this moment, other than Yan He and the other two who had been following beside him, there were two additional people in black robes. Moreover, under Xiaoyan's spiritual perception, the cultivations of these two people were actually 9-star Do Di. These two people were the ones who had joined forces with Yan He and the other two to swallow everyone in Jingyao City half a year ago. Unfortunately, no one knew the truth regarding the matter that had happened half a year ago until now. All they knew was that Jingyao City had suddenly disappeared. All that was left was an enormous pit. Of course, Xiaoyan, who was on the cliff, was unaware of all of this. Following the arrival of Qin Yun's group, the people in front consciously opened up a path for them. The 6 of them descended and landed in front of everyone. Qin Yun, who was leading the group, and the black-robed person beside him immediately turned their gazes to Xiaoyan on the cliff. The expression in their eyes instantly turned cold. Xiaoyan, it is really as if one can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. You have really made it difficult for me to find you. TSK. Under the black robe, the mouth of the human figure emitted a low strange laughter, causing Qin Yun to feel extremely surprised in his heart. Half a year ago, when this fellow heard Xiaoyan's name, his entire body had revealed an extremely excited expression. However, the only thing that caused him to feel fortunate was that this fellow beside him did not seem to have a good impression of Xiaoyan. Instead, it was a kind of cold-killing intent that was like facing an enemy. It was unexpected that this fellow would actually be unable to suppress the excitement in his heart after they had just met today. However, in the end, this black-robed person still suppressed the emotions in his heart and did not make any big movements. This also caused Qin Yun by the side to relax and quietly sigh in relief. After having seen the might of Xiaoyan's angry Buddha lotus flame, he was especially afraid of the latter. Up until now, the huge energy storm that occurred in Jingyao City half a year ago was still fresh in his memory. Once he recalled it, his heart could not help but tremble. And just as the black-robed person looked at Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan also noticed the latter. The moment their eyes met, Xiaoyan clearly felt a trace of familiar yet strange feeling. Unfortunately, both of them were extremely cautious of each other. Therefore, even Xiaoyan could not find out the source of that feeling. However, his intuition in his heart told him that this black-robed person was very dangerous. With a dignified heart, Xiaoyan turned his gaze back. At this moment, in the distance behind the crowd, from the eastern horizon, several figures were faintly flying over. In the blink of an eye, those figures had already appeared in the sight of everyone present. Immediately, the eyes of everyone present lit up slightly, and a fiery feeling immediately surged from the bottom of their hearts. The people who came were divided into 4 groups, and each group had more than 10 people. In particular, the group that was closer to the back had nearly 20 people. However, at this moment, the people present were most concerned about the leaders of these 4 groups. Those 4 people were the sect leaders of the 4 great sects of Xilin region. From left to right, they were Qianzhen of the God Refining sect, Wu Jitian of the Battle Martial sect, Jianming of the Sky Sword sect, and Yi Luotian of the Withered Leaf sect. Among these 4 groups, the group with the most people belonged to the Withered Leaf sect that Yi Luotian belonged to. After these 4 groups arrived, they directly rushed past everyone below and landed at the front of the group. There was a bottomless abyss in between them. On the opposite side was the entrance to the Tianzhu ancient tomb, which was covered by a light curtain. Xiaoyan was seated cross-legged on the cliff directly above the entrance. Hey, they are merely 4 sects formed by 2 initial 9-star Dodi and 2 8-star Dodi. Yet, they actually dare to act so arrogantly. Do they really think that the Western Wastelands region can be compared with the Xilin region? The key to open the ancient tomb is in their hands. They act with reason and evidence. Naturally, they would be arrogant and domineering. If those 2 Do techniques were in your hands, you might even be more overboard than them. After the disdainful laughter was emitted, a rebuttal was immediately emitted. At this moment, the people from the 4 great sects at the front of the group did not have the time to bother about it. 4 pairs of eyes were lifted at the same time. Their eyes had different expressions as they looked at Xiaoyan on the cliff. At this moment, the latter had also withdrawn his eyes and exchanged glances with the 4 of them. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. The scorching sun shone down on the sandy ground. The scorching heat caused one to feel a scorching pain even through one's shoes. It was as if one was standing on red-hot coal. However, the members of the 4 great sects did not seem to care. Their gazes followed the sect leader's line of sight. At the top of the cliff, a black-robed youth was seated there. A pair of pitch-black eyes were also staring at them. The scene was silent. The whistling wind between heaven and earth seemed to have suddenly quieted down. The atmosphere gradually became strange and solemn. Suddenly, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth revealed a smile as he sat cross-legged on the cliff. Sect leaders, it has been a year since we last met. How have you been? Instantly, the solemn atmosphere in the air was instantly broken. As Xiaoyan spoke, his gaze swept across the 4 of them. When it swept past Xiaoyan, his gaze paused. At the same time, the latter's gaze towards Xiaoyan had an additional trace of viciousness. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to be even more anxious than us. You have actually already removed the first seal of the ancient tomb. Ignoring Xiaoyan's gaze, Qianzhen looked at the light screen in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Oh? When these words were spoken, Wu Jitian, who had not noticed this, also turned his gaze and carefully looked at the light screen. Soon after, a bright light flashed across his eyes. Indeed, the first seal of the entrance had been removed. This also meant that even without Xiaoyan, they could still enter the ancient tomb. It seems that they are not on good terms with each other. When he heard the conversation between the 2 parties, Qinyan coldly laughed. His tone actually carried a hint of wanting to watch the show. In order to make it easier to enter the ancient tomb, I removed the first seal. Now, the remaining 2 seals will all depend on sect leader Qianzhen and sect leader Wu. Xiaoyan smiled slightly as he stood on the cliff. He was naturally able to guess the little scheme in the hearts of these people. It was just that he was unconcerned. With the current cultivation of the 4 people in front of him, it was already very difficult for them to hurt Xiaoyan. Moreover, even with the addition of Qinyan's group, they could at most make him feel pressured. In this desolate cliff, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. We will naturally remove the seal. However, before that, we will settle this with you. With a cold laugh, Wu Jitian took a step forward. Immediately, a powerful aura swept forward like a storm, pressing towards Xiaoyan. Buzz, however, with a thought, a powerful soul force immediately gushed out when the aura arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Rank 4 soul power? This guy has actually become a rank 4 alchemist. Sensing the powerful spiritual strength that surged out of Xiaoyan's body, the expressions of the people from the 4 large sects immediately changed. Even Qianzhen, who was a rank 4 formation master, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. Behind them, at this moment, Qin Yan's fair face could not help but reveal a cold killing intent. Damn it, it must be the hibiscus flower. The hibiscus flower is actually in his hands. The moment he felt the surging soul force in Xiaoyan's body, Qin Yan immediately thought of the scene that had happened in Jingyao City half a year ago. He happily and contentedly put the so-called Fusong flower into his storage ring. It wasn't until he returned to the valley that he suddenly realized that the Fusong flower that he treated as a treasure was actually a nightmare flower that was completely useless to him. This matter had once caused Qin Yan to be greatly infuriated, and the hatred and killing intent in his heart surged wildly. Because of this, he'd even searched the entire western wastelands in order to find the mysterious person that had handed the nightmare flower to him that day. Unfortunately, he didn't know that that fellow had already died along with everyone in the city when they swallowed the entire Golden Brilliance city. Damn it! Qin Yan cursed angrily on the ground. This time around, it was him who was stopped by the black-robed person. I advise you not to anger him so early. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences if he escapes. Clearly, the black-robed person's words were quite effective on Qin Yan. The moment these words sounded, the latter appeared to have been splashed with cold water. He unwillingly swung his sleeves, snorted coldly and withdrew. Humph, so what if your spiritual strength has increased? In front of powerful Do Qi, just your spiritual strength alone is unable to do anything. Jianming let out a cold snort from the four of them. He also took a step forward. The powerful aura of an advanced 8-star Do Di pressured Xiaoyan as it charged toward him. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan was still unconcerned about it. Soon after, Qinjun by his side also unleashed a powerful aura. Only then did he force Xiaoyan, who was on the cliff, to take a step back. We have yet to enter the ancient tomb, but all of you are already unable to wait to kill me. Xiaoyan's expression was dense. The Do Qi within his body had already circulated to the Qi paths in his entire body. Haha, Xiaoyan, we know that once we enter the ancient tomb, we will be restrained by the lightning penalty oath. At that time, it will be even more difficult to deal with you. However, as long as we can finish you off before entering the ancient tomb, we will not have any misgivings. Jianming laughed coldly. At the same time, the tip of his foot pressed gently on the ground. His body immediately shot into the sky and was level with Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, you have caused the foundation of the 4 great clans under my command to be completely destroyed. Hundreds of years of family business have been destroyed by your hands. The old me really regrets not being able to kill you back then. However, since the heavens have given me this opportunity today, the old me will personally settle this with you. I originally thought that it was only the 4 great clans that were incompetent. It is unexpected that you, the sect leader, are also an incompetent fool. Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed coldly when he heard Jianming's words. Although the members of the 4 great clans had died at his hands, it was caused by Yi Luotian. At the bottom of it all, this matter was inextricably linked to Yi Luotian. However, even until now, the 4 great sects were still kept in the dark. They were really extremely foolish. Humph, what a sharp tongue. Die for the old me. Jianming's body suddenly shook with a furious cry. The Do Qi within his body immediately spluttered out and agglomerated into a somewhat illusionary large sword around him. A sharp sword aura shot to the sky, causing the empty space around him to tremble repeatedly, revealing tiny spatial crack lines. Today, I will let you have a taste of the strongest sword of my 7-sword skill, Soaring Sword. Ha! Soon after, Jianming's body transformed into a sword accompanied by an earth-shaking cry. It carried an incomparably sharp overbearing aura as it cut through the empty space and charged explosively toward Xiaoyan. From the looks of this aura, it seemed that he intended to determine the victor with a single sword. Indeed, with his advanced 8-star Do Di strength, he did indeed possess the capital to face a 5-star Do Di. Unfortunately, the current Xiaoyan was no longer the Xiaoyan from a year ago. His fighting strength was incomparable to the past. Humph, soaring? I will allow you to soar to the sky with a single sword. Xiaoyan was too lazy to say any unnecessary words and delay the battle in the face of this situation. His body shook and the dragon phoenix bloodline within his body was instantly activated. Even the strength elephant skill and the dragon phoenix ancient armor were unleashed. At the same time, the doqi within his body wildly agglomerated on his right fist. A powerful strength agglomerated on his right fist as he violently threw a punch forward without any hesitation. With a punch, the advanced 8-star Do-di Jianming died. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Jianming's body was like a pile of minced meat as he was sent flying far away in the empty space. After which, the stunned crowd heard a muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. At this moment, their hearts involuntarily trembled. It was very difficult to imagine that the fellow who had been sent flying in front of their eyes was an advanced 8-star Do-di. The atmosphere in the battleground instantly became tense. A deep fear lingered in the hearts of everyone present. A couple of people in the crowd threw shocked gazes toward Xiaoyan. At the same time, Qinzhen's group, Qin Yun's group, and the black-robed person standing by the side, who were the closest, felt shocked at the powerful strength that the human figure in the sky had displayed. Xiaoyan's group was stunned. Is he dead? This question lingered in everyone's hearts. Ever since the muffled sound was emitted from behind, there seemed to be no more activity. Moreover, they could no longer sense the slightest trace of life from Jianming. It seemed that the latter had really died after Xiaoyan's punch. No one turned around to take a look. It was not that they were not curious, but that they did not dare to do so. Qinzhen and the others at the front did not need to think too much. They had clearly seen that Jianming's body had been forcefully shattered by Xiaoyan's punch. That kind of powerful strength was something that even they did not dare to underestimate. Even Wu Jitian, who was known for his physical body, did not dare to do so. This brat, what has he done during this 1 year? How could his strength have increased by so much? Even though Wu Jitian was unwilling to believe it, the truth was already placed in front of him. He could not afford to doubt it. Xiaoyan's body stood steadily in the sky. His fist, which had been thrown forward, slowly opened. He immediately beckoned with his hand and a suction force immediately surged from his palm. Soon after, a storage ring flew over from the distant sky. It was Jianming's storage ring. Since he had already killed Jianming, Xiaoyan would naturally not let go of the spoils of war. After all, this was the storage ring of an 8-star Do-di. The collection within it was extremely valuable. Xiaoyan did not wish to easily miss out on such a good resource. Xiaoyan kept the storage ring. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. He looked at Qinzhen and the others below. His cold face was instantly covered with a warm smile as he said, "The three of you, do you still plan to kill me now?" The three of them frowned when they heard this. Their old faces involuntarily turned green. They were the ones who had said that they wanted to kill Xiaoyan. Now that things had developed into such a situation, they felt quite helpless in their hearts. Once they made a move, it was very likely that they would end up like Jianming. However, if they did not make a move, they would lose all their face. Of us. It was also at this moment that an elder from the Celestial Sword sect stepped forward. He roared at Wu Jitian and the others furiously and unwillingly. He hoped that the three of them would consider the alliance and take revenge for Jianming. Pa! The old man's incessant chatter was met with a furious slap from Wu Jitian. With the strength of a 9-star Do-di, the old man's body was violently sent flying under Wu Jitian's powerful physical strength even though it was merely a slap against a 7-star Do-di. Bastard! Since when did it become your turn to dictate what I do? You are right. Our 4 sects are indeed in an alliance. However, this is only based on the relationship between the sect leaders. Now that your Sky Sword sect leader is dead, you still want me to form an alliance with you? Do you think you are worthy? Everyone from the Sky Sword Gate immediately became quiet after this explosive cry. The prestige of a 9-star Do-di was not something that they could easily come into contact with. At this moment, the 7-star Do-di who was sent flying by Wu Jitian's slap unwillingly shrank back. Wu Jitian coldly glanced at everyone from the Sky Sword sect before withdrawing his gaze. Qinzhen and Yiluo Tian by the side watched with cold eyes. They had no intention of stepping in. Soon after, the three of them turned their gazes towards Xiaoyan. We can temporarily put aside the grudge between us. However, we will definitely not let this matter rest. Wu Jitian's expression was dense. Although he wished that he could kill Xiaoyan, he did not dare to recklessly seek Jianming's future. Haha, relax. Even if you will let this matter rest, I will not let you off. Xiaoyan smiled slightly when he heard this. His relaxed manner caused the hearts of the three people in front of him to sink. For some unknown reason, even with their strength, they felt powerless when facing Xiaoyan once again. The latter's strength had already appeared beyond their control. This caused them to feel regret in their hearts. They regretted not being able to kill Xiaoyan back then. If that was the case, it was likely that everything today would not have happened. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Times were different. They were destined to no longer have the opportunity to kill Xiaoyan. Two sect leaders, let's open the Tianju ancient tomb first. We can't just continue to wait here. That's right, that's right. Quickly open the ancient tomb. Open the ancient tomb. Seeing that there was no longer any activity between Xiaoyan and the remaining three great sects, everyone present immediately turned their attention back to the Tianju ancient tomb. Chen Zhan and Wu Jitian exchanged glances with each other when they heard the urging voice that caused one to feel irritated being transmitted from behind. They hesitated for a moment before nodding heavily. After which, the two of them took a step forward and walked in front of the light curtain. Each of them unleashed the surging doqi within their bodies. Soon after, an enormous energy palm and energy finger swiftly agglomerated above the two of them. Within a short couple of breaths, the palm and finger flew forward and smashed into the energy barrier in front of them. Hum hum hum, immediately, a buzzing sound was emitted from the light curtain. Soon after, everyone could clearly see the light on the originally solid energy light curtain gradually dim. It flickered faintly and the light curtain became increasingly thin until it became transparent. It was a long while later before the energy light curtain completely disappeared. The entrance of the ancient tomb behind it also completely appeared in front of everyone present. At this moment, everyone present stared at the entrance of the ancient tomb in front of them with fiery hot eyes. Their bodies involuntarily trembled slightly. The blood within everyone's body began to boil at this moment. The moment that they had been waiting for a long time had finally arrived. The Tianju ancient tomb was officially opened. Rumble. At the same time when the entrance to the ancient tomb was opened, numerous huge blue thunderbolts suddenly surged out from the surrounding walls within the deep tunnel. They were like numerous huge snakes, and in the blink of an eye, they filled the entire entrance. Instantly, the crowd that was extremely excited a moment ago quickly quietened down. Many solemn gazes stared at the terrifying thunderbolts in the tunnel. They could feel an extremely frightening power from them. It was hard to imagine how serious the injuries would be if they were hit by them. Esteemed Tianju is indeed worthy of being the #1 person in the western region. The work of nearly 1,000 years ago is still so powerful even now. It's really impressive. Looks like we can only take this lightning array head-on. It's impossible to dodge it. The thunderbolts in the tunnel seemed to have sealed off the entire tunnel. There was no way for them to escape. It was simply a fantasy. Sect leader Chen Zhen is having it easy. With your strength as a rank 4 array master, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to resist the thunderbolts with your array. Wu Jitian turned his gaze and looked at Chen Zhen with a smile. Haha, sect leader Wu, why do you have to belittle yourself? Your physical body is also at the peak level. I'm afraid that it hasn't improved for many years. If you can go through the special refinement of these thunderbolts, it might be able to increase your strength. Speaking of which, these thunderbolts might be troublesome to us, but to you, it's a great training resource. I'll take your blessings. Wu Jitian smiled in a noncommittal manner. After which, numerous figures flew out from behind him and charged into the thunderbolts. Crackle, instantly, these people seemed to have been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Thunderbolts were constantly being stirred up and violently collided with their bodies. Miserable shrieks were unceasing. The Dodi experts were still fine, but the majority of the half-emperors that charged in were instantly turned into ashes by the thunderbolts, except for some of the stronger ones. Hiss, following the appearance of this shocking scene, the remaining crowd involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. The crowd quickly became chaotic as various emotions continuously rose in their hearts. Their greedy eyes stared unwillingly at the entrance of the old tomb in front of them. It was a long time before someone finally withdrew. In the face of life and death, everything no longer seemed so worth it. Humph, a mere lightning bolt wants to stop this young master? Let's go. At the front of the crowd, Qin Yan's eyes were cold as he looked at the tunnel that was filled with thunderbolts. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. After which, he led the few people behind him and leaped into the tunnel. Soon after, when everyone gradually calmed down, the major forces began to take action one after another. Although the lightning in the passageway was dangerous, it did not pose a fatal threat to them. Not long after, it was the turn of the three great sections. The first to enter the passageway was naturally Wu Jitian, who was extremely confident. Under his lead, the group of elite Dodi from the Battle Martial sect stepped into the tunnel together. In the face of the lightning, other than neutralizing most of its strength, the remaining portion was automatically placed into their bodies, allowing the lightning to pass through their bodies. Under the waves of pain, the physical strength of this group of people was indeed slowly increasing. Under the refinement of the threads of lightning, even the physical strength of Wu Jitian's Dodi had increased once again. Just based on this, the old me has not lost out on this trip to the old tomb. Ha ha ha. Although his body was continuously being struck by the lightning, Wu Jitian's heart was filled with joy. After which, it was Qinzhen's turn. Just like what Wu Jitian had said, with the latter's strength as a rank 4 formation master, it was not difficult for him to deal with the lightning. However, in order to protect the people from the sect behind him, he had to slow down his speed of passing through the tunnel. Xiaoyan only entered the tunnel after a long time. Faced with the incoming lightning, Xiaoyan's method was simple and crude. With a flick of his finger, the Northern King's body immediately appeared in front of him. Faced with the lightning, the strange suction force within the Northern King's body suddenly surged. No matter how large the lightning was, it was unceremoniously swallowed into the Northern King's body and forcefully refined by the Northern King. The frightening lightning, which was something that others could not avoid, had nowhere to hide in Xiaoyan's body. Under the strange suction force of the Northern King, the seemingly powerful lightning was not left behind at all wherever it passed. The strength of the Northern King swiftly soared under this wild swallowing. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the level of a 7-star Dodi. Xiaoyan's advancing speed did not decrease as he wildly swallowed without stopping. Instead, he became faster and faster. Gradually, even the thunderbolts that repeatedly shot out from the wall were unable to keep up with the Northern King's swallowing speed. From this, one could imagine just how swift the Northern King swallowed the thunderbolts. Of course, blindly swallowing did not mean that the Northern King had completely absorbed the strength of the lightning. This process of refining and absorbing would likely require a very long time. However, the Northern King's strength was still rising. While Xiaoyan was swiftly flying, a bolt of lightning coincidentally charged into Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan's heart was suddenly startled by this powerful energy that had suddenly charged into his body. By the time he recovered, the lightning had already spread throughout Xiaoyan's body. It had even reached every cell in his body. An intense pain assaulted him. Xiaoyan was unable to endure this intense pain. The expression on his face instantly became distorted. However, the frightening lightning quickly came under Xiaoyan's control under the wild refinement of the bone-chilling flame. The wild and violent energy within the frightening lightning was gradually removed under the refinement of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Of course, the lightning that had already merged with Xiaoyan's muscles and bones could not be easily removed. Hence, Xiaoyan could only helplessly endure the numbness that was emitted from deep within his body. He waited for the remaining lightning energy to completely merge with his muscles and bones. At the same time, the lightning was also gradually refined until it was pure under the refinement of the bone-chilling flame. It turned into an enormous energy that poured into Xiaoyan's vortex. With the injection of such an enormous energy, Xiaoyan clearly discovered that his strength, which had just broken through, had immediately stabilized. Finally, after Xiaoyan had completely absorbed this energy, his strength had risen by another level. He had reached the middle stage of the 6-star Dodi class. Within a short few months, his cultivation had risen from the advanced stage of the 5-star Dodi class to the middle stage of the 6-star Dodi class. This speed was likely something that even some of the seed-level geniuses within the super sects might not be able to achieve, when Xiaoyan discovered that his aura had risen at the same time, the strength of the Northern King in front of him had risen at an even more frightening rate. At this moment, the strength of the Northern King had already risen to the advanced stage of the 8-star Do-D class. Such strength was likely not inferior to even the ancestors of some factions. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. The lightning tunnel was very long. Adding the frightening thunderbolts within it, it caused most of the people to involuntarily cry out that they were about to collapse. However, with Xiaoyan's speed, he merely used around an hour to cover this distance. Very quickly, the thunderbolts in front of him completely disappeared. A large hall appeared in front of Xiaoyan. After exiting the lightning tunnel, Xiaoyan's body gradually descended. Soon after, his feet stepped on the ground. In front of the large hall was a large open ground. At this moment, quite a number of factions had already gathered in the open ground. The 3 large sects and Qin Yan's group were also present. Xiaoyan's appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the open ground. After what had happened earlier, Xiaoyan's name was currently engraved in their hearts. Quite a number of people's faces revealed an especially fearful expression when they saw him. Seeing that Xiaoyan had caught up so quickly, the expression in Qianzhen's eyes involuntarily hardened. Looking at this refreshed manner of Xiaoyan, it seemed that the latter had not been affected by the lightning tunnel. On the other hand, although nothing unexpected had happened to Qianzhen's group, the doqi in their bodies had been greatly exhausted. This also caused their auras to fluctuate a little. They were not as steady and long as Xiaoyan. On the other side, Qin Yan's group also threw their unfriendly gazes toward Xiaoyan. Their gazes paused on the latter for a moment before turning their heads to look at the large hall in front of him. Xiaoyan ignored these gazes. His gaze landed on the large hall at the front of the crowd the moment he stepped into the open ground. The large hall was extremely majestic. It reached all the way to the dome and connected to the stone walls. It was impossible to fly through it. Below, an extremely thick and heavy stone door blocked the path of everyone present. On both sides of the stone door, there was an enormous stone pillar. At this moment, there were actually 2 enormous lightning dragons coiled around it. These 2 lightning dragons were different from the thunderbolts in the tunnel earlier. Their bodies were even stronger and larger. Waves of lightning lingered over their blue bodies. The strength that was emitted from them caused people to raise their eyebrows. The arrival of Xiaoyan's group had already woken these 2 lightning dragons, which had been in a long slumber for nearly 1,000 years, from their long slumber. Xiaoyan's face involuntarily revealed a strange expression as he looked at the 2 lightning dragons. He pondered in his heart. He did not know if his Northern King could swallow and absorb these 2 lightning dragons. If that was the case, the Northern King's strength would once again rise to a new level. At that time, he might have some confidence once he encountered that mysterious black-robed person in Qin Yan's group. The awakening of the 2 lightning dragons caused quite a number of people present to reveal solemn expressions. The strength of these 2 beasts was likely not inferior to Qianzhen's group. They were powerful thunderbolts that were comparable to a 9-star Do-D. Even within the entire western region, there were very few people who could contend with them. Yet, they were actually only used to guard the entrance of this heaven-end ancient tomb. One could imagine just how dangerous the deeper regions of this ancient tomb were. Of course, although everyone clearly understood this point in their hearts, they also understood that danger and opportunity often coexisted. As long as they were able to survive these dangers, their rewards would definitely be extremely gratifying. Looks like the thunderbolts outside were merely a small test. This place is the true entrance to the ancient tomb. At the front of the crowd, the ancestors of a few large factions raised their turbid eyes and looked at the 2 lightning dragons in front of them. Their gazes swept over this majestic large hall and involuntarily sighed. Huh? There is actually a formation restriction on this stone door. From the looks of it, this Tianju did not only rely on doqi back then. From the looks of it, his attainment in the way of formations is likely quite high. Qianzhen's gaze swept over the stone door in front of him. After sensing the familiar strength that it contained, he quickly discovered this point. Oh? Formation, huh? Hee, Qianzhen, you have the greatest understanding of formations among us. You can be said to be extremely knowledgeable. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can open this formation? Wu Jitian chuckled and turned his attention to Chen Zhen. In his heart, he clearly knew that the two lightning dragons in front of him were not inferior to him. In fact, they were even stronger than him and Chen Zhen. If they were to forcefully attack, it would only bring them endless trouble. Before they truly entered the ancient tomb, he did not want to waste his strength in vain. Wu Jitian, your words might sound nice, but aren't you thinking too highly of me? I'm only a tier 4 array master, but the seal on this stone door is at least a tier 5 one. I can't break it at all. If I try to break it by force, I'm afraid I'll only destroy the seal. If I trigger some unknown force and cause the tomb to collapse, we'll all die here. Although his words were plain and ordinary, when it reached the ears of everyone present, their hearts trembled slightly. Even the black-robed man beside Qin Yun was no exception. Then what should we do? Don't tell me that we are just going to waste our time here? I can't wait that long. Wu Jitian curled his lips and growled impatiently. Chen Zhen helplessly shook his head. He lifted his gaze and looked at the two lightning dragons in front of him. He helplessly said, from the looks of this formation, it should be connected to these two lightning dragons. In other words, these two lightning dragons are very likely to be the key to unlocking the formation. In other words, the only way to open this stone door is to defeat these two lightning dragons. When Chen Zhen said these words, the muscles on Wu Jitian's face twitched. At the same time, the surrounding crowd could not help but whisper. Xiaoyan, who was standing behind, quietly stood there. If there was no need, he did not want to attempt this now. Rather than rushing to act, it was better to observe the situation first. If there was someone who could resolve it, it would save him some effort. After a short period of time, an old man wearing a gray robe slowly walked out from the crowd. He walked to the front of the crowd. As the old man stepped out, a powerful aura spread out from his body. A quasi 9-star Dodi. This strength was even a little inferior when compared to Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian. However, he could be considered one of the few experts present. Xiaoyan had never seen this old man before. However, he did not take him to heart. The western region was vast and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The strength of some of the low-key factions was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. This point could be seen from the so-called 4 large sects of the western region. The old man slowly walked out under the crowd's gaze. A vast aura was released and a powerful doqi lingered around his body like a long snake. Very soon, the old man's figure arrived between the two stone pillars. At the same time, the two pairs of huge eyes of the two awakened lightning dragons stared intently at the old man. Chi. Suddenly, the two lightning dragons moved together just as the gray-robed old man took a step forward. They twisted their bodies and two sharp claws attacked the old man from the left and right. A powerful strength easily tore the empty space apart. In the blink of an eye, they had already descended on the two sides of the old man. Back off. The old man did not panic when he saw this. His expression was calm as he twisted his body. At the same time, powerful doqi spluttered out from his body. He raised both of his arms and pushed them forward. With the support of his powerful doqi, he easily blocked the attacks of the two lightning dragons. Soon after, the old man's arms suddenly shook. A powerful force suddenly erupted and forcefully pushed back the claws of the two lightning dragons. You are merely two beasts formed from a formation. You actually wish to stop the old me. The old man immediately laughed out loud after forcing back the two lightning dragons with a single palm. Doqi surged and his body moved. He flew into the air and powerful doqi continued to shoot out, suppressing the two lightning dragons for a short period of time. The people below were non-committal as they watched what appeared to be a one-sided battle. This old man had already used his doqi at the beginning in order to suppress the two lightning dragons. On the other hand, the two lightning dragons had not truly used their strength other than relying on their brute force. The two lightning dragons appeared to be unable to retaliate under the attack of the old man. However, it was likely that the old man would not be able to resist if the lightning dragons were to truly attack. He is about to lose. Chen Zhen watched the intense battle in the arena. His mouth faintly sighed. Soon after, a glaring blue-colored lightning glow flashed on the surface of the two lightning dragons. Frightening thunderbolts surged in all directions and instantly shattered the attack of the gray-robed old man. Soon after, the remaining strength heavily smashed into the old man's body, sending him flying. Soon after, Qin Zhan and Wu Jitian exchanged glances in front of the shocked eyes of everyone present. They immediately nodded heavily. Their toes pressed on the ground as their eyes turned back. Their bodies immediately rushed forward. Soon after, they began to fight with the two lightning dragons. Rumble, intense doqi explosions reverberated over the arena. Thunderbolts shot out and doqi flew wildly. The battle in the arena was extremely intense. It caused everyone below to be dazzled as they watched. Their mouths involuntarily clicked their tongues in amazement. The battle in the arena continued for a long time. The two lightning dragons gradually fell into a disadvantageous position in front of everyone's eyes. It seemed that they were about to be defeated. However, it was at this moment that a bright green glow suddenly flashed on the two stone pillars that the lightning dragons were occupying. Soon after, the two lightning dragons actually coiled around each other in front of Qin Zhan and Wu Jitian's grave eyes. Finally, they merged into a huge green dragon. The battle continued. However, this time around, Qin Zhan and Wu Jitian had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Soon after, they were also forced back by this huge green dragon. Qin Zhan and Wu Jitian were thus declared defeated. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Damn it, I didn't expect this bastard to actually merge. Humph, this bastard. You can't win, so you rely on merging. Unorthodox methods. If not for this, I would have smashed you into pieces. On the ground, Qin Zhan and Wu Jitian coldly looked at the huge dragon that had already merged. The latter's face was filled with unwillingness. If the two huge dragons had not taken the opportunity to merge, he would have had the chance to finish it off. After all, it was only a formation. Its battle experience was far from being comparable to a real living person. Although it was powerful, Qin Zhan and Wu Jitian had a certain chance of winning if they were to really fight. However, the appearance of this green dragon had turned the situation around in an instant. The merging of the two lightning dragons had caused the green dragon's strength to become even more powerful. At this moment, the green dragon's strength was comparable to a middle stage 9-star Dodi. It was not that no one present had such strength. However, they were all waiting for one another. They were waiting because there would be someone who could not help but make a move. Since no one is making a move, let me give it a try. Xiaoyan smiled at the back of the crowd. His toes gently pressed on the ground. Immediately, his body flew over everyone's heads like a huge bird. His footsteps landed steadily at the front of the crowd. He lifted his gaze and looked at the green lightning dragon in front of him. Roar. Immediately, a low and deep beast roar was emitted from the lightning dragon's mouth. It caused circles of invisible spatial ripples in the empty space. Behind him, everyone could not help but be startled when they saw Xiaoyan suddenly step forward. This was especially so for those who had a conflict with Xiaoyan. They could not help but frown. Based on their understanding of the former, this fellow was very smart. How could he take the initiative to attack? However, they could not figure out why he would do so from the looks of it. At the front, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a smile. His body moved and he soared into the sky, standing in front of the huge dragon. Scanning the lightning dragon in front of him, Xiaoyan's eyes could not help but be filled with anticipation. Immediately after, the lightning dragon in front of him did not hesitate. Its huge body suddenly twisted, and its huge dragon tail swept towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. His body moved and the sky extinction step was unleashed. At the same time, he flicked his finger and the Northern King's body appeared in front of him. Its body charged toward the enormous dragon tail without dodging. Boom! With a muffled bang, the Northern King actually hugged the thick dragon tail. A terrifying force erupted, and the dragon tail, which was 2 to 3 times the size of the Northern King's, was tightly wrapped around the Azure Dragon's chest from front to back. A painful roar immediately came from the Azure Dragon's mouth. Roar. Along with the roar came waves of powerful lightning energy. They ruthlessly bombarded the Northern King's body from top to bottom. However, everyone present could clearly see that when the powerful lightning energy approached the Northern King, a strange suction force surged out from the latter's body. Any lightning that came close to the Northern King was unceremoniously devoured by the Northern King. This is his puppet. In the next moment, the expressions on the faces of Qin Yun and the rest, who had some understanding of the Northern King, changed. Although others did not know, they knew very well that Xiaoyan's puppet had an inexplicable suppressive effect on lightning energy. Lightning, which was extremely dangerous and overbearing in the eyes of others, was not dangerous to the Northern King. Instead, it would help him grow. Stop him. Don't let that puppet devour this lightning dragon. At this moment, Qin Yun's group finally understood the reason why Xiaoyan had appeared. They could not help but exclaim. Yan He and the other two behind him were the first to charge toward Xiaoyan. After them was the other 9-star Dodi. As for the black-robed person beside Qin Yun, he did not take even half a step away from Qin Yun. It was as though he was purposely protecting the latter. On the other side, a terrifying suction force continued to surge out from within the Northern King's body. A moment later, the dragon tail that had been wrapped around his chest had strangely entered the Northern King's body. At this moment, the Northern King was devouring the lightning dragon at a speed visible to the naked eye. The lightning dragon was completely unaware of this. It continued to use lightning to bombard the Northern King's body. However, the numerous lightning strikes were all swallowed into the Northern King's body. After a quick refinement, they were all absorbed by the Northern King. At the same time, the Northern King's strength was also rapidly increasing. It was also at this moment that Yan He and the other two, as well as the other black-robed person, moved together. They spread out and arrived behind the Northern King, intending to attack. However, just as they were about to attack, a black figure suddenly flashed out and blocked in front of him. It was Xiaoyan. Cuckoo, instead of attacking me, the master, you want to attack my puppet. What a good idea. Xiaoyan laughed coldly. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. Xiaoyan, don't tell me that you can't wait to die. Yan He let out a cold cry. At the same time that his body trembled, a powerful doqi energy swept out from within his body, bringing about waves of wind pressure. Huh. The other three people around him also let out a low cry. Their bodies shook as they released the doqi within their bodies. Together, they pressured Xiaoyan. Force Elephant Skill, activate. Xiaoyan let out an explosive cry in his heart. The enormous force within his body immediately gathered. The illusionary figure behind him merged into his body the moment it rose, causing Xiaoyan's strength to become even stronger. At the same time, the doqi within the vortex also began to circulate rapidly. The enormous doqi quickly covered his entire body. Yan He was the first to bear the brunt. In the blink of an eye, his body had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. He twisted his body and sent a kick toward Xiaoyan's chest. The whistling wind whistled in front of him. Xiaoyan's expression was calm. Enormous spiritual energy surged out. All the movements of the person in front of him became slow under the cover of the spiritual energy. After which, Xiaoyan turned his body and stood to the side. He grabbed the latter's ankle and violently flung him away. However, without giving Xiaoyan any chance to catch his breath, the human figure in the empty space in front of him once again rushed over. Doqi shot out and aimed directly at Xiaoyan's throat. His footsteps changed as he used the sky extinction steps. Those doqi pillars that were shooting over narrowly brushed past Xiaoyan's body. Soon after, Xiaoyan's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. A powerful energy crazily agglomerated on his fist. With a punch, he forcefully forced back a 9-star Dodi who was charging over in front of him. Damn it, this brat's physical strength is really frightening. The expression of the black-robed person changed slightly. His mouth involuntarily cursed. The hand that had just received a punch from Xiaoyan was currently trembling under his sleeves. In the face of Xiaoyan's powerful physical strength, even though he was a 9-star Dodi, he was still defeated in one blow without any preparation. Xiaoyan's expression was grave as he was surrounded by 4 people. Facing 4 9-star Dodi at the same time really made him feel powerless. In the beginning, he was able to use the Force Elephant skill to block 1 or 2 of their attacks. However, as his physical strength continued to deplete, some of the drawbacks were gradually revealed. His physical strength was gradually unable to keep up. On the other hand, the 4 Dodi in front of him were still attacking fiercely. During this period of time, there were a few times when they wanted to stop the Northern King from swallowing the lightning dragon, but they were forcefully stopped by Xiaoyan. By relying on the sky extinction steps, even if Xiaoyan was unable to defeat the 4 people in front of him, he was still confident that he could protect himself. In this kind of high-intensity battle, Xiaoyan's strength was depleted extremely quickly. However, at the same time, his combat experience was also becoming increasingly profound. Just think about it. The current Xiaoyan was able to remain unscathed under the attacks of 4 9-star Dodi. If he were to face a 9-star Dodi again in the future, wouldn't he be able to easily deal with them? As for Qin Zhen and the others, although they wished that they could kill Xiaoyan in their hearts, they could only helplessly withdraw their thoughts when they recalled the lightning penalty oath. They only hated Xiaoyan's craftiness in using the lightning penalty oath to restrict their movements. Damn it, this brat is really troublesome. We can't be delayed by him any longer. Attack first and destroy the lightning dragon. The black-robed man cursed hatefully. His body moved and he quickly swept past Xiaoyan. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the latter was being delayed by he and the other 2 to step forward and destroy the lightning dragon that was about to be completely devoured by the Northern King. However, in the next instant, when the black-robed man arrived in front of the North King, the originally motionless North King suddenly turned around and fiercely pressed the remaining dragon head from his chest into his body. Almost at the same time, he raised both his fists, and with the terrifying power of lightning, he ruthlessly smashed them into the chest of the black-robed man, who was still in a daze. Bang! In an instant, a frighteningly powerful force immediately gushed out from the Northern King's fists. It was mixed with an extremely powerful and violent lightning force. With an unstoppable force, it instantly destroyed the black-robed man's meridians and internal organs. In just an instant, the black-robed man was seriously injured. Ugh, the black-robed man's face suddenly turned deathly pale. A large mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth. Soon after, it was instantly destroyed into nothingness by the lightning that lingered around the Northern King's body. Bang! As a muffled explosion sounded from within the black-robed man's body, the latter's body immediately flew backwards uncontrollably. Soon after, he heavily smashed into the stone door of the hall. A powerful force and lightning force poured out, and the heavy stone door opened with a loud bang. In an instant, the 2 battlefields simultaneously quieted down. The crowd below also cast their shocked gazes towards the purple-gold figure in the air, whose body flickered with lightning. At the very front of the crowd, the faces of Qin Zhen and Qin Yun's group also turned ashen at this moment. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. The Northern King had seriously injured that 9-star Dodi with a single strike. This powerful deterrence caused everyone present to be shocked. Qin Zhen, Qin Yun, and the other factions who had a grudge with Xiaoyan had an especially gloomy expression on their faces at this moment. This was especially true for Qin Yun. The one who had been seriously injured by the Northern King earlier was his subordinate. However, from the looks of it, that fellow would no longer have the fate to enter this old tomb. A seriously injured 9-star Dodi would require a very long period of time just to recover from his injuries. The environment of this ancient tomb was extremely dangerous. Adding this to the other factions, his seriously injured body would sooner or later become a burden to them. Moreover, even if Qin Yun agreed to continue bringing him along, this fellow beside him would definitely not agree. However, the thing that caused Qin Yun to feel the most solemn was the Northern King, who had swallowed the lightning dragon. From the looks of that strike earlier, the Northern King's strength was likely comparable to an intermediate 9-star Dodi. Such strength, in addition to Xiaoyan, was sufficient to shake any faction present. Qin Yun's expression involuntarily became even more green when he thought of this. He had not expected that Xiaoyan's fighting strength would soar to such an extent within half a year. If he was unable to kill Xiaoyan during this trip to the old tomb, Xiaoyan would definitely become a great threat to him in the near future. The greater the strength that Xiaoyan possessed, the greater the threat he posed to them. Xiaoyan was the first person who had caused Qin Yun to feel such a threat since he was born. At this moment, Xiaoyan's body flashed. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing beside the Northern King. His gaze swept over the crowd below. When he saw the green faces of Qin Yan's group, he involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart. His gaze quickly landed on the Northern King. The Northern King's fighting strength had clearly increased after swallowing this lightning dragon. Although it had reached the intermediate 9-star Do-D level, it was obvious that the lightning strength within its body had yet to be fully absorbed and refined. Xiaoyan was still unable to control the enormous lightning energy contained within the lightning dragon's body in the lightning tunnel. However, Xiaoyan believed that with the Northern King's unique physique, he would be able to refine all of the lightning energy in the near future. At that time, the Northern King's strength would rise once again. With this thought in mind, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. From the looks of it, this trip to the Tianju ancient tomb was already worth it. Not only had his strength stabilized at the mid-6-star Do-D realm, but the Northern King had also reached the level of a 9-star Do-D. With such a combination, Xiaoyan believed that as long as he did not encounter an origin transformation expert, he would be able to guarantee his safety. With a thought, Xiaoyan stored the North King into his storage ring. Then, he lifted his head and looked at the open door of the hall. Behind the stone door, Xiaoyan could see some buildings. However, the group had not stepped in yet, so they could not see clearly. The tip of Xiaoyan's foot pressed against the empty air. His body did not hesitate at all as he charged through the door of the hall. Tianju was the strongest person in the western region. Xiaoyan was not worried that there would be any hidden danger within his ancient tomb. Just like the lightning tunnel and the lightning dragon that they had met earlier, any mechanism would be completely placed in front of them. This was the pride of a strong person. They would disdain to use such despicable methods. Xiaoyan was not worried about Tianju being the strongest person in the western region. After Xiaoyan entered, everyone behind him also entered in a single file. It was as though they were afraid that Xiaoyan would sweep away all the treasures within. Chen Zhan and the others exchanged glances with each other. After which, their bodies moved and entered the large hall in front of them. Once everyone passed through the door, everything in front of them gradually became clear. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they stared at the scene in front of them. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the people from the major factions could not help but click their tongues in amazement. At the front of the group, Xiaoyan lifted his eyes to look at the vast and boundless buildings in front of him. He was also shocked. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone was a vast underground city that stretched as far as the eye could see. The boundless buildings extended to the end of their line of sight. Every building was displayed in a different posture. Although it had experienced nearly 1,000 years of history, the buildings did not decay due to the erosion of time. Instead, they appeared ancient and awe-inspiring. Such magnificent buildings could be said to be peerless. In the entire world, there was probably no other city that could compare to them. As for the crowd that had rushed in, they hurriedly spread out. After glancing around with greedy eyes, they hurriedly rushed into the buildings and could not wait to search for the treasures in the ancient tomb. Looking at the crowd, Xiaoyan sighed and shook his head. He could not help but feel pity for this ancient city. Immediately after, Xiaoyan turned his gaze and immediately recognized the path. He looked straight ahead. There, in the center of the entire city, was a straight and wide street that seemed to be specially made to lead the way for them. Seeing this, Xiaoyan did not hesitate. He followed the street and flew forward at an extremely fast speed. He hoped to pass through the city in the shortest amount of time. This time, Xiaoyan's goal was extremely clear. He only wanted to obtain the soul source energy and the other part of the origin returning art that Tianju had left behind. As for the cultivation inheritance, although Xiaoyan was also interested, he clearly knew that there would be many experts who would enter the ancient tomb this time around. Once they saw the cultivation inheritance of Tianju, they would definitely fight. Under such circumstances, even Xiaoyan had no choice but to retreat. Hence, the chances of obtaining the soul source energy and the origin returning art were greater. At the same time, they were also the most attractive to Xiaoyan. After all, these two things were crucial to Xiaoxian's resurrection. Even if he did not want the Doqi inheritance, Xiaoyan must obtain the soul source energy and the origin returning art. Chen Zhan, Wu Jitian and the rest frowned slightly when they saw Xiaoyan's impatient manner. Their bodies moved and they led the experts from their respective sects as they hurriedly gave chase. Behind them, Yi Luotian slowly passed through the stone door. Just as he entered, the black-robed person beside Qin Yin exchanged glances with him without batting an eyelid. At the same time, Yi Luotian's sleeves fluttered in a strange manner. However, he did not alarm anyone around him. Behind him, over a dozen long-robed sect members whose faces could not be seen clearly quickly followed and entered the stone door. What should we do with this fellow? At this moment, Qin Yan's attention was focused on the seriously injured 9-star Dodi. The latter had already fainted. His aura had already dropped to the extreme. If he was not treated, it was likely that he would die at any moment. Oh? This fellow, what is the point of keeping a person who is about to die? But he is after all me, Qin Yin frowned when he heard the hoarse voice of the black-robed person. Before the words from his mouth sounded, the black-robed person waved his large sleeve. A strange suction force surged out from under his sleeve. Soon after, one could see the seriously injured 9-star Dodi's body trembling intensely uncontrollably. After which, a somewhat illusionary human figure flew into his sleeve and ceased moving in the blink of an eye. You, young master, there is no need to panic. He is merely a piece of trash. I am merely helping you take him in. Moreover, although you will lose a 9-star Dodi because of this, you will also obtain an even greater strength at the same time. Qin Yan's expression was green. He was just about to open his mouth when he was stopped by the strange laughter of the black-robed person. What do you mean by these words? Qin Yan frowned tightly. A 9-star Dodi was something that even he could not afford to lose. Yet, this fellow actually dared to make sarcastic remarks here. If it was not because he was afraid of the latter's strength, it was likely that he would not have been able to endure it. Humph, now is still not the time. You will know not long later. However, before that, it is best that we follow that group of people. Otherwise, if we lose them, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us. Qin Yin was initially startled when he heard this. He turned his gaze and saw that Qin Jin's group was about to disappear from the edge of his sight. Only then did he viciously glare at the black-robed person. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. He swung his sleeves violently and led he and the other two behind him as they hurriedly gave chase. After which, the black-robed person watched Qin Yin's back. The face under the black robe that was covered by the mask revealed a strange smile. After which, he moved and followed closely behind. Just as the black-robed person followed a few steps behind, two figures wearing black robes slowly stepped in from outside the stone door. Two pairs of eyes under the black robe stared intently at the back of the black-robed person. A glint flickered deep within their eyes. As the human flow continued to enter, an old man wearing a white robe was following behind a handsome young man who was also wearing a white robe. The few people following behind them were also wearing similar outfits. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that there was a clan emblem on their chests. The picture on the clan emblem looked like a bird spreading its wings and soaring, appearing extremely domineering. At this moment, this group of people was stepping into this place with slightly faster footsteps. Numerous gazes swept in all directions, appearing to be searching for something. Young master, that Xiaoyan does not appear to be staying here. Beside the young man, the white-robed old man's turbid eyes swept across the huge city in front of him. Surprise flashed across his eyes, but at the same time, he did not see Xiaoyan's figure, who had already disappeared into the distance. He immediately frowned and reported to the young man beside him. Don't stop. Go straight to the main hall. He must be there. Hearing this, the young man's eyes immediately narrowed. An ice-cold glint flashed across the depths of his sky-blue eyes. Immediately after, his body moved. The few people behind him walked into the air together with him. They followed the straight street in front of them and quickly flew towards the depths of the ancient tomb. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. The vastness of the city seemed to have far exceeded Xiaoyan's expectations. By the time he regained his senses, the noise behind him had already disappeared. As for the tall stone door, it had also disappeared without a trace. Until a certain moment, a change suddenly occurred in the straight streets of the city that stretched as far as the eye could see. The street that was originally straight to the end suddenly split in the middle and split into 5 different streets. Xiaoyan's body also stopped in front of these 5 streets. Sweeping his gaze across these 5 streets, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. In his heart, he recalled what Tianning had said to him back then. Within the Tianju ancient tomb, there were 3 different halls. The lifetime of Tianju's cultivation was also split into 3 and sealed in a hall. The method to open the hall was to use the skill that Tianju was famous for. However, looking at these 5 streets in front of him, Xiaoyan could imagine that the path that led to the 3 halls should be among these 5 streets. However, it was a little troublesome to find the correct hall from among them. Even though only 2 of these 5 streets were fake, there was still the risk of making a mistake if one was not careful. Once Qinzhen's group managed to seize the opportunity, regardless of whether it was the Doqi inheritance, the spiritual source strength, or the return to source skill, he might miss all of them by the skin of his teeth. Regardless of how small the chances were, he could not afford to make a mistake. Sweeping his gaze back and forth across the 5 streets in front of him, Xiaoyan's brows were tightly knit together. He did not know how to choose in his heart. Once he made the wrong choice, it was extremely likely that it would result in an irreversible outcome. He could not afford to make a mistake. However, under the probing of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, these 5 streets did not have any unusual energy ripples. In other words, if he wanted to accurately find the hall where the Doqi inheritance was located, other than relying on his intuition and luck, there was no other possibility. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily sank. Although the chances of making a mistake were very small, he could not afford to make any mistakes. However, the current situation was that other than relying on luck, there was nothing else he could do. There seemed to be a special restriction within this space. His spiritual strength was blocked when it spread to 1,000 feet around him. This also caused Xiaoyan to be unable to find the end of these 5 streets. The restriction of his spiritual strength caused Xiaoyan's heart to become even heavier. However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan's dark black eyes focused slightly. A weak spiritual ripple was transmitted from the storage ring. Immediately, Xiaoyan's spirit. Xiaoxian's soul. At this moment, the unusual spiritual fluctuation had spread out from this place. Buzz, just as Xiaoyan was overjoyed, Xiaoxian's soul in the jade bottle once again emitted an extremely weak spiritual ripple. From the looks of it, it seemed to be attracted by something. It was not difficult to guess that in this ancient tomb, the only things that could attract Xiaoxian's spiritual strength should be esteemed Tianju's spiritual origin energy and the returnance technique. Although the spiritual ripple emitted from Xiaoyan's soul was extremely weak, he was still able to accurately capture it with his powerful spiritual strength as a rank 4 alchemist. Xiaoyan followed the direction in which the thread of spiritual ripple was spreading and looked over. Very quickly, he confirmed 3 streets. Instantly, a joyous smile appeared on Xiaoyan's solemn face a moment ago. Forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiaoyan's eyes brightened as he looked at the 3 streets. As if on purpose, the 3 streets that led to the halls were the streets on the left, right, and center. As for the 2 streets in the center, they were fake. After finding the exact location of the 3 halls, Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, then turned around and chose the street on the left. In order to avoid those who decisively chose to barge in, Xiaoyan felt that it was safer to take the side streets. Since he had already chosen the direction, Xiaoyan's figure quickly disappeared. After a while, Qinzhen and the others arrived. Faced with 5 different paths, the few people who arrived one after another hesitated. Being unaware of the truth, they had even more misgivings in their hearts than Xiaoyan. The result was just as Xiaoyan had expected. Most people decisively chose to go all the way to the end. Only a small number of people chose the other paths. However, the fortunate thing was that no one was interested in the path that Xiaoyan was on. Until a certain moment, a group of people led by a young man arrived at the fork in the road. "Young master, Xiaoyan has removed his aura. This subordinate is unable to determine where he has gone." The white-robed old man beside the young man frowned. Finally, he helplessly opened his mouth. "Ah, since I have come to look for you, I have naturally thought of this." The young man smiled indifferently when he heard this. He extended his hand and the storage ring on his finger flickered. Immediately, a green-colored jade tablet appeared in the young man's hand. If Xiaoyan was present at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that this green-colored jade tablet was a Qihanyu. According to what he knew, other than Leng Bingshuang, only Morong Xianxia and himself possessed this thing. Qi Hanyu appeared in the young man's hand. The young man poured some doqi into his palm. Soon after, an unknown energy ripple immediately spread from it. The young man's eyes followed it and looked over. At a glance, he identified the street on the left. That was also the direction where Xiaoyan was located. Humph, give chase. Today, I want to see just how capable you are. The young man let out a cold cry. The group of people beside him immediately flew swiftly toward the street on the left. The young man ceased hesitating. His body moved and he quickly followed. An hour later, Xiaoyan's forward-flying body finally came to a stop. At this moment, an ancient hall with a tightly shut stone door appeared in front of him. There was no need to think too much. This was definitely the place where the doqi inheritance of Tianju was sealed. However, compared to this, Xiaoyan was more curious about whether the spiritual essence strength and the return to source skill would also exist in this place. Xiaoyan's body moved as this thought flashed across his heart. The sky extinction step was unleashed on the empty ground in front of this large hall. Soon after, the tightly shut stone door in front of him appeared to have sensed something. It slowly opened in front of Xiaoyan's fiery hot gaze. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. The stone door of the large hall slowly opened and Xiaoyan's field of vision gradually expanded. When the stone door was completely opened, what appeared in front of Xiaoyan was an enormous empty palace. The interior of the palace was extremely large and spacious. Only in the deepest part of the large palace was one able to see an enormous stone chair. It was perfectly fitted to the wall behind it. At a glance, it appeared as though the original wall had been chiseled away and the chair had been carved from it. It was not difficult to imagine that the stone chair was the seat of the owner of this tomb, Tianju. However, at this moment, there was not a speck of dust on the stone chair and not a single person could be seen. Even Tianju's skeleton was nowhere to be seen. From the looks of it, Tianju's skeleton did not exist here. Xiaoyan was not concerned about this. He was only curious about Tianju's spiritual source strength and the Guiyuan art. That was all. After taking a few steps into the large hall, Xiaoyan immediately saw a huge energy cluster floating at the center of the large hall. Xiaoyan's intervention caused the originally motionless cluster of light to emit some energy ripples. Hum hum hum, a slight buzzing sound was emitted and a majestic energy aura swept out from the energy cluster of light and blasted toward Xiaoyan. Although this energy aura appeared weak, when it was blasted out, even with Xiaoyan's mental strength, the expression on his face could not help but change. Although this aura could not be considered strong, its strength was something that even Xiaoyan could not underestimate. Xiaoyan raised both of his arms and the doqi in his body swiftly surged. Soon after, he blocked the energy aura with some difficulty. At the moment when he blocked it, Xiaoyan could not help but take half a step back. From this, one could see just how strong this aura was. Is it a doqi inheritance? Since that is the case, where is Tianju's spiritual source strength? Xiaoyan muttered to himself as he scanned the entire hall with his eyes. However, even after scanning the entire hall, he was unable to find any power related to the soul, let alone the returnant's art. Is it not here? Immediately, a suspicious thought surfaced in Xiaoyan's mind. If the spiritual source energy and the origin returning art were not here, where would they be? Could it be in the other two halls? If esteemed Lord Tianju's idea was to let the fated obtain it, then it was not impossible. However, if that was the case, then wouldn't esteemed Lord Tianju's soul source and the origin returning technique fall into the hands of others? Not good, I have to return immediately. Shocked, Xiaoyan ignored the battle chi inheritance in front of him and turned around, intending to leave this place. However, in the next moment, the instant Xiaoyan turned around, a group of people dressed in long white robes swiftly poured in from the entrance of the hall behind him. The two thick stone doors were also tightly shut after these people entered. Huh? For some unknown reason, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly sank. At the same time, he raised his eyes and looked at the group of people in front of him. The person leading them was actually a young man who was slightly older than him. At this moment, when Xiaoyan looked at the young man, the latter was also staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. Even the eyes of the group of people behind him were similarly ice-cold. Seeing this, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. The corner of his eyes glanced at the Doqi inheritance in the hall behind him. After which, he looked at the group of people in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The few of you, I can give you the Doqi inheritance in this hall. However, I want to leave this place now. I wonder if you can make it convenient for me?" While speaking, Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the young man who was leading the group. His gaze stared intently at the latter. He could tell that the one who was truly in charge of this group was this young man. Hence, whether he could get these people to make way and leave this place depended on this young man's decision. "You are Xiaoyan?" Although the young man had already confirmed the latter's identity, he still could not help but ask. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's heart sank. These people were indeed targeting him. However, he had only just met them at this moment. Moreover, the other party could not even completely confirm his identity. He had never met them before this. How could he have any enmity with them? "Answer my question." The young man's voice sank as he cried out with a frown. Faced with this unprovoked hostility, Xiaoyan also felt some anger in his heart. He was currently in a hurry to leave. Where would he find the time to delay with them? Immediately, his voice sank as he similarly cried out in a low voice, "I am Xiaoyan. However, this seems to be the first time that I have met all of you. If there is nothing else, I hope that all of you can move aside. I can allow all of you to take away the Doqi inheritance in this hall." "Humph, since you admit that you are Xiaoyan, then, attack. Beat him up. Teach him a good lesson." However, the young man did not act as Xiaoyan had imagined. After confirming the identity of the person in front of him, the young man waved his arm and pointed his delicate finger at Xiaoyan. At the same time, a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. The Doqi in his body surged. The group of people behind him also charged toward Xiaoyan. The group of 13 people included 2 9-star Dodi, 4 8-star Dodi, and 6 7-star Dodi. As for the young man, perhaps it was because he was wearing some kind of special accessory, but Xiaoyan was unable to confirm the latter's cultivation before exchanging blows with him. If it was an ordinary time, Xiaoyan would definitely withdraw as much as he could when faced with 13 high-class Dodi at the same time. However, the current situation left Xiaoyan with no way out. If he wanted to leave this place, not only could he not retreat, but he also needed to finish off this group of people in front of him within a short period of time. With a flick of his finger, a purple-gold glow immediately appeared beside him. The Northern King, whose strength had just broken through to the intermediate 9-star Dodi level, had met with a tough battle at this moment. "I still have something to do. Let's end this quickly." With a low cry, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. The Doqi in his body surged. His body and the Northern King by his side shot out explosively at the same time. They went all out and met the 13 elite Dodi head-on. Although these people were already aware of Xiaoyan's cultivation level, they did not see the scene of Xiaoyan killing Jian Ming with a punch despite having seen the Northern King swallow the lightning dragon and leaping to become a 9-star Dodi. Hence, this group of 13 high-class Dodi still knew that Xiaoyan's fighting strength was that of a 6-star Dodi. This would definitely give them a great surprise. What shameless boasting. Even if this puppet of yours has the strength of a 9-star Dodi, you are overestimating its strength if you wish to deal with us. A white-robed old man from the group of elite Dodi immediately laughed coldly when he heard the words that were emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. At the same time, his body shook and the speed at which he charged forward immediately became even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. The other 9-star Dodi flew and blocked in front of the Northern King. His sharp attack smashed toward the latter. They did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of a 9-star Dodi puppet. Xiaoyan looked at the old man who was being soaked in hot water. A feeling of doubt involuntarily rose in his heart. At such a close distance, he was able to clearly sense the repulsion and enmity in the latter's eyes. However, that kind of enmity seemed to be far from the point of wanting to get rid of him. In other words, it was just as the young man had said. Their aim was really to teach him a lesson and not to kill him. Xiaoyan involuntarily felt even more surprised when he thought of this in his heart. "Brat, you dare to be distracted when facing a 9-star Dodi. Are you seeking death?" The old man cried out sternly. His raised hand suddenly smashed down toward Xiaoyan. Powerful Doqi carried circular invisible ripples in the surrounding empty space. It was about to land on Xiaoyan's shoulder. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan's body suddenly twisted. The shriveled hand of the old man brushed past Xiaoyan's shoulder and quietly turned a corner of his black robe into pieces. What? Why is this brat's speed? The old man's heart was startled. At such a close distance, even he would have difficulty dodging. However, Xiaoyan in front of him was actually able to do it so easily. This really caused him to be shocked. However, the thing that caused him to be even more shocked was yet to come. Bang! Just as the old man was feeling shocked by Xiaoyan's reaction speed, Xiaoyan's hand had unknowingly landed on his shoulder. Soon after, an enormous force surged out from Xiaoyan's palm. With just one strike, the old man's body was forced back. At the same time, Xiaoyan's other hand was also raised. His body twisted left and right, dodging the attacks of the few elite Dodi. After which, both of his palms were extended. Either a punch or a palm, he forced the 10 elite Dodi that were charging toward him. Were forced back. 10 high-class Dodi. This kind of lineup could be considered a top-notch lineup in the outside world. They were existences that could do whatever they wanted in the entire western region. However, at this moment, they were unable to even block a single punch in Xiaoyan's hands. Under the situation where the Force Elephant skill and Doqi were used together, Xiaoyan's fighting strength was already not inferior to a 9-star Dodi. His frightening physical body, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person, caused each of his punches to be filled with strength. Unless it was a 9-star Dodi, any elite Dodi below that level was destined to be unable to withstand a single punch from Xiaoyan. As for the old man from earlier, if he had not underestimated Xiaoyan's fighting strength, he would not have ended up being forced back by Xiaoyan with just one strike. Unfortunately, his absolute confidence in himself and the disdain he felt for Xiaoyan from the bottom of his heart caused him to pay the price. At the same time, the 9-star Dodi, who was fighting with the Northern King in the battleground on the other side, had an ashen expression on his old face at this moment. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched repeatedly. He did not expect that this puppet in front of him would be so frightening. Even with his strength as an intermediate 9-star Dodi, he was not able to gain the slightest advantage in a fight with it. Instead, he was shocked to discover that the strength of the Northern King was increasing with each collision. It seemed to be showing signs of breaking through to the advanced 9-star Dodi class. Damn it, isn't this thing a little too monstrous? Old ghost, what are all of you doing? Quickly, that brat, the old man let out a soft curse in his mouth. He had just turned his head and looked in the direction where Xiaoyan was at when the curse that had yet to leave his mouth was immediately shocked by Xiaoyan's frightening fighting strength. Even his repeatedly dodging body could not help but become slightly sluggish. The Northern King caught this moment of distraction. By the time the old man recovered from his shock, the Northern King's fist had violently smashed into the old man's chest. Bang! The old man's face paled after a low and deep thump sounded. A trace of blood involuntarily flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His body also flew back involuntarily. Soon after, he was stopped by the old man. After confirming that his injuries were not serious, all of them turned their solemn eyes to the Northern King. Xiaoyan had sent a 7-star Dodi flying with a palm in midair. After which, he withdrew his gaze. His eyes turned and landed on the white-robed, young man. The expression on his face had also recovered its calmness. I won't kill them. Now, you should move aside. Xiaoyan's tone was calm. However, it was not difficult to hear the trace of impatience contained within it. His heart was still concerned about the spiritual essence strength and the return to source skill. He really did not wish to stay any longer. The young man's face involuntarily revealed a solemn expression when he heard this. However, he did not move aside. Instead, he raised his arm and extended his hand toward Xiaoyan. Immediately, his 5 fingers slowly clenched tightly. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot the moment his hand clenched into a fist. The next time he appeared, he was already in front of Xiaoyan. A fist violently smashed toward the latter's face. Xiaoyan's eyes hardened. He involuntarily felt a shock in his heart. This white-clothed, fluttering young man was actually a 9-star Dodi, such speed could be considered one of the best among most 9-star Dodi. However, the person he was facing was Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan raised his hand the moment the young man's body appeared. He flipped his hand and blocked the young man's punch. Soon after, he rotated his wrist and it landed on the latter's left shoulder. Bang, however, the young man's body emitted a bang the moment Xiaoyan's hand landed. It turned into fog and swiftly disappeared. Huh? Xiaoyan's heart was slightly startled. He could not help but feel surprised. The young man's speed was actually so fast that even he was unable to catch him. It should be known that under the cover of a powerful spiritual strength, it was impossible for the young man to completely dodge regardless of how fast he was. However, at that moment, the latter's aura had completely disappeared from Xiaoyan's spiritual strength detection. In other words, the reason why the young man was able to dodge his attack was not because of his speed. Instead, it was because, Great Way energy It is really surprising. Great Way energy. Xiaoyan immediately guessed that other than his void Great Way, there was another Great Way energy that could display such shocking speed. It was the Great Way of Wind. Soon after, just as Xiaoyan discovered the Great Way energy that the young man had used, a palm suddenly landed on Xiaoyan's back. Soon after, a powerful force suddenly gushed out. This time around, it was the young man's turn to miss. What? You are not the only one who can control the Great Way energy. A faint voice sounded beside the young man's ear. At the same time, an icy cold palm landed on the young man's neck. Everything that happened in the hall seemed to take a long time to describe. However, in reality, the battle only lasted for a few minutes. In order to resolve the problem in front of him as soon as possible, Xiaoyan did not hold back at all this time. Other than the fact that his injuries were not fatal, his attack speed and strength could be described as terrifying to the people in front of him. In front of the tightly shut stone door, Xiaoyan's hand grabbed the young man's neck from behind. Fighting chi gathered in his palm. Even though he did not plan to kill this guy, he did not mind killing him if the latter dared to do anything excessive. After all, he already had many enemies. There was no harm in adding one more. The power of the Great Way? I did not expect you to be able to control the power of the Great Way. However, do you think that you can control me just like that? Being controlled by Xiaoyan, the young man laughed coldly. With a thought, he wanted to use the power of the Great Way to escape from Xiaoyan's hand. Swoosh. After escaping from Xiaoyan's hand, the young man's face was cold. He flew backwards and immediately stood in the void not far away from Xiaoyan. He looked at Xiaoyan with a cold smile and said coldly. Up until now, no one has been able to truly control me. Even if you can place your hand on my neck, you can't. Oh? Is that so? Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled mockingly. There was an inexplicable meaning in his words. What do you mean? The young man's face sank. He had a bad feeling. However, looking at the situation before him, his worries were unnecessary. Haven't you noticed that you are still surrounded by my power of the Great Way since the beginning? What did you say? Xiaoyan smiled faintly. However, the young man's expression changed drastically in an instant. He turned his gaze. At the same time, 6 tents appeared in the void around him. They quickly gathered and surrounded the young man. Under Xiaoyan's control, the young man returned to Xiaoyan under the control of the Great Way of the Void. Damn it, what time is this? The young man was shocked. He frantically mobilized the power of the Great Path in an attempt to break free from the control of the 6 tents. However, he was not so lucky every time. Under the control of Xiaoyan's Great Way of the Void, the Great Way strength that he could control was not enough to allow him to escape. His continuous struggle would only cause the 6 tents that were tightly wrapped around his body to become even more restrained, causing him even greater pain. I think you should save your strength. Even if you have also grasped the power of the Great Way, from your appearance earlier, you should have only comprehended it not long ago. I think your Great Way of Wind can only be used 6 times at most. With just that, you are unable to break free from my Great Way of Void. Xiaoyan said with a smile when he saw the young man trying to resist. What? The Great Tao of Void? You have comprehended the Great Tao of Void. The young man originally thought that Xiao Yan could guess that he had only comprehended the power of the Great Way for a short period of time. This was already shocking enough, but when he heard that the Great Way that Xiao Yan controlled was the Great Way of the Void, the shock in his heart grew even more. The power of the Great Way was the most difficult power to control in the world. It was far more powerful than Battle Qi and Genesis Qi and couldn't be tolerated by the human body. Among all the different attributes of the Great Way of the world, the Great Way of the Void was ranked at the forefront. The Great Way of the Void was far more powerful than the Great Way of Wind. Whether it was in terms of power or speed, the Great Way of the Void could be said to be crushing. At this moment, the young man finally understood why the Great Way of the Great Way that he was so proud of was so useless in front of Xiao Yan. On the other side, the two elders and the injured Dou Di hurriedly surrounded Xiao Yan when they saw that their young master was being controlled by Xiao Yan. As for the North King, he returned to Xiao Yan's side under his control. His empty eyes constantly scanned the surrounding people, and the murderous aura that seeped out from his body made everyone shudder. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily brightened as his gaze swept across the North King's body. From the flickering black lightning on the North King's body, it could be seen that the lightning power accumulated in his body was rapidly being refined and absorbed. Perhaps it was because of the battle earlier, but the speed at which the lightning was being refined and integrated in the North King's body had increased significantly. This made Xiao Yan pleasantly surprised. Although Xiao Yan had yet to find the spiritual essence strength and the origin returning skill, this was quite a good piece of news for him. Kid, we have indeed underestimated your strength. However, I still have to tell you that he is someone you cannot kill. If you kill him, you will definitely regret it. The white-robed elder, who had attacked Xiao Yan earlier, stared at Xiao Yan with a grave expression and spoke in an extremely low voice after stopping the few people beside him who could not resist attacking. Xiao Yan merely smiled in a non-committal manner when he heard this. He had really heard too many of such words. He had also done a countless number of things that went against this result. Hence, Xiao Yan did not pay any heed to the old man's threatening words. Of course, he would not really kill the young man because of this. It was just as he had suspected in his heart. Although this group of people had enmity toward him, it was not to the extent that they had to kill him. Hence, rather than killing them, Xiao Yan was more curious as to why this group of people had attacked him. I do not know whether I will regret it if I kill him. However, I am certain that if you do not tell me who you are and why you have come to find trouble with me, he will definitely die. Xiao Yan's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the elder in front of him. His expression contained a stern expression. When the latter heard these words, he stared at him with a gloomy expression. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth and spoke in a low voice. Brat, do you still remember Murong Xianxia? The expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly stilled when the elder's words left his mouth. At the same time, his mind involuntarily recalled the exquisite young lady whom he had met when he had first entered the Shilin mountain range. After these years, it was likely that the latter had already grown to become increasingly slim and elegant. Xianxian, huh? I wonder how that girl has been all these years. Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. His heart involuntarily felt some regret at how quickly time had passed. However, what does this matter have to do with Xianxian? Xiao Yan frowned. The douqi in his body involuntarily began to circulate. If this matter was disadvantageous to Murong Xianxian, he would immediately make a move and kill everyone present. The one who is currently being restrained by you is called Murong Xian. He is Miss Xianxian's blood brother. As he absent-mindedly stared at the city below, Xiao Yan's figure rapidly dashed through the streets. His heart was in a mess. Just now, after hearing Murong Xian's general description, he finally understood why the latter had attacked him. A few years ago, ever since Murong Xianxian had been brought back to the clan by her fourth uncle, Murong Hao, that girl had been depressed all day long. She seemed to have something on her mind and was no longer as lively as before. If it was in the past, such a quiet girl would definitely make her father and brother feel gratified. After all, Murong Xianxian was someone who could not stay idle. Even in the clan, other than her father and brother, everyone else would be somewhat afraid of her when they saw her. However, after returning to the clan this time, Murong Xianxian suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. This caused her father and brother to involuntarily feel worried. This kind of situation continued for over a couple of months. In the end, Xianxia, who did not like to train, for some unknown reason, shut herself into the training room specially provided by the clan. She stayed there for a couple of years. Not long ago, Xianxia finally exited from her long seclusion. Soon after, however, before her brother and father could relax, this girl had disappeared in the blink of an eye. This time even the clan elders were unable to discover any traces of the latter's disappearance. Only now did her fourth uncle, Hao, inform the father and son about Xiaoyan's matter. At the same time that the two of them were shocked, they hurriedly dispatched people to search for Xianxian. Xian's group was here to search for Xianxian. Even their trip to the ancient tomb this time around, other than searching for Xiaoyan, was also to search for Xianxian. However, they only realized that the girl did not appear to be here when they arrived. In this way, Xiaoyan had also become their target. Unfortunately, they had truly underestimated Xiaoyan's strength. Due to their carelessness, they had been so easily dealt with by Xiaoyan. If it was not for the fact that both parties had no intention to kill, Xian's group would have already turned into a pile of corpses. After hearing this news, Xiaoyan left the hall with a heart full of melancholy. He decided to look for Xianxian after this trip to the ancient tomb. However, before that, he still needed to find esteemed Tianju's soul source energy and the other scroll of the origin returning technique. Very quickly, Xiaoyan once again arrived in front of the five forked roads. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan directly charged into the middle of the street. Whether or not he could find those two things would depend on this time. At the same time, in another hall, many figures were standing in a disorderly manner. They glanced at each other vigilantly, and no one dared to act rashly. In the center of the crowd, a huge ball of energy was floating slowly. When everyone looked at this ball of energy, their eyes were filled with greed. It seems that there is nothing else in this hall. This Dochi inheritance should be the precious treasure left behind by Tianju. Hehe, if we can devour and refine the Dochi inheritance of an origin transformation expert, won't we be able to create a supreme expert out of thin air? Humph, how ignorant. What origin transformation expert? Esteemed Tianju was a true returnance expert when he was at the peak of his cultivation. It was only after reaching returnance that he chose to seclude himself. After that, he completely vanished from the continent. You bunch of unambitious people actually believe that he was an origin transformation expert. How foolish. Although Qinzhen's words were filled with disdain, they did not cause any commotion when they reached the ears of the surrounding people. Instead, a wave of shock swept through the crowd. Returnance. Did the esteemed Tianju actually become a returnance expert in the past? Voices that were filled with shock swiftly spread throughout the large hall. Qinzhen's words caused the originally fiery hot gazes of these people to become even hotter at this moment. The flame of greed in their hearts became even more intense. Numerous gazes were filled with an endless longing when they looked at the Dochi inheritance in the square. If they could obtain the Dochi inheritance of a returnance expert and successfully devour and refine it, would that not mean that the Western region would have a very high chance of gaining another origin transformation expert in the near future by borrowing the power of the Dochi inheritance? They would become one of the candidates, swish. Under the urging of one's greedy heart, there would always be someone who would be unable to resist and act first. As expected, a moment later, a yellow-robed old man suddenly charged out from a certain spot in the crowd. He used a lightning-like speed to fly toward the Dochi inheritance. However, the hunter would shoot the bird that took the lead. The appearance of the old man had caused him to instantly become the target of everyone present. In the blink of an eye, a 7-star Dodi had been killed by the combined attacks of everyone present. At this moment, the battle in the hall began. Boom! Boom! Intense explosions continuously resounded within the hall as human figures flew about. From time to time, experts would be forcefully sent flying from the crowd. There were even some who were attacked by many people at the same time and turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Bright red blood quickly covered the floor of the hall. In the end, other than the few factions and the people from the 3 great sects, there were only a few powerful individual cultivators left in this large hall. They were still unwilling to stay in this place. Among them, the ones who had retained the most strength were naturally the Divine Refining Sect and the Battle Martial Sect. As for Yi Luotian's side, the people behind him had scattered during the battle. The robes that covered their bodies had already fallen to the ground. From the looks of it, it was extremely likely that they had died in the battle earlier. Humph, how is it? Do you still plan on fighting with us? At this moment, Xianxia and Wu Jitian stood side by side. The two of them did not attack each other because there was only one Doqi inheritance present. Instead, they worked together with great teamwork to keep the others at bay. Although the Doqi inheritance appeared extremely powerful, they could still tell that the power within the inheritance was not as great as they had imagined it to be. Just like what they had said before, Tianju was a returnance expert. His cultivation could be said to be the greatest in the history of the Western region, yet the power within the Doqi inheritance was nowhere near the level they had hoped for. When they thought of the 5 paths from before, the two sect leaders immediately understood that it was extremely likely that there was more than one Doqi inheritance. In order to maximize their benefits, working together had become an extremely good choice for them. When the remaining factions heard Xianxin's words, the greed in their hearts immediately diminished by more than half. In terms of individual strength, they might be able to barely match up to the two people in front of them. However, if they were to join forces, they would no longer have any hope. As for working together like Xianxia and Wu Jitian, it was even more impossible for the organizations present to do so. There was a difference in strength between them to a certain extent. They did not trust each other in the first place, so the outcome of working together was obvious. As a result, the organizations chose to retreat in the end rather than wasting their efforts. Xianxia and Wu Jitian exchanged glances with each other as they watched the few factions gradually withdraw. A satisfied smile surfaced on the corner of their mouths. Immediately, they turned their eyes and looked at the Doqi inheritance behind them. Sect leader Wu, as long as we practice, I believe that there are not many organizations in this ancient tomb that can rival us. Xianxia smiled with a golden light in his eyes. His words were filled with arrogance. As a 9-star Dodi and a Class 4 formation master, his strength was enough to allow him to stand at the top among experts of the same level. Wu Jitian's forte was his physical strength. With the two of them working together, one attacking and the other defending, they were undoubtedly the best combination. Xianxia, I advise you not to be too careless. The background of Qin Yun in this group is frighteningly strong. Even you and I cannot easily become enemies with him. Wu Jitian wore a solemn expression as he shook his head when he heard Xianxin's words. Although he appeared to be well-developed, he was definitely not a simple-minded person. Anyone who dared to underestimate him would likely have to pay a hefty price. So what if his father is at the origin transformation stage? As long as we obtain these Doqi inheritances, we will also be able to advance to the origin transformation stage. At that time, the western region will no longer be a place where his Qin wasteland Maze Valley can do whatever he wants. Xianxia laughed coldly. His smile appeared extremely ferocious. Even Wu Jitian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Additionally, we have no way of dealing with the most troublesome person. The person Wu Jitian was referring to was naturally Xiaoyan. With the lightning punishment oath as a check, they were not allowed to attack Xiaoyan as long as they were within the ancient tomb. Otherwise, they would definitely be punished by the lightning punishment oath. That kind of power was something that even they would feel terrified of. As long as they were within the ancient tomb, it would feel as if there was a thorn above their heads at all times, watching their every move. This caused them to feel extremely uncomfortable. Once we leave this place, we will definitely make him pay the price in blood. Xianxia cursed with a dark and cold expression. However, a moment later, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Leave? In my opinion, this place is rather suitable to be your tomb. So, stay here. When the figure appeared, a hoarse voice that was as cold as the water of hell suddenly sounded beside the two of them. At almost the same time, the disciples around the two of them suddenly let out miserable cries. Soon after, the sound of bodies falling to the ground could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the 20 people from the two sects had all been killed. A moment later, when Xianxia and Wu Jitian hurriedly regained their senses and retreated, they saw with disbelief that the figure that had appeared behind them was actually Yi Luotian. Grug. While Chen Zhan and Wu Ji were exclaiming, Yi Luo's 5 fingers were inserted into their chests with a grug sound. A frightening strength immediately spread. Ah! Accompanied by a chi-chi sound, the injured areas on their chests were swiftly corroded at a speed that was visible to the eye under the extremely swollen red and distorted expressions of the two of them. Within a couple of breaths, a large patch of flesh on their chests had been forcefully corroded, revealing the dense white bones, scarlet flesh and internal organs underneath. Under the corrosion of that corrosive strength, one could clearly see that even the white bones, which had been exposed to the air, had changed color. Even the hardest bones in a human body appeared to have melted, becoming viscous. In an instant, the 2 9-star Dodi had already turned into seriously injured bodies. The two of them continued to stagger backwards. Finally, they emitted a plop sound as they collapsed onto the ground. Within a short moment, the physical strength of the two of them seemed to have been completely exhausted. They used their doqi to forcefully endure the intense pain that was being transmitted from their bodies while throwing their incomparably terrified eyes at the person who was approaching them step by step, Yi Luo Tian. At this moment, regardless of how stupid they were, they should have been able to guess that the other party clearly had designs on them. However, they had been kept in the dark by the person in front of them from the beginning until the end. Just when did you? Your cultivation is not that of an 8-star Dodi. The two of them stared at Yi Luo Tian in front of them with great horror. The fear in their hearts could not be described with words. They had never expected that the person whom they usually looked down upon the most would actually control their life and death today. Moreover, the strength that they were so proud of was completely worthless in the eyes of the latter. TSK, have the both of you finally discovered it? Unfortunately, it is already too late. The old me had already successfully broken through to the 9-star Dodi class a couple of years ago. It is only because I have been waiting for this moment today that I have kept quiet. Originally, I thought that I would be able to kill the 3 of you with my own hands today. However, I did not expect that useless Jian Ming was unable to even block one punch from Xiaoyan. How useless! Yi Luotian's face was filled with ridicule. The disdain in his words was not hidden at all. Soon after, numerous human figures flew over from behind him. Their expressions were wooden as they stood behind Yi Luotian. Only at this moment did Chen Zhan and Wu Jitian raise their heads to take a look. Only then did they discover that the dozen-plus people standing behind Yi Luotian had frighteningly powerful cultivations. These people were all 9-star Dodi. Moreover, Chen Zhan and Wu Jitian more or less knew the faces of these people. Lin Nan, you are the blood scale hound Lin Nan? Why are you in his team? While Wu Jitian's eyes were jumping around, he suddenly discovered a familiar-looking person in the group behind Yi Luotian. This Lin Nan that he had mentioned was also a 9-star Dodi. The latter's strength was not inferior to Wu Jitian at his peak. In the past, the two of them could be considered both enemies and friends. They often chatted and laughed with each other. However, this Lin Nan was currently standing behind Yi Luotian like a servant. This really caused Wu Jitian to feel extremely shocked. Lin Nan lowered his head in the face of Wu Jitian's question. In the past, he had some friendly relations with Wu Jitian. Now that the relationship between the two of them had turned into such a state, it was likely that no one was willing to see it. What is going on? What is going on with all of you? All of you are renowned experts within the Western region. Why are all of you actually willing to stand behind him? Wu Jitian was immediately furious when he saw these people lower their heads. A 9-star Dodi would actually reveal such a lowly slave-like appearance. This was really something that he could not imagine. Oh? Lin Nan, it seems that you and sect leader Wu are old acquaintances? At this moment, Yi Luotian turned his gaze towards Lin Nan in the crowd behind him. His face carried a smile. However, this smile caused one's heart to palpitate when one looked at it. Lin Nan did not move, hoping to avoid Yi Luotian's question. Haha, it is fine if you do not wish to speak. Now, I will give you a mission, Yi Luotian smiled ferociously. His bloodthirsty eyes stared at Lin Nan as he slowly said, pluck out Wu Jitian's heart. Yes. Lin Nan's body trembled uncontrollably in an instant. Even his breathing involuntarily paused. His entire heart felt as though it had been struck by lightning. He had never imagined that Yi Luotian would be so vicious as to ask him to pluck out Wu Jitian's heart. Such an action was really worse than a beast. Why, are you planning to disobey my orders? Yi Luotian's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw that Lin Nan did not move. A cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. Threads of killing intent swiftly gathered. 1, 2, 3, until 10 breaths later. Ah! Suddenly, the trembling Lin Nan let out a miserable shriek. His entire body instantly fell to the ground. His miserable shriek caused everyone's eardrums to explode. His entire body uncontrollably curled up and twitched violently. Fresh blood flowed out from all 7 of his orifices. His aura also rapidly declined. A short moment later, he had completely lost his aura and turned into a corpse. Those 9-star Dodi, who had witnessed everything from the beginning, did not have the slightest intention of stepping forward. Perhaps it was because they had seen a similar situation before and did not dare to step forward in order to protect their own lives. Everyone present only felt a deep fear in their hearts toward Yi Luotian. No one knew just how frightening this seemingly amiable old man was. Do all of you want to give it a try? Yi Luotian's earlier action was to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Losing a 9-star Dodi was nothing to him. The most important thing was that he currently possessed an even greater fighting strength. As long as he was able to control these people better, he would not need to be afraid that they would not listen to him. From the looks of the current situation, his earlier action had undoubtedly obtained an extremely great result. Damn it, Yi Luotian, you are vicious and merciless. You will definitely not have a good ending. Qianzhen clenched his teeth tightly as he cursed with an unwilling face. Humph, the same goes for you. However, all of you are far too foolish in comparison. You are destined to be unable to become the rulers of this world. The law of this world is that the strong prey on the weak. I am merely following the law and becoming a strong person. This is a necessity. The expression on Yi Luotian's face became increasingly wild and savage as he spoke. All of you are merely pawns in the exchange of the strong. You are not worth mentioning. 2 rays of light suddenly shot out the instant his words sounded. They immediately penetrated the brows of the 2 men. At the same time, the doqi that had just gathered within their bodies instantly scattered. Humph, trying to self-destruct in front of me. You are really seeking death. Yi Luotian snorted coldly with disdain. His eyes immediately turned and landed on the doqi inheritance in front of him. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a greedy smile. At the same time, he once again spoke in an icy tone. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Immediately, the 10 plus 9-star Dodi behind him once again moved. Yi Luotian had also sent people to seal the stone door of the large hall when he had attacked earlier. Hence, none of the factions present had managed to escape. At this moment, with the combined attack of these 10 plus 9-star Dodi, only Yi Luotian's group remained in the large hall in a short moment. Yi Luotian kept the doqi inheritance and turned his head around. His eyes once again landed on the corpses that littered the ground. With so many corpses, the remnant soul strength was not a weak force. Yi Luotian smiled ferociously. He waved his large sleeve and a strange suction force immediately spread outwards. Soon after, the remaining spiritual essence strength on the corpses within the large hall was completely absorbed into his bag. At the same time, Xiaoyan on the other side had also arrived in front of another large hall. At this moment, quite a number of people had already gathered in front of the tightly shut heavy stone door. These people were extremely vexed at the fact that this stone door could not be opened. They did not expect that even though they had arrived at the deepest part of the ancient tomb, they would actually need the 3 famous Do skills of Tianju to open the stone door. Yet, none of the people present possessed them. This resulted in most of the experts leaving this place to search for other ancient tombs with the exception of a small group of people who remained. At the same time, they also hoped to be able to meet up with Qianzhen's group. However, their hopes were destined to be dashed. It was also at this moment that the black-robed Xiaoyan suddenly arrived. Numerous gazes in front of the stone door immediately looked at the black-robed human figure who was gradually approaching. Soon after, joy surged within everyone's eyes. Xiaoyan, it is Xiaoyan who has arrived. This time, the stone door can be opened. Hee, even if the stone door is opened, will you be able to snatch it? Xiaoyan can even finish off an 8-star Dodi with one punch. Xiaoyan's appearance not only gave these people a pleasant surprise, but also attracted many fearful gazes. Xiaoyan also saw Qin Yan's group from among the crowd. At the same time, the two black-robed people at a certain spot in the crowd also noticed Xiaoyan's arrival. The corner of the mouth under the black robe revealed a playful smile. Two pairs of eyes quietly looked at each other, but they did not say anything. Xiaoyan immediately understood in his heart when he saw the experts gathered here and the stone door that had yet to be opened. From the looks of it, Chen Zhan and Wu Jitian had yet to arrive. In other words, no one had touched the things within this large hall. This was undoubtedly good news for Xiaoyan, who was currently in the middle of this matter. After arriving in front of the crowd, Qin Yan's group also noticed the former's arrival. Immediately, a dense chill surged within their eyes. However, they also knew that now was not the time to attack Xiaoyan. Hence, they withdrew their gazes with hatred. Standing at the front of the crowd, Xiaoyan's footsteps paused in front of the stone door. The crowd behind him gradually surrounded him. Xiaoyan could wait, but they could not wait to enter the stone door and investigate. The corner of Xiaoyan's eyes swept over those people behind him. Immediately, his feet moved and the sky extinction steps was instantly unleashed. A flowing wind whistled past the stone door. Soon after, the stone door slowly opened with a loud bang. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Soon after, a wave of flashing human figures rushing through the wind sounded beside Xiaoyan's ear. Numerous human figures continued to charge out from all around Xiaoyan's body. They formed a black mass. This scene appeared as shocking as a swarm of locusts sweeping across the ground. However, Xiaoyan was unconcerned about this. The moment the stone door opened, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength surged in and swiftly scanned the interior of this large hall. Finally, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned. After some investigation, he was still unable to find the so-called spiritual essence strength. Could it be that Tianju did not leave behind any spiritual essence strength? Since this was the case, why did Tianying's words back then come true in this place? Xiaoyan's heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Other than the Doqi inheritance, the interior of this large hall was no different from the previous large hall. He was unable to detect the aura of the spiritual essence, much less the so-called return to source skill. Could it be that there was nothing here other than the Doqi inheritance? Damn it, just where are those two things? Xiaoyan's body stopped moving. His heart was filled with disappointment. From the looks of it now, it was likely that only the last large hall was left for him to try his luck. Buzz, however, just as Xiaoyan was about to turn around, Xiao Xian's remnant spirit in the storage ring suddenly moved once again. This time around, even the half-remnant return to source skill in the storage ring was buzzing. Huh? Xiaoyan's heart suddenly jumped when he realized this. His body, which was just about to turn around, suddenly paused. He lifted his gaze and his eyes, which were filled with flames, instantly looked at the stone door in front of him. More accurately speaking, he was looking at the large hall behind the stone door that countless experts were anxiously waiting for. Xiaoyan's body moved. He did not hesitate even a little as he directly charged into the large hall in front of him. His eyes were searing hot as they swept all around him. At this moment, the large hall was in complete chaos. All the experts who had entered the large hall had discovered that there was nothing in the hall other than the Doqi inheritance in the middle. Was this not clearly telling them that only the strongest person among them would be able to obtain the Doqi inheritance? The process of selecting the strongest person was naturally the price of blood and life. The chaos in the hall had far exceeded Xiaoyan's expectations. At this moment, everyone was repeatedly attacking each other in order to obtain the Doqi inheritance. Their greed caused their attacks to be even more ruthless than usual. In order to achieve their goal, they would stop at nothing. These people would definitely not be stingy with any method that could reduce the obstacles in their way. Very quickly, quite a number of elite Dodi in the hall had lost their lives because of this. At this moment, Xiaoyan was raising his eyes and looking all around him. He spread out his spiritual strength and carefully investigated every inch of the large hall. Very quickly, a scene that was slightly different from the one in the large hall earlier appeared in Xiaoyan's eyes. That is, Xiaoyan's gaze directly passed through the crowd and looked at the deepest part of the large hall. There was also an enormous stone chair that appeared to be carved from stone at that spot. However, the difference between this stone chair and the earlier one was that there was actually a lively old man carved on this stone chair. The old man was sitting upright. Both of his hands were placed on the armrests on both sides of the stone chair. Although he was a stone sculpture, his pair of eyes appeared to be alive. They carried a disdainful feeling as they looked down on everyone present. At a glance, it was as though an adult was watching a group of children playing. Don't tell me, Xiaoyan's eyes shrunk slightly. He could sense a thread of life from those eyes. In other words, the reason why the spiritual origin strength did not exist in this large hall was not because it did not exist. Instead, it was because someone had purposely sealed it within this stone statue. There was no need to think too much about the person who had sealed the spiritual origin strength. It was naturally Tianju. I really did not expect that Tianju would actually seal the spiritual origin strength within the stone statue. An ordinary person who enters the ancient tomb would basically first rush for the treasures within the ancient tomb. Why would they care about these things? Is this why you did this? Ignoring the surrounding people, Xiaoyan's gaze focused on the eyes of the stone statue as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Xiaoyan was startled. He seemed to have felt that the eyes of the stone statue were actually staring at him. Bang! Xiaoyan waved his fist in front of the stone door. A punch sent a person flying in front of him. He did not even look as his body moved and swiftly flew toward the stone statue. Being in this chaotic crowd, even with Xiaoyan's agility and speed, he was unable to dodge all the human figures or attacks. Hence, in the face of those human figures or do skills that shot over from an unknown direction, Xiaoyan could only wave his fist and break them apart. Bang 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 bang, the muffled sound of collisions continued to sound. The chaotic crowd caused Xiaoyan's advancing speed to slow down. At the same time, it caused his heart to feel a little more irritation. Unknowingly, the strength of his attacks had naturally become a little more violent. This black-robed skinny figure appeared just like a killing god within the crowd at this moment. No matter what kind of attack or what kind of collision it was, it would be mercilessly sent flying within a meter of his body. Such a straightforward and violent action caused some of the people present to reveal frightened faces. Even the facial muscles of a 9-star Dodi involuntarily twitched. What is this fellow planning to do? At a certain spot in the crowd, Qin Yan's gaze was attracted by Xiaoyan's violent action. His heart involuntarily felt shocked when he saw that the latter was actually able to erupt with such a frightening strength. Soon after, Qin Yan noticed that the direction Xiaoyan was heading in seemed to be the Doqi inheritance. Is he planning to fight for the Doqi inheritance? The three of you, stop him. You must not allow him to take another step forward. Qin Yan immediately emitted an explosive cry when he noticed this. He ordered He and the other two who were guarding him. But young master, what about you? It is enough to have this fellow by my side. All of you quickly go and stop him. I must obtain the Doqi inheritance before he does. Qin Yan's expression was firm as he ordered the three of them. Upon seeing this, the three of them looked at each other before looking at the black-robed man beside Qin Yan. Only then did they respond with a yes. Turning around, they simultaneously looked towards Xiaoyan. With a leap, they charged towards him. At this moment, Xiaoyan's continuous violent attacks caused the surrounding experts to feel fear towards Xiaoyan. This time, there was no need for Xiaoyan to personally take action. Those experts who saw themselves approaching Xiaoyan hurriedly retreated. Some scheming and cunning fellows had even purposely forced the opponents in front of them to Xiaoyan's side. After those fellows discovered the intentions of their opponents, they would rather be injured by the other party than be willing to touch Xiaoyan even a little. At this moment, Xiaoyan was just like a dangerous bomb in the crowd. Anyone who touched him would either die or be injured. Everyone's hearts trembled in fear of the latter. Finally, Xiaoyan was about to approach the Doqi inheritance. However, no one present knew that the latter's attention was not on the Doqi inheritance. Moreover, Xiaoyan did not have much interest in this so-called Doqi inheritance. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan did not think this way. However, it did not mean that others did not think this way. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, following the appearance of three rushing wind sounds, three human figures suddenly flashed and appeared beside Xiaoyan. Three pairs of eyes instantly landed on Xiaoyan's body. Their killing intent was sharp and fierce. Oh? Xiaoyan's eyes indifferently glanced at the three people beside him. He could not help but frown. He did not have the intention to fight for the Doqi inheritance. It was unexpected that they would continue to pester him. Xiaoyan, you managed to escape from the hands of the three of us brothers half a year ago. This time around, however, it will not happen again. He waved his arm. A powerful Doqi energy immediately surged out from his body with a frightening momentum. At the same time, the other two 9-star Dodi also released the enormous Doqi energy within their bodies. Moreover, they swiftly agglomerated into a solid Doqi armor on the surface of their bodies, protecting the two of them. After witnessing the great strength that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier, even someone as strong as them had no choice but to be cautious when facing Xiaoyan. Otherwise, if they were careless, it was extremely likely that they would end up like their predecessors. Seeing the three of them revealing such a stance, Xiaoyan's heart sank slightly. He thought in his heart, could it be that they have discovered something unusual about the stone statue? However, Xiaoyan quickly dispelled this thought. This was because only at this moment did he realize that the Doqi inheritance was right in front of him. From the looks of it, Qin Yun had likely thought that he wanted to fight for the Doqi inheritance. Therefore, he had sent people to obstruct him. However, all of this was no longer important to Xiaoyan. After the incident half a year ago, the relationship between him and Qin Yun had already reached an irreconcilable state. Even if Qin Yun had sent people to deal with him, it was something that could not be questioned. Moreover, even if Qin Yun did not come to find trouble with Xiaoyan today, Xiaoyan would still come to settle the score with him in the future. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaoyan flicked his finger. The Northern King's figure immediately appeared beside him. Its purple-gold body and overbearing killing aura caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble the moment the Northern King appeared. Its owner's strength was frightening. Even this puppet was as frightening as a demon. Currently, the Northern King had absorbed quite a lot of the lightning strength within its body after the earlier battle. Hence, its strength had successfully risen once again. It had already reached the level of an advanced 9-star Dodi. By relying on its puppet body, the fighting strength of the Northern King could definitely be considered one of the top experts among those of the same level. With such strength, it was not difficult for it to deal with two 9-star Dodi at the same time. Hence, the only person Xiaoyan needed to face at this moment was Yanhe alone. Very quickly, the two 9-star Dodi by the side had already begun to fight with the Northern King. It was just as Xiaoyan had expected. The Northern King did not fall into a disadvantageous position despite fighting against two alone. With the help of the lightning strength on the surface of its body, its fighting strength was so great that it could be evenly matched with the two 9-star Dodi. Xiaoyan's heart naturally relaxed when he saw this scene. After which, he focused his attention and returned it to Yanhe in front of him. At this moment, the latter had clearly just recovered. The corner of his eyes twitched as he turned his head. His hateful gaze immediately landed on Xiaoyan as he viciously scolded, so what if your puppet can block the two of them? The old me is also a 9-star Dodi. I am not someone that second-rate trash like Jianming can compare with. I alone am more than enough to deal with you. Cuckoo, that's right. I alone am more than enough to deal with you. Xiaoyan coldly laughed. He gently flipped his hand under his sleeve and 3 black steel needles appeared in his hand. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. What shameless boasting. Just who is the one with more than enough to spare? Let's fight. An explosive cry sounded. Soon after, Yanhe's body shook. Powerful Doqi energy immediately spluttered out from within his body. With a wave of his large sleeve, it transformed into numerous Doqi pillars that violently cut toward Xiaoyan's head. The sharp Doqi had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. However, the latter was not the least bit afraid. Only when the couple of Doqi pillars were in front of him did he turn his head slightly and easily dodge them. Soon after, however, Yanhe's body suddenly pressed forward. His palm was close to Xiaoyan's chest as it violently cut across. The powerful Doqi actually forcefully tore apart the empty space. However, the result was that it did not leave even the slightest imprint on Xiaoyan's body. What? Yanhe's heart was suddenly greatly shocked. This was naturally not because he had intentionally gone easy on Xiaoyan. Instead, it was because the palm that he had clearly seen earlier had approached Xiaoyan's body. Only then did he realize with shock that the latter's body had unknowingly used an ingenious angle to perfectly dodge his attack. How is this possible? Yanhe's heart was greatly shaken. The latter was ultimately merely a 6-star Dodi. However, how was it possible for his speed and strength to be raised to such a frightening level at the same time? This was completely impossible. Cuckoo, you are really foolish to attempt a sneak attack while being covered by a rank 4 spiritual strength. Xiaoyan coldly laughed. His body suddenly twisted and directly used half of his body to heavily collide with Yanhe, who had brushed past him. Although this attack of Xiaoyan's was heavy, Yanhe was after all a 9-star Dodi. His body swiftly withdrew after. Feeling the pain from this attack, the doqi within his body churned and forcefully removed the enormous force on his body. Even though this was the case, it still caused the blood within his body to churn. His face involuntarily turned slightly pale. Brat, what a brute force. However, you can forget about obtaining the doqi inheritance with just this. Yanhe coldly snorted. His body moved and once again pounced toward Xiaoyan. However, compared to before, he was a little more cautious this time around. His mission was only to delay Xiaoyan. As long as Jinyan obtained the doqi inheritance, they could immediately turn around and withdraw. The debt between them and Xiaoyan could only be settled in the future. Xiaoyan's eyebrows involuntarily twitched when he heard He glanced at the doqi inheritance. Indeed, Jinyan swiftly approached to the doqi inheritance under the protection of the black-robed person. If no one stopped him, it was likely that the doqi inheritance, the doqi inheritance. Xiaoyan let out a cold snort in his heart when he saw this scene. Originally, he did not intend to fight for this doqi inheritance. However, this Jinyan had actually taken the initiative to find trouble with him. This caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel furious. Alright. Since you want me to fight, I will fight with you. With a cold snort, Xiaoyan's gaze suddenly turned and once again returned to Yanhe in front of him. His eyes were indifferent. An ice-cold killing intent was not hidden as it leaked out, causing one's heart to feel a chill. Yanhe felt a chill run down his spine when he came into contact with Xiaoyan's gaze. For some unknown reason, the Xiaoyan in front of him actually caused him to feel a trace of fear. Ha! With an explosive cry, Yanhe's body moved first, intending to gain the initiative by striking first. However, this time around, Xiaoyan did not plan to give him any more chances. He raised his right hand to his chest and threw it into the air. 3 black-colored steel needles appeared in front of him. Soon after, Xiaoyan flicked his finger and the 3 steel needles shot toward Yanhe in an orderly fashion. Seeing the 3 steel needles flying over, Yanhe did not dare to be careless in his heart. He tilted his body slightly and easily dodged one of the needles. As for the remaining 2 needles, Yanhe also shot out 2 doqi pillars and violently collided with them. However, just as Yanhe thought that he had given up in this matter, he suddenly saw that the 2 doqi pillars that he had shot out were actually easily penetrated by the 2 steel needles. Moreover, the power of the needles was not reduced in the slightest as they shot explosively toward him. They were already in front of him and there was no way to dodge. Stop. With a low cry, Yanhe extended both of his hands. Thick doqi swiftly covered his palms as he grabbed at the 2 steel needles. However, just as Yanhe's palms grabbed the 2 steel needles, he was shocked to discover that the 2 steel needles were as slippery as loaches. He was unable to grab them. Damn it. At the same time as his expression changed drastically, Yanhe hurriedly controlled the doqi in his body and repeatedly poured it into the doqi armor in front of his chest. Ding ding. Following the 2 crisp sounds, Yanhe's heart finally relaxed. He thought that the 2 steel needles had been blocked by the doqi armor. However, in the next moment, his entire face suddenly became distorted. His entire body was like it was convulsing. His eyes immediately turned scarlet red and the life within his pupils also swiftly disappeared. Before he died, Yanhe lowered his head to take a look. He only saw that there were 2 huge holes in his chest that filled his entire chest. Under the effect of the great way of the void, the area where the steel needles entered, the bones and internal organs were completely swallowed. It was as though his body had suddenly been split apart. Just think about it. How could a person without internal organs survive? As the life force disappeared, Yanhe's body also fell down uncontrollably. After which, he heavily smashed into the corpses on the floor of the large hall. After swiftly killing Yanhe, Xiaoyan did not hesitate too much. He extended his hand and beckoned. The steel needle that flew out was swiftly withdrawn. As for the one that shot into Yanhe's body, it automatically disappeared. It was likely that it would require a period of time before it could reform. However, to the current Xiaoyan, this did not have much of an impact. Even without 2 needles, he still had 8 in his hand. Using 2 steel needles in exchange for the life of a 9-star Dodi, this meant that without using any of his methods, he could kill another 4 9-star Dodi with just these 8 steel needles. This kind of strength was sufficient for him to challenge any faction in this ancient tomb. Of course, at this moment, Xiaoyan was not concerned about challenging any faction. Instead, he was concerned about Tianju's soul source strength and the returning origin skill. Perhaps at this moment, he could add one more. Doqi inheritance. Turning his gaze, Xiaoyan looked at the spot where the Doqi inheritance was located. As expected, Qin Yun had already arrived in front of it and was about to keep it into his storage ring. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's expression immediately turned cold. At such a distance, he was unable to instantly stop him. In that case, he could only swoosh. With a flick of his finger, the steel needle that had landed in his hand immediately shot forward. It passed through the crowd in front of him and headed straight for Qin Yun. However, just as the steel needle arrived in front of Qin Yun, the black-robed person beside him suddenly acted. He sent the steel needle flying with a palm from the side. It pierced into the body of a Dodi not far away. Immediately, a heart-wrenching roar was stirred within the large hall. Huh? Xiaoyan's expression sank. He focused his eyes and looked over. That black-robed person also revealed a pair of dark and cold eyes under the cover of the black robe. They looked at each other from a distance. At the same time, Qin Yun grabbed the Doqi inheritance that was the size of a wash basin in front of him. Swoosh! However, at the next moment, an unusual change occurred. Mobile version update website, in front of the Doqi inheritance within the large hall, Qin Yun was about to store the Doqi inheritance in front of him into his storage ring when a powerful suction force suddenly surged over from a certain spot in the large hall. It forcefully pulled the Doqi inheritance that was close at hand. The Doqi inheritance flew over the crowd. Under the numerous fiery hot gazes, it was finally suspended in front of a black-robed person. After which, it was stored into his storage ring in front of the stunned gazes of everyone present. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Numerous dull gazes looked at the black-robed person who had stored the Doqi inheritance into his storage ring. This was especially so for the current Qin Yun. The expression on his face was one of shock. A duck that was about to reach one's mouth had flown away just like that. It was likely that no one would be able to endure such a blow. That mysterious black-robed person by his side also turned his gaze to the opposite side. A pair of dark and cold eyes under the black robe stared at that person like a poisonous snake. Killing intent was present in his eyes. On the other side, Xiaoyan was also stunned because of this sudden scene. His gaze followed the crowd and looked over. Only then did he realize that another mysterious black-robed person had appeared in his sight. Sweeping his gaze, Xiaoyan quickly discovered that there were actually 2 people on the other side. The 2 of them were wearing black robes. At the same time that he could not see their faces clearly, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to be even more shocked was that even with his spiritual strength, he was actually unable to see through the other party's cultivation. In this way, there were currently 2 factions in this large hall that could pose a threat to him. This involuntarily caused Xiaoyan to quietly become cautious. Faced with this kind of opponent whose cultivation he could not even predict, he really did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. While Xiaoyan was observing the 2 black-robed people, the latter also seemed to be observing the change in Xiaoyan's expression. Immediately, the corner of one of their mouths under the black robe was lifted into a mocking smile. Who are you? People? You actually dared to snatch this young master's Doqi inheritance. Qin Yun, who had recovered, could be said to be extremely furious. Relying on the protection of this person beside him, he did not avoid the evil thief who had snatched his dochi inheritance. However, she did not know that even this person, who was currently guarding by her side, was extremely afraid of the other two black-robed people in his heart. This was because he was just like Xiaoyan and was unable to see through the strength of these two people. The two black-robed people were indifferent to Qinyan's furious cry. It was as though they had completely ignored him. Bastard! Yan He, Yan Lai, attack together. Take back what belongs to me. Being ignored by the two of them, the anger in Qinyan's heart grew even stronger. He subconsciously called out the names of the three people and waited for the three of them to act and snatch back the dochi inheritance. However, he only recovered after a few breaths. Yan He and the other two had already gone to intercept Xiaoyan. How could they appear beside him at this moment? However, Yan Hua and Yan Lai, who had been summoned by Qinyan, quickly rushed to Qinyan's side. Their bodies were covered with wounds of various sizes. Threads of fresh blood flowed unceasingly and the qi and blood in their bodies churned intensely. However, Yan He's disappearance caused the two brothers to feel a deep uneasiness. Their gazes suddenly turned and the two of them immediately discovered that Yan He, who should have been fighting with Xiaoyan, was nowhere to be seen at this moment. After waiting for a while, the hearts of the two suddenly sank. They simultaneously turned their gazes toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, where is Yan He? The faces of the two brothers were ferocious. They ignored the churning qi in their bodies and shook their bodies. Dochi immediately surged out. Dead. Xiaoyan indifferently said these two words. He did not think that there was a need to hide anything from these two. Since he had killed them, they could not do anything to him. You are courting death. Hearing the news that they did not want to hear the most, Yan Hua and Yan Lai were unable to suppress their emotions. They ignored Qinyan's orders and shot forward, charging toward Xiaoyan. You actually dared to kill Yan He. We want you dead. Desolation finger. Xiaoyan let out a low cry in his heart. His 10 fingers moved together and numerous complicated seals were swiftly formed. In the blink of an eye, a huge energy finger was agglomerated above his head. At the same time, the Northern King, who had returned to Qinyan's side, also charged toward one of the two, Yan Hua. At this moment, Yan Hua and Yan Lai had similarly used all their strength in their attacks in order to avenge Yan He. When they attacked together, their might was especially shocking. The elite Dodi along the way hurriedly retreated to the side, afraid that they would be affected by the battle that was about to follow. Bang! Soon after, Xiaoyan and the Northern King collided with the two of them. Following an earth-shaking explosion, Xiaoyan and the Northern King quietly withdrew. The desolation finger also disappeared. On the opposite side, Yan Hua and Yan Lai were also forced back by the two of them. In this collision, both parties were evenly matched. Xiaoyan, die, enough. I will tell you to come back now. Just as Yan Hua and Yan Lai's hearts were filled with fury and were about to step forward once again, Qinyan's cry was once again transmitted over. This time around, anyone could hear the anger contained within his words. Their bodies involuntarily trembled intensely as two pairs of eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. Their eyes, which seemed to want to devour people, were directly ignored by Xiaoyan. This caused the hatred in the hearts of the two of them to grow even deeper. However, Qinyan continued to angrily reprimand them over and over again. The emotions of the two of them swayed left and right. It was a long while later before the two of them finally lowered their heads unwillingly and returned to Qinyan's side with hearts filled with regret. Humph, trash. You actually dare to disobey my orders. Once this trip to the old tomb is over, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Qinyan viciously glared at the two of them. Immediately, his gaze returned to the two black-robed human figures not far away. The muscles on the corner of his eyes twitched. He was just about to open his mouth when the black-robed person beside him stopped him. He gently shook his head and softly said, "These two people are not ordinary. I advise you not to start a conflict with them now." Qinyan's face immediately twitched when these words were uttered. To be able to make this fellow say such words, it already proved that the two black-robed people were not ordinary. But the dochi inheritance, doesn't Xiaoyan also want to obtain the dochi inheritance? Humph, given his character, as long as he has determined his target, he will definitely chase after it. Why don't we hand this mess over to him? It will not be too late for us to act after both sides are seriously injured. Moreover, I still have a good thing that I have yet to give to all of you. TSK TSK TSK. A strange laugh was emitted from under the black robe after he finished speaking. Immediately, he ignored Qin Yun and took the lead to fly out of the hall. As for Yan Hua and Yan Lai, their bodies were stunned for a long time until Qin Yun and the black-robed person arrived in front of the stone door. Only then did they follow with hearts filled with anger. Seeing Qin Yun's back as he stepped out of the stone door, an extremely cold killing intent finally surfaced on Yan Hua's and Yan Lai's faces. If it were not for the latter, how would Yan He have died? The three of them had been working hard for him for so many years. However, this fellow had always ordered them around as he pleased. Even though they had tried their best to curry favor with him, all they got in return was merciless mockery. With Yan He's death today, the two of them were finally disheartened by Qin Yun. At the same time, Yi Luo Tian, Morong Xian, and the others, who had kept the Doqi inheritance in the other two large halls, were also withdrawing from the path they had come from. Qin Yun swiftly caught up with the black-robed person after the remaining 4 people in Qin Yun's group left the large hall. His heart was extremely curious about the words that the latter had said earlier. From the words of the black-robed person, Qin Yun could tell that this fellow had already prepared something for them. However, he had been unwilling to take it out. At this moment, their group had already lost 2 9-star Dodi. This was quite a big loss for Qin Yun. He wondered if the thing that the black-robed person had mentioned would be able to make up for his loss. Under Qin Yun's hot pursuit and questioning, the black-robed person appeared to be in a difficult position and stopped. Yan Hua and the other person behind him also swiftly followed. However, their expressions were somewhat gloomy. Under Qin Yun's somewhat impatient gaze, the black-robed person extended a shriveled hand. The storage ring on his finger flashed slightly. Immediately, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Qin Yun's eyes carried some doubt. Yan Hua and the other person behind him were completely uninterested in this matter at this moment. They only wanted to know how to kill Xiaoyan and take revenge for Yan He. What is this? Qin Yun frowned and curiously asked. Humph humph, this is a medicinal pill that can raise your cultivation. The black-robed person laughed strangely. His tone carried some pride. However, these words caused Qin Yun to coldly snort in disdain when he heard them. This young master has already consumed the extreme transformation pill. If you give it to me now, it will no longer have the slightest effect. Don't tell me that you don't even understand this principle? Did I say that this is the extreme transformation pill? The person under the black robe once again emitted a strange laugh. His hand shook slightly and the jade bottle shattered. 6 perfectly round medicinal pills appeared in his hand. If Xiaoyan was present at this moment, he would be able to immediately recognize them. These so-called medicinal pills were the unique goo medicine that Yi Luo Tian had refined, the dry leaf goo. Although the dry leaf goo did indeed have the effect of raising the cultivation of an elite Dodi, once they were consumed, they would definitely become Yi Luo Tian's puppet. Their life and death would be in his hands. Unfortunately, the current Qin Yun's group was completely unaware of this. After the black-robed person boasted a couple of times, Yan Hua and the other person were the first to impatiently consume one. Indeed, although their strength did not break through to the powerful origin transformation stage, they had reached the level of an advanced 9-star Dodi. This strength was undoubtedly much stronger than before. A long while later, after seeing that the two of them were fine, Qin Yun finally attempted to consume one. His cultivation swiftly rose to the middle stage of a 7-star Dodi. It was even close to the advanced stage of a 7-star Dodi. Unfortunately, one could not consume too many of these medicinal pills. Otherwise, he would have unhesitatingly consumed the remaining 3. The black-robed person laughed strangely in his heart when he saw the 3 of them consume the dry leaf goo. Immediately, he led the 3 of them and walked back the way they had come. Let's go. There is still a good show waiting for us behind. TSK 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 TSK. At the same time, there were less than 20 people left in the large hall following the gradual departure of everyone in disappointment. Xiaoyan and the 2 black-robed people were also present. Behind the 2 of them was the stone statue that faced Tianju. The two black-robed people stood side by side. Their gazes looked at Xiaoyan through their black robes. They did not say anything, but their faces were filled with mocking smiles. As for Xiaoyan's heart was filled with hesitation when he saw that there were fewer and fewer people in the large hall. The two of them had already obtained the Doqi inheritance. Why were they still unwilling to leave? Xiaoyan did not believe that they were afraid of him. He was unable to even detect the other party's cultivation. From this, it could be seen that they either possessed some kind of treasure that could hide their aura or they had absolute strength. Comparing the two of them, Xiaoyan believed the latter more. Since the other party was not afraid of him but still chose to remain in this place, Xiaoyan could only come to a conclusion in his heart after thinking for a while. They had also discovered the strangeness of this stone statue. Xiaoyan's heart immediately sank when he thought of this. If that was the case, it was likely that he would have to compete with them no matter what. Xiao Xian's revival was extremely important in Xiaoyan's heart. No matter what price he had to pay, he could not continue waiting this time around. However, after Xiaoyan pondered for a long time in his heart, he finally made up his mind. He decided to try his luck and hope that the two of them did not discover the strangeness of the stone statue. Xiaoyan turned around and was about to leave the large hall. Only when he turned around did he realize that there were only the three of them left in the large hall. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to leave, one of the two people behind him, who appeared to be slightly shorter, took 2 steps forward. At the same time, an old mocking voice was faintly emitted. "Mr. Xiaoyan, it has been many years since we last met. How have you been?" Xiaoyan's foot, which had originally been lifted, suddenly paused in midair the instant these words were emitted. He lifted his head and his eyes were filled with shock. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The scent of blood was mixed in the air within the empty large hall, forming clusters of dense blood fog. Numerous corpses were lying in a disorderly manner. The scene appeared extremely horrifying. At this moment, there were still 3 living people in the large hall. One of them was Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was the first to arrive at this place. At this moment, Xiaoyan's body was as stiff as a statue. One of his feet was lifted into the air and stopped less than 2 inches from the ground. The expression on his face was particularly interesting. The previous solemn expression was no longer present. On the contrary, it was replaced with an extremely shocked expression. His pair of pitch-black eyes were filled with disbelief. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan gradually recovered from the shock that he had been in for a long while. While Xiaoyan was in a daze, the 2 black-robed men behind him did not disturb him. They only took off the loose black robes that covered their faces, revealing their true faces in the hall that was filled with the smell of blood. When Xiaoyan turned around and looked at the 2 people behind him with a surprised gaze, the familiar and amiable smile that was revealed on their faces caused Xiaoyan to feel as though he was dreaming. Both parties stood still on the spot and smiled as they looked at each other for a long time. Finally, Xiaoyan's face was filled with excitement as he heavily cupped his hands toward the old man who had just spoken. He bowed and spoke with a respectful tone, one word at a time. "Junior Xiaoyan pays his respects to Elder Luo." At this moment, the blood fog in the air automatically scattered, forming a pure tunnel between the 2 parties. At this moment, old Luo was similarly looking at Xiaoyan with a smile. His old face was filled with a pleased and satisfied expression. This so-called Elder Luo was naturally Luo Ao, whom he had not seen for many years in Emerald Green City. As for the other young man beside him, he was naturally Xiaoyan's first friend after coming to Yuanwu continent, Luo Jin. "Cuckoo, little fellow, it has been many years since we last met. Your achievements have caused the old me to sigh in admiration." Luo Ao smiled and nodded to Xiaoyan as he stepped forward. The powerful fighting strength that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier was something that even he had never heard of. Even in the entire continent, it seemed that there was no one among the younger generation whom he had met who could contend with Xiaoyan. The latter involuntarily smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Immediately, his gaze landed on Luo Jin by the side. Without the obstruction of the black robe, the latter's current cultivation was completely exposed in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. An intermediate 8-star Dodi. This kind of training speed was even more exaggerated than his own. TSK, an intermediate 8-star Dodi. Your training speed is really frightening. Do you want to find time to spar with me? Xiaoyan's eyes revealed an amazed expression. In less than 10 years, he had leaped from a mere Band D to an elite 8-star Do D. This kind of training speed could really be said to be world-shocking. However, the last sentence of his words caused Luo Jin's entire body to quiver. He hurriedly waved his hand and used his gaze to viciously glare at Luo Jin. He snappily said, "You are purposely mocking me. Although it is true that I am an intermediate 8-star Do D, I have clearly seen earlier that even the advanced 8-star Do D, Jian Ming, was unable to endure a punch from you, much less me. I should also mention that you are only an intermediate 6-star Do D." Ugh, Luo Jin's words caused Xiaoyan and Luo Ao to be speechless. They immediately laughed involuntarily. Luo Jin helplessly shrugged his shoulders. His face was filled with an innocent expression. What he said was indeed correct. With Xiaoyan's fighting strength, he could be considered a kind of heaven-defying existence among all the elite Do D on the continent. A 6-star Do D was able to kill an 8-star Do D. Even a 9-star Do D had been killed by him. This kind of fighting strength could be said to be frightening. Cuckoo, if I have not guessed wrongly, the reason why you have stayed until the end is because of this. The three of them chatted for a while. Immediately, Luo Ao changed the topic and returned to the main topic. The three of them turned around and simultaneously looked at the enormous stone statue at the deepest part of the large hall. At this moment, there was no one beside them. Xiaoyan's heart suddenly relaxed. His gaze also became a little more careful when he looked at the stone statue. That's right. My aim for entering the ancient tomb this time around is actually not because of these Doqi inheritances. Instead, you are here to obtain the spiritual source strength of Tianju. Luo Ao raised his eyebrows slightly. He seemed to have heard something from Xiaoyan's words. It seemed that the latter knew that the spiritual source strength of Tianju existed in this ancient tomb from the very beginning. However, all of this was not important. What was important was that these words of Xiaoyan allowed them to keep the Doqi inheritance in a logical manner. In this way, they did not need to care about Xiaoyan's feelings after they obtained the Doqi inheritance. This action of Xiaoyan was purposefully giving up the Doqi inheritance to them. Of course, regardless of whether Xiaoyan was willing to give it up, this would more or less cause Luo Ao and Luo Ao to feel a little apologetic. Hence, the spiritual source strength sealed within the stone statue naturally became a tool to smooth out this layer of apologetic feeling. The three of them arrived in front of the stone statue and cast their gazes on it. Luo Ao glanced at Xiaoyan and gently nodded his head as a sign of acknowledgement. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's thoughts moved. He took out a strand of spiritual source strength from the soul bead and slowly approached the stone statue. After which, he poured it into the stone statue through its eyes. Hum hum hum. Immediately, a golden light rapidly rose from the surface of the stone statue and enveloped the entire stone statue. Luo Ao's eyes immediately flashed when he saw this. Surprise flashed across his old face. He could tell that this layer of golden light was a kind of formation. Moreover, its rank did not seem to be low. It had been left behind by Tianju specifically to protect the stone statue. With his extraordinary eyesight and experience, Luo Ao could tell that as long as there was the protection of this special formation, the stone statue would instantly explode if someone tried to forcefully steal the spiritual source strength within the stone statue. At the same time, the enormous spiritual source strength within it would also explode. I didn't expect this old guy to be so careful. It seems that this should be a kind of rank 6 formation. It's just that the method used is not very pure. Luo Ao expressed his opinion as he looked at the layer of golden light on the stone statue. On the other hand, Luo Jin could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. He said in surprise, "A rank 6 formation master? Isn't that the same as you?" "Shut up, brat. If it weren't for the fact that this old man was too lazy to cultivate, how could a dead man from 1,000 years ago compare to me?" As soon as Luo Jin finished speaking, Luo Ao hurriedly shut him up. Then, he glanced at the formation in front of him again and said with slight ridicule, "Although it's a rank 6 formation, in this old man's opinion, this Tianju probably just happened to break through to rank 6 before he died." Hearing this, Luo Jin chuckled and glanced at Luo Ao with a mocking look in his eyes. He thought to himself, old man, when you broke through to rank 6, you were already an origin king, right? And this guy? He was an early returnance expert and a class 6 formation master. Just this aspect alone was enough to make Luo Ao incomparable to him. If it were not for the fact that the esteemed Tianju had died for no reason, his accomplishments would have been far greater. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. While Luo Ao and Luo Jin were teasing each other in the outside world, Xiaoyan was currently pouring wave after wave of enormous spiritual strength into the stone statue. At the same time, his consciousness also followed into the stone statue. As his consciousness entered the stone statue, Xiaoyan felt as if he had entered the depths of the ocean. A terrifying pressure ruthlessly squeezed his soul, almost crushing him to pieces. What a terrifying soul pressure! Xiaoyan's heart immediately felt terrified. Such a frightening spiritual pressure was something that he had never felt anywhere else. Xiaoyan did not doubt that his consciousness would definitely be shattered by this enormous spiritual strength if he were to continue staying in this place for a long time. At the same time that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was facing an enormous pressure, the expression of his actual body in the outside world had also instantly turned pale. The expression on his face also became distorted. His body trembled repeatedly, appearing as though he was enduring something. This alerted the two people beside him. What's going on with him? Luo Jin frowned. He could not help but worry for Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Luo Ao could not help but frown as well. With a solemn tone, he said, "This kid seems to be under the suppression of the soul origin within the stone statue. After all, it's a rank 6 soul strength. It's several times stronger than this kid's. If he stays here for too long, he'll probably be crushed by the soul strength inside." What? Fifth grandfather, hurry up and save him. You can't let anything happen to Xiaoyan. Hearing Luo Ao's words, Luo Jin's expression immediately tensed up. With a thought, his soul strength immediately gushed out and he was about to step forward. Come back. Just as Luo Jin was about to act, he was pulled back by Luo Ao. At the same time, the soul strength that had gushed out was forcefully withdrawn. You brat, I've never seen you care so much about a girl. Why is it that when it comes to Xiaoyan, you're even more worried about him than he is? Luo Ao pursed his lips and looked at Luo Jin with a strange expression. Soon after, he turned his gaze back to Xiaoyan and said, if he really wants to come out, he can do so at any time. Moreover, I guarantee that he won't be harmed by the soul origin within. But look at him right now. He clearly wants to continue. Since this is his own will, why do we have to forcefully stop him? Is it to prevent him from being injured? Hearing this, Luo Jin frowned as he looked at Xiaoyan, who was turning paler and paler. His heart was filled with hesitation. He could imagine that Xiaoyan must have suffered a lot to obtain his current strength. If he did not pay a price, how could he repay him? The latter was the limit of the pain he could endure. Through repeated attempts and challenges, he broke through the limit again and again, reaping the rewards from the pain and suffering. The battle results that Xiaoyan had established were something that Luo Jin could only hope to catch up to. But if he doesn't come out, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll pull his soul strength out of there at the first moment. You're not the only one who doesn't want anything to happen to him. With such a good seedling, I can't bear to let anything happen to him. If he can continue to grow, this old man believes that one day, this continent will definitely tremble, just like that person back then. Muttering softly, Luo Ao's deep old eyes involuntarily flickered as he recalled a certain legend in his heart. 1,000 years ago, a mysterious man was born on the continent and grew at an extraordinary speed. In less than 100 years, that mysterious man had transformed into the strongest person on the continent. Even the current #1 sect on the continent could not compare to him. When he broke through to the legendary realm, the entire continent would change. No one had ever seen his true appearance and no one had ever been able to converse with him. The only information they knew about him was that the mysterious man had beautiful long hair of different colors on his head. It was elegant and extraordinary. While Luo Ao was lost in his thoughts, Xiaoyan was still bitterly holding on at this moment. The enormous spiritual pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. Under the suppression of Tianju's spiritual origin energy, the spiritual strength that was constantly pouring in was fiercely compressed together, unable to spread out, let alone refine the spiritual origin energy. Soon, the pain that Xiaoyan's consciousness sensed became increasingly intense. At this moment, Xiaoyan could clearly sense that his spiritual strength was about to be unable to endure any longer. If he did not choose to withdraw at this moment, it was likely that his consciousness would be forcefully shattered by the spiritual essence strength within a couple of minutes. At that time, even if he did not die, he would definitely leave behind a sequela that he could not recover from. In the outside world, seeing that Xiaoyan's face was becoming increasingly pale, Luo Ao finally could not hold it in any longer. He knew that Xiaoyan desperately wanted to obtain the spiritual origin energy within the stone statue. However, based on Xiaoyan's current state, it was destined that he would not be able to extract the spiritual origin energy. Damn it, do I have no choice but to withdraw? Feeling the increasingly powerful spiritual pressure, Xiaoyan unwillingly cursed in his heart. At the same time, in the outside world, Luo Ao was preparing to take action and pull Xiaoyan's spiritual strength and consciousness out of the stone statue. However, it was also at this moment that the storage ring on Xiaoyan's finger suddenly flashed. A jade bottle flew out of it without any forewarning. Soon after, a wave of spiritual strength spread out from the jade bottle. A bang sounded and the palm-sized jade bottle immediately burst apart. After which, Luo Ao and his granddaughter clearly saw a palm-sized cream-white energy cluster emit a swoosh sound as it entered the stone statue. That is, Luo Ao's expression involuntarily froze when he saw the milky white ball of energy. Soon after, he stopped in his tracks. This was because he clearly sensed that after the milky white ball of energy entered the stone statue, the powerful spiritual pressure within it instantly disappeared. At this moment, Xiaoyan's body also suddenly relaxed. The pain that his spiritual strength had to endure also abruptly disappeared. It was as if he had just experienced a huge battle. Inside the stone statue, Xiaoyan finally had the time to properly inspect the space within the stone statue after the pressure was removed. The milky white spiritual strength was like a white fog that drifted in all directions. Apart from a stretch of white, nothing else could be seen. Although he did not know what had happened, Xiaoyan still carefully spread out his spiritual strength and carefully probed the interior of the dense fog. Suddenly, the fog in front of Xiaoyan parted on its own. It agglomerated into a substance-like corridor on both sides, leading the way for Xiaoyan. With curiosity in his heart, Xiaoyan cautiously walked along the corridor. After a few turns, a large ball of fog finally dispersed in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. The figure of an old man in a brocade robe appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Seeing this old man, Xiaoyan's expression was slightly stunned. Immediately after, he compared the old man's appearance with the appearance of the stone statue outside. The instant the two appearances perfectly merged in his heart, Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim. Esteemed Tianju. Mobile version update website, end of chapter 947. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.